Chapter 1. Can you be more understanding? Rain continued to fall in Lin City in July. Silver lightning flashed across the dark clouds, and with a thunderclap, bean-sized raindrops hit the car parked at the roadside. Lin Jiao wiped her shoulder that was wet from the rain and listened quietly to Ji Yuquan having a phone call in the driver's seat. From what he said over the phone, she knew that their date today would be cancelled. Jiao, I'm sorry. As expected, Ji Yuquan hung up the phone and rubbed his eyebrows. There's something urgent at the company. I have to go over. Okay. Lin Jiao restrained from showing her emotions. She had been in love with Ji Yuquan for 2 years. Ever since he entered the Ji Corp, he spent less and less time with her. Even if they lived under the same roof, the chances of them meeting were rare. She understood that he was busy, but understanding did not mean that she would not be disappointed and sad. Are you angry? Ji Yuquan rubbed the top of her head, his handsome face filled with gentleness. No. Do you want me to drive you home? Lin Jiao shook her head. No need. She looked at the mall not far away and opened WeChat. Yulin is available. I'll get her to keep me company. All right. Ji Yuquan did not stop her and stuffed a card into her hand. Buy anything you like. I'll pick you up at 8. I have money. Lin Jiao held the cold bank card and felt even sadder. Ji Yuquan thought she was angry with him. He said, Jiao, can you be more understanding? The atmosphere suddenly became tense. Lin Jiao was about to retort when she saw the exhausted look on his face and she swallowed back down her words. She reached out to touch his cheek and leaned forward to hug him. Be a good girl. Her obedience melted Ji Yuquan's heart. He couldn't help but promise again, I'll take you to the exhibition this weekend. Really? Yes, the project I'm working on is almost over. Lin Jiao was looking forward to the weekend. She moved away from his arms and smiled. Then go. Don't forget to eat no matter how busy you are. Ji Yuquan replied softly, take the card. He was too stubborn, so Lin Jiao could only accept it. She opened her umbrella and walked towards the mall. As she walked, the mud that splashed up left stains at the corner of her dress. Lin Jiao had always been a clean freak. She stopped in front of the glass door and wiped the stains off her dress gently with a tissue. Just as she was about to get up, she was enveloped by a shadow. Jiao, a familiar voice sounded. Lin Jiao was taken aback and looked up to see a smiling face. Pei Yulin held her forearm and pinched her left cheek with her other hand. It's rare to see you shopping. What do you want to buy? A pair of business suits, I think. You found a job? I just received 2 offers yesterday. Lin Jiao threw the dirty tissue into the trash can. I haven't thought of which I should accept. Which 2? I'll help you figure it out. Xingheng and Tianhua. Xingheng. Pei Yulin's eyes lit up with excitement. That's my uncle's company. I'm going over next Monday too. Pei Jai. Lin Jiao did not expect such a coincidence. That's right. Pei Yulin blinked. Choose Xingheng. I won't feel so bored working there with you around. Lin Jiao was silent for a moment before replying, okay. She stepped onto the escalator and chatted with her along the way. Perhaps because of the rain, there were not many customers in the women's section. Even the high-end luxury brands that always had a long queue in the past only had a shopping guide standing at the door. This allowed them to shop in peace. Pei Yulin wanted to take Lin Jiao to buy suits first, but as she walked, her attention was attracted by the evening gown in the window. She told the shop assistant to bring over the evening gown. While waiting, Pei Yulin said to Lin Jiao, Jiao, that evening gown suits you. Lin Jiao was a dropping dead gorgeous. However, in order to meet Ji Yuquan's taste, she always dressed extremely plainly. Me? Lin Jiao looked at the evening gown brought over by the shop assistant and said calmly, I already have 3 gowns like this. It's different. Go and try it first. I don't usually attend banquets. It'll just be a waste of money. Forget it. Jiao, I want this one. A delicate-looking woman walked over arrogantly and pointed at the gown in their hands. I'm sorry, these 2 ladies are still shopping. Please wait at the side. Hijia was immediately pissed off, but she could not snatch the gown from them. She secretly sized up the 2 girls who were dressed simply. On instinct, she felt that they could not afford it. Therefore, she suggested, I like this gown very much. Why don't you choose another one and I'll pay for it? No, thank you. You can choose one and sell it afterwards to earn as much as 50,000 to 60,000 yuan. Are you sure you don't want it? Lin Jiao caught the disdain in her eyes and did not intend to argue with her. She turned to ask the shop assistant, "Is there a limited edition?" "Yes." The shop assistant took out 2 gowns and placed them on the table with an extremely good attitude. "These 2 gowns are both made by hand. After measuring your body, the headquarters will send someone over to tailor it. It will be ready for pickup in about 15 days. These 2 limited edition gowns had a cute style and suited Pei Yulin. Lin Jiao picked up the champagne-colored fishtail gown and said, "Yulin, do you like it?" "I like it." She lifted the hem of her dress and glanced at Hejia in disdain. "You have good taste. Then go to measure your body." Seeing her leave with the shop assistant, Hejia could only swallow her anger. She looked at Lin Jiao and said, "Aren't you going to ask about the price of that gown?" "Does it matter? I'm afraid you won't be able to afford it." Lin Jiao chuckled. "Whether I can afford it or not is my business." As she spoke, she walked straight to the cashier to pay. Hejia still did not want to believe that her judgment about Lin Jiao was wrong. She went to the cashier and reminded Lin Jiao kindly, "Don't force yourself. Credit card is an endless hole." "Really?" Lin Jiao opened her wallet and brushed her fingertips across the card slot. She took out a platinum savings card. "I haven't used this one yet." Hejia was speechless. She watched as Lin Jiao swiped 170,000 without even batting an eye. She felt like her face had been slapped by someone. It was painful and embarrassing. When it was her turn to pay, she was too embarrassed to touch the credit card. "Jiao, I'm done measuring my body." Pei Yulin jogged over from the fitting room and glanced at Hejia. "How much is that gown?" Lin Jiao raised an eyebrow. 80,000, perhaps. "No wonder you don't like it. It's too cheap." Hejia was gritting her teeth with anger. Chapter 2. Hate people who compare. She took the shopping bag handed over by the shop assistant and left in embarrassment. "What took you so long?" Hejia, who was waiting for her in the smoking area, saw her coming and stood up impatiently. "They are all rushing us. I met 2 annoying people." "Did you quarrel with someone?" No. Hejia told him what happened and did not mention anything about what she had done wrong. Hejia frowned. "This is Lin City. Think twice before you do something. Don't offend anyone and get me into trouble." "Yes, I know. It better be so." Hejia followed him out. Coincidentally, she met Lin Jiao and the other girl on the escalator again. She stopped in her tracks, not wanting to face them. Hejia sensed something abnormal and followed her gaze. "Are they the people who quarreled with you?" "You know them. The one on the left is my friend's girlfriend." Hejia widened her eyes and said sourly, "Is her family very rich?" "I think she's quite generous. She bought a super expensive gown for her friend." "Rich?" "She's dead broke, but she is patronized by a rich man." "What?" "If I knew it, I would have given her a slap on the face." Hejia retracted his gaze and rolled his eyes. "Don't worry, I'll help you give her a lesson." "How?" Hejia restrained from showing excitement and said worriedly, "Don't go out of your way to do it. After all, you know each other. It won't be hard. Just a phone call will do." Although he did not like Hejia, his vain cousin, he hated Lin Jiao more. Since she wanted to be so high-profile, he would take this chance to let Ji Yuquan see what kind of a person she really was. At nearly 10 o'clock, half the lights in the mall went out. The off-duty employees walked in groups of 2 or 3, dragging their tired bodies out and saying goodbye at the door. Pei Yulin held Lin Jiao's hand and asked, "Is Ji Yuquan not coming? If not, I'll send you back." "He's on his way. He said he would pick you up at 8, but he has already been late for 2 hours. You're really good-tempered. If I were you, I would have gone into a rage long ago. He just accepted a project and is very busy." Lin Jiao looked at the WeChat box on the screen, deep in thought. If he's so busy, why is he dating you? Why doesn't he just date his work? Lin Jiao said nothing. She had made excuses for Ji Yuquan's unconcern for her too many times, to the point where she was tired of it. "Sit here for a while." Pei Yulin nudged her elbow and changed the topic. "Are you free tomorrow? Let's go for a drink." Lin Jiao shook her head. "I have a birthday party tomorrow." "Whose birthday?" "Songjin." Hearing that it was someone from Ji Yuquan's circle, Pei Yulin lost interest and clicked her tongue. "I thought it was some handsome guy." "You want to fall in love?" "No, I just want to find a man to have fun with." "Are you still in contact with that painter called Zeddy something?" "No, he's too straight." Pei Yulan felt uncomfortable at the thought of those awkward conversations. We just don't click. Then, Jiao Jiao. A BMW came into view, and Ji Yuquan's voice came from inside. He's finally here. Pei Yulan rolled her eyes and took out her car keys from her bag. Jiao Jiao, let's hang out another day. Alright, send me a message when you get home. Sure. Lin Jiao watched her leave before getting into the car. She placed the shopping bag in the back seat and was stunned to find Ji Yuquan absent-minded. Ji Yuquan. She waved her hand in front of his eyes. What are you thinking about? Nothing. Ji Yuquan returned to his senses, but what Chi said was still ringing in his ears. He looked at the back seat. Did you have a good time shopping today? Not bad. Did you get into any trouble? No. Lin Jiao did not hear the questioning tone in his voice and thought that he was concerned about her. She leaned over and looked at him gently. With you around, who dares to cause me trouble? Little did she know that this joke would be taken as a confirmation that she indeed snatched a gown from someone else. Ji Yuquan's expression turned even uglier. He stepped on the accelerator. Lin Jiao, who had yet to put on her seatbelt, fell back uncontrollably and hit the back of her head on the window. Jiao Jiao, I hate people who like to compare. Ji Yuquan's angry tone filled with disgust made Lin Jiao, who was rubbing the back of her head, confused. She closed her eyes and was in too much pain to think about what he meant by saying that. Who offended you? She asked. Hearing that her voice sounded weak, Ji Yuquan tilted his head to look at her and asked with concern, Are you alright? I hit my head. He suddenly braked. Caught off guard, Lin Jiao leaned forward again. Fortunately, he held her waist to prevent her from hitting the window. Let me see. He leaned over and brushed away her hair, touching the spot where she'd been hit. Does it hurt a lot? It's all right. Lin Jiao gestured for him to continue driving. She put on her seatbelt and waited for the car to drive into Lufu Bay before the pain disappeared. Did you quarrel with Chi? Ji Yuquan stopped in his tracks. Yes. He opened the door of the villa and did not want to talk about it anymore. It's nothing serious. Don't think too much about it. Lin Jiao nodded and pressed the switch to turn on the ceiling light. She changed into a pair of slippers and was about to talk to him when he went upstairs without looking back. Jiao Jiao, help me cook a bowl of noodles. What kind of noodles do you want? It was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Without getting a reply, Lin Jiao walked into the kitchen listlessly. 10 minutes later, she stood in front of Ji Yuquan's door with a tray and knocked twice. Put it on the table for me. The sound of rushing water was heard, mixed with his voice. Lin Jiao pushed open the door and her gaze landed on the sofa filled with documents. She put down the bowl and chopsticks and started helping him tidy up. She rarely entered Ji Yuquan's bedroom. To outsiders, they were cohabitating. But in fact, they were more like two roommates living under the same roof. If it wasn't necessary, they wouldn't talk and interfere with each other. The relationship had been pure and no one ever thought about crossing the line. Jiao Jiao? Ji Yuquan did not hear any footsteps outside and asked, Are you still there? Yeah. Lin Jiao turned around. An old photo floated to the ground from inside a stack of documents. She lowered her eyes and caught sight of a young man and a girl. Ji Yuquan wiped the water off his forehead and said gently, It's late. Rest early. Okay. Lin Jiao picked up the photo and put it back without thinking much. She glanced at the vapor coming out from the bathroom and stood up to leave. Chapter 3. Lin Jiao is good, but she can't replace her. Songjin's birthday party was held at Bo Yu Club. This place was frequently visited by rich young people of Lin City. There were all kinds of entertainment one could think of. In the private room on the second floor, a group of men and women were sitting at the table and playing games. The laughter and music were mixed together, making it very noisy. They looked up as the door was pushed open. Many people looked over at the same time, but Lin Jiao only had eyes for the man who told her 20 minutes ago that he was still working overtime. The light and shadow blurred his handsome side profile. He was smiling, but no one could see the emotions hidden underneath that pair of eyes. Jiao Jiao, come here. Ji Yuquan motioned her to come over. He put his arm around her waist and did not explain why he told her he was working overtime over the phone. Is it still raining outside? Yes. Lin Jiao took a moment to suppress the feeling of frustration. Then, she took out a birthday gift from her bag and handed it to Songjin. Happy birthday. Sister Jiao is the best. Song Jin smiled and glanced at Ji Yuquan. Unlike some people who come without bringing anything, Ji Yuquan chuckled, cut that crap. He looked at the wine on the table. It's me who brought this wine. Do you have any idea how much it costs? I can't drink. I just ate cephalosporin. Do you think I can be fooled that easily? No, no. Song Jin took a deep breath and finished the glass of wine. If I pass out, you have to carry me to the hospital. Don't worry. Ji Yuquan filled his cup again. After a while, the bottle was empty. Jiao Jiao, do you want some mango? Ji Yuquan forked a piece of mango and put it in Lin Jiao's mouth. Mangoes were very sweet in this season. However, Lin Jiao pushed away the mango without asking him if he remembered she was allergic to mango. I ate too much tonight. I have some digestive pills here. Song Jin took out a pill bottle from his pocket. You'll feel better after taking 3 pills. Thank you. Lin Jiao glanced at the pills and swallowed them down in one go. Song Jin, do you want to continue? Ji Yuquan shook his glass, not sensing anything wrong with Lin Jiao. Wait for He Chi. How soon will he be here? Another 10 minutes. Song Jin picked up the dice. Sister Jiao, let's play 2 rounds. I'm not very good at it. It's fine. It's not difficult. Lin Jiao held the dice cup and leaned forward. A few strands of long hair brushed against the back of Ji Yuquan's hand, making it itch slightly. He instinctively leaned toward her. I'll teach you. Playing dice required a certain amount of luck. Even if Lin Jiao learned it, she would inevitably lose a few rounds. She wiped the wine off her lips. When she saw the lipstick stain on the tissue, she got up. Ji Yuquan, I'm going to the washroom. Okay. Ji Yuquan shifted back to make it easier for her to go out. The washroom is at the end of the corridor. Lin Jiao nodded and opened the door to leave. Not long after she left, He Chi appeared in the private room. After greeting the group of people, he sat beside Ji Yuquan. Brother Quan, isn't your sidekick here? Sidekick was the nickname they gave Lin Jiao. Don't call her that. Ji Yuquan looked up and glared at him, but his tone did not sound angry. Sorry, I'm just used to it. It's not good if she heard it. Song Jin teased with a smile. He Chi, what do you mean? Are you in love with her? Why do you care so much about Sister Jiao? How is that possible? He Chi snorted. He touched his newly dyed red hair and thought of the message that person sent. After a long pause, he said, shall we go out and talk? Sure. Ji Yuquan put down his glass. Seeing that the atmosphere was not right, Song Jin stopped smiling and followed them to the open-air terrace. He Chi handed 2 cigarettes to them and asked, Brother Quan, what do you think of Lin Jiao? When Lin Jiao, who came back from the washroom, heard them talking about her, she stopped in her tracks. She leaned against the wall and looked at Ji Yuquan expectantly and nervously, her palms sweating. Ji Yuquan asked, why are you asking this? He stood under the canopy, his reflection on the ground split into 2 by the light. Through his voice alone, one couldn't tell his emotions. I'm just curious. He Chi unlocked his phone and thought for a moment before turning off the light. Song Jin smiled faintly. Isn't Brother Quan's love towards Lin Jiao obvious? Why do you need to ask? It's different. He never said it himself. What's there to say? Are you blind? Anyone with a pair of eyes can tell. He Chi could not be bothered with him. Brother Quan. He turned around and grinned. Tell us. Ji Yuquan looked at the glamorous cityscape in the distance through the rain and fog, and that beautiful figure appeared in front of him again. Tell you what. His voice was hoarse. Lin Jiao did not understand why, but for some reason, his figure seemed especially distant from her despite being only a few meters away. She took a step forward and was about to walk over to wipe the water off his shoulder when she heard He Chi continue. Do you love her? She loves me very much. I'm asking about whether you love her. Ji Yuquan took a long pause. Does it matter? He put out the cigarette and smiled sorrowfully. Lin Jiao is very good, but she can't replace her. Boom. Thunder rumbled. Lin Jiao's mind was buzzing as she stared at the familiar yet unfamiliar man. It was July, but she felt so cold that she was trembling. Even breathing became abnormally difficult. Who was the she Ji Yuquan talked about? Was there a third person in this relationship? Lin Jiao did not dare to let her imagination go wild. She bit her lower lip, using the pain to clear her head. Sensing that they were about to return, Lin Jiao ran away in a state of panic. Ouch! Chuyoju was bumped into by a woman who came out of nowhere. His forearm was even scratched by the metal thing on her bag. "I'm sorry," Lin Jiao sobbed and apologized. She held her painful left shoulder. Her grievance was suddenly aggrandized by the pain, and she burst out crying uncontrollably. Before he could speak, she rushed downstairs with her head lowered. When Chu Yeju saw tears streaming down her face, he was stunned. "Yeju, are you all right?" His friend asked and looked in the direction he was looking. "Do you know that girl?" "Yeah, an old flame. Be careful with what you say, or you'll die very miserably." Chu Yeju nudged him. Without wiping his hands dry, he opened his contact list and dialed the first number. "Lin Jiao is crying." Chapter 4. Pei Jai appeared and sent her to the hospital. The dense dark clouds were oppressive. Lin Jiao, who had left Bo Yu Club, walked on the street in a daze. Her dress was completely wet, and her white shoes were stained with mud. She watched as one car after another drove past. A few tears slid down the corners of her red eyes, but she couldn't tell if they were tears or raindrops. Gradually, her vision became blurry. The headlight of a car shone on her face. In order to dodge the car, she staggered and fell towards the street bench that was covered in fallen leaves. A burning pain swept through her body, but pain was nothing compared to coldness in her heart. "Lin Jiao?" Someone called out from a distance, accompanied by the sound of footsteps approaching. A faint fragrance of cypress entered her nose. A suit jacket was draped over Lin Jiao's shoulder, blocking the wind and rain for her. Lin Jiao looked up slowly to see a hand holding the umbrella. The man was wearing a white shirt and had a noble aura. His face was chiseled, and under his thick eyelashes, there was a pair of sharp eyes. However, the worry on his face made those sharp eyes less intimidating. "Did you get hurt from the fall?" His voice was deep and rich like a cello playing in her ear. Lin Jiao came back to her senses. "Uncle." Perhaps it was because someone familiar was beside her, but she removed her disguise and stopped hiding her fragility. She burst out crying. Pei Jai brushed aside the hair on the side of her face. He put his arm around her shoulder. When he helped her up, he tilted the umbrella towards her. "Get in the car first." "Okay." Lin Jiao limped towards the car under his help, her left hand gripping the corner of his shirt tightly. The Mercedes parked at the curb still had its headlights on. He opened the passenger door and placed his hand on the roof. After she got in, he walked around to the other side. Pei Jai turned on the AC in the car. He stuffed the tissue into her hand and drove to the hospital without asking any questions. The sobbing stopped a moment later. Lin Jiao curled up into a ball and looked at the neon lights flashing by the street with her swollen eyes. The rain seemed like it was going to continue forever. It was as if she had fallen into a loop. No matter how hard she tried to shake off the thought, she would be pulled back to it eventually. Buzz, buzz. In a quiet environment, the vibration of the phone sounded especially loud. Lin Jiao took out her phone from her bag and looked at the caller ID. After hesitating for a long time, she pressed the answer button. "Jiao Jiao, where are you?" Ji Yuquan stood in the corridor in frustration with one hand on his waist. As soon as he returned to the private room, he heard that Lin Jiao had gone to look for him. He wondered if she had heard their conversation. An indescribable anxiety arose in his heart. He grabbed his phone and went out to make a call without even sitting down. "I'm outside." Lin Jiao's voice was hoarse. Realizing that her tone was abnormal, Ji Yuquan asked with a frown, "What's wrong?" "Nothing is wrong. Send me the location. I'll come and find you." Lin Jiao suddenly fell silent. In all her honesty, she did not want to see him now. She wrapped herself tightly in that suit jacket to warm up. After mustering up her courage, she said, "Can we talk tomorrow?" "Jiao Jiao, you." Ji Yuquan opened his mouth, wanting to explain, but he couldn't say a word. He pulled off the tie around his neck. "Sure." After a 2-second pause, he asked, "Aren't you going home tonight?" "No." Lin Jiao hung up. She threw the phone back into her bag and heaved a long sigh of relief. At this moment, the soothing music entered her ears. Lin Jiao, who was extremely tired, drifted into a deep slumber without her even knowing. "Lin Jiao?" Pei Jai stepped on the brakes. Seeing an abnormal blush on her cheeks, he reached out to check the temperature of her forehead. He quickly unbuckled her seatbelt and got out of the car. He walked to the passenger door and carried her into the hospital. In the VIP ward, Pei Jai rolled up his sleeves and leaned against the wall, waiting for the nurse to apply medicine and change clothes for Lin Jiao. He cracked his knuckles and tapped his arm from time to time, looking worried. Mr. Pei. The nurse came out with a silver tray with a few pieces of gauze stained with blood. Please keep an eye on the foredrip. After it runs out, press the call bell. I'll come over and pull out the needle. All right. Pei-Jai thanked her and walked into the ward. He stood by the bed with his back to the warm light and stared at that pale face. Then he used a wet cotton swab to wet her dry lips. Looking at Lin Jiao, who was in such a vulnerable state, Pei-Jai felt like he could no longer keep his real feelings under control. He wanted to protect her even more and never wanted to see her end up like this again. If he had known. Pei-Jai let out a silent sigh. He held the hand that was on the foredrip and, like a loyal knight, guarded her silently for the entire night. The first rays of the morning sun refracted in and spread on the white bed like a golden veil. Lin Jiao woke up from hunger and opened her eyes. She looked around in confusion. When she saw Pei-Jai sitting on the sofa, working on his laptop, she recalled everything that happened last night. You're awake? Pei-Jai paused and looked up. Their gazes met. Lin Jiao lowered her eyes. Uncle, thank you for last night. She was a little embarrassed to be seen by him while she was in that miserable state. It's fine. Pei-Jai put the laptop away from his knees and walked to the bed with the thermos. This is the porridge Question Xiao made for you. Question Xiao was his personal assistant and driver. Lin Jiao had seen him a few times, but she did not expect that the fierce-looking big guy could cook too. She slowly scooped up a spoonful of porridge. When she tasted it, her eyes lit up. Uncle, have you eaten? Not yet. Then let's eat together. She poured half of it into a bowl. I can't finish this much. Don't waste it. Pei-Jai nodded with a gentle smile. He looked at her face, which had regained its color. When she noticed his gaze and looked up, he looked away. Halfway through the meal, Lin Jiao's phone rang. She did not even want to look at the phone. After filling her stomach, she opened WeChat. Uncle, can I be discharged today? Sure. Pei-Jai pressed the call bell. I'll get you discharged after the last bottle of foredrip. Sorry to trouble you. Not at all. Are you in a hurry? I agreed to talk to Ji Yuquan today. At the mention of Ji Yuquan, Lin Jiao stopped smiling. Pei-Jai rubbed her cheeks. He smoothed out the wrinkles on his sleeve and said coldly, Lin Jiao, love is not the only thing in life. Lin Jiao looked up and met his dark eyes. She knew this, but love was oftentimes irrational. Chapter 5. What is there for me to be delusional about? The sun was getting hotter as it approached noon. Lin Jiao covered her forehead with her hand and slowly followed Pei-Jai into the car. In just a few steps, she was already sweating. To Liu Fubei, Pei-Jai asked as he delivered a tissue to Lin Jiao. Lin Jiao shook her head and took the tissue. She wiped her forehead, turned on the GPS, and showed it to Question Xiao. Ji Yuquan has booked a restaurant. I have to meet him first. Sure, Pei-Jai said, his expression unreadable. He leaned against the back of the chair and placed his slender hands casually between his knees. Do you need me to wait for you? No need. Lin Jiao did not want to waste his time. Go home and rest. I'll treat you to a meal another day. I'm free tomorrow. Huh? Didn't you say you would treat me to a meal? Pei-Jai asked seriously, not hiding the smile in her eyes. Lin Jiao said, yes. She looked at his side profile. What do you want to eat? Chinese or Western? I'm fine with either. Then I'll send you a message after I pick a restaurant. Pei-Jai agreed readily. Sensing that he was in a good mood, Question Xiao deliberately slowed down driving. Through the rearview mirror, he glanced at Pei-Jai from time to time and kept making hand gestures at him, wanting him to take his time talking. From Lin Jiao's angle, Question Xiao looked like he was having a hand cramp. She leaned forward and asked with concern, Brother Question, are you having a hand cramp? Question Xiao was speechless. He stretched his fingers and replied, yes, I've been a little deficient in calcium recently. Have you seen a doctor? I did. It's not a big problem. That's good. Lin Jiao was really afraid that he would accidentally cause a car accident. Make some bone soup when you go back. It's rich in calcium. Question Xiao touched the tip of his nose. Sure. After about 10 minutes, they finally reached the restaurant. Uncle, I'll get going first. Lin Jiao put her phone in her bag and opened the car door. Pei-Jai nodded. Remember to take your medicine. Yeah, Lin Jiao smiled. See you tomorrow. The sun shone on her face, making it radiant. The breeze fluttered her dress, and everything around her seemed to become her background. It was just an ordinary sunny day, but it left a beautiful image in his heart that he could not forget for a long time. Boss, seeing that he was lost in deep thought, Xiao clicked his tongue. Why don't you go in to have lunch and pretend you don't know she is in there? That way, you can meet again. Pei Jai gave him a side glance. Drive. Where to? Company. It's Saturday. Xiao didn't want to work on Saturday. So? Xiao gripped the steering wheel and reminded him, you already promised Miss Lin to go home and rest. You can't lie to her, right? Pei Jai remembered having said that to Lin Jiao. He lit a cigarette, then go home. Before Xiao could rejoice, he continued, after sending me home, go to the company and help me get the documents. What documents? Is there no PDF version? No. Xiao was speechless. He stepped on the accelerator, letting the wind carry away his sorrowful mood. In the dining room of the restaurant, melodious music sounded. Sitting alone at the table, Lin Jiao took 2 sips of the lemon tea brought by the waiter and waited for Ji Yuquan to appear. She waited for nearly half an hour and called Ji Yuquan a few times, but no one answered. In the past, she would find excuses for him, such as he might be stuck in a traffic jam, have something to do at the company, or have turned his phone to silent mode. But now, she began to wonder if he was with her. Once the seed of doubt was planted, it would only grow bigger and make the imagination wilder. From then on, it was just endless paranoia. Lin Jiao. A man's voice was heard, bringing Lin Jiao back to her senses. She looked up and saw He Chi's smiley face. Why are you here? Where's Ji Yuquan? He can't come. What do you mean? In a literal sense. He Chi pulled out the chair and sat down. I've never eaten in this restaurant before. It looks good. Lin Jiao clenched her fists. Where is he? To pick up someone at the airport. Pick up who? Su Tian. He Chi flipped through the menu and said calmly, don't you know it? He said it casually, but his words made Lin Jiao's heart sink to the bottom. She pursed her lips, her hands trembling uncontrollably. What's their relationship? Lovers? What about me? You? He Chi crossed his legs and ordered 2 dishes with interest. At most, you're just a distraction in his life. Lin Jiao bit open her lower lip. The strong smell of blood made her feel nauseous. She closed her red eyes and felt an unprecedented sense of humiliation. Her dress was wrinkled as it was grabbed tightly by her. Seeing that she was silent, He Chi continued with a smirk, do you know why Brother Quan is with you? He unlocked his phone and sent her a photo. Her tone became even more disdainful. They all say that you look like Su Tian, but I think you're far inferior compared to her. The notification that popped up on her phone was especially glaring. Lin Jiao hesitated for a long time before clicking on the photo. The background of the photo was the airport. A woman in a white dress with the same style as her was facing the camera. She had one hand around Ji Yuquan's waist and a shy smile on her lips, as if she was playing cute. Lin Jiao fixed her eyes on the man next to the woman. Ji Yuquan's expression was affectionate as he looked at the woman. Lin Jiao felt like she was being pushed to the abyss by someone he loved the most. With the truth in front of her, she realized that her 2-year relationship was just a joke. Even though she was prepared, it was still difficult for her to accept it. Lin Jiao. He Chi tapped his fingers on the table. It's impossible between you and Brother Quan. You'd better not have any delusions about him. Lin Jiao sneered. She didn't shed a single drop of tear as she said sarcastically, what's there for me to be delusional about? Anyway, I'm warning you. Even if you want to kick up a fuss, don't mess with Su Tian. When he mentioned Su Tian, the affection he unintentionally revealed made Lin Jiao feel a little strange. She thought of the photo she saw in Ji Yuquan's bedroom and seemed to have found the source of his aggressiveness towards her. Why? Do you like her? He Chi's expression suddenly took a drastic turn. Lin Jiao, be careful with what you say. You don't need me to teach you what is appropriate to say and what is not, do you? Why did you get triggered? Who is triggered? I am not triggered. Lin Jiao raised an eyebrow. He Chi, it doesn't feel good to have an unrequited love, right? You can only watch her be intimate with another man, but you can't do anything about it. How pitiful you are. Me, pitiful. He Chi pointed at himself as if he had heard a joke. He said sarcastically, no matter what, I'm still better than you who is just a replacement of someone else. What's funny is that you even thought you found your true love. At least I once had him. What about you? Lin Jiao raised an eyebrow. You don't even have a chance to live with her. Who's pitiful? He Chi, who had been poked in the sore spot, flew into a rage out of humiliation. You're just a plaything. What makes you think you can talk to me like that? Suddenly, the lemon tea in the cup was splashed out by that slender hand on He Chi's furious face. Chapter 6. Let's break up. It's your place to judge me. Lin Jiao put down her teacup. She walked to his side and sneered. You came all the way here to humiliate me for that couple, but will they thank you for doing so, and will that make her fall in love with you? He Chi wiped the sticky tea off his face and stood up, wanting to grab her collar. Do you think that I don't hit? Before he could say the word woman, Lin Jiao grabbed his forearm and with a push, he fell to the ground. The entire process happened so fast that He Chi could not even react. Wow! Song Jin arrived in time to see Lin Jiao pushing He Chi to the ground. He looked at He Chi, who was lying on the ground in a strange posture, and said, Bro, are your shoes too slippery? He Chi was so angry that the veins on his forehead bulged. He got back on his feet with Song Jin's help. As soon as he stood up, he grabbed the glass, wanting to smash it on Lin Jiao. He Chi, what are you doing? Song Jin quickly snatched the glass and reminded him in a low voice, there are people watching. Who the F***ck cares? He Chi, who had lost his mind, couldn't care less. I won't let this **ch off today. You, Lin Jiao mocked him disdainfully. I advise you to go home and learn some combat skills. You F***king. You like hitting women? Let me see what you got. A middle-aged man on the next table put down his chopsticks and slapped the table. As soon as he spoke, the other customers echoed, Dude, you really embarrass us men. Go home. We're all adults. Violence won't solve the problem. Don't you understand something as simple as that? That's right. This girl's leg is still injured. Many people looked at him reproachfully, not to mention He Chi. Even Song Jin was embarrassed. He handed the car key to He Chi. Go out and wait. I want to talk to Sister Jiao. Fine, He Chi agreed. He glared at Lin Jiao and trotted away as quickly as possible. The way he left the scene was quite comical. Lin Jiao thanked the people around her and sat back down. What do you want to say? When facing Ji Yuquan's good friends again, Lin Jiao wasn't as friendly as before. There was even a trace of frustration and impatience. Song Jin could understand. After all, Ji Yuquan was indeed in the wrong. He had no reason to make things difficult for her like He Chi did. Brother Quan asked me to come over and tell you that he can't come. Why? Because of Su Tian? You know everything. Shouldn't I know? Lin Jiao pulled out a tissue and wiped her right hand. Do you think I'm a clown? Of course, no. Then what did you take me for over the past 2 years? A plaything or a replacement? For a moment, Song Jin felt that she had changed. She had changed from a fragile lily to a thorny rose. To be honest, he quite liked her change. Sister Jiao, he said seriously, no matter what others think about you, I've always treated you as a friend. Then why did you hold back from telling me the truth? Lin Jiao looked up. Not even a single word of reminder. Song Jin didn't know what to say. He knew very well that nothing was enough to stop her from loving Ji Yuquan because she was too love-struck, so why bother? I'm sorry, I didn't know it would end up like this. He apologized sincerely. At least, he looked sincere. Is there anything else you want to say? No. Lin Jiao threw away the crumpled tissue. She placed 200 yuan on the table and stood up expressionlessly. She faced the glaring sun and disappeared from his vision. When she returned to Liu Fu Bei, she was still a little lost. Now that she was told that the love she thought was real was actually fake, Lin Jiao felt humiliated and her dignity trampled. This villa filled with countless memories had become a cage that she wanted to escape from. Lin Jiao took a deep breath and walked along the stone path towards the steps, each step extremely heavy. She glanced at the elegantly decorated living room and suppressed the sadness in her eyes. She returned to the bedroom as quickly as possible. Fortunately, there was not much memory related to Ji Yuquan here, so she could remain calm when packing. She did not take away the photos of the two of them or the clothes he liked. She vowed to leave behind all the memories of the past 2 years. Brother Quan, Sister Jiao already knew about it. Ji Yuquan was silent for a long time when he received the call. He stood in front of the French window and looked down at the bustling scenery below. There was a frown on his handsome face, and it was unknown what he was thinking. Brother Kwan. Songjin thought he didn't hear him and repeated, "What do you plan to do?" "I'll make it clear to her. As soon as possible, then." "Yes." Ji Kwan unbuttoned his shirt and turned to look at Su Tian, who was still folding clothes with her head lowered. Perhaps sensing his gaze, Su Tian paused and said shyly, "Why are you staring at me? I was afraid that you would disappear into the thin air." In her third year of high school, her leaving without saying goodbye had always been something Ji Kwan couldn't get over with. He had dreamed of meeting her again many times, but when she stood in front of him, he felt that it was unreal. Su Tian was stunned. "I won't disappear again." She hugged his waist happily and looked up at him. "Back then, I made a wrong choice. It's not your fault." Ji Kwan took a deep breath, his eyes filled with undiluted love. "We still have a lot of time." Su Tian smiled in satisfaction. She retreated from his arms and asked considerately, "Was that call just now from the company?" "Yes, something came up." "Then go deal with it. We'll go out when I'm done unpacking here." Ji Kwan nodded and turned to go to the study. He called Lin Jiao and asked in a muffled voice, "Where are you? Why? Are you free tomorrow?" "I want." Hearing his muffled voice, Lin Jiao knew that he was still with Su Tian. She suppressed the anger and disgust that were surging in her heart and said in a strangely calm voice, "Ji Kwan, let's break up." Ji Kwan's eyes widened slightly as he asked, "What did you say?" When he left Boyu Club, he had thought of ending this relationship. At that time, he was still hesitant, but after seeing Su Tian, he was determined to put an end to the relationship with Lin Jiao. However, he did not expect her to bring it up first in such a calm and indifferent manner. "Let's break up and not have anything to do with each other ever again," Lin Jiao repeated with determination. Chapter 7. I just want to make it up to you. Ji Kwan was silent for a moment. "I'm sorry." Feeling guilty, he said, "I'll leave the shop in the city center to you." "Oh, keep it to yourself. I am not a beggar." "Jiao Jiao, I just want to make it up to you." "Make it up to me? You just want to give me something to make yourself feel good, right?" Lin Jiao sneered. "Ji Kwan, you're so hypocritical. No matter what you think, I won't be stingy with what I have to give to you. I just hope you won't hate me." Ji Kwan did not finish his sentence. He was in no position to ask her to do anything. "Miss, we're here." The driver in the front stepped on the brakes and broke the silence. Lin Jiao hung up without saying a word. Just as she got out of the car with 2 suitcases, she received a call from Pei Yulin. "Jiao Jiao, do you have time to hang out?" "I'm moving." "I don't have time." Pei Yulin sat up from the sofa. "Moving? Did you quarrel with Ji Kwan?" "No." Lin Jiao held her phone tightly and smiled sadly. "I broke up with him." Pei Yulin's eyes widened in shock. She hurriedly changed her shoes and ran out. "Where are you now?" "Mingshin Mansion." "Don't move. I'll be right there." Lin Jiao opened her mouth, but before she could say anything, the call ended. She sighed and found the most eye-catching place to sit so that Yi Peiling could see her upon arriving. 10 minutes later, a red sports car was parked outside. Pei Yulin slammed the car door and ran up to Lin Jiao with a terrifying aura. "What did that bastard Ji Kwan do to you?" She was in such a hurry that she even forgot to tie the shoelace and do her hair, which was usually carefully styled. Seeing her like this, Lin Jiao's eyes turned red for no reason. "Nothing." "What do you mean nothing?" Pei Yulin pointed at the gauze on Lin Jiao's leg and stomped her feet in anger. "Where is he? I'll get someone to beat him up. This has nothing to do with him. Don't speak up for him, really." Lin Jiao calmed herself down. "I accidentally fell." Pei Yulin looked at her for a few seconds to make sure that she was lying. She asked, "Why did you two break up?" "Let's talk inside." Lin Jiao glanced at the pedestrians coming and going and asked her to find a spot to park the car first. "I'll wait for you at Unit 9. "All right." Pei Yulin did not ask further. The apartment in Mingshin Mansion was bought by Lin Jiao's parents when she was in her first year of university. She had been here twice, so she was kind of familiar with it. Ding. The elevator stopped on the 8th floor. Lin Jiao dragged the suitcases to the right and took out the key from her bag. "Yulan, have you eaten?" "Not yet." Pei Yulin followed her into the apartment. She stood in the entryway and looked around. "Why do I feel like the furnishings here have changed? My mother probably got someone to change it. Auntie has good taste." Lin Jiao threw herself on the sofa. Indeed, my mother is better than most of the designers. She still remembered that when her parents were still married, everything at home was taken care of by her mother. Even if their life was not that well off at that time, she could still feel warmth and happiness. This painting looks familiar. Pei Yulan pointed at the painting on the wall and said thoughtfully, "Does your mother like this kind of painting?" "My father likes it." "No wonder this painting looks so incompatible with everything else." Lin Jiao chuckled. "You'll get used to it." She opened the app and asked, "What do you want to eat? Fried chicken or barbecue?" "Barbecue." Pei Yulan opened the suitcases and helped her unpack the clothes. She took out a few dresses in a row and realized that they were not the ones sent by Ji Yu Quan. She said in surprise, "Have you really made up your mind?" "What? About you and that bastard?" Lin Jiao looked up. "Yes." She looked into Pei Yulan's eyes and said firmly, "I won't go back on my words." "What if he comes to you?" "That won't change a thing." "Are you really so sure?" "I'm not the one he loves." After hearing the whole story, Pei Yulan had a complicated expression. She looked at Lin Jiao, who looked as if nothing had happened, and couldn't imagine how much she had suffered in just a day. "Jiao Jiao." Pei Yulan hugged her shoulder, wanting to comfort her, but she was afraid of making her sadder. "It's okay. I'll always be here." "I know. Forget it if that bastard Ji Yu Quan doesn't cherish you. Let's find a better one." Hearing that, Lin Jiao felt less aggrieved and was even in the mood to joke. "All right, find me one tomorrow." She patted Pei Yulan's back. "Not tomorrow. It's too soon." "Then the day after tomorrow." "A month." Pei Yulan said in all seriousness, "Give me a month, and I'll definitely find you the best man in the world." "Sure," Lin Jiao replied perfunctorily. She did not take this to heart, nor did she know what kind of trouble this would bring. Night fell. The bar street near the CBD was wrapped in a faint fog, looking like a paradise. The bright moonlight intertwined with the neon lights, elongating the reflection on the ground and being shattered by the dense trees. Lin Jiao stepped on the mottled light and was pulled into the bar at the end of the street by Pei Yulan. There were some customers sitting in the bar. Under the dim light, their figures seemed to be covered by a thin veil. On the stage, a singer was humming a tone with the guitar. His unique voice made Lin Jiao feel ill at ease. Waiter led them to the second floor and took the reserved sign off the table. "What would you like to drink?" "The best cocktails you have." "All right, do you want some snacks?" Yeah, bring us whatever you think is good." Pei Yulan put her bag aside and turned to open the window. "Jiao Jiao, the vibe here is not bad, right?" "Yeah." Lin Jiao pushed aside the hair on her shoulder and looked around. "Do you come often?" "No, I've only been here twice." Pei Yulan waited for the cocktails to be served and picked a glass for Lin Jiao. "Try this. The alcohol content is not high." "How high is not high?" "About 10%. Lin Jiao took 2 sips. A sweet fragrance spread in her mouth, almost covering the taste of alcohol. She had to admit that this glass of cocktail was the best she had ever tasted. Pei Yulan drank 4 or 5 glasses before asking the waiter to bring over 2 dice cups. She swayed the dice cup from side to side. "Do you wanna play? Whoever loses will be punished to drink a glass." Lin Jiao smiled. "Sure." She played a few rounds with Pei Yulan. They were on par with each other. Chapter 8. Meeting Pei Jai again while she was drunk. This way, they quickly finished half of the 2 sets of cocktails on the table. Although the alcohol percentage was not high, it was inevitable that they would get drunk. Pei Yulan's face was extremely red. She pushed the plate of snacks to Lin Jiao and leaned back lazily. "Jiao Jiao, eat something before continuing." "Are you drunk?" "How is that possible? This is just beginning." Seeing that she was still clear-minded, Lin Jiao was relieved. She picked up the silver fork and put a piece of fruit into her mouth. "We're not here to get drunk. It's enough." Pei Yulan waved her hand. "We don't get the chance to gather like this. Let's get stoned." As she spoke, she ordered another set of cocktails. This kind of cocktail was extremely deceptive. It looked harmless, but in fact, it was very strong. When she drank it, she did not feel anything. But after half an hour, Lin Jiao started to feel dizzy. She patted her hot face and said while she was still in her right mind, "Yulan, we really can't drink anymore." The surrounding music drowned out her voice. Pei Yulan, who was staring at the singer, did not hear her clearly. She muttered, "Jiao Jiao, this song is nice. Lin Jiao turned around and looked at the singer. He strummed the guitar and hummed a sad melody into the microphone. Maybe love makes this moment grey. We're still as distant as ever. Outside the window, it started to rain again. The raindrops, blown by the wind, slipped in from outside the window and splashed on Lin Jiao's shoulder. She was immersed in the song, and her eyes, for some reason, turned red. After the song ended, Pei Yulin, who was still not satisfied, looked at Lin Jiao from the side and her smile gradually froze. She leaned forward. "Jiao Jiao, what's wrong?" Lin Jiao came back to her senses. "I'm fine." She held back her tears. "He sang very well." "You like him?" "Yeah," Pei Yulin said, "then I'll get him to come over to keep you company." "What?" "I'm going over there." She pointed in a direction. Lin Jiao thought she was going to the washroom. "Do you want me to go with you?" "No need." Pei Yulin took 2 steps before returning to get her bag. "Wait, I'll be right back." She walked around the 2nd floor but didn't see that singer. Just as she was about to go downstairs to look, she saw that singer from the corner of her eye. The man sat in the booth on the left. The light and shadow separated his figure into 2. The closer she got, the easier it was to be attracted to him. Pei Yulin found him a little familiar. However, with her vision blurry and the light dim, she could not dredge up memories about him. She thought of Lin Jiao, who was still waiting for her. She took out a card from her bag and threw it in front of him. "Handsome, do me a favor." Pei Jai paused in the middle of lighting a cigarette. He looked up and saw it was his niece. Seeing that she was so drunk that she could not even recognize him, he frowned. "Hey, didn't you hear me?" Pei Yulin's attitude was extremely arrogant, and she did not notice his dark expression at all. Her bold behavior amused Chu Yoju. "Beautiful, what do you want him to do?" "Drink." "With whom?" Pei Yulin ignored him. She took out another bank card from her pocket and threw it at Pei Jai. "Here, go and have a drink with my friend." Pei Jai was so angry that he almost laughed. He slapped away the card on his lap and said in a cold voice, "Say that again." "Say what?" "Hurry up and go." "Yulin." Lin Jiao rushed over to stop her from causing trouble. She held Pei Yulin and was too embarrassed to look at them. "I'm sorry, my friend drank too much." The moment she appeared, the anger in Pei Jai's eyes was replaced by gentleness. His voice softened. "How about you? Yeah, did you drink too much too?" This voice was overly familiar. Was he? Pei Jai. Lin Jiao suddenly opened her eyes wide as he looked at the man. When their gazes met, she let out a gasp of surprise. "Uncle, you're here too." "Jiao Jiao, do you know each other?" "What are you talking about? Isn't he your uncle?" Pei Yulin was overly concerned about finding her a handsome man and helping her get over the breakout. She did not even look at Lin Jiao. She pushed Lin Jiao. "Go over and wait. I'll get you a handsome boy very soon." The moment that figure pounced on him, Pei Jai reached out and grabbed her waist. He helped her sit down and moved to the side like a gentleman. He curled his knuckles and rubbed his thumbs. In his heart, he was reminiscing about the touch that belonged to her, but his face was as cold as ice. "Pei Yulin, are you done messing around?" Pei Yulin rolled her eyes. "Shut up." She was so sleepy that she fell onto the sofa. Before she fell asleep, she didn't forget to remind Lin Jiao, "Jiao Jiao, grab the opportunity." "What opportunity?" "Man, you know." Pei Jai glanced at Lin Jiao and asked casually, "Lin Jiao, just the 2 of you tonight?" "Yes." Lin Jiao picked up the glass of water on the table. She took a sip of it and started choking non-stop. Pei Jai quickly placed his palm on her back and patted her gently. "This is vodka." He snatched the glass away, his face filled with worry and concern. "Are you feeling uncomfortable? It's so spicy." Lin Jiao pursed her lips, feeling the spiciness rush from her throat to the top of her head. She looked at him eagerly. "I want water." When that pair of eyes were fixed on him, Pei Jai lost his rationality and his heart softened. "Okay, wait a minute." With that, he went to fetch water. Chu Yeju shook his head, not knowing what to say about their interaction. He puffed on his cigarette a few times. When Pei Jai came back, he suggested, "Do you want to send her back first?" Pei Jai looked at Lin Jiao inquiringly. "I can't walk." She held the glass with both hands and spoke slowly, as if she was a kitten that needed protection. "Are you tired?" "Yes, I can't even raise my hand." Pei Jai chuckled. He knew that she was stoned, so he didn't even say anything like "You don't need hands to walk. Come on, I'll give you a piggyback." What about Yulin? Aren't you going to give her a piggyback? Lin Jiao's vision turned blurry. She was still thinking about Pei Yulin and did not want to leave her behind. Yeju will carry her. Where's Yeju? I am here, Chu Yeju said. He walked up to Pei Yulin and wrapped her in a blanket before carrying her up. I have to say, your little niece is quite heavy. Chapter 9. Sending her home. Lin Jiao said, holding her bag, I'm very heavy too. This was the first time Pei Jai had seen her drunk, and he found her especially cute when she was drunk. He rubbed the top of her head and put his suit jacket on her. I can carry you no matter how heavy you are. Lin Jiao got on his back slowly and unsteadily. She hugged his neck, afraid that she would fall. Don't drive too fast. Pei Jai could feel her hot breath on the back of his neck. It was like an electric current that ran through his body, making him numb. He grabbed her ankle to keep her from falling off and tried his best to ignore the softness that he felt on his back. Is this speed all right? Yeah. Lin Jiao looked down. How do you have to drive? She asked in a daze. We'll be there soon. Pei Jai strode down the stairs. Xiao, who was waiting in the car, was so shocked that his jaw almost dropped when he saw his boss carrying a woman. He quickly got out of the car and went to the back. When he opened the car door for Pei Jai, he said with concern, Boss, this is not good. What's not good? Women who hang out in bars are complicated. If you really have that need, it's better to find a normal woman. Pei Jai was speechless. He glared at Xiao. Shut up. Then, he put Lin Jiao down. Are you still driving? Yes, get in the car first. But my legs are numb. Lin Jiao blew away the strands of hair covering her face, revealing her charming face. As soon as he saw her face, Xiao was stunned. He looked at the two of them and stammered, Miss Lin, what a coincidence. Lin Jiao glanced at him and had a hard time identifying him as she was still drunk. Ignore him. Afraid that she would be drenched in the rain, Pei Jai helped her into the car. After she got into the car, he walked to the car behind and knocked on the window twice. Yeju, did you call for a designated driver? No. Chu Yeju shoved Pei Yulin into the back seat and said, but don't worry, my assistant will come and drive later. Then be careful. Call me if you need anything. All right. Go ahead. Before Pei Jai could shake off the raindrops on his shoulder, the person beside him leaned over. On impulse, he put his arm around her waist. However, that was as far as he would go. Crossing the line while she was not fully awake was not something he would do. Boss, where are we going? Let's send her home first. But do you know where she lives? Pei Jai was put on the spot. He really did not know. He lowered his head to look at Lin Jiao and asked, Lin Jiao, where do you live? Lin Jiao heard him ask where she lived in a daze and replied weakly, Mingshan. Ming what? Mingshan Mansion. Xiao immediately added, Boss, Mingshan Mansion is just 2 streets away from where you live. Pei Jai was delighted. All right, get going. He knew very well why Lin Jiao moved. It was precisely because of this that he exuded glows. Xiao was also happy for him. After all, it meant that his boss now would have a chance. However, when he arrived outside Mingshan Mansion, he encountered another problem. Boss, which unit does she live in? Pei Jai did not want to wake Lin Jiao up. He swiped open her phone and found the detailed address on the food delivering app. Unit 9. Xiao gave him a thumbs up and drove on. After stopping, he turned around and asked, Boss, do you want me to wait for you? No need. With that, Pei Jai carried Lin Jiao into the building. The corridor lights were bright, wrapping around the two overlapping figures. Pei Jai pushed the door open and entered. He found Lin Jiao's bedroom and gently placed her on the bed. Jiao. He brushed her hair aside, his voice gentle and deep. I feel terrible. What happened? I can't breathe. Lin Jiao turned over uncomfortably, one hand behind her back, as if she was trying to touch something. Pei Jai leaned over and looked at her back. She did not see anything and was a little anxious. Afraid that she might have an allergy, he quickly called Xiao. Boss. Xiao, who had been imagining what could happen to his boss and Lin Jiao, said in an especially cheeky way, I am next to a convenience store. What do you need? Pei Jai did not want to waste his breath talking to him. Drive the car back. Are you leaving so soon? She's not feeling well. What's wrong? Xiao did not dare to be negligent. He turned the steering wheel and asked, do you want me to send her to the hospital? Pei Jai said, yes, she. A white bra flew over and interrupted him. He subconsciously caught it and looked at it. His earlobes instantly turned red when he felt the remaining body temperature on it. Boss, what did you just say? Xiao did not hear anything else and thought that the signal was not good. No, nothing. Is Miss Lin allergic to alcohol? Pei Jai looked away with difficulty. No, he glanced at Lin Jiao from the corner of his eye. She's fine. You don't have to come. Xiao was puzzled. Was his boss playing a prank on him? Boss, are you sure? Positive. With that, Pei Jai hung up. He put the bra aside and covered it with a blanket. Jiao, are you feeling better now? Lin Jiao responded softly and closed her eyes in satisfaction without noticing that Pei Jai's face was as red as an apple. She stopped struggling in discomfort, which put Pei Jai at ease. However. Chapter 10. Who should I bark at a dog? When Lin Jiao woke up, the warm sun shone in from the window and cast its ray on the dust particles floating in the room, making it look surreal. She sat up weakly and reached for the glass on the bedside table. The cold water flowed down her throat, alleviating the discomfort and dryness, and also clearing her chaotic thoughts. Buzz, buzz. Lin Jiao glanced at the caller and answered the call after some hesitation. Her tone was cold as she asked, "What do you want?" "Sister Jiao, are you free this afternoon?" Songjin was very polite. "Brother Quan wants to transfer a shop to you. You have to come over and sign it." "I'm busy." "Then do you want me to bring it over for you to sign?" Lin Jiao said sternly, "I told Ji Quan very clearly that I don't want anything from him." "That's not what you said when you were swiping his card. What's the point of pretending?" "Chi, what are you doing?" Songjin, who had snatched his phone back, quickly apologized. "Sister Jiao, don't take what he said to heart." Lin Jiao said indifferently, "Don't worry, I won't bark at a dog when a dog barks at me." She was not stupid. Since she had nothing to do with Ji Quan now, why should she care about what his friends thought about her? Songjin walked away from Chi with his phone. He brought the topic back. "Sister Jiao, Brother Quan doesn't mean anything bad. He just wants you to live well. Whether I'm living well or not has nothing to do with him." Lin Jiao's throat was still hurting and she was not in the mood to talk to him. "Tell him to stop bothering me." "All right," Songjin said. He knew it was useless to persuade her. As soon as the call ended, Lin Jiao blacklisted Ji Quan and his friends. She opened WeChat and was about to do the same when an unread message appeared. "Pei Yuan, did you wake up?" Lin Jiao stared at the screen for a long time and tried to recall what happened last night, but her memory stopped at the moment she saw Pei Jai at the bar. She replied with 2 messages in a row. "Yeah, I woke up a while ago." "Uncle, did you send me home last night?" In order not to miss her message, Pei Jai logged into WeChat early in the morning on his office desktop computer. He opened the chat box and typed on the keyboard, "Yeah, do you feel unwell? My throat is a little sore. The kettle is on the bedside table to your right. Drink more water and rest at home today." Lin Jiao turned around and opened the lid of the kettle. Seeing that it was filled with water, she couldn't help but feel sweet. "Thank you, uncle." Smiley face. Seeing this emoji, Pei Jai chuckled. "You're welcome." He picked up his phone and opened the food delivering app. At this point, Lin Jiao did not know what else to chat about. She turned on the kettle and leaned lazily against the bed. She sent him another emoji. Pei Jai went through his sticker collection and sent a head-patting sticker. "I ordered takeout for you. It'll be there soon." Lin Jiao felt happy that someone cared about her, but her focus at this moment was on the cute head-patting sticker. She saved the sticker and asked, "Uncle, have you eaten?" "Yes." Thinking that she had yet to wash up, Pei Jai ended the topic first. "I still have work to do. Rest well." "Roger that, sir." Lin Jiao returned to the user interface. She deleted a dozen WeChat friends and found all the bank cards Ji Quan had given her. She called a courier to send the cards back. Without hesitation or reluctance, she decisively got rid of everything related to him, as if she was dealing with expired food. Asterisk. Who does Lin Jiao think she is? A loud bang came from the private room of a restaurant. Chi, who had smashed his phone, was still angry. "Songjin, call her again." "Is that necessary?" "Of course, it is. She scolded me." Songjin sighed. He felt that Chi was like a child who had not grown up. He said reasonably, "You were the one being sarcastic first." You call that sarcasm, but I call that honesty. Even if she spent Brother Kwan's money, he gave it to her willingly. Who are we to say anything about it? I don't like her anyway. He took a sip of tea and started to dig up the past. I haven't settled the score with her about what happened in the restaurant last time. You still want to fight back? Not only that, but I also have to teach her a lesson. Songjin patted his shoulder. She's Brother Kwan's ex-girlfriend after all. Don't go overboard. Brother Kwan doesn't care about her anyway. How do you expect people to think about Brother Kwan if his friend gives his ex-girlfriend a beating? He did not speak. He used silence to let this matter rest, but he was secretly planning something. Sutian, who was standing at the door, lightning, knocked twice. She carried the 2 bags to the table and chatted with them like she used to. Where's Brother Kwan? He met 2 partners and is chatting with them next door. He'll come over later. Yes, Songjin replied. When he and Sutian were in high school, their relationship was very ordinary and they did not have much in common. On the other hand, Chi suddenly became a chatterbox and couldn't stop talking. I heard you guys talking about Lin Jiao just now. Sutian asked calmly. What happened to her? Nothing. Why? Can't you tell me? No, Chi did not notice Songjin's gaze and told her everything without thinking. Songjin was speechless. He was afraid that Sutian would be pissed off about Ji Kwan wanting to give Lin Jiao the shop, so he quickly explained, Brother Kwan doesn't mean anything by it. He just wants to give her something as an apology gift. The day Sutian planned to return to the country, she asked Chi about what had happened in the past few years. Naturally, she knew that Ji Kwan had no feelings for Lin Jiao. However, she still felt a little uncomfortable at the thought that Lin Jiao had been living with her man for so long. I know. Sutian rubbed her teacup. This is all our fault. We have to make it up to her. What does it have to do with you? If I knew it earlier, I would have stopped Ji Kwan from finding a replacement, and Lin Jiao wouldn't have to suffer the pain. Sutian, it's not your fault. Chi looked at her with all the gentleness he had, but he could not hug her in his arms and could only comfort her verbally. Sutian shook her head. I'll take responsibility for Ji Kwan's mistake. After all, he did it for me. That by *ch doesn't want any compensation anyway. Just ignore her and live a good life with Brother Kwan. Even if she doesn't want it, we have to give it to her. Chi knew she was a kind-hearted person. What do you want to do? Give me her number. Sutian swiped open the screen of her phone and handed it to him. I'll talk to her when I have time. Chi could not reject her. He reminded her again, just talk to her on the phone. It's best if you don't meet her. Why? I'm afraid she'll harm you. All right. Sutian lowered her eyes. When she saved the number, a dark glint flashed across her eyes. It was still uncertain who would harm who. Chapter 11. Office romance is strictly forbidden. On Monday, the employees of Xingheng Court lined up in an orderly manner in front of the time clock in the hall. Some were chewing on their breakfast, and some were reading on their phone. They went about their business without disturbing each other. Lin Jiao, who was at the end of the line, became nervous because of the tense atmosphere. Today was her first day at the company. In order to leave a good impression on her new colleagues, she woke up 2 hours early to put on makeup and do her hair. She even practiced smiling in front of the mirror several times. While no one was looking at her, she took out a cosmetic mirror. After confirming that her makeup was perfectly done, she took the elevator to the 2nd floor and went to the Human Resources Department to settle the procedures. Lin Jiao, right? The HR officer in her early 30s glanced at her and called out her name. She extended her hand. My name is Zhao Lan, the supervisor of the Human Resources Department. You can call me Sister Lan. Sister Lan. Lin Jiao held her hand and smiled sweetly. Zhao Lan said with a nod, follow me. She pushed open the door to the lounge and took out the 2 contracts she had prepared. Press your fingerprint on all the places where your name is written. Okay. Lin Jiao opened her wallet, handed her ID card to her, and read the contract quickly. She pressed her fingerprint down seriously according to the rules. Zhao Lan checked the contracts. The planning department is on the 8th floor. Go up and look for Manager Wu. He will arrange work for you. Lin Jiao nodded. Thank you. She put on the work pass Zhao Lan gave her and walked into Manager Wu's office 5 minutes later. Manager Wu's name was Wu Zhuwen, and he was the deputy manager of the planning department. He was clearly not old, but his checkered shirt made him look old and dull. He took out the resume sent by the Human Resources Department and looked at it again. He said amiably, "What a coincidence. I also graduated from Lynn University. Were you in the same major as me?" "No, I majored in mathematics." "I see." Perhaps because they were schoolmates, Lin Jiao was not as nervous as before. She sat upright on the chair and answered all his questions patiently, but she did not expect his questions to suddenly take a big turn. "Lin, are you in a relationship?" "No. It's like this. There are many single young men in our company, but office romance is strictly forbidden. Avoid unnecessary contacts other than work." "Understood." Lin Jiao looked serious. "Manager, don't worry. I have no intention of falling in love at the moment. I want to focus on my career." Wu Zhuwen nodded in satisfaction. He put away the resume and brought her to the office to introduce her to the other employees. "Everyone, stop doing what you are doing for a moment." The sound of typing on the keyboard suddenly stopped. When several people looked over, Wu Zhuwen cleared his throat and said, "This is our new colleague, Lin Jiao." Lin Jiao felt clumsy when so many eyes were fixed on her. She smiled and greeted them. The room fell silent. Just as she was beginning to wonder if she was disturbing their work, she heard someone let out a gasp of surprise. "Wow!" The man sitting at the first desk on the right said, "We finally have a pretty girl at our department." As soon as he spoke, the others agreed and praised Lin Jiao with nice words. Chapter 12. First day at the company. Lin Jiao blushed at the praise. Seeing that she was embarrassed, Wu Zhuwen glanced at them. "That's enough. Don't scare our new co-worker. We're just excited. Which one of us will be the guide for our new colleague?" "Don't think about it. It can be anyone but you." Lin Jiao was speechless. Wu Zhuwen ignored them. He looked around the workstation and called a man who remained quiet all along. "Zhen Yi, you'll be in charge of guiding her." "Sure." Zhen Yi led her to an empty seat. He found more than 10 documents and piled them on Lin Jiao's desk. "There are introductions to the products and projects that we currently have, as well as the planning plans and project proposals we made in the first half of the year. I'll give you a week to digest them. Is there a problem?" "No problem. Ask me if there's anything you don't understand. I'll ask you to write a proposal in a week." Lin Jiao nodded like a chick pecking at grain. She put down her bag, joined their group chat, and got down to work. She spent the entire morning immersed in the introduction of the products and projects. Even when it was time for lunch, she was still working. "Lin Jiao, stop for a moment." Zhen Yi knocked on the table with his finger. "We have 2 hours of lunch break. Go and eat first." "Okay." Lin Jiao looked up at him. She closed the folder and leaned back on the chair. "Brother Zheng, which floor is the cafeteria?" "5th floor," the female colleague beside her answered. As she rubbed hand cream on her hand, she said with a friendly smile, "Zheng Yi brought his own food. I'll go with you." The environment in Xingheng's employees' cafeteria was excellent. Not to mention the elegant decoration, the various considerate services gave people a sense of home. There were all kinds of dishes lying in the glass display, and they all looked very appetizing. Lin Jiao held a plate in one hand and a pair of tongs in the other. If not for the fact that she was afraid of wasting food, she really wanted to get a little of every dish. The two of them walked around the dining area for a long time before finding an empty seat to sit down. "Yunji, how long have you been in the company?" Lin Jiao took the opportunity to strike up a conversation with her. "Not long. Maybe 6 months. Is this your first job?" "Yeah, kind of." Feng Yunji was very chatty. Once she started, she couldn't stop talking. Unavoidably, the girls brought their attention to gossip. Feng Yunji asked, "Did you know anything about Xingheng Corp before you came?" "I did some research on the company." "Then do you know our boss?" Lin Jiao was stunned for a moment. "I'm not sure." "What about him?" "He's especially handsome." Lin Jiao was speechless. "When I first saw him, I thought he was from the entertainment industry. He looks like someone who comes straight out of Vampire Diary." When Feng Yunji mentioned him, she looked infatuated. Especially those eyes. They were sparkling with excitement. Lin Jiao asked cooperatively, "Is he that handsome?" "Yes." Feng Yunji nodded. "And he's only 29 years old. He's already successful at 29 years old. Some people can't reach his level even if they work hard for their entire lives." "Okay, that's true." Lin Jiao agreed with that. She had always admired Pei Jai. Be it his style of doing things or the way he handled problems, he was worth learning from. After Feng Yunji was done being infatuated, she sighed and said, I wonder who will win his heart in the end. Lin Jiao silently picked up the bowl to drink the soup. From the beginning to the end, her reaction was very calm. Feng Yunji couldn't help but find it strange. Lin Jiao, aren't you curious? I'm curious. Lin Jiao wiped her lips and asked, is he not married yet? No, a person of his status probably will marry a partner who can bring him benefits. Says who? Isn't that what people in the upper class society do? Lin Jiao shook her head. He's capable and rich. He doesn't need to use marriage to stabilize his status. But he has to consider the Pei family, right? What if his parents want him to marry another rich girl? They won't. How do you know? Feng Yunji looked at her suspiciously, not understanding why she was positive. Lin Jiao, who almost exposed herself, blinked innocently. She looked at her and said, it's just my guess. You scared me. Feng Yunji patted her chest. I thought you knew the Pei family. Lin Jiao smiled but did not say anything. Seeing that Feng Yunji was almost done eating, she stood up and said, Yunji, I'll go out and buy something. Do you want me to go with you? No, go back and rest. Watching her disappear in the elevator, Lin Jiao heaved a sigh of relief and followed the GPS to a nearby cafe. She ordered a cup of cappuccino and leaned comfortably on the sofa to video call Pei Yulin. Yulin, are you feeling better? After Pei Yulin drank cocktails that day, her period was brought forward. Coupled with her abdominal pain, she had to take a sick day today. I'm feeling worse. She rubbed her eyes and rolled over lifelessly. That prick Chuyoju is messing with me. Lin Jiao raised an eyebrow. What did he do? He snitched on me to my parents. I'm doomed. Did you offend him? The Chu and Pei families were not only old friends, but also neighbors. Logically speaking, the relationship between the younger generation should be very close. However, Pei Yulin and Chuyoju did not get along. They bickered and dissed each other whenever they met. I don't know what's wrong with him. The moment he came to my house, he said that I treated uncle as a gigolo and even insulted him. Seriously, did you really do that? Of course not. Pei Yulin looked guilty and then said excitedly, that's my uncle. How would I dare? Seeing her reaction, Lin Jiao knew that Chuyoju had a lot of evidence to prove what he said. Did he say anything about how you insulted your uncle? He said I threw a card at uncle's face. Pei Yulin's voice became softer and weaker, but I don't think that was the case. At the thought of that scene, Lin Jiao was worried for her. No matter how good-tempered Pei Jai was, he would surely get angry at being treated as such by his niece. She suggested, although you shouldn't be held accountable for what you said while you were drunk, you'd better go and apologize. Pei Yulin knew very well that Chuyoju would not joke about this. She just did not want to face the truth. She sighed and stopped talking. Jiao Jiao, you know how afraid of him I am. Chapter 13. Meeting him as his employee. He doesn't eat people, does he? Lin Jiao looked at her troubled expression and wanted to laugh. Don't scare yourself, but I'm still afraid. Then talk to him on WeChat. Will it work? Pei Yulin expressed her doubts, frowning. Should be all right. Lin Jiao comforted her. When are you going to come to the company? Thursday. Pei Yulin brushed her messy hair away and took 2 sips of water. How do you feel today? Not bad. Are there any handsome men in your department? I didn't pay attention to that. Pei Yulin kept talking nonsense. Lin Jiao made an excuse and hung up. Seeing that it was still early, she went back to nap. The air conditioner in the planning department was on full blast. She lay on the table for a moment and felt a chill run down her spine. No longer sleepy, she opened Taobao. Just as she was about to buy 2 blankets and pillows, another message popped up on WeChat. Pei Jai, what are you doing? Shopping on Taobao. Lin Jiao answered truthfully, not forgetting to show concern for him. Didn't you take an afternoon nap? I don't have an afternoon nap habit. Staring at the computer screen, Pei Jai was lost in deep thought for a moment before asking, are you free tonight? Yes, why? I want to treat you to a meal. Only then did Lin Jiao remember that she still owed him a meal. Let me treat you. Lin, come over for a moment. Wu Zhuwen lowered his voice to call her to avoid disturbing his other colleagues. He handed a stack of documents to her. Send this to assistant question on the top floor. Okay. Lin Jiao walked to the top floor as quickly as possible. Question Xiao was stunned when he saw her. He stared at her work pass and looked at it several times. Miss Lin, when did you join us? Today. No wonder. Lin Jiao did not hear what he was muttering. She placed the documents in front of him and said in a respectful tone, Manager Wu asked me to give these to you. Miss Lin, you don't have to be so respectful. Alright, you can just call me Lin too. Question Xiao pointed at the CEO's office diagonally opposite. I still have a video conference to attend. Can you help me send these in? Of course, Lin Jiao would not refuse. She stood in front of the CEO's office and tidied her clothes and hair before knocking on the door. Come in. The man's deep voice sounded. Lin Jiao pressed the door handle and slowly walked to the table. He was staring at something on the table and did not even look up at her. President Pei. A voice that he remembered by heart sounded in his ear. Pei Jai suddenly looked up and saw that beautiful face. Her outfit today was especially different. A satin white shirt gave her an aura of a professional office lady, but the water blue A-line skirt, on the other hand, added a tinge of cuteness to her overall professional outfit. Pei Jai's gaze landed on those long legs for a few seconds, and the darkness in her eyes disappeared. He looked into her eyes. Why didn't you tell me you were coming to Xinheng? Lin Jiao pulled out the chair opposite him and sat down. I was afraid you'd pull some strings to help me. Chapter 14. Don't be afraid with me around. Pei Jai smiled. Yes, I've indeed thought about it. His gaze became gentler. But with your ability, you don't need my help. Xinheng Corp had a high threshold. She was a graduate student without much work experience. The fact that she could successfully pass the interview was enough to explain everything. Stop praising me. I haven't even yet familiarized myself with all the projects Xinheng Corp is involved in. That can wait. You still have a lot of time. That's true. Lin Jiao took the water from him and took a sip. I'll start making proposals next week. Are you nervous? A little. I'm afraid I won't be able to do it well. You have to believe in yourself. Pei Jai wanted to rub the top of her head, but he was afraid that she might find it too abrupt, so he thought better of it. He said gently, no matter what the outcome is, what you learn in the process is the most important. His voice seemed to give people strength, making Lin Jiao feel less stressed out. She smiled faintly. President Pei, you are right. Seeing that the worry in her eyes had disappeared, Pei Jai was slightly relieved. He looked at the stack of documents and asked, what is this? I don't know either. Lin Jiao hadn't looked at it yet. Manager Wu asked me to send it up. For me? He asked me to give it to Brother Question, but Brother Question said he has a video conference to attend. Pei Jai understood what was going on. He flipped through it and brought the conversation back to their previous conversation on WeChat. Question Xiao has booked the restaurant. You can treat me to a meal another day. That works. Then I'll come and find you after work. Wait for me in the parking lot. Lin Jiao did not want to attract too much attention, especially since she had just joined the company. Pei Jai understood her worry. All right. He looked at the time on the screen. I'll send you a message at 6. Lin Jiao nodded. She stood up and said in a clear voice, President Pei, if there's nothing else, I'll go back first. He suppressed the emotions in his eyes and nodded slightly. When the figure disappeared from his sight, he closed his eyes and leaned against the chair, letting the joy that had been suppressed for a long time overwhelm him. In the evening, the sky was glowing. The afterglow of the setting sun shone through the French windows and onto the desks in the planning department. Lin Jiao looked out of the window. Her long eyelashes fluttered slightly, casting a layer of shadow on her lower eyelids. Feng Yunji, who turned to talk to her, was stunned for a moment by her beauty. Lin Jiao, aren't you leaving? I'll wait a while. Are you waiting for someone to pick you up? In order to avoid becoming the topic of gossip, Lin Jiao quickly explained, he's not my boyfriend. Oh, I understand. No boyfriend as of today. Lin Jiao was speechless. She shouldn't have explained. Feng Yunji touched up her lipstick and hurriedly said, I'll leave first. See you tomorrow. Okay. Lin Jiao put away the things. After receiving Pei Jai's message, she looked around and took the elevator to the underground parking lot. There were many cars parked in Xinheng's underground parking lot. Lin Jiao searched for a long time, but she could not find the A3 sign. Seeing that she was wandering around like a lost deer, Pei Jai chuckled and shook his head helplessly. He got out of the car. Lin Jiao, over here. Hearing his voice, Lin Jiao turned around and realized that he was pretty much right in front of her. She immediately walked over. The signs here are so small. I'm dazzled. I'll get someone to change it tomorrow. Page I opened the passenger door for her gentlemanly. He checked her seat belt before stepping on the gas. It's a little congested around here. Rest for a while. Okay. Lin Jiao happened to be a little sleepy. She adjusted the seat and lay on her side with her back facing the sun. Under the silence and peace of mind, she quickly fell asleep. The A-line dress she was wearing was pulled up a little because of this posture. Her fair legs were especially eye-catching under the sun. While waiting for the traffic light, Page I took a blanket from the back seat and covered her body. Firstly, he was afraid that she would catch a cold in the air-conditioned car. Secondly, he didn't want to be distracted by this pair of white and slender legs. He drove very slowly. The journey that should have taken 15 minutes was delayed to half an hour so that she could sleep soundly. When Lin Jiao was woken up, there was only a little bit of lingering sunlight on the horizon. She asked in a sleepy tone, "Uncle, what are we eating?" "French cuisine." When she looked over, he said matter-of-factly, "This restaurant was rated 3 Michelin stars last year. It's not bad." Lin Jiao unbuckled her seat belt. "Do you come here often?" "Sometimes." Page I got out of the car and went to the other side. He glanced at her high heels and slowed down his pace. "Chu Yaju knows the chef here. I've been here with him twice." Lin Jiao nodded understandingly. "Did they take long to serve?" "Not long." "That's good." She didn't like waiting. No matter how much she liked something, if she had to wait for a long time, she would be put off. "Lin Jiao, don't be distracted while walking." Just as she was about to hit the doorpost, Page I stopped her. Lin Jiao blushed in embarrassment as her thoughts were pulled back. She followed Page I into the restaurant and stopped when she passed by a glass floor that was almost 5 meters tall. Below the glass floor was a small artificial stream. The water in the stream was clear and filled with colorful kois. This may strike others as pleasing to the eyes. However, when it came to Lin Jiao, there was only fear. She didn't dare to look down at the stream. "Uncle, what happened? I can't bring myself to cross it." Page I remembered that she had acrophobia. "Don't worry, the glass is strong here. You won't fall into the stream." "What if it collapses?" Lin Jiao pursed her lips, fixing her eyes on him. Page I sensed her uneasiness and fear. He leaned down, keeping his eyes level with hers, and asked in a coaxing tone, "I'll hold you and cross it with you together, okay?" Lin Jiao frowned, looking conflicted. "I'm here. Don't be afraid." He held out a hand and waited patiently for her to make a decision. Chapter 15. Holding hands and getting closer. Lin Jiao hesitated for a moment before slowly placing her hand on his palm and holding it tightly. She pressed against his arm and took a step under his lead. The moment she stepped onto the glass floor, her body stiffened. "Do you know where that painting came from?" Page I raised his chin at the wall on the left, trying to divert her attention. "I do." Lin Jiao was very interested in paintings. Although she was not talented in that aspect, she liked going to galleries to appreciate paintings. When she talked about this topic, her fear was obviously reduced. Page I held her hand and helped her cross the glass floor. Only when the waiter came over did he let go of his hand. While waiting for Lin Jiao to finish ordering, he asked, "Whose work do you like the most?" "Claude Monet." Lin Jiao moved the chair forward. "He has a particularly good grasp of the changes in light and color." Page I did not know much about Claude Monet. I admire his perseverance." "Me too." Lin Jiao felt like she had found a soulmate. She expressed her admiration for Monet with an enthusiastic gaze and said with a sigh, "It's a pity I haven't seen his real work. I think he has some of his work sitting at the Musée d'Orsay. Shall we go together sometime?" "In Paris?" "Yes." Page I looked into her clear eyes and could tell that she was seriously considering it. Lin Jiao rested her chin on her hand. "When do you have time?" "It'll be in November at the earliest." Page I was not like those CEOs on television who could take long vacations at will. He had a lot to think about. Even when taking vacation, he still needed to spend time arranging everything. "Then let's set it in November." Lin Jiao was overjoyed at the thought of seeing Monet's real work with her own eyes. Just as Page I was thinking about how to create beautiful memories that only belong to the two of them, he was pulled back to reality. "It just so happens that Yulin wants to go to Paris too." Page I was speechless. It seemed like he had to think of a way to deal with that annoying niece first. Pei-Jai picked up his knife and fork and cut the foie gras that the waiter had just served. He pushed it in front of her. Try it. Lin Jiao's appetite was aroused. During this meal, she ate much more than usual. Do you want to eat anything else? I can't eat anymore. Pei Yuan chuckled. All right. He stood up and walked to her side. Do you want me to hold your hand? Lin Jiao was stunned. What? Pei-Jai reached out a hand. What do you think? Lin Jiao reacted and held the hand without hesitation, walking to the glass floor with him. She still did not dare to look down. Uncle. Yes, I'm here. I might have eaten too much. My legs are weak. The moment she said that, Pei-Jai recalled how drunk she looked that day at the bar. Do you want me to give you a piggyback? No, she was afraid the glass wouldn't hold the weight of two people. Just hold my shoulder and walk faster. Pei-Jai listened to her. He held her shoulders and pulled her into his arms like she was a treasure while quickening his pace. Chapter 16. A happy date for both of them. She gripped the corner of his shirt tightly. The moment she walked out of the glass floor, she breathed a sigh of relief. Are you still feeling bloated? Pei-Jai pulled his hand back at the right time. When he looked down at her, his eyes were filled with smiles. A little. Lin Jiao touched the tip of her nose awkwardly. She walked down the steps outside the restaurant and followed the way she came. Uncle, are you going back to the old mansion? No. Then where are you staying? Red Maple Forest. Pei-Jai looked at the two shadows on the stone path. He enjoyed being alone with her. Red Maple Forest is in front of my house, right? Yes, very close to where you live. There was a gentleness in his eyes, like a spring breeze brushing past her face. She had never met anyone like Pei-Jai. When he did not smile, his aura was powerful and made people submit for no reason. However, when he smiled, he was as approachable as the big brother next door. He seemed to have two personalities, but when the two personalities came together, they gave him a charm that no one else could have. Is there something on my face? Seeing that she was in a daze, looking at him, Pei-Jai smiled even more brightly. No. Then what are you thinking? Lin Jiao quickly thought of something. I was just thinking about the housing price in Red Maple Forest. Pei-Jai knew this wasn't what was on her mind, but he didn't expose her. He pressed the car key and opened the passenger door for her. It went up at the beginning of the year. It's about 60,000 per square now. That expensive. When has the housing price near the CBD ever been cheap? Mingshan Mansion went up too. By how much? About 5 or 6,000. Lin Jiao put on her seatbelt and waited for him to get in. She opened the drawer and took out 2 bottles of water. If I had known, I would have rented out my apartment. Pei-Jai said ambiguously, you can rent it after you get married. He unscrewed the cap of the water bottle and handed it to her. Then I'm afraid it's not gonna happen anytime soon. Not necessarily. Fate is hard to say. Lin Jiao did not comment. She had just experienced a failed relationship and did not know if her scarred heart could still accommodate another person. Instead of looking forward to an illusory marriage, it was better to achieve something in her career first. At least, it was more beneficial to her. Tired? The light in the car was dim, and Pei-Jai could not see her expression clearly, so he thought she was tired. Lin Jiao shook her head. Not really. She looked out the window at the flashing neon lights. Although she said that she wasn't tired, her eyelids drooped a moment later. Pei-Jai did not make a sound to disturb her. He slowed down the car, hoping that this journey would be longer. However, no matter how long it would end. The moment the brakes were pressed, Lin Jiao woke up. Uncle, thank you. She rubbed her eyes and smiled at him. I'm very happy tonight. You're welcome. He was happy too. Pei-Jai watched her disappear into the building. He lit a cigarette. The smile in his eyes was covered by the smoke rising from the cigarette. However, the joy on his face was too obvious to be concealed. Their date piqued Xiao's curiosity. The following day, he came to the company earlier than usual to wait. He waited and waited until 9 a.m. when he finally saw Pei-Jai. President, good morning. Pei-Jai glanced at him. He pushed open the door of his office, opened the breakfast he had been carrying, and sat at the table to enjoy it. It was just an extremely ordinary roasted wheat and egg, but he ate it like it was a delicacy. Xiao had been with him for 4 years, so he could tell something was different with his boss today. President, did you come with Miss Lin? Yeah, Did she buy this breakfast for you too? You want to eat it? Pei-Jai raised the egg and took another bite in front of him. He deliberately slowed down his eating, as if he was showing off to Question Xiao. Question Xiao did not know what was there to show off about an egg. It was not like he could not afford it. He pulled out the chair in front of him and sat down. I don't want to. I had a pancake this morning. President, did you have fun with her last night? Not bad. Any intimate interactions? Pei-Jai cracked another egg at the corner of the table and peeled it open. Does holding hands count? Question Xiao gave him a thumbs up. Good job. At this rate, it won't be long before you marry her. I hope so. Then do you want to eat with her at noon? I'll think of a way to get her to come up. Pei-Jai pondered for a moment. No need. He swallowed the egg in his mouth and picked up the coffee cup. I haven't been to the cafeteria for a long time. Question Xiao understood immediately. All right, I'll go with you. This was why Pei-Jai was most satisfied with this assistant. Go ahead. He finished his breakfast and was about to send a message to Lin Jiao when a message popped out. Pei Yulin, hello, my dear uncle. Please allow me to apologize for what happened at the bar last time. Because of my drunkenness, I said something that I shouldn't have. I deeply understand the seriousness of the matter. Please forgive me. Sincerely yours, your name. Pei Yuan ignored the large paragraph in the middle. He stared at the name at the end and sneered. Did you change your name? What do you mean? Did I change my name? After Pei Yulin sent this message, she noticed the words your name. She held her heart that was about to stop beating and quickly pressed the retract button. Pei-Jai, remember to check it before you copy and paste the sample next time. Smiley face. With that, he blocked her. No matter how Pei Yulin apologized, she could not get any response. She was in deep frustration and regret. Chapter 17. The feeling of being in a secret love. At lunchtime, Xingheng's cafeteria was packed. Before Lin Jiao could pick up her favorite food, she heard Feng Yunji's excited shout. Lin Jiao, look! She elbowed Lin Jiao's forearm and raised her chin to the right. The president is here. Pei-Jai's appearance was like a stone thrown onto a calm lake, causing a ripple, making all the employees in the cafeteria look over. They looked at him with admiration and respect. Lin Jiao met his deep and dark eyes. When he walked over slowly, she called out softly, President Pei. Pei-Jai nodded calmly. He took the plate from Question Xiao and did not talk to her much. After filling up his plate, he picked a seat on her right. President, here's your soup. When Question Xiao brought the bowl over, he glanced at Lin Jiao unintentionally. He wanted to laugh but did not dare to. Pei-Jai ate slowly. The sun poured down from the window and landed on his exquisite face. As he lowered his head to eat, his eyelashes fluttered like a feather brushing past the hearts of the female employees present. Feng Yunji was wide-mouthed in infatuation. She stared at Pei-Jai, as if she could see the halo around him. It was mysterious and tempting. Lin Jiao felt that she was about to drool. Yunji, eat first. She reminded her in a low voice to avoid being heard by Pei-Jai. Huh? What did you say? The food is getting cold. Feng Yunji came back to her senses and stopped looking to the right. She pushed aside the hair hanging on the table and blinked at Lin Jiao. I didn't lie to you, did I? No. Lin Jiao knew what she was referring to. Her gaze landed on Pei-Jai, thinking that no one with a normal sense of beauty would deny the fact that he was charming and attractive. Pei-Jai caught her gaze and turned around. He swallowed the food in his mouth and asked gently, do you have some tissue? Yeah. Lin Jiao put down her chopsticks. When she handed him the tissue, she accidentally touched his fingertips. She felt as numb as if she had been electrocuted. Seeing that she was avoiding eye contact, afraid that others would find out about their relationship, Pei-Jai had a strange feeling that he was in a secret love with his employee. He smiled. Thank you, it's fine. Lin Jiao buried her head in her food. She tried to calm her racing heart and only managed to do it when Pei-Jai left with Question Xiao. Lin Jiao, you don't look right. Feng Yunji's words shocked Lin Jiao. She pretended not to understand. What do you mean? You were blushing when you handed President Pei the tissue. Was I? Yes. Feng Yunji narrowed her eyes. Tell me the truth. Are you infatuated with his beauty? Lin Jiao heaved a sigh of relief. Yes, indeed, I was. She patted her flushed cheeks and regained her composure. Feng Yunji had an expression that said, I knew it all. On their way back to the planning department, she said, it's normal to like his looks, but don't have any other thoughts. What kind of thoughts? Like becoming his girlfriend or lover. Lin Jiao cleared her throat and asked calmly, how can I have that kind of thoughts? Chapter 18. Unreliable Love at First Sight. Seeing that she really did not have any thoughts about that, Feng Yunji was relieved and started to gossip with her about the design department. The gossip was basically about a female colleague who failed to seduce Pei Jai and was fired. She's that bold? That's right. I heard that she was wearing a very sexy dress at that time. However, as soon as she entered the CEO's office, she was asked to leave by assistant question. Lin Jiao raised an eyebrow and did not comment. I don't think that happens often, right? Of course, who would dare? Feng Yunji walked with her to the resting area. But there are still many female colleagues who like him. Well, he can't stop people from liking him, can he? That's true. He's just too excellent. Lin Jiao nodded. When she saw that there were other colleagues in the resting area, she stopped talking about Pei Jai. Lin Jiao, where did you buy that dress? Wan Rui was stunned by the black dress. Mumayu store. How much is it? Lin Jiao took a moment to recall. About 30,000 yuan. That expensive? Wan Rui touched the lace on her sleeve and was puzzled. I think the quality is average. What do you know? Sun Ftu crossed her legs and sized up Lin Jiao. She smiled meaningfully. These luxury dresses are all about brands. Who cares about quality? That's not worth it. Rich people don't care about money. Do you think everyone is like us who needs to consider and reconsider buying a dress for a few days? When Lin Jiao heard this, she felt that Sun Ftu was mocking her for being stupidly rich. She didn't get triggered. Instead, she said calmly, no matter what clothes you buy, it's all up to you. It doesn't matter if it's expensive or cheap. It's enough as long as it can make you happy. Well said, Wan Rui agreed. She retracted her gaze from the dress and turned to look at Sun Ftu, whose expression had changed slightly. I remember that you sell fake goods. Am I right? Sun Ftu blushed almost instantly. What are you talking about? You must be mistaken. I don't think so. Didn't you just buy a LV bag last month? You told me about it. That's not fake. That's a genuine one. Really? Wan Rui did not dwell on this topic and asked, then do you have any friends who sell fake goods? No, Sun Ftu refused to admit it. She did not want to embarrass herself again. Go on Taobao. There is a bunch of fake stuff. Sure. Wan Rui really opened Taobao. She searched for a few keywords but could not find the dress. She could only say to Lin Jiao, can I take a photo of your dress? Lin Jiao agreed. After she finished modeling, she turned around and left with the cup of freshly brewed black tea. She did not even look at Sun Ftu. When she returned to her desk, Feng Yunji leaned over. She clicked her tongue and said, not only is Sun Ftu hypocritical, but her private life is also very messy. Don't lower yourself to her level. Lin Jiao frowned. How do you know? I saw a few different men pick her up after work. That doesn't prove anything. Anyway, she doesn't have a good reputation. Feng Yunji took out an afternoon pillow and lay on it. Just stay away from her. Sure, Lin Jiao answered flatly. When they were in the resting room, Feng Yunji did not say a word to defend Lin Jiao and just watched the show. She had never expected to make friends in a business world filled with benefits, and she did not like Feng Yunji's habit of gossiping after watching a show. Pei Yulan came to the company on Thursday. After having her lunch, she went to the restaurant where she and Lin Jiao had agreed to meet up. She walked leisurely. When she passed by an alley, she was suddenly pulled in by a strong hand. Jiangyi covered her mouth in time. He looked out and saw the group of people were still chasing after him. He turned around and pressed Pei Yulan against the wall. Don't be afraid. I'm not a bad person. He was dressed neatly and cleanly, and his voice was surprisingly pleasant. Pei Yulan looked up subconsciously. When she met that extraordinarily handsome face, her heart skipped a beat. She stared at him intently. She felt she had been shot by Cupid's arrow, making her mesmerized and forget to struggle. My apology. Jiangyi let go of her a moment later. He looked at her and took 2 steps back clumsily. I was chased by some people just now, he explained. Pei Yulan tilted her head and took a deep breath. She brushed back the hair at her temple and tidied her dress in a ladylike manner. It's fine. Is there anything else I can help you with? Jiangyi shook his head. Thank you. At this moment, a MPV stopped outside the alley. A fierce-looking man pushed open the car door and waved at Jiang Yi. "Get in, I have to go." Jiang Yi pressed down the baseball cap on his head and gave her a charming smile before leaving. Pei Yulin was stunned for a long time. It was only when Lin Jiao called her that she came back to her senses and walked out of the alley reluctantly. "Jiao Jiao, I think I'm in love." She took the coffee from Lin Jiao and couldn't stop smiling foolishly. Ahem, Lin Jiao choked on the coffee. She looked at Pei Yulin's unfocused eyes. "Who are you in love with?" Why didn't she know anything about it? Pei Yulin told her what happened at the alley. Lin Jiao was speechless. "You mean you fell in love with him at first sight?" "Yes." "Do you know his name?" "I don't know." Pei Yulin did not care. Instead, she said confidently, "But I have a way to find him." "How?" "The people who chased him just now are probably his enemies or creditors. I'll know after screening the nearby casinos and loan companies." Lin Jiao had reason to suspect that her friend was blinded by love. She frowned and rained on her parade. "What if he's a murderer?" "Impossible." Pei Yulin waved her hand and analyzed in a serious tone. "His temperament and behavior don't look like that of a murderer. At most, he's a deadbeat. Murderers are very good at disguising. You might not be able to tell with just your eyes." "Jiao Jiao, you're thinking too much." Lin Jiao sighed. "I just find it very suspicious. Falling in love with someone who was being hunted down by a group of people. Wasn't that kind of movie plot? That man was an absolute mystery." She really did not want Pei Yulin to take the risk. "Don't worry." Pei Yulin held her hand. With a serious expression, she promised, "If he's really a criminal, I definitely stay away from him." Lin Jiao was silent for a moment. "Are you sure you want to find him?" Chapter 19. Mrs. Lin fainted from anger. "I'm sure." Pei Yulin made up her mind. She looked at the alley diagonally opposite. "Jiao Jiao, I don't want to leave any regrets even if I might be wrong." Lin Jiao had no intention of stopping her anymore. She followed her gaze. "The shops nearby are all equipped with surveillance cameras. You can bribe them and check the camera footage. At least, it was better than going to the casino alone." Pei Yulin was enlightened. "Jiao Jiao, you are smart." She blinked. "Let's come back after work." "All right." Lin Jiao would feel more at ease keeping an eye on her. She placed her fair fingers on the coffee cup that was covered in a layer of water vapor. "How's everything in the PR department?" "Not bad. Xing Heng will have a new product launch next month. I think you'll be busy." "That's right." Pei Yulin turned her head to the side and stretched her neck. Her eyes lit up as she said, "That's why I have to find him as soon as possible." She went back to the topic again. Lin Jiao's ear was buzzing from listening to her talking about her crush. When she finally ended the conversation, there was not much left of the 2-hour lunch break. "Jiao Jiao, see you after work." Pei Yulin said goodbye to her in the elevator. For some reason, she was exuding the aura of someone in love. Lin Jiao smiled faintly. "Okay." When she returned to the planning department and was going through the electronic documents, she received a message from Pei Jai. "Have you woken up from your nap yet?" "I didn't take a nap. I just had coffee with Yulin." When Pei Jai saw this, he remembered his niece, who had been blocked by him for a few days. "Did she come to work?" "That's right." After typing, Lin Jiao sent a confused emoji. "Don't you know?" "She didn't tell me." Of course, even if she did, he wouldn't be able to see it. Pei Jai did not want to talk about his niece, so he changed the topic. "Have you finished reading the company's product information?" Lin Jiao sent a nodding emoji. "Not bad, your progress is very fast." "Of course." Lin Jiao stared at the word typing on the chat box. Just as she was waiting for him to reply, an unknown number came in. "Jiao Jiao." Afraid that she would hang up, Ji Yuquan spoke faster than usual. "Auntie Lan fainted." "What's going on?" "I was on my way sending Sutian to the beauty salon when I bumped into her," she thought. He did not finish his sentence, but Lin Jiao understood. She asked Ji Yuquan for the address and went to the manager's office to apply for leave before rushing down. "Miss Lin?" Xiao bumped into her in the hall. When he didn't get a response from Lin Jiao, he went up to stop her out of worry. "Miss Lin, did something happen?" Lin Jiao called an Uber driver on the phone but the request hadn't been accepted. Therefore, when she heard Xiao's voice, she felt like she had found her savior. "Brother can you send me to the hospital?" "Which hospital?" "Renda." Xiao agreed without thinking. He brought Lin Jiao to the parking lot to get his car. After understanding the situation, he comforted her. "Don't worry, your mother will be fine." Lin Jiao nodded, still worried. She swiped the screen and turned it off. She repeated the same action several times but could not calm down. Brother question, "How long will it take?" "About 10 minutes. Good." After she sat down, question Xiao stepped on the accelerator and drove her to the hospital as quickly as possible. Chapter 20. Are you still blaming me? Outside the ward at the end of the 3rd floor, a little boy in a black and white striped t-shirt leaned against the wall and glared at Ji Yuquan fiercely. "Why did you cheat?" This was the 3rd time he had asked. Ji Yuquan did not spend much time with him, but in his impression, he had always been a good child. He was not as annoying and stubborn as he was now. He repeated, "I didn't cheat." "But you hugged her." "She's my girlfriend. Why can't I hug her?" Xu Jing clenched his fists, his eyes filled with anger. "What about my sister then? We've already broken up." "Why did you break up?" Ji Yuquan could not give a reason. He frowned, seeing that Xu Jing was not going to give up until he got an answer. He said, "You'll understand it when you grow up." Xu Jing gritted his teeth, wishing he could pull out his hair. "You cheated on my sister. Think what you want." Ji Yuquan could not be bothered with a little brat. He looked in the direction of the elevator and subconsciously stood up when he saw the familiar figure. "How's my mother?" Lin Jiao ran in a hurry. If not for the fact that she had to hold onto the wall to stabilize herself, she would have probably collapsed. Her anxious and helpless look made people pity her and want to protect her. Ji Yuquan said softly, "Auntie Lan accidentally knocked herself when she fainted. The doctor said that she has a slight concussion, but it's not a big problem." "Then why isn't she awake yet?" "She just finished taking the drug. I think she'll wake up after a while." Lin Jiao gradually calmed down. She lowered her head and her gaze landed on Xu Jing, who was holding the corner of her dress. She picked him up and said, "It's fine. Don't be afraid, Jing." "I'm not afraid." He was very brave. Xu Jing reached out his 2 chubby hands and patted her shoulder, then muttered softly, "Sister, ask him to leave." Lin Jiao looked sideways at Ji Yuquan. There was no emotion in her eyes, as if the person standing opposite her was just a stranger. "Sorry to trouble you today. Although this happened because of him." However, if he ignored her mother at the critical moment, Xu Jing, a 5-year-old child, really couldn't handle the situation well. "It's what I should do." Ji Yuquan met her hostile gaze and his heart tightened. "How much is the medical fee?" Lin Jiao did not think that this was what he should do. She didn't want to have anything to do with him. "No need. 2,800 in total." 2 voices spoke at the same time. As soon as Question Xiao entered the hospital, he went to ask the receptionist. After knowing that the fee had been settled by a Mr. Jiyu, he quickly ran over. He secretly sized up Ji Yuquan and said coldly, "Cash or card?" "Jiao Jiao, who is he?" "It has nothing to do with you." Ji Yuquan was dumbstruck. He knew that she didn't want to owe him, so he accepted the money, but he didn't give up. "Jiao Jiao, let's talk. I have nothing to say to you." "Are you still blaming me?" Lin Jiao sneered. "Ji Yuquan, you think too highly of yourself." "Jiao Jiao, stop talking. Please leave." There were also nurses and patients coming and going. Ji Yuquan did not want to kick up a fuss, so he left unwillingly. As soon as he left, Xu Jing snorted and looked at Lin Jiao with his dark eyes. "Sister, I'll protect you from now on." "Okay." Lin Jiao felt sweet inside. She rubbed Xu Jing's head. Hearing him talk about good friends from the class, her anxious heart gradually calmed down. 20 minutes later, Lan Ying woke up. Lin Jiao guessed that she had something to ask, so she handed Xu Jing to Question Xiao. "Jing, play with me brother Question for a while." "Okay." Xu Jing reached out to grab Question Xiao's hand. When the door was closed, he looked up at the tall man. "What's your relationship with my sister?" "We're colleagues." "Do you like my sister?" Question Xiao was shocked. "How is that possible?" He picked up Xu Jing. "I don't like her." Xu Jing was very satisfied with this answer. However, seeing that he was in such a hurry to refute, he felt puzzled. "Isn't my sister good?" "She's good, but I'm not good enough for her." "But why?" "No, why?" Question Xiao did not want to talk about this with a boy. He seized the opportunity and said, "Kid, let me ask you something." "What is it?" "How did Ji Yuquan make your mother faint?" Xu Jing frowned, his eyes filled with hesitation. If I tell you, will you tell anyone? No, I'll definitely keep it a secret. Really? Really? He would tell no one except his boss. Xu Jing was a child after all, so he was easily fooled. He cheated on my sister. Mom and I saw it with our own eyes. Xiao almost burst out cursing. Just thinking about the scene made him angry. He's an asterisk hole. What does that mean? That means he's worse than a dog. Do you understand? Xu Jing thought of the dog that liked to bark at him and nodded in agreement. He's even more annoying than a dog. Indeed, Xiao agreed. After reporting the situation to Pei Jai on WeChat, he was about to bring him downstairs. I'll buy you ice cream. Hearing this, Xu Jing's eyes lit up. He looked back. After making sure that the door was shut and no one could hear him, he whispered into Xiao's ear, I want to eat chocolate-flavored ice cream. No problem. Xiao strode to the elevator. As the sound of footsteps gradually disappeared, the silence was broken inside the ward. Jiao, what's going on between you and Ji Yuquan? Lan Ying, who was lying on the bed, looked worried. She had taken good care of herself. Even though she was middle-aged, there were hardly any wrinkles on her face. We broke up. Is it because of that girl? Not really. Lin Jiao lowered her eyes, her long eyelashes hiding all her sorrows. He never liked me from the beginning to the end. Lan Ying was silent for a moment. She remembered how happy Lin Jiao was when she told her 2 years ago that she was dating Ji Yuquan. It's all my fault. Lan Ying's eyes were wet. Her heart ached and she blamed herself. It's all my fault for not stopping you back then. Mom, what are you talking about? Lin Jiao took a piece of tissue from the tissue box and wiped the corners of her mother's eyes. This has nothing to do with you. I'm the one who failed to see through him. Lan Ying had always felt that she was an incompetent mother. Back then, when she divorced Lin Hongyuan, Lin Jiao was given to her grandfather to be taken care of. In the past 10 years, they both had a new family and children, and the time they spent on Lin Jiao became less and less. She had missed too much of what happened in Lin Jiao's life. Once something happened to Lin Jiao, all the regret and guilt that piled up over the years would come back, overwhelming her. Chapter 21. You will meet someone better in the future. Lin Jiao knew why she broke down. She bent down and leaned into Lan Ying's arms affectionately. It took her a long time to stop her mother from self-balming. Jiao, it's okay. Lan Ying stopped crying and patted her back. You'll meet someone better in the future. I know. She still believed in love. Just like believing that the sun would always rise after sunset, even if she was in darkness, she would not reject the light. Knock, knock. Sister. Xu Jing, who had returned from eating ice cream, asked softly, can I come in? Sure. Lin Jiao stood up. She watched as he pounced on her with his short legs and subconsciously reached out to hug him. Xu Jing placed a hand on the back of her neck and leaned over to look at the bed. Mom, does your head still hurt? It doesn't hurt anymore. So when are we going home? You'll have to ask the doctor. Lan Ying pinched his cheek. When he got closer to her, she acutely smelled a sweet fragrance. She asked, Jing, did you eat candy again? I didn't. I can smell it. Xu Jing panicked and admitted, I ate ice cream. He pointed at the door and said with a smile, that big brother bought it for me. Which brother? Sister's colleague. Lan Ying did not know anything about Lin Jiao having found a job. Lin Jiao put down Xu Jing. She stood up and said, Mom, I'll go out and talk to him first. Lin Jiao took Xiao's phone and walked to the corner. She said to Pei Zhai over the phone, Uncle, I'm fine. Did your mother wake up? Yes, my brother is with her. That's good. Pei Zhai originally wanted to go in person, but he was afraid that it would seem too deliberate. He leaned back in his chair. I heard from Xiao that your mother wants to stay in the hospital for observation. Yes. Lin Jiao gradually relaxed when she heard his voice. Did you hire a ward assistant? I haven't had time yet. Then get Xiao to help you. Without waiting for her to speak, Pei Zhai continued, he doesn't have much to do at the company anyway. With him helping you, I'll be at ease. Lin Jiao swallowed her words of rejection. She was silent for a moment before saying with a smile, Uncle, I don't know how to thank you. Just treat me to a meal. She had yet to treat him to a meal that she promised last time. Then come to my house for dinner tomorrow night. You cook? That's right. My cooking is not bad. Pei Zhai raised an eyebrow. Alright, he casually knocked on the back of his phone. Go ahead and tell me when you get home. Lin Jiao agreed and went back to the ward. She told Question Xiao about what Page I said and asked him for his bank account. I'll transfer the money to you, Miss Lin. I used the company funds. Question Xiao was not lying. He put the phone back in his pocket. I'll give you the bill after your mother is discharged. Just transfer it to the boss. Lin Jiao did not insist. Alright, thank you. Chapter 22. Do you like my sister? Jiao Jiao, when can I be discharged? Lan Ying took a bite of the banana Question Xiao bought. Saturday. That long? Lin Jiao put Xu Jing, who was drowsy, to sleep and said softly, the doctor said that he's afraid that you'll have complications and wants you to be hospitalized for observation. If Lan Ying did not retch, it might not be necessary to be hospitalized. But since she did, it was best for her to stay in the hospital for a few more days. She threw away the banana peel. Then I'll stay for a few more days. Did Uncle Xu come? He went to Lin City yesterday. I didn't tell him. Are you planning to hide it from him? Lin Jiao pried open Xu Jing's fist to rescue her hair. Yeah, he'll only cause more trouble if he comes anyway. The reason why Lan Ying could still have a young girl's heart was because of her current husband, Xu Taiyou. It was not an exaggeration to say that Xu Taiyou loved his wife as much as his life. He didn't want her to get hurt or suffer. If he found out about something as serious as a mild concussion, he would definitely make a big deal out of it. That's true. Lin Jiao shivered at the thought of Uncle Xu causing a chaotic scene at the hospital. She looked up. Then I'll bring Jing back tonight and send him over tomorrow morning. Don't you have to work tomorrow? It's fine. I get up early. Lan Ying had no choice but to agree. She waited for Xu Jing to wake up and reminded him with a serious expression. After getting his promise, she agreed to let him go. Xu Jing was extremely excited along the way. He knelt in the back seat and looked out of the window. Brother Question, you're driving too slowly. Slowly? Question Xiao glanced at him through the rearview mirror and started to fool him again. It's already running at full throttle. Do you think I'm 3 years old? Aren't you? I'm already 5 years old. What's the difference? Still a baby. Xu Jing straightened his neck and retorted, I'm not. He stared at Question Xiao's side profile and said seriously, Teacher said I'm not. Why did your teacher say that you're not? Because I like to help others and never bully others. I'm also very obedient. Question Xiao was amused by Xu Jing praising himself. He praised him cooperatively. Slowly, he drove into Mingshan Mansion and stopped at the building. Miss Lin, I'll pick you up tomorrow morning. Hearing this, Lin Jiao paused and refused. No need. I'll take a taxi with Jing. I'll be coming to pick up the boss anyway. It's on the same route. It's too much trouble. It's fine. Question Xiao waved his hand and smiled. If I need help in the future, don't stand on ceremony. Lin Jiao agreed. Then be careful on the way. She waited for Xu Jing to high-five Question Xiao before opening the car door and getting out with him. Sister, yeah, I think Brother Question is a very good person. Xu Jing followed her into the elevator and said with a straight face, unfortunately, he doesn't like you. Lin Jiao was speechless. But it doesn't matter. When I see Dad, I'll ask him to find you the best boyfriend in the world. Lin Jiao felt a headache coming on. She pinched Xu Jing's cheek. Do you really want me to find a boyfriend? Xu Jing nodded. I'm afraid you'll be lonely. Without waiting for her to feel touched, he continued. The television said that lonely people are very miserable. Don't worry, I don't feel lonely. Lin Jiao was afraid that he would fall if he wore slippers that did not fit his feet, so she shopped for a pair online. Jing, do you want to eat snacks? Yes. Then choose for yourself. Xu Jing sat on the sofa with her phone in his hand. When he saw the candy column, he pursed his lips and said, Sister, I want to eat candy. No way. Can't I just eat one? When Lin Jiao met those pitiful eyes, her heart softened. Then I'll buy you one lollipop. Thank you, sister, it's fine. She tied up her long hair. When you're done choosing, watch TV for a while. I'll go in and take a shower. I'll be out soon. Xu Jing agreed readily. He picked a few of his favorite snacks and was about to place an order when a WeChat message popped up. Are you home? Xu Jing did not know who this person was, but he could understand the meaning of this message. He thought that it was Question Xiao, so he pressed the voice message button and said, We're at home. Sister is taking a shower. Page-Eye was stunned when he heard a child's voice. He thought of the photo he had received in the afternoon and spoke to him gently. Have you had dinner? Yes. After Xu-Jing replied, he realized that something was wrong. He replayed the voice message and stared at the screen curiously. Who are you? My name is Page-Eye. I'm a friend of your sister. Are you her boyfriend? He wished he was. Page-Eye cleared his throat and said, no. He waited for a moment, but Xu-Jing did not reply. Just as he was about to ask about the situation, he received a video call. When they saw each other, Xu-Jing's round eyes widened. He crossed his legs and moved to the side. The moment he opened his mouth, he praised Page-Eye. Big brother, you're better looking than the people on television. Page-Eye smiled. You look good too. I don't look good. Xu-Jing held his cheek and said thoughtfully, my mother never screams when she sees me. That's because you haven't grown up yet. Is that so? Page-Eye nodded calmly. He poured some red wine into his glass and swirled it gently. Are you in elementary school? No, I'm in preschool. 5 years old. That's right, big brother. You're so smart. After praising him, Xu-Jing thought of something important. He secretly glanced in the direction of the bathroom and asked softly, do you like my sister? Like was not accurate enough a word to describe his feelings towards her. Page-Eye suppressed the emotions in his eyes. Even in front of a child who did not know anything about love, he was still careful not to reveal his emotions. This crush he had on her was like a honeypot with needles hidden in it. Before he was confident, he did not dare to take out the needles in the pot, afraid that it would end before he tasted the sweetness. Page-Eye drank the red wine and pushed the question back. Why do you ask that? I want to find a boyfriend for my sister. Xu-Jing told him about how he was afraid his sister would be lonely. Do you like her? Page-Eye still did not answer. He could not deny his feelings, nor could he admit it easily. He only said, she has her own thoughts. Don't rush her. Chapter 23. She remembered it. But, Jing, who are you talking to? Lin Jiao pushed open the bathroom door. She slowly wiped her wet hair and walked to the sofa. With him, Xu-Jing raised his phone. The front camera was aimed at her neck. From Page-Eye's angle, he could see a small section of her collarbone. He swallowed his saliva and regained his composure the moment she took the phone. Uncle. When Lin Jiao saw that it was him, a smile appeared on her face. She walked around the coffee table and sat on the sofa, wiping her hair. Did Jing disturb you? No, he's a good boy. Page-Eye swirled his wine glass and took another sip. He moved his gaze away from her neck and looked into her eyes. Don't you use a hairdryer? I want to let it dry naturally for a while. It was inconvenient for Lin Jiao to hold the phone, so she placed it on the coffee table. Blowing wet hair as soon as you finish washing it is not good for your hair. She wrapped her hair in a towel and rubbed it gently. A few drops of water splashed onto the camera as she moved. Page-Eye felt the room temperature suddenly increased a few degrees. He lowered his eyes and unbuttoned the 2 buttons on his shirt with one hand. Then wipe your hair. I'm going to work out. Okay, see you tomorrow. Good night, brother. Good night. Page-Eye looked at her one last time and hung up without hesitation. He ran on the treadmill to sweat. He tried to use fatigue to keep his imagination from running wild and forget what he saw. He thought that this would give him a good night's sleep, but unexpectedly, the desire to get her had long been engraved in his heart, weaving dream after dream for him, making him happy and reluctant to wake up. Boss, I'm downstairs. Question Xiao's voice was like a drum. The moment it rang in his ears, it brought him back to reality. He lifted the blanket and glanced expressionlessly at the rumpled bed sheets. Give me 5 minutes. All right, what do you want to eat? Anything is fine. There are steamed buns, fried dough sticks, corn, and... Question Xiao was halfway through when Page-Eye hung up. Question Xiao clicked his tongue and shook his head. He then called Lin Jiao and asked her the same question. The boss would definitely eat whatever she wanted to eat. Page-Eye went downstairs at the right time. He got into the car and smelled the fragrance of greasy food. When he saw the fried dumplings on the table, he frowned and said, "Is there nothing else for breakfast? Miss Lin asked me to buy these." Page-Eye was speechless. "Don't you like it?" Question Xiao fought back the urge to laugh and glanced back. Page-Eye narrowed his eyes. No. He picked up the soy milk cup and took 2 sips. When he saw the siblings, he distributed the breakfast on the table to them. Uncle, this is for you. Lin Jiao took out a piece of loaf from her bag. Pei Jai thought of a possibility. He looked down at the loaf and asked, "Why did you bring me this?" Lin Jiao opened the bag of steamed dumplings. "Don't you dislike eating greasy breakfast? You remember that?" Yeah. For a moment, Pei Jai felt like he had fallen into the sparkling sea and was swayed back and forth by the gentle seawater. He couldn't find the exact words to describe his feelings, but his pounding heart was a constant reminder that he was happy. Pei Jai tore open the bag. "Thank you." He took a bite of the loaf and smiled. Chapter 24. Ambiguous Relationship. Lin Jiao smiled. "Is it good?" "Yes." He tasted something sweet. Perhaps because Pei Jai was too satisfied with the loaf, Xu Jing, who was sitting between them, started drooling. "Big brother, can I have a piece?" "Jing, that's his breakfast." Lin Jiao raised her chin at the table, reminding him that there was plenty of food on the table. "I'll buy it for you next time." "All right." Xu Jing nodded listlessly. Seeing that he was craving it, Pei Jai tore off a piece of loaf and fed it to him. "It's fine, let's share." Xu Jing thanked him. When he tasted the delicious loaf, he looked at him with sparkling eyes. "Big brother, you haven't shared it with sister yet." Pei Jai raised an eyebrow. The moment Lin Jiao was about to refuse, he fed her a piece of loaf in the same way. When her soft lips touched his finger, it was as if an electric current was running through his body and gradually spreading. Lin Jiao used the tip of her tongue to roll the piece of loaf into her mouth. As she chewed, she held his index finger. She blushed and wiped away the saliva on his fingers. Her voice was soft like a kitten's. "Uncle, sorry. I should be the one saying sorry." "Why?" "My hands are covered in oil." Pei Jai chuckled to save her from embarrassment. Xu Jing said, "I have oil too. Wipe it." Lin Jiao took out 2 wet tissues and handed them to them. The warm atmosphere in the back row made Question Xiao feel like they were a family of 3. He did not want to ruin this beautiful moment, but with the logo of Xingheng Court gradually coming into sight, he could only drive into the parking lot to remind them that they arrived. "Sister, what time are you coming to pick me up?" Seeing that she was about to leave, Xu Jing looked sad. 6 o'clock. "Then I'll wait for you." "Okay." Lin Jiao pinched his cheek and got out of the car with Pei Jai. "Uncle, which way do we go up?" "The right way." Pei Jai raised his hand to look at his watch. He slowed down and led her to the elevator. Seeing that she did not press for the other elevator, he asked, "You want to ride with me?" "Yeah." Lin Jiao opened the cosmetic mirror and took the time to reapply her lipstick. "As long as we don't speak, no one will suspect anything." Pei Jai wanted to laugh. There was nothing special between them to begin with, but after what she said, it felt as if there was actually something between them. He asked curiously, "What if people suspected?" "I don't think they will. After all, most people would not choose to take a detour from the parking lot to the front door. It was normal to bump into them by accident." Lin Jiao pulled herself back from her thoughts and looked up into his long and narrow eyes. She smiled and said, "Even if there are ifs, it's fine as long as we don't admit it." Pei Jai felt like he was in love again. He nodded and leaned over to her ear the moment the elevator door opened. "I'll listen to you." His unique voice, mixed with his hot breath, brushed past Lin Jiao's ears. An indescribable feeling welled up in her heart. She touched her earlobe that seemed to have been burned by the flame and was stunned on the spot. "Aren't you coming in?" He reached out a hand to block the door from closing automatically and looked at her with an intoxicating smile. Lin Jiao quickly put away the cosmetics. She stood behind him and maintained the distance between an employee and an employer. "President Pei, are you going to the cafeteria at noon?" "I have a meeting at noon. I don't think I can go." "Then when will you be available?" "I can't say for certain." Pei Jai buttoned his collar and glanced at the floor display. "But I'll get off work on time." "Okay." As soon as she finished speaking, the elevator door opened. There were many colleagues standing outside the door. The moment they saw Pei Jai, they packed up and greeted him with smiles. However, after saying hello, the entire elevator fell silent. They looked down and did not chat as freely as before. It was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Lin Jiao held her breath and only heaved a sigh of relief when she left the elevator. She strode to her desk and greeted Zheng Yi and Feng Yunji before opening the folder on the table. "Lin Jiao, how did it go?" Zheng Yi was as concerned about her progress as usual, afraid that she could not keep up. "There are only 2 project proposals left. Have you digested them all? Yes. Lin Jiao picked up the ballpoint pen and twirled it twice around her fingertips. Should I start making a proposal next week? Zheng Yi nodded. 2 proposals in total. When you finish making them, hand them to Manager Wu. He will decide if they can pass. And after that, you'll have to wait for him to make the arrangements, but according to how he normally does things, he'll probably let you participate in the planning of the next event. Got it. Lin Jiao looked away. She spent an hour and a half working through the remaining proposals and revising the key points she had made earlier, preparing for the task of making proposals next week. Seeing that she had not even had time to drink water the entire morning, Feng Yunji, who was slacking off, couldn't help but admire her. Lin Jiao, you don't have to work so hard. Why? It's very simple to make a proposal. As long as you touch on the key points, it'll be accepted. She said it casually, but Lin Jiao didn't think so. If she started slacking off the moment she entered the company, she wouldn't be able to make any progress in her career. Lin Jiao knew what to do and did not intend to waste time arguing with her. You're right. I'm gonna go through it a few more times to make sure nothing will go wrong. Feng Yunji was speechless. When she got up, she asked, do you want to eat together? No, thanks. Take your time. Then, Lin Jiao nodded and turned to the next page. After she remembered most of the important points, Pei Yulan rushed to the planning department with 2 thermal containers. Jiao Jiao, where are we going to eat? The resting area. Lin Jiao wiped the round table by the window. She unscrewed the lid of the thermos and was surprised to see the fish and meat inside. Aunt Bai made all this. How is that possible? Pei Yulan handed the spoon to her. Other than the egg omelette that she cooks all year round, she can't cook anything. It's already impressive. Lin Jiao used a spoon to stir the egg omelette. A faint smile flashed across her eyes. At least there's no eggs hell this time. That's true. Pei Yulan didn't have high expectations of her mother when it came to cooking. As long as she did not blow up the kitchen or get injured, it was enough. She asked about Lan Ying and after confirming that she was fine, she said, Jiao Jiao, I checked the camera footage of 2 shops last night. Did you take any pictures of his face? I did, but it was too blurry. Seeing her sigh and look dejected, Lin Jiao suggested, you can find someone to repair the picture. Chapter 25. Chase him until he has a feeling. Where can I find one? Pei Yulan was usually quite smart, but when she fell in love, she became a fool. Lin Jiao felt worried for her. Try posting on the Photoshop forum. Should I post his picture? No need. Just list your requirements. You can talk about the rest after someone adds you on WeChat. Alright. Pei Yulan took 2 bites of the pork ribs and the worry in her eyes disappeared. I hope I can see him soon. Lin Jiao knocked on the table. When you decide to meet, remember to bring me along. No problem. If you forgot it, I won't. Pei Yulan met her gaze and smiled sweetly. I want you to be the witness of my sweet love. You found your love before you even found the person you love. It's only a matter of time. Lin Jiao did not want to hurt her, but she was afraid that Pei Yulan would have a hard time getting over it. She asked tentatively, Yulan, what if he doesn't have any feelings for you? I'll chase him until he has a feeling. Are you sure you're not just being possessive? No, Pei Yulan said positively. From the moment I saw him, I knew he was different from the others. She had been in love twice before, but she had never experienced such a feeling from them. Even though she had only seen him once, she felt like they had known each other for years. Lin Jiao did not say anything else to dampen her mood. She ate quietly. The colleagues from the planning department returned a moment later. Seeing that more and more unfamiliar faces were walking into the resting area, Pei Yulan had no intention of staying any longer. She picked up the thermos and ignored the gazes that were on her. Jiao Jiao, I'll get going first. Are you free tonight? Why? I'll treat you guys to a meal. Lin Jiao did not mention Pei Jai's name because her colleagues were around. Pei Yulan shook her head frantically when she understood who else would be there. I'm not free. She strode towards the elevator. I have to go shopping with my mother. What a pity. It's not a pity. I mean, there are plenty of opportunities. We'll eat together next time. Lin Jiao pursed her lips to fight back the urge to laugh. Okay. She pressed the elevator button and returned to the resting area after Pei Yulan was gone to make a pot of black tea. While waiting, Feng Yunji came over. She leaned against the table. Lin Jiao, Which department is that person from? Why haven't I seen her before? PR department. She's new. You know each other? Yes. Lin Jiao lit up her phone screen. She opened WeChat and did not see any messages, so she opened an app to choose the ingredients she would use tonight. Feng Yunji, who had been standing at the side, stared at her phone. Lin Jiao, are you buying ingredients online? Is there a problem? Isn't it cheaper to buy in the market? You can also save the delivery fee. I don't have that much time. If she went to the market after picking up Xujing, it would be too late. Rich people are really different. When Sun Fu heard this, she couldn't help but mock. You don't even have time to buy ingredients. Lin Jiao paused in her actions, her gaze turned cold. Not caring about Sun Fu, this senior, she questioned, does what I do have anything to do with you? Chapter 26. Those who argue and watch the show suffer. Sun Fu had offended many people, but they were all pushovers unlike Lin Jiao. She suddenly felt a surge of anger. Do you think I want to stick my nose into your business? If you don't want others to know, why did you talk in front of us all? I was talking to my friend. Did I ever ask you about your opinion? Lin Jiao continued with a mocking smile. If you like to stick your nose into everything, why don't you find a job in a tabloid? Oh, I almost forgot that the tabloids don't need someone who doesn't even know the basics of manners. All you know is talk and talk. After being interrupted by her, Sun Fu's mind went blank. She couldn't even remember what she wanted to say to her. She couldn't stand losing face in front of others. In a fit of fury, she stood up and splashed the coffee at her. Lin Jiao nimbly dodged it, and an ear-piercing scream came from the right. Feng Yunji, who was standing there watching the show, did not have time to dodge before her vision was blocked by the coffee that was splashed at her. Sun Fu, are you crazy? She wiped away the coffee stains on her eyelashes and looked at her coffee-stained dress. She covered her face and cried, I didn't mean to splash it at you. Sun Fu was scared. She quickly picked up the tissue box and took out more than 10 tissues to wipe Feng Yunji's dress. Do you want to get away just by saying you didn't mean it? Feng Yunji shook off her hand and sobbed. How can I walk out like this? I'll buy you a new dress. How about that? No way. No matter what Sun Fu said, Feng Yunji, who was squatting at the corner of the table, was unmoved. Her cries quickly attracted the attention of the other colleagues in the planning department. Even Wu Zhuwen stopped taking his break and walked over. He closed the door of the resting area. After hearing what happened from Wang Rui, he scolded Sun Fu for a long time and asked her to compensate Feng Yunji and write a self-reflection letter. You are at your workplace. In the future, think before you do anything. Otherwise, you'll cause trouble to yourself. Understood? Sun Fu clenched her fists. No matter how indignant she was, she did not show it. She noted down Feng Yunji's size. Before leaving the resting area, she shot Lin Jiao an angry look, as if warning her. Lin Jiao raised an eyebrow and walked out. She returned to her desk and continued choosing ingredients. She did not forget to send a message to Pei Jai. Uncle, are you allergic to seafood? The moment Pei Jai received a message from her, he felt indescribably happy. He took a puff on his cigar and replied, no. Then what do you like to eat? Anything is fine except mutton. Roger that. Lin Jiao returned to look at the ingredients she had chosen and sent him a screenshot. Are these enough? It's enough. Alright, I'll go and place the order first. Pei Jai opened the sticker collection and was about to reply when his thoughts were interrupted by a voice. Boss? Xiao strode over, his entire body emitting a gossipy light. Miss Lin just quarreled with someone. With whom? A female employee from the planning department. After confirming that Lin Jiao was not injured, Pei Jai calmed down and listened to him telling the entire story. Why did that person target her? She hates the rich. Is that the only reason? Probably. Xiao thought of the chat history he saw earlier and analyzed the situation to him. It was the first time they interacted. The most likely reason is jealousy. Pei Jai was silent for a moment. Get someone to keep an eye on her. If Sun Fu really tried to hurt Lin Jiao out of jealousy, she would definitely bear a grudge after being embarrassed. Since he had no reason to fire her, he could only use this method to protect Lin Jiao. Alright. Xiao immediately opened WeChat and looked for his subordinate in the planning department. I'll inform you immediately if anything happens. Good. Pei Jai stubbed out his cigar and wiped his fingertips with a wet tissue. What about the thing I asked you to investigate last time? No results yet. That's slow. Xiao scratched the back of his head and said without confidence, there is a time difference between here and overseas. Is that a reason? It's not. I'll urge them to hurry up. Pei Jai glanced at him. Get out. Yes, sir. In order to avoid having his monthly income deducted, Xiao ran away. When he returned to the assistant's room, he first sent a message to the foreigner and scolded him for 10 minutes in lousy English. When he felt better, he hung up. When the clock pointed to 6, Lin Jiao avoided her colleagues from the planning department and went to the parking lot alone. She followed the route map sent by Pei Jai and found the A3 sign very smoothly, unlike last time. Sister, Xujing, who was picked up by Xiao, smiled when he saw the door to the back seat open. Are you tired today? I'm not tired. Lin Jiao leaned forward and wiped the biscuit crumbs from the corner of his mouth. Sitting between the two of them, Pei Jai stiffened when he smelled the fragrance that belonged to her. He lowered his eyes and looked at the strands of hair that brushed against the back of his hand. His heart was racing and he was nervous. Fortunately, Lin Jiao quickly sat down on her seat to his right. She took out her phone from the bag between her knees. Uncle, do you want to have a drink tonight? You want to drink? A little. What about you? When she said a little, she salivated. Pei Jai chuckled. He agreed. Then, I'll drink a little too. Do you like red wine? I'm not picky. I like white wine. Xu Jing raised his head, looking very confident. Have you ever drunk white wine? I did. Dad bought it for me before. He said that I have a humongous tolerance for alcohol and won't get drunk no matter what. Lin Jiao knew that he had been fooled. She opened an app to shop for wines while teasing. Then can you show us tonight? Xu Jing nodded. No problem. He climbed onto Pei Jai's lap and stuck his head out to look at her phone. He insisted on choosing 2 bottles of white wine. Lin Jiao had no choice but to add them to the shopping list. She turned slightly to the right and sent Pei Jai a WeChat message when Xu Jing was distracted. Uncle, find a chance to change it to soda. Pei Jai's attention was all on Xu Jing. He was teaching Xu Jing about safety inside the car when he heard someone cough. Sister, did you catch a cold? He asked anxiously. No. Then why are you coughing? I accidentally choked. After fooling him, Lin Jiao looked at Pei Jai and raised her chin at Pei Jai's pocket. Uncle, your phone seems to be ringing. Pei Jai quickly took out his phone. After reading the message that popped up on the screen, he looked up at her smiley face and chuckled. Chapter 27. He was able to affect her emotions. Dark clouds slowly thickened, covering the setting sun. A hot wind brushed the trees on both sides of the road, making the green leaves rustle. The street lamps started to emit faint light. Lin Jiao stepped on her shadow and chased after Xu Jing, who ran into the building with Pei Jai. In order to avoid the hot wind, the first thing she did when she got home was to close all the windows and turn on the air conditioner. Sister, I want to watch cartoons. Let Brother Pei help you find one. Pei Jai took the remote control. What do you want to see? Boonie Bears. Which season? Adventure Diary. Xu Jing sat on the sofa and tore open the snack bag. Episode 2. Pei Jai pressed the remote controller to find it. He pressed the play button and turned up the volume. Then, he picked up the ingredients on the coffee table and walked into the kitchen. The sound of water mixed with the sound of prawns and crabs struggling attracted Lin Jiao, who had come out after changing her clothes. She stood at the kitchen door and looked at the man's silhouette. He was wearing a light blue apron that did not match him. His sleeves were rolled up, revealing his tanned arms. He pressed down on the shrimps in the sink, and the water droplets that splashed on his wrist brushed past the veins on the back of his hand. Lin Jiao stared at him intently. Other than sexy, she couldn't find a better word to describe him. Her overly focused gaze made Pei Jai stop what he was doing. He turned around and flicked a few drops of water in her direction. Stop looking, he said with a smile. Help me get 2 plates. Okay. Lin Jiao pinched her red. She handed him the plates and turned on the rice cooker while he cleaned the shrimps. Uncle, have you ever cooked before? Pei Jai replied, I cooked a lot when I first started my business, but not much after that. When did you start your business? 21. So early. Lin Jiao was a little surprised. She never asked about it, And Pei-jai did not like to talk about himself either, so her understanding of him was still very shallow. Not really. Pei-jai picked up the prawn shell that was stuck to the back of his hand. One of my classmates started his business at the age of 19. What about him now? I'm not sure. We're not in touch. Lin Jiao cooked the rice. Compared to his unimportant classmate, she was more concerned about him. It must be very difficult at that time, right? Yes, and I was very poor. Pei-jai turned on the tap and washed his hands. His expression was as calm as ever. For a period of time, I only ate one bowl of plain noodles a day. I couldn't even afford anything else. Hearing that, Lin Jiao felt a little bad for him. Didn't you have any startup funds? Yes, my father gave me 200,000. You lost it all. I was swindled. Pei-jai put down the chopping board by the wall. Ever since then, I haven't asked them for money. His calm expression made Lin Jiao feel even worse for him. She frowned. How were you swindled? I bought a batch of chips from a friend. I tested the batch and there was no problem with it, but they replaced the chips that night. Pei-jai summarized it briefly. Only he knew how hopeless he felt back then. How shameless. Lin Jiao was so angry that she gritted her teeth. She asked anxiously, "Did you call the police?" "I did, but they couldn't find the swindlers. They left the country." "Yes." Pei-jai suppressed fierceness in his eyes and did not mention how miserable he made them overseas. He took a step forward, wrapped his arms around her waist, and helped her tie the apron. "It's fine now. Let the past be past." Lin Jiao, who had yet to come back to her senses, did not notice how strange their posture was. She swallowed the profanities that were on the tip of her tongue to prevent him from recalling bad memories and did not ask further. "Are you still angry?" Pei-jai took a step back and glanced at her clenched fists. He was strangely excited about being able to affect her emotions, but at the same time, he did not want her to be worried about him. No. Lin Jiao took a deep breath. She picked up the kitchen knife and quickly cut the vegetables on the chopping board. She changed the topic and said, "Did you bring the wine in?" "I did." "Then go and replace it with water. Leave the rest to me." "Don't you need my help?" Pei-jai unscrewed the lid of the white wine and poured it into a bowl. In the end, he stuffed some ginger into the bottle and shook it gently with hot water, causing the strong alcohol smell to gradually disappear. "No need." Lin Jiao cut the vegetables and pushed him out with her elbow. She smiled and said, "I'll call you later." "All right." Pei-jai did not insist on staying. He walked to Xu Jing's side to watch the cartoon with him. However, the scene was different from what he remembered. He remembered that every time Question Shao held his phone, watching Boonie Bears, he could hear the screams of Logovic. Pei-jai thought he had found the wrong cartoon for him, so he asked Xu Jing, "Has their relationship improved?" "Yes, but only for now." "Why?" Xu Jing swallowed the potato chips in his mouth. "Because Logovic is a tour guide now and doesn't cut down trees anymore." "No wonder." "Brother Pei, do you like to watch this too?" Question Shao likes it. Pei-jai picked up the scraps that fell on the sofa and wiped Xu Jing's mouth. "He still has many figurines at home." "What's a figurine?" "It's a kind of collection." "I don't have any." Xu Jing lowered his head, wondering if his pocket money was enough. Pei-jai said with a smile, "I'll buy it for you." "Really?" "Of course." "Brother Pei, you're the best." Xu Jing jumped up from the sofa and pounced on Pei-jai. As if having thought about something, he grabbed his sleeve and asked quietly, "Do you want to be my brother-in-law?" Pei-jai was caught unprepared by this question and was clearly stunned. He glanced in the direction of the kitchen and couldn't help but lower his voice. "You sold your sister to me for figurines?" "I'm not selling her," Xu Jing retorted quickly. He tightened his grip on his sleeve. "You're better than that guy. You're more compatible with my sister." Pei-jai knew who that guy was. He was silent for a long time before patting Xu Jing on the back. "Let's talk about this later." "Do you want to, then?" "It's not up to me." Before Xu Jing could react, his attention was attracted by the jelly in front of him. He bit it. "Brother Pei, aren't you going to eat?" Chapter 28. Enjoy being taken care of by her. "I'm not hungry." Pei-jai stared at the LCD screen. He watched television with Xu Jing for a while before walking to the window to smoke. Outside the window, it was raining heavily. The lightning that struck the horizon roared like fireworks, but it was terrifying rather than festive. The raindrops that were blown in through the window slapped his shoulder. In just a few puffs, the fabric on his shoulder was drenched by the rain. "Uncle, dinner is ready." Lin Jiao came out with bowls and plates. When she saw his lonely figure, her smile suddenly disappeared. Thinking that he might still be bothered by what had happened in the past, she put down the bowls and walked over. Pei-Jai turned around when he heard the footsteps. Before he could say a word, he felt a warm touch on his forearm. She closed the window that was letting wind and rain in. Lin Jiao looked up at him for a few seconds and said with a smile, "Uncle, dinner is ready." "Okay." Pei-Jai threw away the cigarette butt. He patted the raindrops on his arm and was about to pull out the chair at the table when a towel was handed to him from behind. "Wipe yourself first." Lin Jiao was afraid that he would catch a cold, so she poured him a glass of warm water. Seeing that he did not pick up the towel, she picked it up and gently wiped dry his black hair. Pei-Jai enjoyed the entire process. He leaned back in his chair and sniffed the fragrance that lingered at the tip of his nose. "Sister, can we eat now?" Xu Jing ran over with his short legs and stared at the two of them without blinking. "Right away." Lin Jiao retracted her hand. She brought out the remaining 2 dishes and waited for Pei-Jai to remove the cork before sitting down. "Uncle, try and see if it tastes good." Pei-Jai picked up a garlic prawn and placed it in his mouth. The fresh prawn was wrapped in fragrant garlic. Coupled with the soft and smooth texture, it instantly gave him a good appetite. "It's delicious." Even though he had been looking forward to tasting her cooking before, at this moment, he still felt like he had been surprised. Pei-Jai swallowed the prawn and looked at her in surprise and praise. "Who did you learn such good cooking from?" "From my grandfather." Lin Jiao chewed on the corn. She said vaguely, "I started living with him when I was 14 years old. Sometimes, he was very busy and couldn't take care of me. He was afraid that the food outside wouldn't be healthy, so he taught me how to cook." "Was he a chef before?" "Kind of. He's been in a lot of industries." Pei-Jai nodded in understanding. He tasted the other dishes one after another. The more he tasted them, the more curious he was about the old man. "I'll visit when I have the chance." "How about that?" "Sounds like a good idea," Lin Jiao replied quickly. She picked up the wine glass and swirled it. "But he lives in the countryside now." "It's a little far." "It's fine." Pei-Jai was afraid that he would appear too enthusiastic, so he did not tell the exact time. "Let's find a weekend to go over." "Okay. I want to go too." Xu Jing raised his hand that was holding the chopsticks. In just a short while, his collar was covered in corn residue, and there was oil around the corners of his mouth. Lin Jiao couldn't even wipe it clean with a tissue, so she could only wait for him to finish eating before bringing him to wash it. "If you behave well, we'll bring you along." "Yes." Xu Jing nodded heavily. Holding the bowl firmly, he ate the food she picked for him and stared at their glasses. "Sister, where's my wine?" Lin Jiao had forgotten about this. She took out 2 bottles of white wine from the kitchen and poured him a glass. "Drink less. This is strong." "I'm not afraid." Xu Jing downed his cup. He imitated his father and put the empty cup upside down. "It's your turn to drink," he said proudly. Lin Jiao did not dare to down her cup like that. She clinked glasses with Pei-Jai and took a sip. Then, she picked up her chopsticks and picked up some food for them. "Eat first. We have plenty of time to drink." Xu Jing had always been obedient and stopped fooling around. As he stuffed rice into his mouth, he listened to them talk and would occasionally speak, making the atmosphere more cozy and lively. It was already 8:30 p.m., but they were still chatting and laughing. Outside the window, the rain was still falling. Silver-white lightning streaked across the curtains, leaving a shocking reflection. Xu Jing covered his ears and hid behind Lin Jiao. He retracted his gaze from the window and did not dare to go to the living room alone. He said in a soft voice, "Sister, I want to watch television. I need to wash the dishes. Brother Pei will keep you company." Lin Jiao stacked the dishes together. Just as she was about to leave the table, she was stopped by Pei-Jai. "Watch the TV with him. I'll wash the dishes." Before she could refuse, Pei-Jai turned around and walked into the kitchen with the dishes. He put on an apron and first put away the chopping board on the counter. Then, he blocked the sink and put the dishes in. "Uncle, let me do it." Lin Jiao asked Xu Jing to wait in the dining room and strode over to untie his apron. As soon as she approached, Pei-Jai's back stiffened. Ignoring the water on his hands, he stopped her from moving. "Stop it." Lin Jiao was stunned. "Are you ticklish?" She retracted her hand. Yes. Pei-Jai let out a breath. He pulled out a tissue and handed it over, then pushed her out of the kitchen like she had done before. Give me a minute. It won't take long. Lin Jiao watched as he closed the kitchen door. She wiped the water off her wrist and moved the red wine to the coffee table. She then held Xu Jing's hand and sat beside the sofa. Sister, you still have a lot left. Xu Jing pointed at the wine bottle, his eyes filled with confusion. I've already finished one bottle. I can't drink this too quickly. Why? It'll get me drunk easily. Lin Jiao finished the 2 mouthfuls of red wine in her glass and said, Look, is my face red? A little. Xu Jing touched her flawless cheek. Are you drunk? No. Then why is it red? Because it's hot. Lin Jiao yawned. She hugged Xu Jing and watched Boonie Bears. Under the sound of the TV, she started to feel sleepy. When Pei-Jai came over, she was already asleep. He leaned down and placed his palm on her waist. When he felt the softness of her waist, he paused for 2 seconds. Brother Pei, are you two going to sleep? Xu Jing looked up at him with a serious expression. Pei-Jai found that this question sounded strange. He picked her up effortless. I'm not going to sleep, but your sister is. Are you leaving, then? Why? Xu Jing grabbed the corner of his shirt and looked at him with water eyes. I'll be afraid if I'm left alone. Chapter 29. Sabotaging a relationship. His fear of lightning was written across his face, so Pei-Jai could only lie to make him feel at ease. I'm not leaving. Don't lie to me. I won't. After Xu Jing confirmed it again, he retracted his hand. He curled up into a ball at the corner of the sofa. Then come out quickly. Pei-Jai nodded. He walked into the bedroom, placed the soft body in his arms on the bed, and covered her slender legs with a blanket. Jiao Jiao. Yeah. Lin Jiao kicked the blanket away. She frowned and passed her fair forearm under her waist to touch something on her back. This familiar action made Pei-Jai quickly turn around to avoid seeing something he shouldn't. He stared at the floor motionlessly. When he saw a black thing flying over from the corner of his eye, he quickly caught it. This time, the touch was different from before. It was warm and soft. Out of curiosity, Pei-Jai looked at it. However, before he could figure it out, his eyes turned red from the lace at the corners, and his heart started to race uncontrollably. Brother Pei, a boyish voice was heard. Before Xu Jing entered the room, Pei-Jai stuffed the thing under the pillow and quietly covered Lin Jiao with the blanket. He calmed himself down and caught the child who was running in his direction. Are you afraid? Yes. Xu Jing nestled in his arms. He hugged his neck, wanting him to carry him out. Pei-Jai played with him until 10 o'clock before taking him to wash up. Jing, did you sleep with your sister last night? That's right. Xu Jing brushed his teeth carefully. He spat out a mouthful of toothpaste bubbles and stared at Pei-Jai in the mirror. But I want to sleep with you tonight. Can I? Sure. Pei-Jai wrung the towel dry. He helped Xu Jing clean up and pushed open the door opposite the master bedroom. Brother Pei, aren't you going to change your clothes? Later. You'll feel uncomfortable like this. Xu Jing propped himself up on the pillow and insisted on him changing his clothes. Pei-Jai had no choice but to put on a pajama. He told Xu Jing a short story. After he fell asleep, he carried him into the master bedroom. The small night lamp that was still on at the head of the bed emitted an orange glow. Light and shadow scattered down and wrapped around the sleeping siblings. Pei-Jai, who was sitting by the bed, listened to their light breathing and stared at them for a long time before turning off the lamp. The rain that had been falling all night gradually stopped. The sun rose slowly from the horizon, dispelling the last few dark clouds that shrouded the sky. The sun shone into the room and, together with the vibration of the phone, woke Pei-Jai up. He pressed the answer button, and Chu Yeju's voice came from the other end. Brother, what are you doing? Sleeping. Do you want to play golf? Chu Yeju chewed on his gum as he drove towards the court. Shenyi came back last night. Send me the address. Sure. Pei-Jai hung up and got up. When he arrived at the court, the dishes that Chu Yeju and the others had ordered were almost cold. President Pei, you're too slow. Shenyi played with the lighter in boredom, not forgetting to throw a cigarette at him. He looked fairer than Chu Yeju. Although the aura he emitted was gentle, one could tell at a glance that he wasn't someone to be trifled with. I woke up late. Pei-Jai pulled out a chair. Seeing that he was in a good mood, Chu Yeju raised his eyebrows. Where did you go last night? Drinking with her. Lin Jiao? Who else? Page-Eye lit the cigarette. He hadn't told them the full story yet, but the two of them knew from his radiant smile that their relationship was another step closer. Brother, let me give you a piece of advice. What? It's not a good idea to sabotage someone else's relationship. Shinyu seemed to be persuading him to give up. Even if you succeed, there's a high chance you'll be dumped. Chuyeju chuckled. He glanced at Page-Eye's subtle expression and quickly explained, Lin Jiao broke up with that man some time ago. He's not sabotaging anything. They really broke up. That's right. Shinyu received an affirmative look and immediately started congratulating. Brother, congratulations. He stood up and poured a cup of tea for Page-Eye. You've finally made it after so many years. Page-Eye sneered. He picked up his teacup and took 2 sips. You can congratulate me when I succeed in sabotaging their relationship. She doesn't have a boyfriend now and isn't married. In that case, you are not sabotaging their relationship. Shinyu retorted quickly, as if he did not remember the advice he just gave. Chuyeju, who was beside them, laughed. He lit his cigarette and rubbed his cheeks that were sore from laughing so hard. Shinyi, it's a pity you're not a face-changing opera actor. No one will think you're mute if you don't speak. Hey, you're being unreasonable. Shinyi had no time to bicker with him. He scooped some rice into a bowl and asked, Does Lin Jiao know how you feel about her? No. When do you plan to tell her? I'll see. Page-Eye stubbed out his cigarette and slowly picked up his food. She just broke up and isn't in the mood to start a new relationship. That's true. Shinyi sighed to herself. Worried that Lin Jiao might get back together with her ex, he couldn't help but ask, why did they break up? Ji Yuquan cheated on her. What the? Chuyeju was stunned. Isn't Lin Jiao good enough? What is he not satisfied about? Although they did not spend much time with Lin Jiao, they could tell that she had a good personality and was an empathetic person. When Page-Eye first heard this news, other than being angry, he was a little surprised too. He pried open the crab leg using a lot of strength to vent his anger. But before he could speak, Shinyi gritted his teeth and said, he and his clique are just a bunch of hooligans. You know them? No, but I'm prepared to get to know them. What exactly happened? Tell me. Chuyeju's curiosity was piqued. Shinyi explained in brief, one buddy of Ji Yuquan stole my cousin's girlfriend and hit him on the head. How long ago? Last month. Why didn't you say that earlier? Chuyeju was so angry that he wanted to punch the table. We have a reason to punish him for hitting your cousin. I was very busy during that time. Shinyi had been studying abroad for 2 months and was as tired as a dog every day. What's his background? Page-Eye asked as he looked up, but he was not as worked up as Chuyeju. Chapter 30. Dealing with him is easy. He doesn't have a background. Shinyi snorted disdainfully. He's just a rich second-generation bastard. That's easy. Yes, I plan to. What's there to plan? Chuyeju was impatient and couldn't wait any longer. Let's deal with him tonight. Shinyi was silent for a moment. Yeah, why not? Then it's settled. I'll get someone to deal with him. Brother Pei will clean up the mess. Page-Eye glanced at Chuyeju, who was extremely excited. He rained on his parade without mercy. Shao can handle everything alone. Chuyeju's mouth was wide in daze. Not wanting to miss this opportunity, he opened his contact list. It's Saturday today. Let him rest. Page-Eye smiled but did not say anything. He filled his stomach before the food turned cold. His chill attitude was a stark contrast to Chuyeju, who was all excited. Shinyi said with a shake of his head, Young Master Chu, aren't you hungry? I'm not hungry. Do you know how high the mortality rate is in gastric cancer? Chuyeju looked up and rolled his eyes. Dr. Shin, stop scaring me with your words. I haven't started it yet. No, don't get started. I'll eat it immediately. Once Shinyi started talking about medicine, he would not stop until he was done. Chuyeju did not want to have a lecture now. By the way, Chuyeju forwarded a photo to him. Take a look at which one it is. I don't want to punish the wrong person. Shinyi clicked on the message. He stared at the group photo and was interested in something else. Which one is Ji Yuquan? The one in black. You've seen him in person. Page-Eye smirked. Do you think he's qualified to meet me in person? Not really. In terms of status, a person like Ji Yuquan was really not worthy of meeting Page-Eye. Shinyi lost interest after a few glances. He took out a paintbrush and circled the man beside Ji Yuquan before sending it back to Chu Yeju. Shall we play 2 rounds? Pei-Jai walked to the side and picked up the golf club. Shen Yi stood up. All right. Seeing them walk out, Chu Yeju ate a few mouthfuls of rice. When he felt full, he hurriedly followed suit. The sun shone on the endless lawn, making the 3 people standing in front of the seats squint. Suddenly, a strong wind blew past, and the 3 white balls flew out at the same time, drawing an arc in the air. The next second, the balls rolled into different holes. Seeing that the third was the closest, Shen Yi couldn't help but tease, "Young Master Chu, you are short." Chu Yeju didn't get the meaning of the word short. He asked the caddy for a pair of sunglasses and returned to the battlefield. "I was dazzled by the sun just now." "Again, you guys play first." Pei-Jai heard a loud vibration and immediately walked back to the table. He lit up the screen and saw a message from Lin Jiao. "Uncle, I'm up. Cute kitten sticker. What's for lunch?" "Dumplings, I'm cooking. /picture. Pei-Jai looked away from the pot and at the fair on. "Eat more. Rubbing head sticker. Okay." Lin Jiao stirred the dumplings in the pot and asked, "What are you doing?" "Playing golf with Chu Yeju and the others. It's so hot outside. Don't get a heat stroke." Pei-Jai chuckled. "I won't." He took a photo of the lawn in front of him. The sound of the shutter instantly attracted the attention of Chu Yeju. "Brother Pei, why didn't you tell me you want to take a photo? At least give us a chance to pose." "I didn't take a photo of you." "Then of whom?" Chu Yeju unscrewed the cap of the water bottle and drank 2 mouthfuls. "The lawn." "Why are you taking pictures of the lawn?" "Show her." Pei-Jai raised his hand and deliberately showed them the message of concern from Lin Jiao. "What a bowl of dog food." Chu Yeju and Shen Yi looked at each other. Sigh, "I can already imagine the things they will post on their social media when they fall in love." "You can feed him a bowl of dog food too." Shen Yi sat down on the sofa. "Aren't you chased by a woman?" "I'm not interested in her." Chu Yeju told him his standard for a girlfriend: "A woman like Angelina Jolie is my cup of tea." "Has your standard changed again?" "What do you mean again?" "Didn't you like that good girl kind of girl like your ex?" "That was before." "People change, don't they?" "Only you change." For example, once a man like Pei-Jai made up his mind, he would stick it to the end. Even if he met someone better than Lin Jiao, he would not be tempted. Chu Yeju understood what he meant. He touched the tip of his nose and thought seriously for a moment. "When I meet the right person, I definitely won't change." Maybe. Shen Yi did not take his words to heart. After all, it would probably take a few years for someone like Chu Yeju, who had commitment issues, to decide to settle down. Seeing that he didn't believe him, Chu Yeju continued, "I'm still very responsible in my relationship, okay? I'm not as bad as Brother Yang. Why do you compare yourself with him? Who else should I compete with? You two haven't had a relationship yet." Shen Yi was speechless. He elbowed Pei-Jai's arm. "Are you done chatting? Let's continue playing." "In a minute. Do you have to report everything?" "Yes." He was afraid Lin Jiao would be worried if she didn't receive a reply in time. After Pei-Jai finished telling her his schedule, he picked up the club again. He had single-handedly crushed them for an hour. Shen Yi wanted him to rest, let alone Chu Yeju, who had been defeated over and over. Chu Yeju was exhausted, but when he heard his phone ring, he ran excitedly to the other side to answer it. The game, therefore, ended with his quitting. "I found it." Chu Yeju hung up and wiped the sweat off his forehead. "He's a VIP in Bo Yu Club. He goes there every week. Isn't it a coincidence? When he's in your territory, it'll be easy to deal with him." "Of course. But are you sure he's going tonight?" Shen Yi didn't want to waste time waiting. "I'm sure." Chu Yeju leaned against the sofa and handed them cigarettes. "Ji Yuquan seems to be going too. Shall we go to watch the show, then?" "I'd like that." Shen Yi didn't hear Pei-Jai's response, so he asked again with a smile, "President Pei, are you free tonight?" "I am." Pei-Jai casually pressed the lighter. He lowered his head and lit the cigarette. Looking at the cigarette that was gradually emitting flames, his lips curled into an ambiguous smile. Chapter 31. Questioning He Chi. The lights were just coming on. The elegantly decorated Bai Yu Club emitted brilliant lights, making a group of handsome men and beautiful women immersed in luxury. Laughter came from the second floor. After Songjin entered the private room with his friends, the noisy music was isolated. When will Brother Kwan come? Chi took 2 sips of champagne and glanced at the door from time to time. He had not seen Sutian for a few days. Although he knew that it was impossible for them to be together, he just could not stop thinking about her no matter what. Soon, Songjin clinked glasses with him. He looked at the women brought by a friend. What do you think of the one in the blue dress? Not bad. You haven't looked at her yet. Chi had no choice but to throw a glance at the woman. The first thing he noticed was her voluptuous figure. Even in the dim light, he could still see her alluring curves. His eyes lingered on her for a while. Not bad. Her waist and legs are very to my liking. A trace of lust flashed across Songjin's eyes as he said in a low voice, I bet it must feel good touching her. You have an idea? Yeah, come with me to have a chat. Chi was dragged to sit between the women and, as instructed by Songjin, picked up the dice cup. When they started playing, Songjin took the opportunity to get closer to the woman in the blue dress and whispered into her ear, drink with me. He looked good and was famous for being generous in the circle. The woman in the blue dress wanted to make a fortune and had no intention of avoiding him. She smiled. I can't drink much. I'm fine. Songjin held her soft waist. Seeing that she did not resist, he tightened his grip and said, I'll send you back if you're drunk. I only want my boyfriend to send me back. The woman in the blue dress pushed him away, but she intentionally touched his pants with her calf. Songjin saw through her. He pinched the soft flesh at her waist. Before he could get his hands on her, he would naturally agree to all her requests. Who else do you want to be with other than me? Don't tickle me. The woman in the blue dress squirmed, trying to struggle out of his grip. Her action made Songjin excited. He did not care that there were others around and pressed her down to take away her breath. Songjin is doing it again. The man who brought the woman in the blue dress saw the scene and felt excited too. You can do it too. Forget it. I don't want to be watched. Chi smiled and did not reply. He looked at the time on his phone. Just as he was about to ask where Ji Yuquan was, he saw him push the door open and enter with a dark expression. Chi, come out with me. He clenched his fists, wanting to pull him up from behind the table. What happened? Let's talk about it outside. His angry voice made Chi even more confused. Even Songjin, who was hugging the woman in the blue dress, frowned. The two of them followed him to the terrace. The moment they pulled out a chair and sat down, a few bank cards were thrown to the table. Ji Yuquan questioned Chi. You said before that Jiao used my money to bully others and stole your cousin's evening gown, right? That's right. I was at the mall too. You saw it with your own eyes? Chi was silent for a moment and did not answer directly. Brother Kwan, what happened? His evasion was equivalent to giving an answer. Ji Yuquan grabbed his collar, his eyes red with anger and his voice hoarse. Jiao didn't use my money at all. This evening, he drove home to change his clothes. When he passed by the security booth, he realized that he had a parcel. He originally planned to transfer the remaining money from the few cards to another account, but when he saw the balance and the transactions for the past 2 years, he felt like he had fallen into an icehouse. It was also at that moment that he remembered that Chi had told him many times that Lin Jiao was a person who liked to waste money. This kind of sowing discord by Chi made him extremely angry. He was also overwhelmed by guilt, powerlessness, and other complicated emotions. Brother Kwan, calm down. Seeing that Chi's neck was red from being strangled, Songjin quickly went forward and pulled them away. We're all buddies. There's no need to go to such an extent. Chi coughed a few times and said in disbelief, Are you serious? If you don't believe me, check again. Ji Yuquan kicked the chair away. How is that possible? Why not? Chi snorted disdainfully. With Lin Jiao's situation, how can she afford something that costs hundreds of thousands? When they first met Lin Jiao, they heard from others that her poor grandfather in the countryside often came to school to bring her food. How could a family like hers be rich? Songjin was also puzzled. He handed Ji Yuquan a cigarette. Brother Kwan, didn't you see her mother before? How's her family? I'm not sure. Her mother didn't tell me about it. Did you talk to her? I did. Ji Yuquan calmed himself down, but she talked most about Lin Jiao's grandfather. As for other things, he couldn't remember much. Chapter 32. I'd rather let Lin Jiao down. Songjin remained silent. Based on his understanding of Lin Jiao, he could not make an accurate judgment. He could only guess. Her mother probably gave it to her. Yes, Ji Yuquan did not care where her money came from. He only wanted to make it up to her. Did she blacklist you? I was blacklisted long ago. Where about the others? Songjin shrugged. Same, brother Kwan. He looked up at those red eyes. Do you still want to contact her? I just want to make it up to her. Lin Jiao wants you. Unless you break up with Su Tian, you can't make up to her. I won't break up with her. Ji Yuquan looked him in the eyes firmly. It was not easy for him to get back together with Su Tian. How could he let go of her? If he really had to choose, he would rather let Lin Jiao down, then stop thinking about her. Chi said, cherish what's in front of you. Songjin had the same thought. He twirled a strand of long hair that was stuck to his shoulder and smiled. Leave it to us. We'll help you make it up to Lin Jiao. How? You can't even get to see her. Ji Yuquan frowned and thought for a moment before continuing. Forget it. He did not want to see Lin Jiao annoyed by their interference. Let's talk about this later. Do as you deem fit. Songjin looked at the woman in the blue dress who was still waiting for him and said anxiously, let's go in and have a drink. When Chi stood up, he asked casually, why isn't Su Tian here? She went to see a movie with a friend. How have you two been? It's all right. Ji Yuquan's gaze softened. He strode forward and did not notice the waiter standing outside the terrace at all. Songjin took a few more glances at the waiter, but he did not think too much about him. After they left, the waiter turned around and pushed open the door of the private room opposite. He placed his phone on the long table filled with wine. He stood respectfully in front of Chu Yeju and said seriously, boss, I've recorded their conversation. Chu Yeju nodded. Good. He placed the video on the screen, picked up the red wine glass, and witnessed their argument with the two people beside him. The moment Ji Yuquan said Jiao Jiao, Pei Jai's eyes darkened. He rested his face on his hands, and when another person said something extremely ridiculous like Lin Jiao wants you, he snorted. President Pei, calm down. Shen Yu placed his hand on his shoulder, afraid that he would flare up. Lin Jiao's attitude says it all. If Lin Jiao still had some thought about getting back together with Ji Yuquan, she would not have broken up with him in the first place. I know. Pei Jai took a long puff on the cigarette and used nicotine to suppress the anger that was growing like a vine. He raised his foot and placed it on the edge of the table. After the entire video was played, he looked at Chu Yeju. When are you going to do it? Immediately. Chu Yeju changed his plan at the last minute. He knew that Pei Jai was angry, so he decided to let his people rush into the private room and beat up the three idiots. Pei Jai had no intention of stopping him. He swirled the red wine glass gently and waited for the staff to come in with a computer before turning his attention to the surveillance cameras. The atmosphere over there was just right. Occasionally, he could hear laughter. Songjin was having a good time with the woman in the blue dress on a corner. Chi and Ji Yuquan sat by the door and played dice with the others. When they picked up their glasses and were about to make a toast, the door of the private room was suddenly kicked open by a group of burly men. The leader rushed up to Songjin. How dare you touch my woman? Songjin was slightly stunned and subconsciously pushed the woman away. He thought that she was the one who attracted this group of people. In his frustration, he quickly explained, Sir, it's all a misunderstanding. Nothing happened between us. You're already hugging and kissing, and you call it a misunderstanding. Before the woman in the blue dress could ask, he asked the lackey behind him to cover her mouth. I was just playing a game with her. Don't take it seriously. Do you think I'm stupid? No, of course not. Before Songjin could finish his sentence, a punch was thrown at him, making him stunned. When the women sitting not far from him saw the blood flowing out of the tip of his nose, they screamed and ran out. As for his friends, they put down the wine glasses in their hands and retreated to the side, having no intention of getting involved. Bro, let's talk. Ji Yuquan stood in front of Songjin, knowing that they were in the wrong, so he did not attack rashly. Go and talk to your mother. The leader grabbed his collar and threw him out. He said domineeringly, don't give me that crap. Ji Yuquan, who was thrown onto the table, felt like his bones were about to fall apart. When he got up and wanted to fight back, he was captured by a group of lackeys and pressed onto the sofa to receive a few punches. On the other hand, Songjin was not any better. He was brutally beaten. What are you looking at? Chi shouted at his good friends and rushed forward with 2 wine bottles. Chapter 33. Sending them to the hospital. Bang! The wine bottle fell to the ground and instantly shattered. Hichi was pressed against the wall by two burly men and could not fight back. What a bunch of cowards. Chuyeju waited for a long time but did not see them make a move. He shook his head in disappointment. Shinyu said expressionlessly, "They're just a bunch of fair-weather friends. What do you expect them to do? How boring." Chuyeju clicked his tongue. He turned to look at Peijai, who was still staring at the screen, and raised an eyebrow. "Brother Pei, do you feel better now?" "Kinda. That means you are not satisfied. Then I'll get them to go on beating for another 10 minutes. What do you think?" "Up to you." Peijai looked away. He cracked his knuckles and tapped his knee as he said indifferently, "Shinyi, call 2 ambulances over." "All right." Shinyi thought for a moment and knew what he was up to. "President Pei, you're too considerate." "What are you two talking about?" Chuyeju understood every word they said, but he did not know what they meant. "He wants me to rip them off." "How?" "Send them to the hospital." Shinyi opened his contact list, not wanting to comment on his unintelligence. Chuyeju understood now. After praising Peijai, he had another idea. "Then how about I make a list of things they broke and ask them for compensation? Isn't that what you should do?" Peijai glanced at him and suspected that he had drunk too much tonight and had gone stupid. He reminded her, "Set the price higher." "Of course." Chuyeju ordered the burly men to stop when the ambulances arrived. He turned off the screen and closed the laptop in front of him. "We've watched the show. Shall we go up and play pool for a while?" "Okay." Peijai left the sofa first. When he walked past the messy private room, he narrowed his eyes and looked at Ji Yuquan, who was lying on the floor. Ji Yuquan, who felt a strong sense of oppression, raised his head with difficulty, but he only saw a shadow. He stared at the door for a long time. It was not until the doctors carrying a few stretchers entered his vision that he was able to return to his senses. Tongji Hospital. The sound of high heels clicking could be heard. Sutian, who rushed to the inpatient department, found Ji Yuquan's ward with the help of a nurse. "What happened to you?" She pounced on him with red eyes, her gaze wandering over the wounds on his body. When Ji Yuquan saw her cry, his heart tightened. He stroked her cheek and smiled gently. "I'm fine. I'm just slightly injured." "Is this a slight injury?" Sutian pointed at his arm and shoulder. "I'll be fine in 2 days." Ji Yuquan wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes and felt his heart ache. "Don't cry. Be good." Sutian bit her lower lip. "Why did you fight?" "Songjin got into a conflict with someone else." "Is he all right?" "Still in the operating room." "That serious?" Sutian widened her eyes in disbelief. "Did you call the police?" "I did." Ji Yuquan coughed and motioned for her to get some water. After he was done drinking, he said, "Help me go over to check in on him." "Okay." Sutian wrapped him in another blanket and kissed his cheek before leaving. She found the nurse on duty and asked about Songjin before heading to Hichi's ward. One of Hichi's ribs was broken, and he was more seriously injured than Ji Yuquan. He was pretty much bedridden. When he saw Sutian coming over, he seemed to be drowned in joy. His pale face was more radiant. "Are you in a lot of pain?" Sutian asked anxiously. Her eyes were blurry from crying, making his heart skip a beat. She had always known Hichi's feelings towards her, but unfortunately, he was completely incomparable to Ji Yuquan. Even if she didn't know Ji Yuquan, it was still impossible for her to have anything to do with him. All she could give him was concern. "Not really." He looked at her intently, unable to hide the affection in his eyes. "Did you just get to the hospital? Are you tired?" "I'm not tired." Sutian touched the bandage on his chest and sighed. "Those people are animals. They are all trained." Hichi did not want to embarrass himself in front of her, so he did not tell her how he was beaten up. In order to spend more time with her, he brought up Lin Jiao and said, "Brother Quan wanted to make it up to her." Sutian's expression changed slightly. During this period of time, she had been so focused on contacting her former friends that she had forgotten about that woman. She smiled faintly. "It's only right for him to make it up to her. I think you'd better not let Brother Quan have anything to do with her." "What if she ruins your relationship?" "I don't think she can." "Why?" At the thought of Lin Jiao's face, Hichi was filled with disgust. "She's very scheming." "She still likes Ji Yuquan." "Obviously so." Sutian pretended to be deep in thought and did not show it no matter how disdainful she was. She only said, "Actually, I can relate to her." "You can relate to her, but can she relate to you?" He sneered and advised, "Sutian, you have to think for yourself." "All right." With that, Sutian ended the topic. After leaving the ward, she walked along the corridor and called Lin Jiao in a quiet place. Beep beep. A busy signal came from the receiver. Sutian did not give up and dialed again. She leaned against the window and looked at the bright moon in the sky. The frustration in her heart became stronger and stronger as she waited. Just as she lost her patience, a voice gentle like water on the river entered her ears. "Who is this, Miss Lin?" Her voice was very soft and carried a faint smile. "I'm Sutian." Lin Jiao was dumbstruck for a moment. Wrapped in a blanket, she turned around sleepily and turned on the night light. "What's the matter?" "I want to talk to you about compensation. Are you free tomorrow afternoon?" "Compensation for what?" Sutian replied softly, "We will compensate you for what you've done for the past 2 years and try our best to make it up to you." Lin Jiao sneered, and her sleepiness suddenly disappeared. She picked up the cup and took 2 sips. After a short moment of anger, she regained her rationality and said indifferently, "Is this Ji Yuquan's idea?" "Yes." Sutian sounded slightly triumphant. "You two broke up because of me, so in addition to the compensation he owes you, I will also compensate you." Chapter 34. I know you still love him. Get Ji Yuquan to answer the phone. He doesn't have time right now. We can talk about it in person tomorrow. Lin Jiao did not know how she could come up with such a lame lie as he didn't have time. She said calmly, "Miss Su, Ji Yuquan and I are now strangers. Instead of spending time on me, why don't you think about how to grab his heart?" "What do you mean by that? Don't you understand?" "Then go and ask Ji Yuquan, who doesn't have time. He should be very happy to explain it to you." Sutian tightened her grip on the phone, and even her delicate face gradually became distorted with anger. "Lin Jiao, you don't have to be sarcastic." She took a deep breath and quickly composed herself. "I know you still love him, but love isn't something that can be done alone. It's useless to force it, Miss Su." Lin Jiao became even more impatient. "There are many men in this world. Not everyone treats Ji Yuquan like a treasure like you." "Lin Jiao, are you kidding yourself?" Sutian thought that Lin Jiao was pretending to be calm. She asked, "If you don't love him, why did you do something to make him feel guilty?" Lin Jiao was confused. She looked up at the time on the screen and had no intention of talking nonsense with her. "I suggest you go and see a psychiatrist first. If you delay any longer, there might be no cure." "Lin Jiao, you're welcome." With that, Lin Jiao hung up. Sutian called again, but no one answered. She was so angry that she threw her phone on the ground and stood in front of the window for a long time before suppressing the anger in her heart. Boss, there's news. After reading the files of information, Shao hastened to report to Page I. Page I rubbed his eyebrows. He looked up at the clock on the wall and said in a low voice, "Do you know what time it is?" 1 in the morning, Shao answered honestly. He could feel Page I's displeasure and hurriedly said, "I don't want to disturb you, but the news is mind-blowing. Send it to me, right away." "Let me give you a voice call first." Page I sat up on his bed. He placed a soft pillow to the back of his head. After answering the voice call, he went through the email Shao sent in a comfortable position. It had to be said that the content of the emails was indeed very mind-blowing. From the day Sutian left the country to the day before she returned, everything big and small was recorded in the form of photos, audio, and chat records. "Boss, how far have you gone?" Shao waited quietly. Page 18. "You'll get to the mind-blowing part soon, then." Page I read the entire email expressionlessly. He lit a cigarette and went back to when she first left the country. "Did Ji Yuquan send someone to investigate her?" "Not at the moment." Shao took 2 sips of water and said sarcastically, "If he finds out, he'll probably break down." Page I let out a snort. He closed the email and tapped his cigarette against the ashtray on the bedside table. "No leaks without my permission. Copy that." Shao gulped down the water. "I'll inform them immediately. I promise not a single word will leak out." "Good." Page I hung up. Just as he was about to turn off the screen, he saw a red dot pop up on his moments. He clicked on it and found a video posted by Chu Yoju. Underneath the video, a night owl who was still up commented something. Chapter 35. Pei-Jai was nervous. Are you still up? Lin Jiao was shocked by the vibration in her palm. She shivered with fright and quickly turned off the horror movie that was playing. Uncle, I'm scared to death by you. What happened? I was watching a horror movie just now. When the female ghost jumped out, my phone rang. I was so scared that my palms were sweating. /shivering gif. Pei-Jai chuckled. My bad. He changed the topic to make her feel better. Did you have insomnia? Nodding gif. Lin Jiao took a few sips of cold water to calm down the fear in her heart. Why are you still up? I was woken up by question Xiao. Is there something urgent in the company? No, he called the wrong number. Pei-Jai adjusted the height of the pillow. Grab yourself a cup of milk. It's conducive to sleep. Don't stay up. I don't want to move. You don't want to or you don't dare to. Lin Jiao felt like she was being seen through. She glanced at the door and wrapped her legs tightly with the blanket. Both. Pei-Jai sent her a video call. When that face that was covered in dim light entered his sight, his heart melted. Don't be afraid. I'll be by your side. Then don't hang up. I won't. Lin Jiao mustered her courage and lifted the blanket. She slowly walked to the door. The moment she pressed the door handle, the scene of the female ghost jumping out flashed before her eyes. Pei-Jai reminded gently, turn on the lights first. Okay. Lin Jiao took a few steps to the right. She reached out a hand to touch the cold wall and quickly found the switch, letting the darkness around her be completely dispelled by the warm light. Pei-Jai said with a chuckle, don't watch too many horror movies in the future. I occasionally. Bang, bang, bang. Pei-Jai looked at the ceiling on the screen and quickly got out of bed. Jiao, what's wrong? Someone is smashing the door. Lin Jiao was already in a high-strung state. After being frightened, her voice trembled. Go back to your room. I'll be there soon. Jiao, did you hear me? Pei-Jai clenched his fists tightly, the veins on the back of his hands bulging. I heard you. Lin Jiao's attention was pulled back by him. She calmed herself down and tried her best to ignore the banging. She picked up the fruit knife on the coffee table and returned to the bedroom to lock the door. Is he still outside? Pei-Jai got into the driver's seat and drove towards Mingxin Mansion. Yes. Lin Jiao sat down with her back facing the door. This was the first time she had encountered such a situation. Her mind was in a mess. Uncle, will he break in? I don't think so. Pei-Jai drove ahead, ignoring two red lights. The security door is very solid. Don't think too much to scare yourself. Lin Jiao could not help but overthink. She listened to the violent sound that lingered in her ears and tightened her grip on the fruit knife. Uncle, where are you? At the entrance of Mingxin Mansion, Pei-Jai told the security guard something before driving to the building and getting out of the car. He did not have time to wait for the elevator that was still on the 20th floor. He pushed open the door to the safe passage and ran up as fast as he could. Chapter 36. The feeling of being protected by him. Jiao, I'm coming up. He panted heavily and comforted her with his gentlest voice. Lin Jiao stared blankly at the man on the screen who was running up desperately. This feeling of being protected by someone reminded her of that rainy night when he held an umbrella to protect her from the wind and rain. She pursed her lips and saw him push open the door to the passage on the 8th floor. She didn't have time to think anymore. Uncle, be careful. Okay, I'll hang up first. Pei-Jai was ready to fight, so he put his phone back into his pocket. As he arrived, he saw a man who reeked of alcohol and was shouting for his wife as he smashed the door. The security guards, who were a step behind, were speechless when they saw this scene. They dragged the man away and said to Pei-Jai, I'm really sorry. When he wakes up, we'll get him to apologize to you. No need. Pei-Jai refused decisively. Tell his family that if this happens again, we'll see him in court. The security guards responded with an extremely good attitude. After they left with the man, Pei-Jai took out his phone and called Lin Jiao. Not long after, a faint light could be seen coming from inside, and a kitten in a nightgown ran towards him. Uncle, are you all right? Lin Jiao looked him up and down, her hoarse voice filled with worry, as if she was afraid that he would be injured. I'm fine. At her instruction, Pei-Jai walked into the living room. He drank the warm water she poured and briefly explained what happened outside the door. He won't come again. That's good. Lin Jiao collapsed on the sofa, relieved. She put the fruit knife back and felt hungry. Uncle, do you want noodles? Are you hungry? A little. Then I'll cook. Pei Jai put down his teacup and was about to walk into the kitchen when he was stopped. I'll do it. Go take a shower first. What? Lin Jiao repeated, your back drenched in sweat. You'll feel uncomfortable if you don't wash up. This time, Pei Jai was sure that he had heard it correctly. Before he could speak, he saw Lin Jiao run back to the bedroom and take out a white bathrobe. This one is the biggest. You can make do with it for the night. When Pei Jai was pushed into the bathroom, he was still wondering if she meant to ask him to stay here for tonight. Seeing that he was standing in front of the wash bowl motionlessly, Lin Jiao, who was introducing the shower gel, called out to him, Uncle, are you listening? Yes. The pink one on the shelf is shower gel. The blue one is shampoo. The brown one is a conditioner. Don't use it wrong. Pei Jai swallowed his saliva, saying, all right. He listened to the sound of footsteps leaving and sighed before slowly walking to the shower. The faint fragrance that filled the bathroom rushed into his nose and spread out across every inch of his skin. He lowered his eyes and looked at the white bubble that slid down his ankle. His heart felt as if it had been soaked in warm spring water. After a long time, he turned off the shower and returned to the mirror to put on his bathrobe. Uncle, does the bathrobe fit? Lin Jiao asked when she noticed that the sound of water had stopped. Yeah. Pei Jai wiped the water off the sink, turned around, pushed open the bathroom door, and walked towards the kitchen. Is it done? Done. Lin Jiao turned around with the bowl. Her gaze moved down from his neck to his calves. This bathrobe looks so small on you. Not really. At least his knees were covered. Pei Jai took the bowl and chopsticks from her hand. Just as he took a step towards the dining room, he was grabbed by the sleeve. Let's watch TV for a while. Lin Jiao threw 2 cushions on the carpet and sat in front of the sofa with him, searching for a good show. There's nothing to see at this hour. There's a Thai drama. Do you want to watch it? Anything is fine. Pei Jai did not mind. As long as he was with her, he was already satisfied. He handed her the chopsticks. Aren't you sleepy? I'm not sleepy now. Lin Jiao used the tip of her chopsticks to roll up a few strands of noodles and put them into her mouth. She chewed and stared at the slapping scene without blinking. Uncle, who do you think is prettier? Do I have to choose? Don't take it so serious. Just say what you want. They're both ugly. Lin Jiao was amused by his serious look. She took a bite of the omelette, her puffed cheeks making her look even cuter. Actually, both of them are transgender. Pei Jai swallowed a mouthful of noodles. Have you seen this show before? What's it about? In short, in order to take revenge on the mistress who stole his father from his mother, the male protagonist underwent a gender-changing surgery to seduce the mistress's brother. A few days after the protagonist hooked up with him, he was snatched away by another transgender person. What is the screenwriter trying to say? I don't know. Lin Jiao poured some water into the cup and pushed it to him. Maybe the screenwriter wants to make a point that face slapping is joyful. It's indeed very joyful. Pei Jai couldn't find a suitable word to describe it. He slowly finished his noodles and picked up his bowl and chopsticks before the second round of face slapping began. Uncle, let me wash it. Without waiting for him to take a step forward, Lin Jiao grabbed his sleeve. Pei Jai pulled her hand away. It's fine. He raised his chin at the LCD screen. This is very exciting. Don't miss it. Lin Jiao didn't insist. She watched the face-slapping scene with relish. When Pei Jai came out after washing the dishes, she did not forget to tell him what he missed out on. Pei Jai listened carefully and did not let slip a single word. He sat down beside her and, after this episode ended, he didn't allow her to watch another one. It's 3 o'clock. He turned off the television and rubbed her head. You should go to bed. I can't sleep. Lin Jiao pushed away the hair on the side of her face, not finding his action weird. Pei Jai poured a cup of milk and stood by the side to watch her drink it all. His voice was still gentle as he said, "You'll fall asleep after lying down for a while." All right. Lin Jiao put down the glass. She turned off the lights in the living room and went to the bathroom with him to brush her teeth. Uncle, do you have trouble sleeping in a new bed? Chapter 37. Making soup for her. No. Pei Jai spat out the mouthwash. His mouth was still filled with the sweetness of peaches. He handed her a tissue and waited for her to wipe away the water on her lips before looking away. Uncle, wait a minute. Lin Jiao suddenly thought of something and ran to the living room. She found a charger in the cabinet and stood in the doorway of the second bedroom. She pointed to the headboard. The plugs are on the right side. Okay. Pei Yi took the charger. He said good night to her and watched the door opposite close bit by bit before he was willing to switch off the light in the living room. Living under the same roof as her was something he had yearned for but could not ask for. When he lay on the bed and was wrapped in the blanket she used, he felt like his life was complete. He was facing the white wall, and his mind was filled with the image of her. With her in mind, he fell asleep in no time. As the sun rose, the cicadas resting on the willow trees let out a series of cries. Summer was their mating season. The hotter the sun was, the louder it cried, causing the entire neighborhood to be filled with high-pitched noises. Before Pei Jai's alarm could go off, he was woken up. He looked at the time on his phone. After the brain fog went away, he walked into the bathroom to wash up and prepare lunch for her. At noon, a strong fragrance of soup spread from the kitchen. As soon as Lin Jiao opened the door, she was attracted by the fragrance. She ran into the kitchen in her slippers and disheveled hair. Uncle, are you making soups? Pei Jai nodded. Do you want to try it? Yes. Lin Jiao glanced at the pot like a kitten waiting to be fed. She waited for Pei Jai to blow on the soup to cool it down before taking the spoon from him and drinking it in satisfaction. How does it taste? It's very delicious. I usually like to put the ginseng in the chicken soup. I didn't expect you to do the same. Many people could not accept this smell. For example, every time she made chicken soup with ginseng, Ji Yuquan would frown with displeasure. Pei Jai thought of something. I still have a few kilograms of Pailis Aishabel ginseng. I'll give it to you another day. How much is Pailis Aishabel ginseng now? About 600. Lin Jiao replied. Then I'll cook chicken soup for you next time. She handed him the spoon and resisted the urge to take another sip. Okay. This was what Pei Jai wanted the most. Go wash up first. Lin Jiao nodded. I'll come to help you later. She left the kitchen with light steps, washed up as quickly as possible, and returned to her room to change into another set of nightgown. While passing the second bedroom, she vaguely heard a vibration, so she followed the sound to the bed and picked up the phone. Uncle, your phone is ringing. From whom? Chu Yaju. Pei Jai was too busy cooking to care about Chu Yaju. He shouted from the kitchen, help me answer the call. Lin Jiao pressed the answer button. Before she could say a word, she heard him ask, Brother Pei, have you eaten? Not yet. His cooking. Chu Yaju was so shocked that he dropped his cigarette. He swallowed his saliva and double-checked if the number he called was correct. He asked tentatively, Lin Jiao? Yes. Lin Jiao bit open the packet of biscuits and stuffed a piece into her mouth to fill her stomach. Why are you calling him? Chapter 38. Looking forward to the day when the fake show becomes real. Chu Yeju was glad that he did not mention Ji Yuquan. He picked up the cigarette that had fallen to the ground. He was eager to gossip, but he was afraid of making Pei Jai angry, so he could only fight the urge back. Nothing serious. He put the cigarette in his mouth again and pressed the lighter. Did Brother Yang call you? No, why? He's treating us to dinner tonight. Lin Jiao was puzzled. Isn't he in Lin City? He came back this morning. Chu Yeju blew out a stream of smoke. You guys go ahead. I'll send you the address later. Okay. Lin Jiao swallowed the biscuit in her mouth. She turned off the screen. Just as she was about to get up and go to the kitchen to help, Zhu Yinshan gave her a call. Jiao Jiao, are you free tonight? His voice was very special. It was slightly hoarse and carried a trace of coldness, making him sound mysterious. Yes, Chu Yeju just told me. Lin Jiao walked to the dining room and wiped the table. Are you in a relationship again? What do you mean again? This is my first love. How shameless, Lin Jiao thought to herself. Lin Jiao didn't even want to expose him. How long do you plan to last this relationship? After dinner tonight? Of course it won't be so quick. Zhu Yinshan hugged the beauty beside him and said with a smile, this time, I'm aiming at marriage. When Lin Jiao heard this, she knew that his new girlfriend was next to him. She didn't say anything else. All right, I'll see you tonight. Do you want me to pick you up? No need. I'll come with uncle. You're calling him uncle again. Zhu Yinshan was very dissatisfied with this form of address. Jiao Jiao, don't lower my seniority. He's not my biological uncle. It's all the same. Lin Jiao replied perfunctorily and hung up before he could go on rattle away. She pushed open the kitchen door and saw that Pei Jai had already finished making 2 dishes. She felt embarrassed. Uncle, thank you, it's all right. Pei Jai wiped dry his hands and handed the plate to her. What did Chiyoju say? Lin Jiao summarized it. When she talked about Ju Yinshan being in a new relationship, she said with a shake of her head, why doesn't he just find a good girl and settle down? Pei Jai followed after her. He hasn't met anyone who really likes him. How can he settle down? No. Lin Jiao sat down beside him. I think the last one was not bad. She seemed to like him. How can you tell? From the way she looked at him. Have you forgotten her profession? Pei Jai picked up the spoon and scooped a bowl of soup for her. Lin Jiao suddenly remembered. She took 2 sips of soup and sighed. It's too difficult to find true love in the entertainment industry. Pei Jai was silent for a moment. Indeed, being in the entertainment industry, it was very difficult for Ju Yinshan to find out if the girls really liked him. Perhaps he had tried at the beginning, but as more and more people wanted to use him to climb up the social ladder, he was probably too disappointed to believe in true love again. Lin Jiao looked up and suddenly asked, Uncle, have you ever thought of dating? I have. Then have you never dated anyone? Pei Jai looked into her eyes and said with a meaningful smile, it's not time yet. She asked again, what type do you like? Girls who are sometimes cute and sometimes sexy. Pei Jai was afraid that she would notice something, so he only gave a rough description. Is that all? That's all at the moment. This type is quite easy to find. Lin Jiao took a spoonful of rice and teased, the one who wooed you before was exactly the type. Which one? Chuyaju's ex-girlfriend's best friend. You remember it so clearly. If not for her mentioning it, Pei Jai would have forgotten about that woman. How can I forget her? She even called me just to get a chance to meet you. Why didn't you tell me about it? I'm afraid you'll be annoyed. Lin Jiao knew that he wasn't into that woman, so how could she make things difficult for him? A trace of joy appeared in Pei Jai's eyes. He put 2 pieces of corn into her bowl and stared at her side face. He asked curiously, how did you reject her? Well, can't you tell me? Not really. Lin Jiao hesitated and asked him first, promise me that you won't get angry. Pei Jai had a bad feeling. He'd guessed that there was more to this than met the eye, but since she'd already put it that way, he certainly wouldn't get angry. Yes, I promise. And you also can't get angry with Yulin either. I won't. After receiving his promise, Lin Jiao said, at that time, she annoyed me and Yulin relentlessly, so Yulin sent me a photo. After I forwarded it to her, she finally stopped. What photo? A photo of your bedroom. What else? Let me see. Pei Jai could not imagine what was so special about that bedroom photo. Let me find it. Lin Jiao downed the soup. She took the tissue from Pei Jai and leaned lazily on the chair. She found the photo. Take a look at it. I'll wash the dishes. Pei Jai did not fight to wash the dishes this time. He clicked on the photo. The first thing that came into view was the crumpled grey bed sheets. On the bed sheets lay lipstick and a blue tie. And his boxer shorts. Pei Jai looked at the photo and did not know what to say. He tapped on the screen. After the photo that filled the screen was gone, he noticed a few more text messages. He's taking a shower. He might not have time. What's your relationship? As you can see, /shy. Alright, that's all I can tell you. My hands are still too sore to type. Pei Jai looked at the messages, and a scene flashed across his mind at the words my hands are too sore. Even though he knew that this was a show put on by Pei Yulin and Lin Jiao, he still hoped that it would turn into reality one day. Uncle. Lin Jiao came out after washing the dishes. Seeing that he was still sitting there in a daze, she waved her hand in front of his eyes. Huh? Pei Jai met her big eyes and immediately concealed all his emotions. Help me untie my apron. She turned around. Pei Jai's hand brushed past her fair skin and held the dead knot. He narrowed his eyes and focused on untying the apron. Were you the one who came up with those messages? Only the first one is. Lin Jiao recalled the photo and wanted to laugh. I think Yulin is very talented in photography. Pei Jai did not deny it. After all, when he first saw the photo, his imagination really ran wild. All right. He untied the knot in her apron and changed the subject. Are you done in the kitchen? That's right. Lin Jiao handed him the cup and looked at the time. What time are we leaving? Chapter 39. Stunningly dressed up. 4 o'clock. Pei Jai adjusted his collar and stood up. I'll go back and change first. I'll pick you up later, okay. Lin Jiao sent him to the door. She handed over the car key on the shoe cabinet. When the figure disappeared, she quickly closed the door to block out the heat wave. She walked to the wardrobe and looked at the dresses and women's bags, not knowing what to dress for tonight. It was not difficult to tell that the sexy dresses were all chosen by Lan Ying. The remaining ones that looked cute were prepared by Lin Hongyuan and his current wife. In comparison, Lin Jiao was more inclined to the former. She opened the glass cabinet and chose a wine-colored halter dress from the pile. Then, she matched it with a set of jewelry, a chain bag, and high heels. She had not dressed up seriously in a long time. After changing her clothes, she sat in front of the mirror and put on some makeup. Lin Jiao, I'm downstairs. Pei Jai glanced at the watch on his wrist. It was exactly 4 o'clock. Are you done changing? I'm still doing my hair. Don't worry. Take your time. Lin Jiao quickly put on lipstick before walking out in her black high heels. The car door opened a moment later. When Pei Jai, who was smoking, caught sight of her, he couldn't bring himself to look away. A woman in a wine-red dress bent down and got into the car. A few strands of curly hair rippled on her shoulders, vaguely revealing her neck. She turned around and found her seat belt. When she turned to look at him, the smile on her lips dazzled him, and everything behind her became her backdrop. Pei Jai had not seen her like this for a long time. It was as if she had returned to that year when she bumped into his arms with a faint fragrance and barged into his world without warning. Uncle, the cigarette ash is about to fall. Lin Jiao was afraid that the sparks would land on him, so she leaned over with an ashtray. Only then did Pei Jai feel the heat on his fingertips. He threw the cigarette butt into the ashtray and casually glanced at her collarbone before looking away, not daring to look at her anymore. This dress suits you very well. Is that so? Yes, he said. She would probably break into his dream tonight. Lin Jiao brushed the end of her dress and smiled. She opened the message on WeChat. Uncle, Yulan can only come at night. Ignore her. If she didn't come, Pei Jai would have time to spend with Lin Jiao. Help me navigate the road. After replying, Lin Jiao clicked on the location sent by Ju Yunshan and asked him, what navigation voice do you like? Lin Kailing or Crayon Shinchan? I'm fine with either. Lin Kailing then. Pei Jai had no object irons. Holding the steering wheel with one hand, he watched the rearview mirror as he made a U-turn. Do you like her voice? Kinda. Lin Jiao adjusted the height of the seat and leaned back in satisfaction. I sometimes imitate her voice with Pei Yulan. Show me. Forget it. I'm afraid you'll get goosebumps. Pei Jai chuckled. I won't. Do you really want to hear it? If you want to. He'd never forced her to do anything. What she wanted was the priority. Lin Jiao cleared her throat. I'll only imitate her voice once. Chapter 40. I just want to seal that lips. She did not feel any pressure when being with Pei Jai. In addition, she had a good time with him. Turn right at the intersection ahead. A gentle voice entered Pei Jai's ears like an electric current. If they were a couple, he probably wouldn't be able to resist stepping on the brakes and covering her lips to listen to her whimper. Uncle, how's my imitation? Lin Jiao smiled at him, not knowing the dangerous thoughts he had in mind. Good. Pei Jai tightened his grip on the steering wheel, trying to calm down. He then asked tentatively, have you said to anyone in that voice? Just you and Yulan. Lin Jiao turned around, her back facing the glaring sunlight. Other than you two, no one wants to hear it. Pei Jai felt a sense of satisfaction. He paid attention to the cars nearby. Even if they wanted to hear it, they wouldn't be able to. Lin Jiao smiled. You're right. She waited for Pei Jai to drive the car into the parking lot of the mall before getting out of the car with him. Come this way. Pei Jai wrapped his arms slightly around her waist to lead her. He slowed down to match her pace. When they were in the elevator, he was unwilling to let go. The number finally stopped at the top floor. When the waiter waiting outside saw them come out, he respectfully raised his hand and led them to a terrace. At this moment, the sun was still very bright. When the sunlight shone on the pool, the sparkling waves were especially dazzling. Lin Jiao, who was always afraid of heat, strode to the front and pushed open the hot glass door to enter with him. Brother Pei, you look radiant today. Chuyeju looked at the two of them and teased. Shenyi, who was sitting beside him, also looked at them with interest, but he did not speak. You too. Peijai smiled casually. He took a glass of juice from the table filled with wine and handed it to Lin Jiao. Why isn't Yunshin here yet? His girlfriend is going to buy a gift for Lin Jiao. Chuyeju toasted them. They probably went to the mall. Lin Jiao asked with her mouth wide open, me again? She couldn't even count how many gifts she had received from her sisters-in-law. It was as if without gifts, they weren't allowed to meet her. Only you have this kind of treatment. Have you never received one? Shenyu seemed to have received one. Chuyeju thought for a moment. In any case, I haven't. Shenyu handed them 2 cigarettes. It was because that day was my birthday. Then did you return a gift? He broke up too quickly that I didn't even have a chance to do so. That's true. Chuyeju showed them the gossip he saw a few days ago. Among the 3 girls he is rumored to be with recently, guess who will show up? Lin Jiao leaned over to take a look at the photo of the girls. Based on her past experience, she pointed at the entertainment trainee. She has a 60% chance. My thoughts are the opposite of yours. She's probably just using Brother Yang to make herself known. Only the actress is likely, but the actress isn't his type. His type can change at any time. Chuyeju was very certain. Why don't we make a bet? On what? The loser must satisfy a request from the winner. Lin Jiao agreed almost without thinking. She knew very well that even if she lost, he would not make an unreasonable request. President Pei, did you bring her home? Shenyi also started gossiping. She brought me home. Did you sleep at her apartment last night? Yeah. Peijai took 2 sips of red wine. His eyes were filled with gentleness as he looked at her. Looks like you're not far from being single. Maybe. Attract her with your charm. She will definitely be tempted. Peijai replied, I know. All he needed was time to make his moves. Brother Pei, what are you talking about? Chuyeju walked over with Lin Jiao and took the initiative to give the seat beside Peijai to Lin Jiao. Nothing. Peijai picked up the fruit plate and pushed the mangoes to the side. Ask Yunshin where he is. Alright. Just as Chuyeju was about to make a call, a man and a woman walked in against the sun. Yunshin, who was walking in front, was wearing a Versus shirt with a classic Barako print. After greeting them, he put his arm around his new girlfriend and introduced, this is my girlfriend, Du Wei. Du Wei smiled brightly at them. She looked at Lin Jiao in surprise. Yunshin, is she Jiao Jiao? Yes. Yunshin took a step forward. He rubbed Lin Jiao's head and looked at her. Jiao Jiao, call her sister-in-law. Lin Jiao had no choice but to go through the motions. She accepted the gift from Du Wei. After expressing her gratitude, she praised Du Wei sincerely. Du Wei was beaming with smiles upon hearing the praises. She wanted to get closer to Lin Jiao. After sitting down beside her, she started a conversation centered around Yunshin. Are you 2 siblings? No. Lin Jiao shuffled back slightly. She took the fruit plate from Peijai and took a bite of a watermelon. We are not biologically related. Chapter 41. She really didn't like Ji Yuquan anymore. I see. Du Wei did not dare to ask further, afraid that she would ask something that she should not know. Lin Jiao answered the question she wanted to ask. Although we're not biologically related, we have the same grandfather. God-grandfather. God-grandfather. He's my real grandfather. At this moment, Yunshin joined the conversation. He thought of that dangerous summer. If not for the old man, I'm afraid I would already be buried 6 feet under. It was probably when he was 8 years old. At that time, he went to his grandmother's house for a short stay during the summer vacation. Because it was too hot and he was naughty, he followed a group of kids to the river to swim. They competed to see who could swim further. He was competitive by nature and swam deeper into the river, but before he could stabilize himself, he was washed away by the sudden current that ran down from upstream. The companion closest to him was frightened to see him struggling. However, not only did he not reach out to pull him back, but he also left him behind and swam back with all his might. Even after all these years, Yunshin still remembered the fear, helplessness, and panic of facing death. He was wrapped in the torrential current and was slowly drowned. No matter how he struggled, it was all in vain. The cries for help were getting louder and louder. Just as he was about to lose all his strength, an old man fishing on the shore swam towards him. He still vividly remembered the anxious expression on the old man's face and his comforting voice. After that, under the suggestion of his parents, he acknowledged the old man as his grandfather and had been accompanying him from then on in a bid to show his gratitude. Fortunately, you were saved. Du Wei pounced into his arms, her eyes red. I'll also treat him as my own grandfather in the future. Ju Yinshan lowered his head and kissed her forehead. He did not agree or refuse and changed the topic. Jiao, have you been to see him recently? No. Then shall we go together next week? Okay. Lin Jiao wiped the watermelon stain off her lips and was about to ask Pei Jai when she was interrupted by Chu Yoju. Brother Yang, it's 6 o'clock. He waved his phone to remind him of the time. If we don't start eating, I'm gonna starve to death. Ju Yinshan glanced at him in disdain. He raised his chin at the round table on the right. After everyone was seated, he called the waiter to serve some dessert. Jiao, I heard you broke up with Ji Yuquan. He fed Du Wei a piece of macaroon as he asked. Only he had the guts to ask her this question in public. Other than Pei Jai, the others were all observing Lin Jiao's expression. Seeing that she didn't look angry, they heaved a sigh of relief. Yes, it's been a while. Why? He's with someone else. Lin Jiao looked up and met his angry and worried eyes. Don't worry, I don't like him anymore. She wasn't lying. She really did not like Ji Yuquan anymore. That's good. Ju Yinshan could tell that she was not pretending to be calm. He suppressed the anger in his heart and thought that when she was not around, he would discuss with Pei Jai and the others about teaching Ji Yuquan a lesson. Jiao, Du Wei filled her glass with juice. If you are ready to begin a new relationship, I can introduce some people to you. She doesn't need you to introduce people to her. Ju Yinshan glanced at Pei Jai and smiled meaningfully. There are plenty of people who want to woo her. Chapter 42. Not only in the past. Lin Jiao was puzzled. Really? She pointed the knife and fork at the cherry foie gras that the waiter had just brought over. Why didn't I know? Yes, but you just didn't notice it. You did? If you didn't notice it, how could he notice it? Shen Yu was afraid that Ju Yinshan would say something he shouldn't, so he quickly interrupted. That's right. Chu Yeju agreed. He glanced at someone and raised his glass to toast Ju Yinshan to prevent him from bringing the topic up again. I wish you and Du Wei a happy life. Du Wei clinked glasses with him. Thank you. The atmosphere at the dining table was very lively. They chatted until the sun set. After the heat wave that filled the air dissipated with the wind, they went to the open-air garden to have a drink. Do you want to play games? Chu Yeju rubbed the wine bottle, wanting to help Pei Jai. Playing what? Truth or dare? How about that? Sure. Shen Yu saw through him and asked cooperatively, is there a limit to what we can do? Do as you deem fit. Then let's get started. I'll go first. Ju Yinshan wiped the water off the bottle with a tissue and spun it gently on the table. Everyone looked at the wine bottle and watched as it slowed down. In the end, it was pointed at Chu Yeju. I'll choose truth. He was afraid of being asked to do something unacceptable by Ju Yinshan, so he decided to choose truth. I'm not interested in your honest words. I don't care what you are interested in. I'm going for truth. Seeing that he was determined not to choose dare, Ju Yinshan gave the opportunity of asking a question to Du Wei. However, Du Wei only asked questions like how many girlfriends have you been with? It's my turn. Chu Yeju rubbed his hands and spun the wine bottle. Perhaps the wine bottle knew what he was up to. It stopped moving after pointing at Lin Jiao. I choose dare. Lin Jiao was different from him. She liked challenges. Are you serious? Of course. At first, Chu Yeju wanted to take it slow, but he didn't expect her to be so bold. He was stunned. Wait, let me think. I'll give you 10 seconds. Ju Yinshan raised his hand and pointed at the dial on his wrist. If you can't think of anything, we'll move on. Don't. 3 seconds left. Chu Yeju's mind raced. In a hurry, he said, how about this? Get someone to carry you and do squats. Get someone to carry me? Yes, do 15 squats. Seeing that he was deliberately making things easy for her, Lin Jiao chuckled and asked Ju Yinshan, Brother Yang, do you want to exercise? Ju Yinshan glanced at someone who had a disappointed look on his face and almost laughed out loud. He cleared his throat and said lightly, Jiao, I exercised with your sister-in-law until 4 last night. My back still hurts, so I might not be able to do squats. Yinshan, Wei glared at him and burrowed into his arms, her face red with embarrassment. My good girl. Ju Yinshan hugged her tighter. His loving tone made everyone want to beat him up. Lin Jiao was even more speechless. She looked around and chose someone she was most familiar with. Uncle, can you carry me? Yes, Pei Jai answered readily with a calm expression. He walked to an empty spot and squatted down, giving his broad back to her. When he felt something soft pressing against, he held her leg. Uncle, I'm ready. Lin Jiao hugged his neck and stared at him. Pei Jai took a deep breath to calm his racing heart and looked at the swimming pool not far away. In such a fashion, he did 15 squats with Lin Jiao on his back. Even though he had been trying his best to do it slowly, time still flew by. He could only put her down unwillingly. It's my turn this time, right? Lin Jiao returned to the table and grabbed the wine bottle. Chu Yeju nodded. Go ahead. He sent the photo he had secretly taken to Pei Jai and gave him a look. Pei Jai ignored him. He looked at the bottle that was pointed at him and raised an eyebrow. He chose truth. Lin Jiao asked casually, Uncle, have you ever had a crush on anyone in the past? Pei Jai said, yes, not only in the past. Chapter 43. Who is taking advantage of who? Lin Jiao did not expect this answer. They had known each other for many years, but she had never seen him with a woman. Perhaps out of curiosity, she looked into his eyes and asked, who is she? You can only ask one question. Pei Jai's eyes were filled with emotions that she could not understand. He smiled. I'll tell you when I can. All right. Lin Jiao nodded. She guessed that he might not want to mention his crush in front of so many people, so she stopped asking. In the 6th round, the wine bottle stopped moving when it was pointed at Chu Yeju, who was afraid of choosing dare. At Ju Yinshan's relentless request, he took off his shirt, jumped into the pool, and tried to balance a small ball on the tip of his nose like a seal performing a trick. Brother Yang, is that enough? He raised his hands to balance himself and stared at the ball intently. What's the hurry? It's not time yet. Don't. Chu Yeju, I didn't know you were so talented. A mocking voice interrupted him. Pei Yulin, who came late, walked to the pool and leaned over to touch the black ball. She smiled and said, do it again for me, will you? Sure. Chu Yeju rolled his eyes. He slowly moved forward and grabbed her hand when she was unprepared. He pulled her down with all his might, not showing any compassion for a woman at all. With a loud splash, water spilled on the surface of the pool. Even the floating ball was knocked to the other side. Pei Yulin held Chu Yeju's arm and pushed aside the hair that blocked her vision. Chu Yeju, you're finished. She gave him a hard pinch. Sensing that he wanted to run, she quickly grabbed him. Chu Yeju did not want to be pinched and swam to the pool side with all his might. However, much to everyone's surprise, Pei Yulin grabbed his shorts. Before he could stop her, the shorts slid down to his ankles. He looked at the pair of shorts that was thrown away by her and said embarrassedly, do you have to go so far? Why did you pull me down? I just want to swim with you. Pei Yulin snorted. Cut that crap. She swam to the edge of the pool, put on the white bathrobe Lin Jiao handed her, and tied up her wet hair. Pass me my pants. Chu Yeju placed his hands on the pool side and looked at her with a fawning smile. It's not like you're not wearing anything. Ah yeah, there are so many eyes watching. Pei Yulin glanced down and saw him covering his lower body. She said disdainfully, what makes you think we want to see that tiny thing? You just saw it. You need to see an ophthalmologist to treat your bad eyesight. I'm not interested in your lousy body figure at all, okay? You call this a lousy figure? Chu Yeju left the pool and grabbed her hand to place it on his abs. Lin Jiao did not want to continue watching the show. She turned around and returned to the table. Just as she pulled out a chair and was about to sit down, she saw Pei Yulin kick Chu Yeju back into the pool. Bastard, how dare you take advantage of me? Pei Yulin rolled her eyes and took a few tissues from the table to wipe her hands in disdain. Pei Yulin, are you crazy? Chu Yeju was furious. He climbed back to the poolside and put on his pants before questioning her. Explain it. Who is taking advantage of whom? Pei Yulin gritted her teeth. You take advantage of me. Chapter 44. He kissed her out of anger. Chu Yeju was used to seeing her distort the truth. He approached her step by step and looked down at her with his height advantage, grabbing her ponytail. Do you want me to show you what it means to take advantage of someone? He leaned over, almost kissing her on the cheek. Pei Yulin was not to be outdone at all. She crossed her arms and looked straight into his eyes. "Show me then, if you have the ball." "You said it." "I said." Pei Yulin was not the only one who was stunned when she felt a warm touch on her cheek. Everyone else present widened their eyes in disbelief. Chuyeju regretted it immediately after kissing her. He quickly pulled a safe distance away from her, all his anger replaced by awkwardness. "You asked me to kiss you. I didn't force you." Chuyeju. Pei Yulin was embarrassed and angry. She looked around, picked up the bag on the chair, and threw it at him, looking like she wasn't gonna let him live to see the sun rising tomorrow. Chuyeju ran around the long table and was busy dodging the objects she threw at him one after another. I am sorry. Only when he got hit a few times did the show end. Pei Yulin was finally appeased. She sat down beside Lin Jiao and took 2 sips of wine. "What game were you playing just now?" Lin Jiao smacked her lips. Before she could speak, she heard Du Wei say, "Truth or dare?" Only then did Pei Yulin notice her presence. She raised an eyebrow and looked at Zhu Yinshan. Zhao Yinshan introduced, "This is Du Wei, my girlfriend." "I knew it." Pei Yulin really did not like the speed at which he changed girlfriends. She greeted Du Wei politely. "Yulin, do you want to join us?" Du Wei smiled and clinked glasses with her. She already treated herself as a part of this clique. "I'm good." Pei Yulin put down her glass and replied politely, "I have something to say to Jiao Jiao. You guys go on /." She gave Lin Jiao a look, and the latter followed her into the room, leaving the rest to continue the game. "Yulin, did you find him?" Lin Jiao was indeed her best friend. She could tell what was on Pei Yulin's mind at a glance. Pei Yulin sighed heavily. "I was deceived." "By him?" "Not by him." "Then by whom?" Lin Jiao frowned, confused. "I posted his blurred photo on the Photoshop forum, right? Then, a few self-claimed Photoshop experts looked for me and asked me to pay a deposit and promised to give the fixed photo back to me in a few days. Then they ran away with the money." "Yes," Pei Yulin said in frustration, "it's a small sum of money to me. I just feel frustrated." "It's fine." Lin Jiao hugged her gently and comforted her. "Let's think of another way." "Jiao Jiao." "Yes." "I'm afraid I won't be able to find him." Pei Yulin lowered her head with worries written all across her face. It was rare for her to be so in love with someone, but her journey of finding him was full of obstacles. Was there really no fate between them? How is that possible? Lin Jiao wiped her wet hair. "Don't let your imagination run wild. If you really can't, get uncle to help." "No." Pei Yulin suddenly looked up and quickly refused. "I can't let him know about this. Otherwise, he'll give me a long and tedious lecture again." Lin Jiao asked, "Then should I get Brother Yang to help?" Chapter 45. Your mind is occupied by that person. Pei Yulin's eyes lit up. She knew how important Lin Jiao was to Zhu Yinshan and he would definitely keep it a secret. "If you didn't tell me, I would have forgotten about him." Lin Jiao twirled a few strands of her hair and teased, "I think these days, your mind is entirely occupied by that person." "No, I still have you in my heart." Pei Yulin leaned on her shoulder and smiled brightly. "Friendship comes first, love comes second." "Cut it out." "Really? It's not like I care about my lover more than my friend." Lin Jiao believed her for the time being. She dried her wet hair. When they walked out together hand in hand, they happened to see Zhu Yinshan, who was going to the washroom, so they followed him. "Jiao Jiao, what's wrong? I have something to ask of you. Don't hold back. Just tell me." Zhu Yinshan shook off the water on his hand and brought her to an empty spot. Lin Jiao briefly explained what happened to Pei Yulin. After hearing the whole story, Zhu Yinshan raised an eyebrow. "You want me to help her get back the money? Let's find that person first. Do you have a photo of him?" "Yes." Lin Jiao opened the chat history and sent him the photo screenshot from the surveillance camera footage. "How long will it take you to find him?" 3 days. Zhu Yinshan looked at the photo before sending it to his assistant. "Isn't she afraid that this man might not be a good guy?" "How?" "It could be that he approached her intentionally to achieve a certain goal." "I don't think so." In comparison, Lin Jiao felt that he was more likely to be a deadbeat. "I can't say for sure." Zhu Yinshan had seen many dirty things, so it was inevitable that he would overthink. After all, with the Pei family's status, it was not unlikely that people would try to get close to Pei Yulin with purpose. "Let's find him first." Lin Jiao turned off the screen. If he really is up to no good, I believe Yulin will be rational enough to stop this relationship. I hope so. He didn't say anything else. When they returned to the open-air garden, Lin Jiao suddenly stopped him and reminded him in a low voice, "Brother Yang, don't tell anyone." "Got you." Ju Yunshan rubbed her head. Their interaction made Pei Jai envious. Unfortunately, he could not be so intimate with her in front of the others. He took a deep breath and poured a glass of fruit wine for her. "Drink less." He was afraid she would get drunk again. "Okay." Lin Jiao smiled, her eyes reflecting the chandelier. It was mesmerizing. Pei Jai rubbed his eyes to pull his wandering mind back before continuing the game. They played until almost midnight before putting down their glasses. Before they separated, Ju Yunshan called out to them, "The charity banquet I'm holding is on Friday. Remember to come." "No problem." Pei Yulin, who was drunk, waved at the couple who was gradually walking away and ran over to grab Chu Yeju's collar. "Where's your car?" She seemed to have forgotten what had happened between them and treated him as usual. Chu Yeju said, "On the right." "Then help me over." Pei Yulin leaned against him weakly, too exhausted to walk. "Why should I?" "Because I'm pretty." Chu Yeju had never seen such a shameless person. He was forced to hold her. After bidding goodbye to the rest of them, he leaned over and stuffed Pei Yulin into the back seat before getting into the passenger seat and waiting for the designated driver to come and drive. When Lin Jiao heard them bickering, she shook her head helplessly. They're really born enemies. Chapter 46. Annoyed at her recklessness, Pei Jai smiled but did not say anything. He put his arm around Lin Jiao's waist and got into the car with her. Because of the designated driver, he raised the partition in the middle to isolate the front and back. In the quiet environment, Lin Jiao nodded off and quickly fell asleep. Seeing that her head was about to hit the window, Pei Jai quickly reached out and pulled her into his arms. He looked at her sleeping face and placed his palm on the top of her head, caressing it gently. Perhaps because she felt safe, she grabbed his collar and rubbed her face against his chest. This act of dependence made Pei Jai almost lose his rationality. He lowered his head and kissed her forehead gently. Lin Jiao, who did not feel anything, leaned against him obediently, but his heart was beating like a drum. He suppressed the urge to cross the line and touched the place he had kissed. His fingertips felt like they were on fire. "Sir, we're here." The voice from the driver's seat pulled him back to reality. Pei Jai nodded and stopped recalling the touch that mesmerized him. The heat on his fingertips also dissipated during the journey. "Lin Jiao," he called out to her. Lin Jiao felt something and her eyelashes fluttered. She looked up at the face that was inches away from her and was stunned. "Are you still asleep?" Pei Jai rubbed the top of her head again, as if he was stroking a kitten. Only then did Lin Jiao realize that she was leaning into his arms. She quickly sat up straight and retracted her hand that was about to reach into his collar. Her ears were visibly red. "Uncle, I didn't mean to," she apologized in a low voice, feeling embarrassed. Pei Jai was very magnanimous. "It's fine." He fought back the smile on his face and said indifferently, "It's understandable. Don't take it to heart." "Okay." Lin Jiao pursed her lips. She tidied her hair and stole a few glances at him before getting out of the car. She was relieved to find that he really wasn't angry. Pei Jai pretended not to notice her glances. He was still as calm as ever. "Don't forget to tell me when you get home." Lin Jiao smiled and nodded. "Okay." She turned around and walked into the neighborhood. She patted her forehead in frustration to prevent herself from recalling that scene. However, the more it was like this, the easier it was to remember. Even in her dreams, she could see him. On Monday, Xingheng Court was bustling with activities. The sound of high heels and leather shoes echoed from the first floor to the roof, making people feel indescribably nervous. Zhen Yi, who was eating bread, bumped into Lin Jiao in the hall. He looked at her pale face and asked, "Did you not sleep well last night?" "A little." Lin Jiao took out an air cushion and pressed it twice against her eyes to cover the dark circles. Zhen Yi thought she was worried about work. He comforted her. "There's no need to feel too pressured. Many newbies have been through this." Lin Jiao smiled awkwardly. She did not explain and chatted with him for a while. When she arrived at the planning department, she was called away by manager Wu. "Lin, are you getting used to it?" Wu Zhuwen gestured for her to sit opposite him. "Quite so. Don't take it to heart about what Sunftu you did last time. The most important thing in the company is work. Making friends is secondary." Lin Jiao understood what he meant. He probably just wanted her to do her job well and be on good terms with Sun Fdiyu. I understand. It's good that you understand. Wu Ziwen gave her a friendly smile. He took out a document from the drawer. Did Zhen Yu tell you about the assessment? He did. This is the product introduction from last year. Make a proposal based on the content and try to get it to me by Thursday. All right. Lin Jiao stood up, holding the documents. She strode out of the manager's office and bumped into Sun Fdiyu on her way to her desk. When their gazes met, Sun Fdiyu's smile disappeared and her face turned cold. Her eyes were filled with undisguised hostility. Lin Jiao sneered, finding it funny. She was not in the mood to waste time with such a person. Looking away, she walked past her. Lin Jiao, what did you say to her? Feng Yunji raised her chin at Sun Fdiyu in disgust. I didn't say anything. I thought she was going to give you trouble again. She'd better not. Otherwise. Lin Jiao snorted as she put a straw into the milk carton with force. Feng Yunji played with the pen and glanced at Lin Jiao's desk. Are you going to start making proposals? Yeah, good luck, then. Lin Jiao nodded without replying. She opened the folder and browsed through the product information while eating breakfast and highlighting important points. Although this would be troublesome and time-consuming, it was more beneficial for her to make a perfect proposal. Hey Jai, are you free tonight? The message that popped up on WeChat made Lin Jiao stop what she was doing. She stretched her shoulders and picked up her phone to type. Why? There's a Western restaurant near the CBD. Pei Jai sent her 2 pictures of the signature dishes to tempt her. Do you want to try it? Yes, but I don't have time. Sigh.jpg. Do you have an appointment with someone else? No, I have to finish a proposal. Lin Jiao picked up a chocolate bar and ate it. Why don't we go on Wednesday? Chapter 47, A Second Date. Sure. Pei Jai asked Question Xiao to change the reservation time. In the past, he was very good at waiting, but the more they spent time together, the harder it was for him not to see her. 3 days could feel like a lifetime. Boss, is there something urgent? When Question Xiao was reporting his work, he realized that Pei Jai had checked his phone at least a dozen times. No, nothing. Then sign here. After signing it, Pei Jai threw the document to him and picked up his phone again. He sent a WeChat message to Lin Jiao at 11 o'clock, pretending to be concerned about the progress. Is your proposal approved? No results yet. Lin Jiao glanced at the manager's office from time to time. She had almost memorized all the product information over the past few days. In the end, she handed in the proposal from 3 different sources. She was well prepared and felt quite satisfied with her performance. She just did not know what kind of evaluation manager Wu would give. Don't worry. Pei Jai's slender fingers tapped on the screen. The results should be out before lunch break. Just as Lin Jiao was about to reply, Wu Ziwen's voice came from behind. Lin, come over for a moment. Okay, you did well this time. As soon as she entered the manager's office, she received his praise. Lin Jiao heaved a sigh of relief. She listened carefully to him point out a few things to pay attention to. After saying what she thought, she discussed it with him. After chatting for a while, Wu Ziwen assigned a task to her. There's no hurry. Just hand it to me when you're done. Lin Jiao nodded. She returned to her desk with the documents and told Pei Jai the good news immediately. In the end, she took the initiative to bring up dinner. It's my treat tonight. As you wish. A smile finally appeared on Pei Jai's face. He put down his phone and went back to work. When it was time to get off work, he rushed out, eager to meet her. Uncle. A sweet voice entered his ears. Lin Jiao ran over with light steps and smiled at him. Have you been waiting long? Pei Jai looked at her intently. Not at all. His gaze was so intent that Lin Jiao touched her cheek, thinking that there was something on it. Just as she was about to take out the mirror to take a look, she heard him chuckle. Get in the car. Lin Jiao bent down and got into the passenger seat. She put on her seatbelt and asked when she saw that he was staring at his phone and did not step on the accelerator. Uncle, what's wrong? Look. Pei Jai leaned over to her naturally and accidentally dropped the phone beside her. He reached out to fumble for the phone and accidentally touched her soft waist. Oh, sorry, it's fine. Lin Jiao did not mind. Pei Jai said calmly. Question Xiao recommended a movie. Do you want to watch it? What type? Romantic comedy. Lin Jiao had not watched a movie in a long time and agreed almost without thinking. Then I'll buy the tickets. Pei Jai did not stand on ceremony with her because in any case, he would give her all the money in the future. He drove all the way to the mall and found the restaurant with the help of the elevator operator. The moment Lin Jiao pushed open the glass door, she was overwhelmed by the romantic vibe. There was a flower vase on each round table, and the flower vase was filled with white roses decorated with green leaves. Wherever she went, she could smell the fragrance of flowers. A waiter in a tuxedo led them into a private room that was soundproof. Lin Jiao took a photo of the flower vase. That clear click attracted Pei Jai, who was ordering. He caught the joy on her face and smiled. He handed the menu to the waiter and waited for him to close the door before starting a conversation with her until the moment dishes were served. Uncle. Lin Jiao swallowed the eel and suddenly remembered what she hadn't had time to say on that day their clique gathered. Do you have plans on Saturday? I don't think so. Then do you want to come with us to see my grandpa? Pei Jai replied. Saturday morning. Just like before, he cut the steak on the plate and gently pushed the plate to her. Yes, we'll come back after dinner. Her gaze landed on his shirt. You can wear a sports suit that day. Is the road over there difficult to walk? There's a yellow mud road outside his house. It'll be muddy if it rains. Pei Jai nodded in understanding. It took them 2 hours to finish the meal. He was already full. What time does the movie start? 9 o'clock. 20 minutes to go. Lin Jiao wiped the ice cream off her lips. She called the waiter over to pay the bill. After paying, she picked up her shoulder bag and left in the fragrance of flowers. The cinema upstairs was packed. After Pei Jai accompanied her to get the tickets, he leaned over and whispered into her ear, "Do you want to eat popcorn?" Lin Jiao said, "I can't eat anymore." She put her phone back in her bag and looked in the direction of the sales counter. "Shall we buy 2 Cokes?" Pei Jai led her over. As soon as they lined up, the girl standing in front whispered excitedly to her companions. Lin Jiao seemed to have heard her say couple and good match. Chapter 48, Forced to undergo a checkup. Lin Jiao knew that they had misunderstood. She touched the tip of her nose awkwardly and glanced at the man next to her. He continued to look at the counter, not bothering to even look at the girls, as if he did not hear what they said. "Medium cup or large?" he asked Lin Jiao. Lin Jiao pulled herself back from her thoughts. "Medium cup." She waited for him to pay before following him into the theater and finding a seat. Lin Jiao picked up the Coke and took 2 sips. She was so focused on the screen that she did not notice Pei Jai looking at her. Pei Jai was actually paying attention to the conversation between the unfamiliar girls just now. He was observing Lin Jiao's reaction, but unfortunately, she did not seem to care. Or rather, she still treated him as an elder. He sighed and told himself that they still needed time. Hearing his sigh, Lin Jiao leaned closer to him, her eyes filled with concern. "Uncle, are you in a bad mood?" No. Pei Jai calmed himself down and looked into her eyes. He smiled and said, "I just ate too much. Do you feel uncomfortable?" "I don't feel uncomfortable. I'll be fine in a while. Don't force yourself." Afraid of disturbing others, she lowered her voice. "We can watch the movie next time. Your health is the most important." "I'm really fine." He indeed did not look sick or anything. Lin Jiao was relieved. She retracted her gaze to focus on the screen. When the audience burst into laughter, she laughed out loud too. Perhaps because of being influenced by her joyful mood, the frustration in Pei Jai's heart was dispelled. After the movie ended, she chatted with him about the funny story excitedly. When she got into the car, she was still smiling. When they arrived at Mingxin Mansion, Pei Jai was still a little reluctant to let her go. He leaned to the right and closed the distance between them. His right hand reached her seat belt and unfastened it. "I'll pick you up tomorrow morning." Lin Jiao happened to look up and bumped into his chin. She heard him hiss and rubbed his chin with her palm in a hurry. "Does it hurt?" Pei Jai looked at her to see anxiety was written all over her face. In a daze, he felt like he was being cared for. "It doesn't hurt." When the fragrance that belonged to her entered his nose, he sat up straight. "Don't dodge." Lin Jiao pulled him back and rubbed his chin. "Let me check." Pei Jai, who was forced to undergo an checkup, tensed up. He wanted to pull her long hair that had found its way into his collar, but when he raised his hand, she pressed it down. "Don't move." He was about to go crazy. Lin Jiao had just confirmed that his chin was fine when she noticed his irregular breathing. She placed her hand on his chest and said nervously, "Uncle, are you having a hard time breathing?" No. Pei Jai grabbed her hand. He pretended to be calm and opened the car window. After letting the breeze in, he repeated the words, "I'll pick you up tomorrow morning." Lin Jiao felt that he was acting strangely. She sat in the passenger seat with him for a long time. When his breathing stabilized, she said good night to him. When the departing figure disappeared from sight, Pei Jai unbuttoned his collar and let out a long breath before driving off. Chapter 49, Participating in the Banquet. The charity banquet organized by Star River Entertainment was held at the Ryder Hotel, which overlooked the entire city. The well-dressed guests walked on the red carpet from the door to the elevator and arrived at the banquet hall on the top floor. This time, other than those in the industry, there were also some outstanding people in the business world. Most celebrities seemed to be here for charity, but they actually had their own motives. They either wanted to make friends with directors or they wanted to marry into a rich family. So, the moment Pei Jai arrived, he was targeted. "Mr. Pei." A beautiful woman walked up to him, holding her dress up. She looked at him affectionately and said in a coquettish voice, "Can I have a drink with you?" "No." Pei Jai turned her down expressionlessly. He picked up a glass of champagne from the table and turned to walk to Shinyi before the woman could speak again. This cold attitude did not make the other girls give up. Instead, they treated him as prey and waited quietly for an opportunity. "President Pei, you're really popular with women." Shinyi glanced at the women staring at Pei Jai and smiled meaningfully. "I don't mind if you want any of them." "No, I'm good. I can't handle that many." Pei Jai sat down beside him. "You've never been in a relationship anyway. It's not a bad idea to give it a try. Even if I wanna give it a try, I won't choose them." Shinyi was not discriminating against the entertainment circle. It was mainly because he didn't want to watch his first girlfriend kissing others on the screen. "Try what?" Chuyeju walked over with curious eyes. Shinyi did not want to go over the conversation. He looked at the water stain on his arm and changed the topic. "What happened to you? Don't mention it." Chuyeju pointed at the curly-haired woman on the right. "I just came in and she bumped into me. Then she asked you for your WeChat and said that she'll compensate you." "No, she said she would wash it for me." Brilliant tactic. Shinyi did not expect someone to use such a trick these days. "Did you add her?" "I'm not stupid." Chuyeju had been in a few relationships, so how could he fall for such a trick? He wiped his arm with a wet tissue and looked around before asking Pei Jai, "Brother Pei, where's Lin Jiao?" "Still on the way." "Why didn't you pick her up?" "She came with Pei Yulin." Pei Jai raised his wrist to look at the watch. Chuyeju nodded. From where he was sitting, he could see the door clearly, so when he saw the two figures coming in, he quickly reminded Pei Jai. Under the bright light, a woman in a strapless dress slowly walked over. Her fair skin looked even fairer under the contrast of her high-quality black dress. She looked around casually. When she found where Pei Jai and the others were, her eyes lit up. "President Pei, restrain yourself," Shinyi whispered under his breath before she could get close. Only then did Pei Jai stop smiling. He patted the seat beside him and waited for her to sit down before throwing a glance at the men who were still staring fixedly at her. Perhaps his warning gaze was too fierce, but in just a few seconds, the men all turned around and stopped looking at Lin Jiao. "Uncle, when did you get here?" Pei Yulin, who had also dressed up, looked obedient in front of him. "Not long." "Where's Brother Yang?" "I don't know." Pei Jai picked up 2 glasses of juice and handed them to them. "Why are you looking for him?" Chapter 50, Finally found him. Pei Yulin shook her head. "Nothing." She rubbed the cup excitedly, thinking about the surprise Juyanshan said he had in store for her. Seeing that she was getting restless, Lin Jiao said in a low voice, "Yulin, call him and ask." "Okay." Pei Yulin immediately stood up. She strode out hurriedly with her eyes fixed on the phone screen, not noticing the man who walked past her. Jiangyi followed behind his agent and watched numbly as his agent chatted with the directors and investors. He did not like such an occasion, but there was nothing he could do except to fake a smile and let them size him up. "Director Lin, this is my business card." The agent, Yan Chaifeng, handed it over with both hands. "Remember to look for me if you have any vacancies." Director Lin nodded perfunctorily. He put the business card between his palm and the bottom of the cup, letting the water drip down and wet it. Jiangyi caught this action. He clenched his fists and waited for them to leave before gulping down an entire glass of wine in frustration. Jiangyi, let's go and look around. Yang Chaifeng did not get hung up on getting treated with cold attitudes and continued to look for more opportunities. Brother Chaifeng, I want to take a breather. Are you still thinking about getting some fresh air at a time like this? Jiangyi was silent. He knew his situation. If no director or investor liked him, he would most likely. All right. Yang Chaifeng couldn't stand looking at his gloomy expression. I'll give you 10 minutes. Jiangyi let out a breath. Thank you. He put down his glass and walked to the garden. He leaned against the railing and lit a cigarette. Nicholas could suppress the frustration in his heart, but it couldn't help him solve the problems. Even though he could escape reality for the time being with the help of a cigar, he had to eventually go back to reality to face what was ahead of him. Hello. A gentle female voice entered his ears. Pei Yulin, who followed him over, took a long time to mentally prepare herself before daring to go forward to greet him. Jiangyi turned around and glanced at her indifferently, perhaps because he found her somewhat familiar. He stubbed out his cigarette and concealed his worried expression. What do you want? We met at Sycamore Street before. You said someone was chasing you, and then. Pei Yulin grabbed the corner of her dress tightly, her eyes filled with joy and nervousness. Do you still remember? I remember. At first, Jiangyi was uncertain. Now that she mentioned it, that scene appeared in front of him again. He asked with a smile, are you also in the entertainment industry? No. Pei Yulin looked into his brown eyes, her heart racing. I came with a friend. I see. Yes, my name is Pei Yulin. Seeing her extend a hand, Jiangyi shook it and did not forget to introduce himself. He looked at the banquet hall. I'll go in first. Can we add each other on WeChat? Pei Yulin mustered her courage and stood in front of him, praying in her heart that he would not reject her. Jiangyi hesitated before saying, sure. Pei Yulin, who had successfully added him, followed him back into the hall too. From time to time, she would sneak a glance at Jiangyi. Yang Chaifeng, who happened to be looking for Jiangyi, saw this scene. He watched as Pei Yulin walked up to Pei Jai and sat down next to him. He was shocked and quickly went to ask around to find out who Pei Yulin was. When he found out about her relationship with Pei Jai, he pulled Jiangyi to a corner and asked anxiously, do you know President Pei's niece? Who? The one on the sofa on the right. Jiangyi looked in the direction he was pointing. Chapter 51. Do you want me to use her? He took the wine from the waiter. Last time I was chased by one of my fans, and it was her who helped me out. Do you know who she is? I don't know. Yang Chaifeng lowered his voice and whispered into his ear. Not only did he mention Pei Jai's identity, but he also mentioned his friendship with Zhu Yinshen. He couldn't hide his excitement. As long as you suck up to her, everything will be solved. We won't have to worry anymore. Jiangyi frowned. You want me to use her? How can you call that use? If she can help you while you are in trouble now, in the future, you can return the favor. She has the Pei family backing her. She can have anything she wants. Why would she need a D-list celebrity like me to do her a favor? Jiangyi. Yang Chaifeng patted his shoulder heavily. Don't underestimate yourself. No one knows what will happen in the future. Jiangyi lowered his head, looking conflicted. He did not want to get close to others with ulterior motives. Brother Chaifeng, I still have 2 months. Do you think 2 months is a long time? We haven't reached the point where I must rely on a woman yet, have we? Yang Chaifeng rubbed his eyebrows. He knew very well how stubborn Jiangyi was, so he did not intend to force him to make a decision at this moment. Then let's talk to a few more directors. Jiangyi nodded and followed him. At the same time, 2 people looked at him from afar and whispered, Jiao Jiao, isn't he very handsome? Pei Yulin held Lin Jiao's arm, so excited that she wanted to jump up and scream. Yes, very handsome. He looks so good in a suit. I really want to undo the buttons on his shirt and see. Stop. Lin Jiao interrupted her in time. She gestured for her to calm down and asked about Jiangyi. Is he working for Brother Yang? No. Pei Yulin took 2 sips of champagne and suppressed her emotions. She continued, Brother Yang said that he's in a small company called North something. He's a D-list celebrity now and isn't very famous. Now that Lin Jiao thought about it, she couldn't help but find it funny that she thought Jiangyi was a murderer. She asked again, Are you really planning to develop a relationship with him? That's right. Then talk to him on WeChat. After you get to know him better, you can ask him out. Pei Yulin nodded repeatedly. She stared at Jiang Yi, who was chatting with a few bald men, without blinking, not until the light suddenly turned dim. Ju Yinshan, who was in the spotlight, walked onto the stage under the gaze of many people. Thank you, kind-hearted people, for joining the charity tonight. All the revenue from the charity auction tonight will be donated to the mountains of Lin City to build a school for children. A round of applause filled the hall. After Ju Yinshan finished speaking, the MC picked up the microphone and introduced the items to the guests. The price of the charity items was relatively low, starting at 5,000 to 6,000 yuan. No matter if they were interested in charity or not, they could all afford it. Lin Jiao bought a painting for 30,000 yuan. She handed the phone to Pei Yulin and asked her to pay. Then, she left her seat and went to the washroom, but unexpectedly, she bumped into an annoying person. Miss Yuan Chen, who was blocking the door, revealed a smile that he thought was handsome. His gaze wandered over her body and finally stopped on her eyes. Can you give me your contact number? Lin Jiao wiped the water off her hands. No. Chapter 52. Pei Jai was ruthless. Her cold attitude did not make Yuan Chen give up. Instead, he said with interest, "Don't be so quick to reject me. I'm not a bad guy. I have a boyfriend. So what? Even married people can divorce. You can change a boyfriend at any time." Lin Jiao was speechless. She had never seen such a shameless person. She walked around him, but before she could take 2 steps, he stepped on her dress, making her unable to move. "What do you want?" She clenched her fists and looked at that face in disgust, as if she wanted to hit him. Yuan Chen did not sense any danger. He took out a bank card and attempted to tempt her with money. "Give me your contact number and this is yours. Get lost." "Sure, let's get lost from here together and go somewhere else." Seeing that his gaze was getting more and more obscene, Lin Jiao pulled her dress out from under his feet and kicked him in the stomach. Yuan Chen let out a muffled groan as pain spread throughout his body. He glared at her fiercely and quickly grabbed her hand. "Miss, this is not fun." Lin Jiao stepped on his right foot. The moment he bent his back in pain, she broke free from his grip and clenched her fist to punch his face. Her ruthless action angered Yuan Chen. He tilted his head to avoid the punch, stepped on her dress again, and grabbed her hair. "You forced me to do this." He gritted his teeth, wanting to smash the back of her head against the wall. Lin Jiao endured the pain in her head and bent her knee to aim at his lower body. Just as she was about to give it a kick, Pei Jai, who was exuding a terrifying aura, rushed over. He grabbed Yuan Chen's forearm and pinned him to the ground to beat him up. He punched fiercely, and every punch carried obvious killing intent. Stop hitting me." Yuan Chen couldn't take it anymore. He curled up and covered his head, trembling uncontrollably. However, the more he did that, the harder Pei Jai punched him. The scene of him bullying Lin Jiao kept replaying in Pei Jai's mind. At the thought that Lin Jiao's life could be in danger, Pei Jai lost all his rationality and wanted to beat him to death. "Uncle." Lin Jiao came back to her senses and glanced at Yuan Chen, who had been beaten black and blue. She went forward and tugged at the corner of his shirt. She was too close. Pei Jai was afraid that he would accidentally hurt her, so he retracted his hand. He turned to look at Lin Jiao and placed his palm on the back of her head, saying in a gentle tone, "Does it hurt?" Lin Jiao felt a warmth in her heart. "It doesn't hurt." She looked up into the pair of anxious eyes and smiled. "I didn't lose out anyway." "Good." Pei Jai suppressed the anger in his heart. He called Ju Yinshan and waited for his people to come over to deal with Yuan Chen before bringing Lin Jiao back to the banquet hall. Yuan Chen, who was dragged to the safe passage by a few burly men in black, knelt in front of them in fear and begged them to let him go. "It's useless to beg us." The shorter man squatted down in front of him and played with the baseball bat. "Actually, it doesn't hurt. Just bear with it. I have money. How much do you want?" "We're not short of money." A few violent bangs sounded. Yuan Chen, whose limbs and arms were broken, could not even cry for help. He could only let them drag him out. He lay on the lawn by Ryder Hotel's back door, looking at the bright moon like a deranged fool and whimpering non-stop. Chapter 53. Is Chu Yaju worthy of her? After knowing what happened, Ju Yunshin excused himself from the conversation he was engaged in and rushed to Lin Jiao's side. He held a plate of macarons and coaxed her with food like when they were young. He smiled and said, "Don't worry, I've helped you teach him a lesson." "What did you do to him?" "Just beat him up." Lin Jiao did not believe him. "That's all." Seeing her suspicious gaze, Ju Yunshin did not panic at all. He even said confidently, "When have I ever lied to you?" Lin Jiao asked again, "Then where is he?" "He is sent to the hospital. It's nothing serious." Ju Yunshin intentionally understated the matter. He raised his glass and clinked glasses with her. In a bid to change the topic, he asked, "Jiao Jiao, did Pei Yulan meet that person she's been looking for?" "Yes." Lin Jiao whispered into his ear to avoid being heard by the others. Chu Yeju stared at them for a long time and couldn't help but lean over. "What are you two talking about? Let me hear it." "Brother Yang wants to introduce a girlfriend to you." "Are you serious?" "Really?" Ju Yunshin looked up and pointed at the female actress diagonally opposite him. "Do you have any thoughts?" No, Chu Yeju's type had not changed. "I like the sexy type." Ju Yunshin gave the hall a sweeping glance. After searching for a long time, he finally found a celebrity beside Du Wei who was known for being sexy. "How is she?" "Not bad." Chu Yeju could not find any flaws about her. He observed her every move, and the flame of love in his heart was ignited again. "Then I'll get her to come over." Ju Yunshin could tell that he had a good impression of her, so he helped him matchmake. Du Wei, who had received his WeChat message, held Xia Nanrue's hand and walked over with light steps. After introducing her to the clique, she drank 2 glasses with them and said with a meaningful gaze, "Yeju, have a good chat with her." Chu Yeju smiled and said nothing. Seeing that he was sitting with Xia Nanrue, Lin Jiao left her seat and went back to sit with Pei Jai. "Jiao Jiao, who is she?" Pei Yulan had long noticed the commotion over there, but he only had the chance to ask now. "A girl Brother Yang introduced to Chu Yeju." "To Chu Yeju? Is he worthy of her?" Seeing her roll her eyes in disdain, Lin Jiao chuckled. "I don't think he's too bad a man." Pei Yulan said, "In my opinion, he's very bad." How bad was he in Pei Yulan's opinion? She probably wouldn't choose him even if all the men in the world died. "Then are you going to help him if he's in trouble?" "That depends." Lin Jiao raised an eyebrow and stopped making assumptions. She looked at Xia Nanrue again with envy in her eyes. It's rare to see someone as thin and voluptuous as her. Indeed. Pei Yulan sighed, too embarrassed to compare herself to Xia Nanrue. "I've decided to buy papaya tomorrow." Shen Yi, who happened to hear this, explained to her in a serious tone, "Papaya is useless. It won't help you grow bigger." "Then what's useful?" "Stewed pork trotters and what else?" Pei Yulan leaned to the right, her eyes filled with curiosity. Shen Yi coughed lightly. He lowered his voice and said in all seriousness, "And you need to find a man to stimulate you." Pei Jai was speechless. He glanced at Shen Yi and pretended to be deaf. Chapter 54, Acting as Pei Jai's girlfriend. Pei Yulan did not feel embarrassed. After all, Shen Yi was a doctor, and his words were trustworthy. "Do you mean what I think you mean?" Pei Yulan asked. "Probably." "Got it." Shen Yi said to her from a professional point of view, "But these are just supplementary. It's definitely not as effective as surgery." Pei Yulan shook her head. "Forget about the surgery. Hers wasn't so small as to need surgery." "Then, eat more pork trotters." "Yes, I will." Pei Yulan remembered it by heart. She whispered into Lin Jiao's ear, "Jiao Jiao, do you want some? If you do, I'll get my chief to cook a week's amount of pork trotters." Lin Jiao was not sure. "Do I need it?" She was quite satisfied with herself. At least among women, she wasn't too bad. "Although you're much better than me, there is still room for improvement. It won't hurt to try some." "Fine, then it's settled." Pei Yulan took out her phone and sent a WeChat message to her chief. "Next week, we can meet up and feel for each other. It might not work that quickly. Let's try it first. If it doesn't work, we'll eat it for a month." "I don't believe I won't work." Seeing that she was excited, Lin Jiao did not say anything to discourage her and just let her be. She forked a piece of watermelon from the fruit plate and chewed it while paying attention to the stage. At this moment, there were not many items left. Those who had bid before took the opportunity to gather and chat. The women who were staring at Pei Jai previously also came over, wanting to seize the little time they had to show off their charm. "President Pei, Another curly-haired woman stood in front of him with a smile and bowed to toast him. Pei-Jai was extremely annoyed. He turned his head away, not even wanting to say a word. "Miss, he has a girlfriend." When Shinyi saw that Pei-Jai was frowning, he interrupted, "Why don't we have a drink?" The curly-haired woman was stunned. Sure, to her, being able to get close to Pei-Jai's friend was not a bad choice either. After exchanging WeChat numbers, Shinyi glanced at Lin Jiao and said with a smile, "Lin Jiao, why don't you help him?" "How can I help? They don't know you anyway. Pretend to be Pei-Jai's girlfriend. I really don't want to drink anymore." Lin Jiao glanced at Pei-Jai and decided to help him out. She asked, "Do I have to just tell them I'm his girlfriend? And you need to really imagine yourself as his girlfriend. Otherwise, these women wouldn't believe it." Pei Yulin gave her an idea. After all, this was not the first time they had done this. To what extent? To the extent of making them feel like the third wheel around you too. Lin Jiao nodded and moved closer to Pei-Jai. When the next female actress trotted over and spoke to Pei-Jai, Lin Jiao's expression instantly changed. She had no intention of making things difficult for the woman. Instead, she turned to glare at Pei-Jai. "Tell me, how many women have you talked to tonight?" Pei-Jai did not expect her to get into the role so quickly. Instead of answering how many women, he said remorsefully, "I'm sorry, what did you do wrong?" "Everything I did is wrong." Lin Jiao crossed her arms. She ignored the actress and kicked the table. "Unless you kneel on the durian tonight, I'll never forgive you." Pei-Jai finally realized how good she was at acting. He did not hide the love in his eyes, nor did he show any signs of anger. "I'll kneel without protest." Chapter 55. His acting is better. Lin Jiao looked into his eyes and suddenly felt that his acting skills were better. She snorted, "You're not being serious enough." Pei-Jai fought back the urge to burst out laughing. He rubbed the top of her head and said gently, "Don't be angry. I promise I won't talk to them." "What else?" "I won't even look at them." "That's better." Lin Jiao raised her chin at the table and called out, "I want to eat oranges. Peel one for me." "All right." Pei-Jai wanted to stand up. He glanced at the actress indifferently and said in a different tone, "Please make way." "I'm sorry." After saying that, she left awkwardly, not in the mood to chat. Perhaps because she had told some of the other actresses about this, there were clearly fewer women who came to talk to Pei-Jai. Lin Jiao was more and more into her role. She was just short of asking Pei-Jai to hold the loudspeaker and apologize. After scaring away the last actress, she leaned against the sofa and asked them, "My acting is terrific, right?" "Not bad." Shinyi held back his laughter. This was the first time he had seen Pei-Jai so cowardly. He regretted not recording it. "President Pei is also quite cooperative. I think there's one thing that you didn't do well enough." Director Pei Yulin commented in a serious tone. "For example, when he rubbed your head, you should do something in response." Lin Jiao thought about it and agreed. Then did they believe it? She had been focusing on her acting with Pei-Jai and did not pay attention to the reactions of the actresses. It seems like they did. Pei Yulin stuffed a piece of fruit into her mouth. "If there's ample light, you have to pay attention to your eye expression. Otherwise, you'll expose yourself." Lin Jiao knew at a glance that Pei Yulin was in the mood to direct. She smiled and said, "Why don't you demonstrate?" "All right." Pei Yulin quickly swallowed the fruit. She looked at Jiang Yi not far away, her eyes filled with joy and love. "Look closely. This is what eye expression means." Lin Jiao was speechless. Shinyi asked, "Who are you looking at?" With his intuition, he felt that Pei Yulin was in love. "I'm not looking at anyone in particular. I'm just performing." "Is that so?" Pei Yulin said calmly, "Yes. I used to study psychology." Shinyi paused for a few seconds before exposing her. "When people lie, they look to the right." Pei Yulin's heart skipped a beat. "My eyes are just a little fatigued." She rubbed her eyes down and leaned over to show him her red eyes. "You're thinking too much." Shinyi smiled meaningfully. Instead of answering her, he pointed at Jiang Yi, who was wearing a black suit, and said, "You have good taste." Pei Yulin was dumbstruck. She pursed her lips and was about to quibble when she was interrupted by Pei-Jai. "When did this happen?" Pei-Jai looked at her inquisitively. The pressure he exuded was not something she could withstand. Pei Yulin confessed, "It's happening yet." "It's about to happen." "No, we've only known each other for a few days." Pei Jai did not stop her and only reminded her, "You can fall in love, but you can't spend money on him." "I swear I will not spend a dime on him." Lin Jiao, who received a nudge from Pei Yulan, looked at Pei Jai with her big eyes. "Uncle, I'll watch over her." "Okay." Pei Jai's expression softened. He handed them the peeled oranges. When he saw Chu Yeju coming over, he teased, "Are you done chatting?" Chapter 56. I don't care about people who don't have good taste. That's right. Chu Yeju was in high spirits. He squeezed between Pei Jai and Shenyi and said with a smile, "We get along very well. And I plan to give this relationship a try." "Are you in such a hurry to make a decision?" Shenyi frowned, unable to understand his thoughts. "At least spend some time getting to know her better." "I'll get to know her while chasing her." Shenyi was speechless. On the other hand, Pei Yulan couldn't help but say, "Are you so confident that you can definitely make her your girlfriend?" "What do you mean?" "She must be surrounded by a lot of high-quality men. What do you have to compare yourself with? Don't be smug too quickly. You may end up being just a plan B." "How am I not comparable to those men?" Chu Yeju sneered. He had never doubted his charm. "I don't want to argue with people like you who have no taste. My taste is much better than yours." Pei Yulan looked away in disdain and looked in Jiang Yi's direction. Her infatuated look made Chu Yeju shiver. He asked Shenyi, "Who is she targeting this time?" "Over there." Shenyi pointed. Chu Yeju looked over. When he saw Jiang Yi's face, he shook his head. This kid is in deep trouble. He would probably have a hard time with this tigress. "Who is in deep trouble?" Pei Yulan's eyes were filled with killing intent as she shot Chu Yeju a glare. Chu Yeju retorted, "None of your business. Coward." "Say that again." Lin Jiao watched them bicker silently. She waited for Ju Yinshan to come over and asked about their journey to see their grandfather. "Brother Yinshan, what time do we set off tomorrow?" 9 o'clock. "Can you get up?" "I have to." Afraid that he would be scolded by the old man, Ju Yinshan did not plan to drink too much tonight. "I'll pick you up then." "All right, uncle is going too." "Him? Am I not welcome?" Pei Jai looked up. Although he was smiling, his eyes were filled with determination. "Sure, come with us." Ju Yinshan was more than happy to have a male companion. He patted his shoulder and reminded him meaningfully, "Remember to wear sportswear tomorrow. Don't wear a watch." Pei Jai raised an eyebrow. "Why?" When Lin Jiao reminded him before, he did not think there was a problem, but when he looked at Ju Yinshan, he was puzzled. "Just do as I say." Ju Yinshan glanced at the time and drank 2 glasses with them. Before leaving, he said to Pei Jai, "Rest early tonight, and rest well." Pei Jai was even more confused. He glanced at Lin Jiao, who was getting up with her bag, and followed her. At this moment, most of the guests had left, and there were only a few cars parked at the entrance of the Ryder Hotel. The trees rustled in the evening breeze. Lin Jiao, who had a few strands of long hair blown by the wind, raised her hand to tuck it behind her ear and said goodbye to them with a smile. She bent down and got into Pei Jai's car. She lifted the corner of her dress and rubbed her sore calves, revealing her fair skin. "Are you feeling uncomfortable?" Pei Jai's gaze landed on her leg for a few seconds before casually looking away. "Not really. Take a bath when you get home. That way, you'll feel better." "Okay." Lin Jiao put down her dress. She looked out the window at the night scene. When they reached Mingshan Mansion, she turned around and smiled at him. "Uncle, see you tomorrow. Text me when." "I know. I won't forget it." Pei Jai chuckled. "All right." Chapter 57. When she becomes more reliant on me. Jiao, we're downstairs. After sending Lin Jiao a WeChat message, Ju Yinshan handed a cigarette to Pei Jai. Seeing him looking out the window from time to time, Ju Yinshan said with a sigh, "She still sees you as her elder. Aren't you going to do something?" "What can I do?" "Start from more intimate interactions." Pei Jai was silent for a moment. The smoke from his mouth covered his expression. "I'm afraid I'll scare her away." It was already hard enough for him to get this closer to her. If their relationship returned to the starting line because he crossed the line, he probably wouldn't be able to bear it. "Then what do you plan to do?" Ju Yinshan could not understand him. "I'll think about it when she becomes more reliant on me. Then I'm afraid it'll take quite some time." "It's fine." Pei Jai smiled. "I've been waiting for so long anyway. I'm not in a hurry." Ju Yinshan suddenly did not know what to say. The feeling of loving someone with all his heart and nurturing the love meticulously was something he had never experienced. He took 2 puffs of his cigarette. When he saw Lin Jiao walking over, he hid the sadness in his eyes. "Have you had breakfast?" Lin Jiao sat alone in the back row with a bag of food. "Not yet." Pei Jai originally wanted to bring her to buy steamed dumplings. However, after seeing her take out some bread and milk, he swallowed his words. He finished the food she handed him and adjusted the seat. "How long does it take to get there from here?" 40 minutes. Ju Yinshan placed a hand on the steering wheel and looked at the two of them. "You can sleep for a while." "Okay." Pei Jai closed his eyes to rest. He relaxed and gradually fell asleep while listening to the soft music. But not long after, he woke up again. "Brother Yang, are we there yet?" Lin Jiao rubbed her eyes and propped herself up on the pillow to look out the window. In no time, Ju Yinshan drove along a narrow road. When the car reached the end, he stepped on the brakes beside Amaya and took out the gifts from the trunk. He faced the fresh breeze and pointed at the small courtyard not far away. "We'll be there in 10 minutes. Pei Jai nodded. He stepped on the muddy road, and his clean sneakers were quickly covered in muds. "Is it convenient for him to live here alone?" "He doesn't mind." Lin Jiao tugged at the corner of his shirt to avoid slipping. She smiled. "Grandpa has a piece of land. He can grow whatever he wants." Pei Jai understood. "Is there a hospital nearby?" "The hospital is quite far." Ju Yinshan knew what he wanted to say. "Old man is still in good health. When he gets older, we'll bring him back to the city." "Where did he used to live?" "The old neighborhood behind the CBD. Pei Jai was a little surprised. He looked at the courtyard surrounded by fences and became even more curious about the old man. "Old man!" Ju Yinshan shouted. Out of habit, he pulled off the morning glory on the fence and threw it at the figure in the courtyard. When Lin Kanglu, who was sitting in the courtyard, making bamboo baskets, heard the commotion, he was startled for a second. He glanced at the morning glory by his feet and waited for the footsteps to approach. He stood up nimbly and brandished a bamboo stick at him threateningly. "Little brat, will it hurt if you don't rip off the flowers?" Chapter 58. Help with catching the chicken. "Don't." Ju Yinshan ran around the courtyard with a few bags of gifts. "I'll try to break this old habit of mine." "Stop right there. I will only if you put down the bamboo stick first." Lin Kanglu was about to put it down. However, when Ju Yinshan stepped on the soil used to grow lilies, he chased after him with the bamboo stick again. When Ju Yinshan met those intimidating eyes, he gave in. "We have a guest today. Give me some face." "Grandpa." Sensing Ju Yinshan's pleading gaze, Lin Jiao went forward and grabbed his arm. She introduced, "This is Pei Jai." The moment Pei Jai saw that face flushed with anger, he felt an indescribable sense of familiarity. He greeted politely and handed the gift box to Lin Kanglu. "This is a gift from me." Lin Kanglu stared at him for a long time before asking, "Are you from the Pei family in the east of the city?" "Right. Your father is Pei Jun." Pei Jai nodded. "Do you know him?" "More than that." Lin Kanglu placed his hand on his shoulder and smiled. "The last time I saw you, you were still in elementary school. I didn't expect you to grow so big in the blink of an eye." Pei Jai was shocked. "No wonder you look familiar to me." It turned out they had met before, but he had forgotten about it. Lin Kanglu brought them to sit at the stone table and took 2 sips of the tea Lin Jiao poured. He asked, "How's your father?" "Not bad." Pei Jai was much less nervous. He picked up his teacup. "How do you know him?" "We used to be in the same brigade." "During the war?" "Yes." Lin Kanglu recalled the times when they once fought together and there was a trace of nostalgia in his eyes. "Then shouldn't Pei Jai call you uncle?" Ju Yinshan asked. "Of course uncle is the most appropriate." Pei Jai smiled. "Yinshan, you should call me uncle too." Ju Yinshan was speechless. How could he have forgotten about that? Ju Yinshan couldn't bring himself to laugh anymore. "I think we don't have to be so strict about addresses." Lin Kanglu saw through him at a glance. He only said, "Here under my roof, we do." "All right." Ju Yinshan was as listless as a withered flower. After chatting with Lin Kanglu for a while, it was time for the younglings to be ordered around. "Go and kill the fish in the kitchen first." "Just killing fish?" "And a chicken too. Then let Pei Jai deal with the chicken." Ju Yinshan hated chasing chicken around. In order to leave a good impression, Pei Jai naturally did not refuse. He followed Ju Yinshan to the chicken coop in the backyard and looked at the hens that were pecking at the rice. For a moment, he was lost as to what to do. Which one? Whichever one you catch. Ju Yunshin kindly opened the coop for him. He took out his phone and started recording. You have to be fast, accurate, and ruthless when catching chickens. Don't hesitate when you do it. Okay. Pei-Jai walked in. He stared at a black chicken with its back facing him. After walking closer quietly, he suddenly reached out his hands. Chapter 59. Pei-Jai can't get a hang of it. The moment he approached, the black chicken flapped its wings and clucked. The dust raised by its flapping splashed all over Pei-Jai, and even his arm was decorated with 2 chicken feathers. He frowned and attempted to catch it again, as if he was determined to get this black chicken. The other chickens were startled and flew around. It was a lively scene. Ju Yunshin, who was leaning against the coop fence, chuckled and gave him an idea. Bro, do you want to trick it with food? Pei-Jai stopped in his tracks. He grabbed Ju Yunshin's collar and pushed open the coop to pull him in. He then went to get some grains. I'll feed it grains while you try to catch it. Ju Yunshin let out a sigh. He turned off the video recorder and decided to help Pei-Jai out. He waited for the black chicken to stop flapping before sneaking up to it quietly. Cluck. Another series of clucking sounded. The black chicken, who had escaped from the demonic claws again, kicked the person behind it. Damn, Ju Yunshin was furious after being kicked. Initially, he wanted Pei-Jai to find another chicken, but now, he was bent on teaching this black chicken a lesson. He pointed to the corner. Corner it there. Okay. Pei-Jai gestured for him to stay still. He threw the grain to the corner one by one. The moment the black chicken lowered its head, he pounced on it with Ju Yunshin. Before the black chicken could kick again, it was knocked unconscious. Ju Yunshin finally heaved a sigh of relief. He put down the stone that was stained with chicken poop and walked to the sink to wash his smelly hands. Have you ever killed a chicken before? No. It's actually very simple. Just stab it. Pei-Jai's lips twitched. He picked up the unconscious chicken and walked into the kitchen with him. He wanted to boil the water before taking care of the chicken. Uncle, do you need help? Lin Jiao thought that Pei-Jai had never done such a thing, so she came over to offer help. Yes, I do. Pei-Jai did not want to let go of any opportunity to get closer to or interact with her. He picked up the kitchen knife. How? Lin Jiao sprinkled some salt on the basin and pointed at the black chicken's neck. Cut it open first. Pei-Jai found a wooden stool and sat down. He expressionlessly slashed at the black chicken's neck and used the basin to keep the blood. And, then soak it in boiling water. She poured boiled water from the pot into another wooden basin. Soak it for 2 minutes and you can start plucking the feather. Pei-Jai tried to pluck a feather. Lin Jiao could not stand his clumsiness anymore. She sat down beside him, grabbed his hand, and showed him how it was done. When she leaned over, her head was almost touching his. It'll be much faster to pluck it out like this. Strangely, no matter what, Pei-Jai still seemed unable to get a hang of it. When the warm touch left his hand, he asked Lin Jiao to give him another demonstration. Ju Yunshin, who was scraping fish scales at the side, glanced at the two of them. He could not help but admire Pei-Jai's acting. Just as he was about to look away, a familiar figure entered his vision. He caught Lin Kangle's questioning gaze and smiled foolishly. Then he covered his mouth and coughed lightly as if reminding someone. Old man, why are you here? I can't come. Of course you can. Lin Kangle looked at Pei-Jai and walked to the chopping board. He said in disdain, is this the fish you scraped? Chapter 60. I won't let her down. I haven't done this in a long time. Ju Yunshin handed the kitchen knife to Lin Kangle and wanted to slack off for a while. Why don't you teach me? Don't get smart with me. Lin Kangle was not fooled at all. He knocked the chopping board and warned, scrape it clean. If I find one fish scale later on, you are done for. Ju Yunshin did not dare to have any object irons. He used the tip of the knife to scale the fish and was much more careful in doing his job than before. Then when I'm done scaling it, can you cook it? That works. Lin Kangle placed his hands behind his back and walked out of the kitchen leisurely. Ju Yunshin nodded and focused on cleaning the fish. He threw the fish scale into the trash can at the side and looked at it several times before putting down the kitchen knife. Are you done plucking? Yep. Then I'll go get the old man. He wiped his hands dry on his apron and strode out. Pei-Jai stretched his arms. He originally wanted to help Ju Yunshin, but Lin Kangle didn't allow it. He could only follow Lin Jiao to the courtyard to drink tea. "Uncle, are you tired?" "Not at all." Seeing that he indeed was not tired, Lin Jiao was slightly relieved. She pointed at the chicken blood on the corner of his shirt. "I'm afraid you can't wear this shirt anymore." "It's fine." Pei Jai smiled. He looked in the direction of the smoke billowing from the kitchen chimneys and suddenly said, "Yinshen is quite happy here." "Yes." Lin Jiao rested her chin on her hand. His grandmother passed away early, and his parents were too busy with work to care about him, so he has a deep love for his grandfather. In front of him, he's like a child. "I can tell." Pei Jai looked away and picked up the teapot to refill her tea. "Did he live with you when he was young?" "No, he only comes over during the winter and summer holidays." Lin Jiao blew on the teacup twice. Before she could drink it, she was called to the kitchen by Zhu Yinshen, who was holding 2 dishes in both hands. She and Pei Jai helped set up the table and scoop rice for everyone. Their overlapping shadows on the ground gave off an indescribable warmth. Seeing them walk side by side towards the dining table, Lin Canla took off his apron and pondered for a long time. After lunch, he said to Lin Jiao and Zhu Yinshen, "Go to the fields and pick some cucumbers and cabbages." "How many do you want?" "A basketful will do." Zhu Yinshen picked up the basket in the corner. He knew why the old man asked the 2 of them out to pick veggies, so before crossing the threshold, he gave Pei Jai a look that said, "Stay safe." Pei Jai did not look panicked at all. He put the dishes to the side and looked into the old man's eyes, waiting for him to speak. Lin Canla was not someone who liked to beat around the bush, so he asked directly, "Do you like jiao jiao?" "Yes," Pei Jai answered without hesitation. He took 2 sips of white wine and, for the first time, expressed his feelings in front of someone other than his close friends. "I've liked her for many years." Lin Canla raised an eyebrow. "She has a boyfriend." "They've already broken up." "When did this happen?" "A while ago." Pei Jai was afraid that he would worry, so he did not tell him the truth. "They are not compatible." Lin Canla looked into Pei Jai's eyes and tapped the table with his calloused hand, seemingly in thought. Pei Jai felt uneasy under his gaze. After a long silence, he promised sincerely, "Don't worry, I'll definitely treat her well and never let her down." "It's too early to promise." Seeing that he was speechless, Lin Canla coughed to suppress his laughter. "Whether you can win her heart or not is the most important matter." Chapter 61. I'll visit you with a different identity next time. Pei Jai said firmly, "I can." Once she opened her heart to him, he would definitely close in the distance between them. It's good to be confident. Lin Canla looked like he did not think highly of Pei Jai, but he actually liked him. He picked up the peanuts and chewed slowly. But talking is useless. Taking action is what is gonna get you what you want. Pei Jai understood what he meant. He raised his glass to toast him, his entire body exuding joy. "I'll come to see you in a different identity next time. I'll wait and see." Lin Canla clinked glasses with him and pushed the plate beside him with the tip of his chopsticks, ordering, "Go wash the dishes first." "Okay." Pei Jai stood up to remove the dishes from the table. He carried the dishes back to the kitchen next door. Just as he was washing them, a figure approached. "Uncle." Lin Jiao smiled at him. She carried the basket to his left to wash the cucumbers. While washing, she picked up a cucumber and snapped it in half. "Do you want some?" "I'm afraid I can't eat it." Pei Jai raised his hands that were covered in detergent, his eyes filled with sadness. Seeing that he really wanted to eat it, Lin Jiao fed it to him to reward his hard work. As he chewed, she took a bite of her cucumber and enjoyed the taste of the sweetness. Pei Jai stared at her cute face and felt like his heart was filled with honey. He swallowed the last piece of cucumber and wiped his hands with the handkerchief she handed him. "Where's Yinshen?" "He's helping Grandpa plant lilies." "Shall we go over and take a look?" "Okay." Lin Jiao took a cucumber and sent it to Zhu Yinshen, who was still fiddling with the flower pot. The noon sun was especially hot. Even though they were standing under the roof, they could feel the heat wave coming from all directions. A thin layer of sweat covered Zhu Yinshen's forehead. He moved the lily to the side and unbuttoned his collar. "It's too hot. Let's go in and enjoy the air conditioner." Lin Jiao turned around and entered the house. She collapsed in the old chair and turned the air conditioner in the house to the right temperature. "Where's Grandpa?" "He went to sleep." Zhu Yinshen drank a glass of cold water to cool down. "He asked us to weave the remaining bamboo baskets." Lin Jiao looked under the table and said in a soft voice, "Brother, I'm sleepy too." Ju Yinshan said expressionlessly, "Cut it out. I'm really sleepy. You, go to sleep." Pei Jai was not as immune to her acting cute as Ju Yinshan. "I'll make the bamboo baskets with Yinshan. Thank you for your hard work in advance." "It's nothing." Having achieved her goal, Lin Jiao leaned back comfortably. Only when he heard her soft breathing did Ju Yinshan move closer to Pei Jai and whisper, "I think you'll spoil her sooner or later." "Are you not spoiling her too?" "Even if I do spoil her, it still depends on the situation, okay? Unlike you, you basically let her do whatever she wants." Pei Jai really had no bottom line when it came to loving Lin Jiao. While making the bamboo baskets, he suddenly commented, "When you meet someone you really like, you will be like me." "That won't happen." "Don't be too sure." "I don't believe I will anyway." Ju Yinshan took out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket. "No matter how much I like someone, I won't be like you." Pei Jai had no intention of arguing with him. He took the cigarette from him and slowly lit it. "You'll see." At this moment, Ju Yinshan was confident. Who would have thought that, in the future, after falling in love, his love would be even more unbridled? In the evening, the afterglow of the setting sun shone on the fields, embellishing the tender green. The few people stepping on the mud road chatted and laughed as they admired the scenery. Even on the way back, the atmosphere was still lively. "Grandpa, take care of yourself." Lin Jiao stopped in front of the car and reached out to hug him. She reminded him patiently, "If there's anything, remember to call us. Don't shoulder it alone." "I know." Lin Kanglu patted her back, a trace of reluctance in his eyes. "Don't stay up too late, and don't eat too much takeout food." "Got you." Lin Jiao looked up and smiled. "I'll video call you often in the future and ask you to supervise me cooking. You have to discipline yourself. I can't be bothered to supervise you." Lin Kanglu rubbed her head. He looked at Ju Yinshan, who always had a straight face when they parted, and waved his hand. "All right, go back before it gets dark." "You go back first." Ju Yinshan stood still. Lin Kanglu was sometimes very helpless about Ju Yinshan's stubbornness. He could only nod in agreement. "See you next time." He placed his hands behind his back and smiled meaningfully at Pei Jai before humming a tune as he walked back. The tune, accompanied by his reflection in the sunset, disappeared slowly from sight. "Get in." Ju Yinshan retracted his gaze and opened the driver's door first. After they put on their seatbelts, he glanced at the house in the distance again and drove back the way they came. When the exhaust smoke from the back of the car was blown away by the wind, Lin Kanglu, who was hiding behind the wall, stood on his tiptoes to look for the car on the winding road. Only when it turned dark did he unwillingly walk into the house. Chapter 62. Securing a date with Jiang Yi. It was September. The sycamore street behind Xingheng Court was filled with people. The sound of peddlers pushing their carts along the road mixed with the sound of people engaging in a conversation made the scene especially lively. The osmanthus trees planted on both sides of the road bloomed under the urging of autumn, emitting a rich fragrance. A gust of wind blew past, making Lin Jiao subconsciously tighten her jacket. She walked into a rice noodle shop and found Pei Yulin, who was playing with her phone by the window. "Are you talking to him over WeChat again?" Pei Yulin was startled to hear Lin Jiao's voice. She looked up at that beautiful face and gestured for her to sit down. Jiao, he agreed to watch a movie with me." Lin Jiao clicked her tongue. How rare. In the past month, Pei Yulin had asked Jiang Yi out at least 5 times, but he always put it off, saying that he was busy. She was beginning to wonder if he was doing it on purpose. All the actors are busy, it's understandable. Pei Yulin looked at the chat history twice more. "When is your date?" "The day after tomorrow." She smiled brightly. "We'll dine together before going to see the movie." He booked a restaurant. "That's right. He sent me the location." "Good." Lin Jiao picked up the menu on the table and ordered 2 bowls of beef noodles. "What do you plan to do next?" "Get him." Lin Jiao was speechless. "I'm just joking." Pei Yulin held her arm and thought for a moment. "I'll see how our first date goes first." Lin Jiao replied, "Don't develop too quickly. Is holding hands considered fast?" "Do you really want to hold his hand that badly?" "Yes." She thought of her dream last night and her eyes lit up. "I want him to wear a suit and let me pull his tie." Lin Jiao face formed. She picked up the glass and took 2 sips of lemonade to change the topic. Are you free this vacation? Let's go to Paris. With whom? Uncle and questioned Xiao. Pei Yulin was speechless. She was not in a hurry to refuse. After asking Pei Jai why he brought them to Paris, she said, I'm not sure yet. Is there anything else you are busy with? Lin Jiao pushed the rice noodle to her. I want to go skiing with him. Did you talk to him about it? Not yet. Pei Yulin picked up her chopsticks. I'll discuss it with him the day after tomorrow. If he's not available, I'll go with you. Lin Jiao looked at her eager eyes and swallowed back what was on the tip of her tongue, which was friendship before love. She retracted her gaze and lowered her head to eat the rice noodles. I hope he won't refuse your invitation. I hope so too. Pei Yulin could not stop making foolish giggles. Perhaps because she was in a good mood, she hugged Lin Jiao before returning to the PR department. Jiao Jiao, wait for my good news. Okay. Lin Jiao shook her head and laughed. After the elevator arrived, she walked softly to her desk. Aren't you going to take a nap? Feng Yunji asked curiously when she saw her pick up the laptop. I want to make a proposal. The one you have to hand in tomorrow? Yeah. Lin Jiao was afraid of disturbing her colleagues, so she went to the resting area alone to work on it. She stared at the screen for half an hour until she felt a sharp pain in her abdomen which forced her to stop. A moment later, there was a loud sound of objects falling to the ground. After successfully copying the proposal, the woman picked up the phone on the ground and snuck out. Chapter 63. Only feel relieved after seeing her. When Lin Jiao returned, she did not find anything unusual. She made a cup of brown sugar ginger tea and focused on finishing the proposal before sending a message to Pei Jai on WeChat. Uncle, I'm not going to your house tonight. What happened? Sigh. Pei Jai opened the calendar and frowned. He stubbed out the cigarette between his fingers. Why is it brought forward? Did you eat something you shouldn't have recently? It's normal for it to come a few days early. So did you eat anything? Yes. Lin Jiao touched the tip of her nose. I ate 2 ice creams last night. Pei Jai sighed. He thought of how she was in so much pain that she was hospitalized last year and asked, is it very painful? Not really. Lin Jiao took a photo of the ginger tea and sent it to him. This is very effective. Don't worry. Pei Jai would only be at ease when he saw her. He waited until it was time to get off work for the employees before picking up the thermos filled with hot water and rushing to the parking lot. Lin Jiao, who arrived 5 minutes later than him, looked much worse than in the morning. Even her voice sounded weak when she called him. Get in the car and rest. Pei Jai handed her the thermos and got into the driver's seat. He helped her buckle her seatbelt and placed his palm on her forehead to check her temperature. Other than your stomach, do you feel unwell anywhere else? No. Then let's go home first. Okay. Lin Jiao leaned back on the seat. She closed her eyes and listened to the soothing music. Before long, she fell asleep. Pei Jai parked the car at Mingxin Mansion. He first found the key in her bag, then covered her with the blanket before carrying her upstairs. When he opened the door, Lin Jiao woke up suddenly. She pointed at the sofa on the right. After he put her down, she whispered, Uncle, help me get the medicine. Pei Jai found the ibuprofen in the first aid kit. He placed the capsule in his palm and went over to feed her with a glass of water. Ahem. Lin Jiao coughed and retched, throwing up the capsule. She grabbed her collar and looked up at Pei Jai with teary eyes. It's stuck in my throat. It's fine. Pei Jai's voice was still gentle. He threw away the capsule she threw up in his palm and fed her another one. This time, Lin Jiao was in no hurry to swallow down the capsule. She slowly swallowed the capsule and lay back down when an irresistible sleepiness overwhelmed her. I'll sleep for a while more. All right. Pei Jai put down the glass. He found a blanket and covered her with it before walking into the kitchen to call Shen Yi. What's best to eat during periods? Fish, eggs, and meat are all good food. Make sure it's cooked bland and non-spicy. Shen Yi asked, Are you with Lin Jiao? Yes. Pei Jai opened the fridge and took out a pork rib from the bottom. She just fell asleep. Is it serious? Not this time. Shen Yi was slightly relieved. He took off his white coat. Then find a hot water bag to warm her abdomen and make some brown sugar water for her. Pei Jai replied, You're still at work. I just got off. Shen Yi closed the office door. I saw that homewrecker today. Who? The new girl with Ji Yu Quan. If not for him mentioning it, Pei Jai would have forgotten about her. Why was she in your hospital? Shen Yi smiled. Make a guess. Chapter 64. The information I got is more interesting. She's pregnant? No. Pei Jai could not be bothered to guess. Just tell me. She came for a gynecological checkup, Shen Yi said as he walked down the stairs. Then I found something interesting. What? Her cervix is transverse, and her endometrium is especially thin. She also has signs of tubal adhesion. Explain it in human language. Pei Jai was not a medical student, so he did not understand a thing he said. Shen Yi summarized, she had many miscarriages and it's very difficult for her to get pregnant again. That's all. Aren't you surprised? I already got someone to investigate her. Pei Jai took out some vegetables with one hand and said calmly, the information I got is 10 times more interesting than what you found. Tell me about it. It's hard to describe it in a few words. Shen Yi was stunned. Is it that interesting? I'm afraid it's more exciting than you can ever imagine. I couldn't tell when I met her. He recalled her good girl-like look and clicked his tongue. So Ji Yuquan was fooled by her. He made the choice himself. Who can he blame? That's true. Shen Yi sneered. He deserves it. He threw away the real watermelon for a fake sesame seed. Right. Pei Jai rolled up his sleeves and placed the vegetables he had taken out into the sink. Let's talk later. I'll wash the vegetables. Shen Yi immediately smelled dog food. He walked to the car and opened the driver's door. Chu Yeju is in a relationship with that actress. Why don't we come out for a gathering this weekend? All right. Pei Jai was not surprised at all. He put his phone aside and rolled up his sleeves to turn on the tap. After washing the vegetables, he put the pork ribs into the pot to simmer. After removing the blood, he boiled a pot of water and poured the pork ribs in. He added the condiments and ginger and stewed it at low heat. Wisps of mist rose from the vents in the pot lid. A strong fragrance floated into the living room and entered Lin Jiao's nose, waking her up. She stood up with the help of the blanket and approached the figure busy cooking in the kitchen. Uncle. When she saw him turn around and look at her gently, an indescribable feeling arose in her heart. Pei Jai scooped up a spoonful of soup. Are you hungry? A little. Try it. He blew on the noodles twice and fed it to her. How does it taste? Lin Jiao smacked her lips. I don't know if there's something wrong with my taste buds, but I think it's bland. She was about to let him scoop up another spoonful when he took 2 sips too. Your taste bud is fine. Pei Jai sprinkled some salt into the pot and stirred it gently. He said calmly, help me set up the table. Okay, Lin Jiao said meekly. She placed the utensils on the table. When he brought out 2 dishes and a soup, her stomach growled. Let's eat. Pei Jai placed some food in her bowl. Lin Jiao, whose attention was distracted, picked up the chopsticks beside her and did not notice that she was already used to him taking care of her. In fact, she did not feel uncomfortable or embarrassed like before. Uncle, your cooking has improved again. Lin Jiao looked sideways, her eyes filled with approval. Is that so? Yes. She held the bowl with both hands. After eating your food, my stomach doesn't hurt anymore. Pei Jai chuckled. Then I'll cook for you too in the future. Afraid that she would refuse, he added, there is still plenty of room for my cooking skill to improve. I think your cooking skill is good enough. There is no need to improve it. There is. Lin Jiao looked puzzled. Before she could ask, he said, the way to my future girlfriend's heart is through her stomach. Uncle. Yes. Aren't you aware of how good you already are? Pei Jai was confused. How so? Your appearance, personality, and financial ability are enough to move the hearts of many women. Who will care about your cooking skill? What if she's a foodie? Lin Jiao was very certain. Even so, you can still win her heart. At least in her opinion, he had no problem chasing any girls. Pei Jai took out a tissue to wipe his lips and smiled meaningfully. You said it yourself. Lin Jiao did not understand what he meant and only nodded. She finished the remaining rice and was about to clean up when he pushed her to the living room. I'll wash it. Pei Jai turned around with the dishes, not giving her a chance to refuse. Chapter 65. He called him a thief. Lin Jiao didn't insist. Perhaps because she wanted to do something to express her gratitude, she peeled the pomegranates for him with extreme patience. The moment Pei Jai came out of the kitchen, he saw her holding a plate of pomegranates at him. He raised an eyebrow. You peeled it for me? That's right. Lin Jiao waited for him to sit down before placing the trash can at his feet. Eat it. If it's not enough, I'll peel another one for you. It's quite enough. Pei Jai only wanted her to rest well. He picked up a pomegranate and placed it in his mouth. The sweetness that filled his mouth seemed to spread to his heart, making him extremely happy. Seeing him smile, Lin Jiao, who had yet to taste the pomegranate, also picked one up and ate it. She spat out the pomegranate seeds and looked at the television show with interest. This costume drama is not bad. Let's watch it. What's it about? The romantic story of a regent and a poor girl. Pei Jai focused on watching the drama. He leaned against the soft pillow and immersed himself in that distant era with her. When the ending song sounded, he realized that the clock was pointing at 11. I'll get going first. I'll pick you up tomorrow morning. Why don't you sleep here? It'll probably be very late by the time you get back and finish a shower. Lin Jiao was truly concerned about him. Even though he knew that she didn't mean anything by it, Pei Jai's heart still skipped a beat. Is it all right? Of course. Lin Jiao returned to the bedroom and found the bathrobe he had worn last time. She stuffed it into his hand. Go wash up first. Okay. Pei Jai took off the watch on his wrist. He hid the joy in his eyes and stepped into the bathroom that he missed. Wait. Lin Jiao rushed over before he could close the door. Take off your suit. I'll iron it for you. Pei Jai took off his suit and deliberately let her see the creases on his shirt. He waited a few seconds. Take off your shirt too. Lin Jiao frowned and leaned against the wall with his suit jacket. Pei Jai placed his finger on the first button. He slowly undid it. When he took off his shirt, the muscles on his arms and abdomen were clearly revealed. Lin Jiao stole a glance at him and heaved a sigh of relief when she realized that he did not notice her doing so. Pei Jai held back his laughter. Is there anything else you want me to take off? If she wanted to iron her pants, he would definitely cooperate. No. Then I'll close the door. Yeah, close it. Lin Jiao turned around and left. She tried to shake off his Greek godlike body figure in her mind and ironed his clothes while he was showering. She also heated up 2 cups of milk for him to drink. Thank you. Pei Jai came out in steam, took a cup of milk, and drank it all. You're welcome. Lin Jiao put the hairdryer on the table. She walked into the bathroom and stood in front of the sink to wash up. Uncle, the charger is in the drawer. Under the television. Yes. Pei Jai placed the phone in the second bedroom to charge. After the lights in the bathroom and living room were turned off, he sent her back to the master bedroom. What time do you want me to wake you up tomorrow? 8 o'clock. With that, Lin Jiao said good night to him. She kicked off her slippers and turned off the night light beside the bed. After wrapping herself in the blanket, she gradually fell asleep. That night, she had a dream. Her dream was set in the ancient city. In an ancient costume, she was doing accounts in a stationery store. Miss. A handsome man in a moon-white robe walked over with a brush. He said somewhat sheepishly, I'm short of money. Can you give me a discount for this brush? What if I say no? Then forget it. Young master, wait. She walked around the counter and grabbed the corner of his shirt. I can give you this brush for free. Really? Naturally, but you have to do something for me. He followed her to the second floor. When she closed the door of the room, he looked puzzled. What is it you want me to do? Take off your clothes first. Why? She held his wrist and pulled open the thin belt around his waist before he could react. Miss, no. He heard the sound of footsteps and was so shocked that he retreated. Why not? She stared at his abs and stroked it. If you resist, you will lose a very good deal. Miss, he pursed his lips, his back pressed against the cold wall, his eyes red. Chapter 66, Stealing Her Proposal. Don't move. She pressed him up against the wall happily. Just as her hand was about to touch the edge of his pants, he trembled and accidentally knocked over the vase beside him. A crisp sound of an object smashing into pieces rang in Lin Jiao's ears, waking her up instantly. As she held her chest and thought of Pei Jai in her dream, redness spread out across her face at a speed visible to the naked eye. It was too embarrassing. If she had known, she would not have watched that costume drama with Pei Jai. Lin Jiao? Pei Jai, who was about to wake her up, heard a knocking sound outside the door and quickly called out to her. I'm fine. Lin Jiao stopped hammering the bed in embarrassment. She face-palmed in frustration and sat by the bed, taking deep breaths. When the redness on her cheeks disappeared, she started to put on her clothes. Come and have breakfast. Page I waited for her to wash up before bringing the sandwiches to the dining table. Lin Jiao walked over slowly. She unintentionally glanced at his abs, and the tips of her ears turned red again. Is it not delicious? No, it's good. Then why do you look like you can't even swallow it? The more Page I looked at her, the more he felt that something was wrong. You know, brain fog after waking up. Lin Jiao could only use this lame excuse. She ate faster. After filling her stomach, she went downstairs with him. Uncle, are we running late? No, still plenty of time. Page I put on the seatbelt for her. He stepped on the accelerator and drove into Xingheng Corp's parking lot in only 15 minutes. Before stepping into the elevator, he said, "Rest well at noon. Don't eat outside." Lin Jiao nodded. Yes. She thought of the proposal she had to submit later. As soon as she arrived at the planning department, she got busy. At noon, Wu Zhuwen came over. He walked up to Lin Jiao and Feng Yunji with 2 printed documents. Why is the proposal you made this time 80% similar? Lin Jiao was dumbstruck. The surrounding fell deadly silent. The colleagues who had not gone to the cafeteria turned around and looked in their direction. Lin Jiao was stunned. She took the 2 documents and stared at the place he had highlighted. She frowned and asked, Feng Yunji, what do you mean? Feng Yunji's heart skipped a beat. She looked at Wang Rui, who was sitting beside her, and saw that the latter had turned her head away. She could only bite the bullet and said, "You stole my proposal and you still have the cheek to ask me this." Lin Jiao was so angry that she laughed. "You know better than anyone who stole whose proposal. Don't you try to accuse me. Do you know how long I have been working at Xingheng Corp? Why should I steal your proposal? So what if you've been working here longer than me? It doesn't change the fact you are a thief. Watch your mouth. Feng Yunji slapped the table and glared at her with red eyes, as if she was about to cry. Seeing how aggrieved she was, some of her colleagues chimed in, "Don't throw accusations without evidence. It's not fair." "That's right. What if she's innocent? You two are making a proposal on the same product. It's not unlikely that you came up with an identical idea." Zhen Yi couldn't stand it anymore. No matter how similar the idea is, it's impossible for them to be 80% alike. "Brother Zhen, are you suspecting me too?" Feng Yunji looked at him with tears in her eyes. Zhen Yi did not answer. He said calmly, "Lin Jiao won't use someone else's proposal. Are you showing bias towards her?" There's no need to explain," Lin Jiao interrupted. She looked at Wu Zhuwen, who was still angry. "Manager Wu, where can I check the surveillance camera footage on this floor?" "You have to get permission from the higher-ups to check the surveillance cameras." "Which higher-up are you talking about?" Assistant question. He raised his wrist to look at the watch. "It's lunch break now. I'm afraid he's not around. I'll go up and take a look first." Lin Jiao picked up her phone and quickly left under everyone's gaze. She walked into the assistant's room and saw Question Shao lying on the sofa playing a game. She asked, "Brother Question, what are you playing?" "Oh my god." Question Shao was so frightened that his heart skipped a beat. He even tightened his grip on his phone. He sat up. "Why did you manage to talk without making a sound?" "You turned the volume too high." "Did I?" "Yes." Lin Jiao suspected that he might be hard of hearing. She sat down beside him and chatted for a while before bringing up what had happened. "Can you help me inform the surveillance room?" "No problem." Question Shao opened his contact list. After thinking about it, he decided to go there in person for her. He turned off the screen. "They should be in the cafeteria now. I'll go there later. Then let's wait until office hours." "That works." Lin Jiao stood up. "Brother Question, sorry to trouble you." "Not at all." Question Shao waved his hand and suggested in all seriousness, "Why don't you go to the boss's place to rest?" "Okay." She did not want to waste her breath arguing with Feng Yunji. It was not a bad idea to rest for a while in Pei Jai's office. Lin Jiao knocked twice on the door of the CEO's office. After getting permission, she entered and walked towards the long table. "President Pei, have you eaten?" "Not yet." "Let's eat together." "All right." Pei Jai chuckled. He gestured for her to sit on the sofa and opened the takeout app on his phone. "Order what you like." Lin Jiao did not stand on ceremony with him. She first found out the nearest restaurants before looking at the dishes. "How about a Thai hot pot?" "I'm okay with it." Pei Jai picked up his teacup and took a sip. He stared at her side profile as if he could not get tired of looking at her. Are you here to send documents to question Xiao? No, I asked him to help me check the surveillance cameras. Did you lose something? Kind of. Lin Jiao handed him the phone and asked him to pay first. The proposal I made was stolen. Pei Jai narrowed his eyes. Who did it? Chapter 67, Firing 3 Employees. Lin Jiao was much calmer than before. The one who ate with me in the cafeteria last time. Huh? Don't you remember? I do. He was just a little surprised. Pei Jai sent question Xiao a WeChat message and poured her a glass of warm water. Xing Heng won't allow this to happen. After getting the surveillance footage, Wu Zhuwen will deal with it according to the relevant rules. Yes. Lin Jiao guessed what would happen to Feng Yunji. She bent down and rubbed her heels. Uncle, can I take off my shoes? Pei Jai nodded. Does it hurt? It doesn't hurt. It's just a little chafed. Try putting on a band-aid. Maybe later. Lin Jiao sat cross-legged on the sofa and leaned back, letting out a long sigh. She looked around and her gaze landed on a black wooden door. What's in there? It's lounge room. Is there a bed? Yes. Seeing her eyes light up, Pei Jai smiled even more brightly. Do you want to sleep? I'll probably want to after lunch. Lin Jiao was a voracious sleeper every time she was on her period. Just as she said, after eating the Thai hot pot, she started yawning. You can sleep for another 40 minutes. Pei Jai led her into the lounge. After she lay down, he covered her in a blanket. Lin Jiao nodded. Don't forget to wake me up. Okay. He picked up her high heels and closed the door gently after she closed her eyes. Pei Jai sat in front of the computer and Googled what to do if high heels were chafing. Following the instruction, he first covered the high heels with a wet towel for a long time before walking to the assistant's room and asking question Xiao to find a hammer. Boss, what are you going to do with a hammer? Question Xiao thought that Pei Jai was going to hammer him. You ask too much. Pei Jai took the hammer from him and knocked on the heel a few times. His serious and focused look stunned question Xiao. He couldn't help but praise. Boss, you're really all-rounded. He even knew how to fix shoes. How impressive. Help me find a hairdryer. Pei Jai ignored his flattery. Right away. Question Xiao went out and shortly came back with a hairdryer. He then put on his coat and prepared to go downstairs. Boss, I'll go and check the surveillance cameras first. Okay. Pei Jai glanced at him and said, remember to send a copy to Wu Zhuwen. All right. Question Xiao turned around and left. Just as he arrived at the surveillance room, 2 figures appeared in the safe passage on the 8th floor. Wan Rui, are you trying to set me up? Feng Yunji was so angry that her voice was trembling, but she did not dare to raise her voice. I am not. Then why did you steal her proposal? I helped you out of kindness, but this is how you repay me. If not for the fact that Wang Rui had been in financial trouble recently, she would not have bought the proposal from her. Now, she ended up becoming a thief. Wan Rui lowered her head guiltily. I didn't steal her plan. Sun Ftu gave it to me. Why is Sun Ftu involved in this shit again? I didn't have time to help you make one at that time, and she offered to help, so. Feng Yunji frowned deeply. She covered her face and squatted on the ground. At the thought of the camera footage being revealed, her heart skipped a beat. Go and get her to come over. Wan Rui hurriedly took out her phone. 2 minutes later, Sun Ftu pushed open the door unhurriedly and appeared in front of them. She crossed her arms. What do you want? When Feng Yunji heard that light tone, she wanted to slap her. However, at this point, they were already on the same boat. It was useless to resort to violence. Where did you steal the proposal from? The resting area. Sun Ftu could tell that she was afraid and said with a smile, there are no surveillance cameras there. Don't worry. Are you sure? If you don't believe me, go over and take a look. Feng Yunji was still worried. There are no surveillance cameras in the resting area, but there are surveillance cameras in the corridor, right? There are plenty of people passing the corridor all the time. Even if I was there, it doesn't mean anything. Was there anyone around when you went over? No one. Sun Ftu did not panic at all. Don't think too much. If she can't get any substantial evidence, it's equivalent to having no evidence. She looked like she had everything under control, making the other 2 feel less worried and panicked. Feng Yunji stood up with her hands on her knees. Her gaze wandered between the 2 of them. Let's be clear, none of us is allowed to admit it. Chapter 68, Firing 3 Employees. I definitely won't. Wan Rui knew that if this matter was exposed, she would be in deep trouble, so she naturally wouldn't take the risk. Sun Fdiyu was the same. She raised her chin and gestured for them to split up. Watch your expressions lest you expose yourself. Okay. Feng Yunji opened the other exit door and left. Hearing the footsteps getting further and further away, Sun Haoran, who was hiding downstairs, looked up. Seeing that they had no intention of returning, he quickly called Question Xiao and sent him the audio recording. Question Xiao, who couldn't find any evidence from the camera footage, retracted his gaze from the cameras and quickly went to the planning department. He sat opposite Wu Ziyuan and played the recording. He said solemnly, "How do you plan to deal with this? They have to be fired." Wu Ziyicheng suppressed his anger and tried his best not to slam the table. All of them, except Wang Rui. Question Xiao was puzzled. Why? Her behavior is not as bad as the other two. According to the rules, we just have to warn her and deduct her salary. I don't think so. He lit a cigarette. The boss won't be satisfied if you let her off just like that. Hearing him mention Pei Jai, Wu Ziyuan could not help but be surprised. Did Lin Jiao complain about it to President Pei? Yes. Question Xiao took this opportunity to remind him, who do you think the lady boss will find when she's hard done by if not the boss? You? Wu Ziyuan, who was drinking tea, was so shocked that he spat out his tea. Are you serious? I won't joke about this. But President Pei isn't married, right? Soon. Question Xiao was very confident in Pei Jai. Probably next year if everything goes smoothly. Wu Ziyuan took a deep breath. He wiped away the water in front of him and slowly calmed down. Who else in the company knows? Only you at the moment. Question Xiao exhaled a mouthful of smoke and reminded, don't tell anyone. The lady boss wants to keep a low profile. Alright. Wu Ziyuan understood what he meant. He sent a WeChat message to Zhao Lan from the Human Resources Department and said to Question Xiao, I'll tell you when I'm done dealing with this matter here. Question Xiao nodded. Alright, I'll get going first then. After receiving the recording from Question Xiao, Wu Ziyuan stood at the door and called the three of them in. He had no intention of wasting time. After playing the recording, he asked the three of them to go to the Human Resources Department to resign. This recording is fake. Feng Yunji's face was pale as she hastened to defend herself. She pretended to be the victim and said tearfully, we never said those words. Wu Ziyuan did not buy it. With a dark expression, he looked her in the eye. Is it that difficult to admit what you've done? We didn't do it, so why should we admit it? Wan Rui, who did not want to be fired, became hysterical. She raised her voice and shouted at him, Lin Jiao faked the recording and even wrongly accused us. She's the one you should fire. Have you done talking? Are we not allowed to defend ourselves? Why do you have to help Lin Jiao? What did she give you? Bang! Wu Ziyuan kicked the chair back. The hand that was pointing at them was trembling as he said, since you don't want to admit it, I'll have to call the police over. The three of them were stunned. When they saw him open the door and ask Zheng Yi to call the police, they knew that he really meant it. Sun Fdiyu, who had been silent all this while, looked at his back and no longer held any hope. She walked up to him first and said, Manager Wu, I'll go to the Human Resources Department now. Wu Ziyuan did not respond. He turned to look at the other two who were still standing there. He was so disappointed that he did not want to waste his breath. Jen, you handle it. All right. Zheng Yi unlocked his phone. Before he could make a call, he heard a female voice. No need. Feng Yunji sneered. We don't want to stay in this lousy company anyway. Under everyone's gaze, she returned to her desk. Perhaps she had nowhere to vent her anger. When she was packing up her stuff, she deliberately made noises. Can you keep quiet? Sun Haoran, who was busy with his job, glared at her. Mind your own business. No one wants to mind your business except the police. Feng Yunji was completely enraged. She picked up the glass of water beside her and poured it on his computer. I think you're still. F***CKU. Sun Haoran pushed her away. He looked at the computer that went kaput and was about to raise his fist to punch her out of anger. Don't. Zheng Yi quickly stopped him. It's not worth it if you get arrested for punching this kind of person. That's right. Don't dirty your hands, the colleague sitting beside him advised. They looked at Feng Yunji disdainfully. A person like her who steals proposals and ruins others' achievements is a piece of *t no matter where she goes. Hurry up and leave. Don't embarrass yourself. Our lousy company can't accommodate a big shot like you. You'd better find another job. This was the first time Feng Yunji had so many fingers pointing at him. Her mind was buzzing and she couldn't think straight. She picked up the bag on the table and ran away from this place where she was hated by everyone. Yunji. Wan Rui followed her. She reached out a hand to stop the elevator door from closing and asked with red eyes, "What should we do? You caused me to be in this state, and you still have the cheek to ask me." "I didn't cause this alone. I was fired too." "You." Feng Yunji did not want to see her again. "Get lost." She slapped the back of her hand and pressed the close button twice. Wan Rui burst into tears. She leaned against the wall and cried for a long time. Just as her thoughts were getting more and more chaotic, a ding attracted her attention. Lin Jiao. After a short silence, she went forward and grabbed her. "Lin Jiao, help me." Chapter 69. Slapping Wang Rui and meeting Ji Yuquan. Lin Jiao retreated indifferently. "Why should I help you? The person who stole your proposal was Sun Fe Yu. I wasn't aware of it. It has nothing to do with me. Do you think you can get away with it just by saying that it has nothing to do with you?" Wan Rui wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes. "Please forgive me for this once. I really can't lose this job. I'm sorry." Lin Jiao had no sympathy for this kind of person. "I'm not Buddha, and I can't tolerate everyone. I'm already begging you. What else do you want me to do? Do I have to forgive you just because you are begging me? That doesn't make sense." As soon as Lin Jiao shot her a glare, Wan Rui stopped shouting. She softened her tone. "Lin Jiao, my family background is not as good as yours. If you don't have a job, your family can support you, but mine can't. Is your family background the reason you harmed me? You could have told the truth, but you didn't from beginning to end. I was afraid of being fired, so." "It's 2:30. Lin Jiao turned off the screen, not wanting to waste any more time with her. "Excuse me, Lin Jiao, do you have to be so ruthless? You asked for it." Wan Rui stared at that disgusting face and raised her hand to slap Lin Jiao in anger. "Pa." A crisp sound echoed through the corridor. Lin Jiao retracted her hand and smiled faintly. "I'm sorry, I didn't control my strength just now." Wan Rui, whose brain was buzzing from the impact, was so furious that she wanted to skin her alive. She ignored the pain on her face and pounced on Lin Jiao while cursing, "B*tch." Unfortunately, before she could touch her, she tripped over and fell to the ground. "Do you want me to help you up?" Lin Jiao lowered her eyes and looked at her awkward posture. Wan Rui had never suffered such humiliation. She held back her tears and scolded her. "Stop being hypocritical, then help yourself up." Lin Jiao turned around and left. When she passed by Sun Haoran's seat, she looked sideways and smiled. "Thank you for today." If he hadn't recorded the audio in the corridor, she probably wouldn't have been able to deal with the three of them so easily. Sun Haoran scratched his head. "It's fine, not a big deal. I'll treat you to a meal next time." "No need. It's only right for colleagues to help each other. Don't stand on ceremony with me. Then I'll bring you coffee tomorrow." Lin Jiao did not give him a chance to refuse and walked straight to her desk. She turned on the computer and got down to making a new proposal. Without Feng Yunji disturbing her, her progress was much faster than before. Her proposal was almost done before she got off work. "Are you coming down?" Peijai waited in the parking lot for 10 minutes but did not see her. Out of worry, he called her. Right away. Lin Jiao wiped the water off her hands. She ran all the way to the elevator and appeared in front of him as quickly as possible. "Uncle, I was in the washroom." "I guessed it." Peijai helped her put on her seatbelt. He handed her the thermos and deliberately slowed down on the way home. "I'll bring you the ginseng tomorrow." "Thank you." Lin Jiao screwed the lid back on. She showed him a WeChat message. "Chuyoju wants us to go out for a gathering this weekend." "I know. How did he chase that actress?" "Spent some money." Peijai turned on the left turn light and looked back to make sure that there was no car. "How much did he spend?" "About 6 or 7 million. Is he crazy?" Lin Jiao was shocked. 6 or 7 million is enough for him to buy a penthouse. He's not crazy, he's just stupid. Peijai adjusted his sitting posture. He agreed to whatever she said. Did she ask him to invest? Yes, he He even transferred some cash to her. Lin Jiao sighed. It's only the beginning and he's already spent so much. What's he gonna do in the future? Whether there will be a future or not is the question. Pei Jai thought of his niece. How is Pei Yulan doing with that person? Not really good. No progress. A little. Lin Jiao turned off the screen. They're going out to watch a movie tonight. Did she get asked to invest in anything? No, I don't think so. It's too early to say. Pei Jai did not believe in Pei Yulan's willpower. Chu Yeju is already love-struck. She's gonna be worse than him. Lin Jiao actually felt that it made sense. She pondered for a moment. When he stepped on the brakes at the door of Mingxin Mansion, she looked up at him. I'll find a chance to talk to her. Pei Jai nodded. He looked at the neighborhood through the car window and suppressed the reluctance to part with her in his eyes. Rest early tonight. Okay. Lin Jiao opened the car door. She took out her access card and walked into the building on a ground covered with osmanthus leaves. Lin Jiao looked at the delivery man beside her in the elevator and decided to order some food at home. Knock, knock. Half an hour later, there was a knock on the door. Lin Jiao, who was wearing a pair of cat slippers, paused the drama and ran to open the door. When she saw two men standing at the door, the smile on her face disappeared. The delivery man was the first to speak. Miss Lin, yes, give me a 5-star review, please. Thank you. He handed the bag forward enthusiastically. Lin Jiao nodded and took it. After he left, she looked up at Ji Yuquan on the right. How did you find my address? Ji Yuquan had not seen her for a long time. He said in his usual gentle tone, the address is on the package you sent. Lin Jiao had forgotten about that. She asked calmly, what do you want? Can I go in? Ji Yuquan glanced back and was not as impatient as before. I'm afraid it's not convenient to talk here. Okay. Lin Jiao stepped aside to let him in. She sat by the coffee table with the takeout bag and took a photo of it to send to Pei Jai. Then she looked up at Ji Yuquan, signaling at him to speak. How have you been recently? Ji Yuquan put down the folder. For some reason, he wanted to show some concern for her. Not bad. Are you working? I've been working for a while. Lin Jiao took out a pair of chopsticks and started eating slowly. There was no anger or anything in her eyes. She treated him like a familiar stranger and didn't feel any fluctuation of emotions. Ji Yuquan thought she was pretending to be calm. He lit a cigarette and watched her eat through the smoke. It's not good for your health to always eat takeout. I know what I'm doing. Lin Jiao replied to Pei Jai's message as she went on eating. Chapter 70. He felt guilt when she said she didn't hate him. Jiao Jiao, Ji Yuquan suddenly called out to her. He bent down and lit his cigarette. Don't play with your phone. Let's talk after you finish eating. We can talk now too. Lin Jiao looked at him for a moment. For the first time, he chose to do what she said. This is for you. Ji Yuquan pushed the document folder forward but didn't bring up anything about compensating her. Have you forgotten what I said before? I have not. Then why did you give me these? Lin Jiao was not even interested to even look at it. Just treat it as a gift from me to you. Okay. Not okay. Ji Yuquan stubbed out his cigarette. He was silent for a long time before frowning. Is it because of what Yuqi said before? No. Lin Jiao met his gaze. I don't care what others think of me, nor do I want to take your things. You still hate me? No, I don't hate you. Hearing that, Ji Yuquan was overwhelmed by a sense of guilt again. He lowered his voice. Jiao Jiao, I'm sorry, it's all in the past. Lin Jiao put down her chopsticks. She stuffed the documents into his arms. Have a good life with Su Tian. Don't come looking for me again. Ji Yuquan's heart ached. He subconsciously held her hand. He clearly had a lot to say, but when he met her eyes, he couldn't bring himself to say a word. This feeling was especially strange. Even he did not know what was wrong with him. Ji Yuquan, you should go. Lin Jiao pulled her hand away and sat far away. She smiled and said, she's still waiting for you. Ji Yuquan suddenly came back to his senses. Jiao Jiao, take good care of yourself. Without waiting for a reply, he stood up and left, leaving the documents on the table. He drove to the beauty salon. When he saw Su Tian's smiling face, the depressed mood finally disappeared. I've been waiting for you for a long time. She pounced into his arms, her eyes filled with neediness. Sorry, I was busy with something just now. What is it? Ji Yuquan had no intention of lying to her. He said bluntly, I sent the real estate transfer documents to Lin Jiao. Su Tian, who had not heard Lin Jiao being mentioned for a long time, was stunned for a moment before revealing a trace of jealousy and hatred in her eyes. She blinked. Did she take it? She didn't want to accept it, so I just left it there. Then she's probably going to return it to you soon. Ji Yuquan rubbed the top of her head. If she returns it this time, I'm not going to look for her again. There were many other ways to compensate her. It's probably best if you don't see her again. Su Tian hugged his waist, looking like she was showing consideration for Lin Jiao. She'll be even sadder if she sees you. Yes. Ji Yuquan sighed to himself. He thought of what Lin Jiao said about him living well with Su Tian and asked, do you want to move in with me? Where? Moving into Li Fu Bay with me. Hearing that, Su Tian's eyes lit up. When she thought of the checkup report, her eyes dimmed instantly. She lowered her head. I'm not ready yet. Once they had sex, she could no longer hide the fact that it was not her first time. Do you have any concerns? Ji Yuquan asked, not knowing what was on her mind. I don't want to do that too soon. Do what? Su Tian glared at him. You know what I mean. Seeing that her face was instantly red, Ji Yuquan finally understood what she meant. He really had no intention of doing that with her. I won't touch you without your permission. Really? Would I lie to you? No. Su Tian felt relieved after hearing his promise. In order to find an opportunity to sleep with him while he was drunk, she didn't turn him down. Then I'll stay in the room next to yours. All right. Ji Yuquan kissed her cheek and smiled. You can stay in whichever room you want. Su Tian pushed him away shyly. She put on her seatbelt. Her previous frustration was replaced by the joy of moving in with him. Her mind was filled with thoughts of their bright future. However, a relationship filled with schemes was destined to end badly. Hush! Is Ji Yuquan crazy? The milk tea shop behind Xingheng was filled with Pei Yulin's curses. She put down her cup with a bang. You should have recorded a video back then. Why? Threaten him. If he comes looking for you again, send it to that homewrecker. Lin Jiao couldn't help but laugh. He's not coming again. She pulled out a tissue and wiped the milk tea that splashed on the table. Pei Yulin pouted. Not necessarily. Thinking of what a scumbag Ji Yuquan was, she felt disgusted. Anyway, remember what I said. Lin Jiao nodded in agreement. She rested her cheek on one hand and took the initiative to ask about their date. Did you hold hands last night? No, I just touched him. Where did you touch? There. Pei Yulin raised an eyebrow. You know where? Abs? A bit further down. Lin Jiao's eyes widened. Are you serious? Yeah, I touched his. Lower your voice. Looking at her flustered expression, Pei Yulin could not help but laugh. She held her stomach and took a deep breath. I only touched his skin. What were you thinking? You're deliberately making me misunderstand. Lin Jiao's ears turned red. Pei Yulin pursed her lips to stop herself from laughing. She held Lin Jiao's arm and said, I really want to be with him. Does he know you like him? Not yet. Lin Jiao said seriously, then don't be in a hurry to confess. Spend more time together. All right. Pei Yulin nodded. She leaned on Lin Jiao's shoulder and suddenly thought of something important. I met a high school classmate last night. And, didn't I tell you before about finding you a good boyfriend? He's not bad. Lin Jiao shook her head. I don't want to be in a relationship now. She preferred to focus on work. You can add each other on WeChat first. Pei Yulin said as if she was promoting something. If you miss out on this one, there won't be a second. Chatting is so tiring. Forget it. Why is it tiring? Talking with someone I don't know, other than asking him how are you and what's your hobby. I can't really think of anything else to say. Just thinking about it made Lin Jiao exhausted. If she had that much time, she'd rather invest it in something else. Chapter 71, Introducing someone to her. Jiao Jiao, you can't have such thoughts. Pei Yulin was afraid that she would give up on love, so she was even more determined to introduce a man to her. She said in all seriousness, what you said is only what will happen in the beginning stage. When he gets to know you better, he will definitely find a common topic to talk to you about. I still think it's troublesome. How about you take a look at his photo first? Lin Jiao had no choice but to take the phone to look at the photo. She pressed 2 fingers on the screen and zoomed in. Is he 1.8 meters tall? I think so. Pei Yulin thought for a moment and used Pei Jai as a metric. He's only half a head shorter than Uncle. Normally speaking, it's about 16 to 20 centimeters from the chin to the top of the head. The middle value, 18 centimeters, after being divided by 2, will be 9 centimeters. What's wrong with 9 centimeters? Lin Jiao said patiently. Uncle is 1.88 meters tall. 1.88 meters minus 9 centimeters gives you 1.79 meters. Pei Yulin followed her train of thought and stared at the screen in confusion. But I feel that he's more than 1.79 meters tall. That's because he's wearing shoes. Lin Jiao was speechless. Lin Jiao picked up her milk tea and took 2 sips. She looked at Pei Yulin, who was studying the photo, and rejected her again with the excuse of a height issue. Yulin, I like men above 185. Pei Yulin was lost in thought. She quickly thought of a few people in her memory and finally came up with one who met the requirement. What do you think of Yang Jingshun? Who's Yang Jingshun? The school hunk. He's 2 years older than us. I don't remember much about him. In the past, Lin Jiao rarely paid attention to the school hunk competition. He helped you before. Have you already forgotten about it? Help me with what? Pei Yulin tried to help her recall it. One time, you were almost hit by a basketball. He helped you block it. Lin Jiao still could not remember. She asked, are you too close? We met twice when we were in school, but we are not especially close. And yet you want to introduce someone you don't know well to me. He has a good reputation. Pei Yulin sent him a WeChat message. And he meets your requirements. He's 185. I don't like the kind that is too popular. Lin Jiao could always find an excuse to reject her. She pretended to be troubled. He must have many suitors around him. I don't want to fight with them. As long as he likes you, he will naturally get rid of all the girls around him. Why are you worried about this? You never know. Pei Yulin was lost for words. She tapped the keyboard on the screen. I asked him, and he said he doesn't have a girlfriend. You are really fast, aren't you? Matchmaking is all about seizing the opportunity. Lin Jiao was speechless. She opened WeChat and saw a friend request. She rubbed her eyebrows. Can I ignore it? Be friends with him first. Pei Yulin's thoughts were very simple. It's fine if you two are not compatible. It's not like you have to date him right away. Then promise me you will not nag me to date him. I won't nag you. Only then did Lin Jiao press the accept button. After introducing herself to Yang Jingshun, she was no longer interested in continuing the conversation and said to Pei Yulin, let's go back to the company. I still want to sleep for a while. All right. Pei Yulin held her hand and walked out. She bought 2 bouquets of flowers at the door and handed one of them to her. Jiao Jiao, your love is coming. Lin Jiao smiled but did not say anything. She took the bouquet and stepped on the fallen maple leaves, walking towards Xingheng under the golden sun. Little did she know that every step she took at this moment would bring her a step closer to her true love. On the day of the weekend gathering, Pei Jai found out that Pei Yulin had introduced a boyfriend to Lin Jiao. With a dark expression, he pushed the door open and went out to sit alone in the garden opposite the private room. The early autumn wind was chilly. Wearing only a black shirt, he let the night breeze from all directions enter his collar and swept over every inch of his skin. President Pei, stop overthinking. Shen Yu walked to his side and sat down. Lin Jiao doesn't even plan to date him. Why are you so anxious? She's not dating him now doesn't mean she will never date him. You'll be with her in the future. Shen Yu poured red wine into his glass. Easier said than done. Pei Jai took the wine glass from him and drank it at one go. A few drops of red wine slid down his chin and soaked his collar. I'm not joking with you. Shen Yu tapped the cigarette box with his finger. Lin Jiao's attitude towards you is different from before. What does that prove? That proves that you will be more likely to be her boyfriend than anyone else. Indeed. Ju Yinshen, who appeared out of nowhere, patted his shoulder comfortingly. I heard you're going to Paris. That's the plan. Pei Jai put down the empty glass. He raised his legs and placed them on the other chair. But I'm not sure if there's been a change of plan. Have you booked the flight tickets? Not yet. I'll book it for you. Ju Yinshen did not want to see him so troubled, so he decided to help. He took out his phone from his pocket and looked at the flight information at the end of the month. Give me your ID number. You want me to take action first and tell her later? Haven't you discussed it? Pei Yulin is still thinking about it. At the mention of her, Pei Jai frowned. Why do you care about her? Ju Yunshin picked a direct flight on the evening of the 30th. In order to dispel his worries, he said, "I'll help you deal with her at that time." Shen Yu thought this was a good idea too. He moved the chair closer to Pei Jai. "This is a rare opportunity. Make good use of it." "I know." Pei Jai took a deep breath. He gave Ju Yunshin his ID number and sent him question shells. "Do you remember Jiao Jiao's ID number?" "I remember." Ju Yunshin booked 3 tickets. "She will receive a message. I'll go in and tell her first." "Okay." Pei Jai lit a cigarette. The moment the cigarette burned out, he stood up and returned to the private room with Shen Yi. A singing voice sounded when the door was pushed open. Lin Jiao, who was sitting in the corner, looked up and met his long and narrow eyes. Seeing him sit down beside her, she leaned to the right and whispered into his ear, "Uncle, Brother Yunshin has booked a flight for us. He told me about it. Did you receive the message?" Pei Jai nodded. He looked at her face and observed her expression. "I think he forgot to book one for Pei Yulin. I just asked Yulin. She's not going." "Why?" "She has a date with Jiang Yi." The environment was too noisy, so Lin Jiao had to be very close to him. "They're going skiing." Pei Jai felt a warm breath on his face and he felt like he was being tickled by a feather. He tilted his head, "Then forget it." Chapter 72, Kissing Jiang Yi. Lin Jiao did not insist. She picked up a glass of red wine and handed it to him. "Uncle, do you know French?" "I don't." "How about question shell?" Pei Jai retracted his gaze from her lips and took 2 sips of red wine. "He can't even speak English well." "Then we'll have to find an interpreter." "What?" I said, when Lin Jiao leaned closer to his ear. Her lips accidentally brushed past his chin. She raised her voice. "I told you to find an interpreter." Pei Jai did not react. His body was all stiff, and all he could think about was that soft touch of her lips. "Uncle." Lin Jiao, who did not notice what she'd done, asked in confusion, "Did you hear that?" Pei Jai came back to his senses. "Yes, interpreter, I heard you." He finished the wine in his glass to ease the dryness in his throat. "I'll find one tomorrow." Lin Jiao felt that it was too much trouble to talk like this. After getting a response, she distanced herself from him. She swiped open her phone and was about to take a look at the travel guide in Paris when she was attracted by Pei Yulin, who came over in a hurry. "Jiao Jiao, I have to go," she said as she put on her coat, looking anxious. "What happened?" "Jiang Yi is in the hospital." Lin Jiao put down her phone and helped Pei Yulin button up her coat. "Which hospital is he in?" "Renda." "Then I'll go with you." "No need." Pei Yulin did not want to ruin her fun. She stuffed the lipstick on the sofa into her bag and stood up. "I'll call you again if the situation gets out of hand." Lin Jiao insisted on sending her to the door. She watched as Pei Yulin got into the taxi and reminded her again, "Be careful on the way. Let me know when you arrive." "All right." Pei Yulin gestured for the driver to set out. She looked out of the window anxiously. When the car stopped at the entrance of Renda, she paid and ran to the inpatient department. Yan Chaifen, who was waiting outside the ward, saw her and quickly waved at her. He saw the worry in her eyes and thought that he had made the right bet. "I'm sorry to make you come so late." "I'm fine. How is he?" "The doctor said it's gastric bleeding." Pei Yulin frowned and looked in through the glass door. "Was it caused by drugs?" Yan Chaifeng shook his head dejectedly. "When we met with the investors tonight, they deliberately made things difficult for him and made him drink a lot." "Why didn't you stop him?" "He can only get an audition chance by drinking with the investors." "How can I stop him?" Pei Yulin was silent for a long time. She held the strap of her bag and asked softly, "Brother Chaifeng, is he in financial trouble?" "Well, can't you tell me?" Yan Chaifeng rubbed his eyes, looking conflicted. "Jiang Yi is very stubborn. I'm afraid he doesn't want you to know." The more he was like this, the easier it was for Pei Yulin's imagination to run wild. Her stomach was in knots. She turned to face Yan Chaifeng and said anxiously, "I promise you I'll pretend I know nothing." Yan Chaifeng was still hesitant. He met her gaze and hesitated for a moment before saying, "He previously signed an agreement with the company. If he doesn't get a shooting opportunity within the stipulated time, he will be out of the game." Pei Yulin did not know much about the entertainment industry. Does every actor have to sign such an agreement? No. Then why did he sign it? To prove himself. Yan Chaifeng was not sure how far she could go to help Jiang Yi and did not tell her everything. He bent down tiredly. Nowadays, those directors and investors are all picky. It's very unlikely for them to choose people like him who don't have power or influence. Perhaps the only way is to quit. Pei Yulan knew how cruel it was for an actor who loved acting to quit. She did not want to see Jiangyi being sad. How long until the stipulated time on the agreement? October 1st. Yan Chaifeng swiped the screen and glanced at the calendar. 15 days left. That's enough. Pei Yulan clenched her hands and said firmly, I'll help him get a shooting opportunity. Miss Pei, we appreciate your kindness. Yan Chaifeng waved his hand and rejected her directly. He said with a sigh, I don't want to trouble you with this. I'll help him talk to a few more directors. I don't find it troublesome. But, no buts. It's decided. Pei Yulan would not change her mind once her mind was made up. She stood up. I'll go in and see him. Okay. Yan Chaifeng did not refuse. He opened the door for her. Call me if you need anything. Pei Yulan nodded. She walked to the bed and saw a pair of unfocused eyes looking at her. Her heart skipped a beat. He seemed to be still in a daze as he stared at her for a long time without batting an eye. Jiangyi, are you feeling better? When a familiar voice entered his ear, Jiangyi, who was not yet fully awake, confirmed that he was not dreaming. He coughed lightly. Much better. Pei Yulan helped him sit up on the bed and fed him the water. She was very careful, afraid that he would choke on water. Do you still want some more? No, thanks. Jiangyi leaned against the pillow weakly. He had drunk a lot of wine, so his thoughts were still a little muddled. After a long time, he asked her, Why are you here? Brother Chaifeng called me. Pei Yulan sat by the bed and tucked a blanket over him. Don't you want to see me? It's too late. It's not 11 yet. How is it late? Don't you have to work tomorrow? Jiangyi raised his hand that was not on and for drip and massaged his sore temples. It doesn't matter. I can still wake up tomorrow. Pei Yulan walked around the bed and sat on his right, rubbing his temples. She used very little strength. Jiangyi was so sleepy that he subconsciously closed his eyes. He said slowly, Thank you. I don't want just a thank you. Then what do you want? Pei Yulan leaned over and whispered into his ear, How about you kiss me? Jiangyi was silent for half a minute. He looked up at her a second before he could not resist the urge to fall asleep. Go home early. You haven't answered me yet. Good night. Light breathing sounded a moment later. Pei Yulan, who did not get a response, leaned close to his ear and said, Jiangyi, if you don't reply, I'll kiss you. Jiangyi, I'm really going to kiss you. Lin Jiao was speechless. The room was so silent that one could hear a pin drop as well as the heartbeats of two people. Pei Yulan, who was staring at his face, grabbed his collar and left a kiss mark between his eyebrows. She held her chest and smiled in satisfaction like a child who had tasted candy. Chapter 73, Giving Without Asking Anything in Return. Where's my little niece? Chuyeju drank a round of wine and still did not see Pei Yulan coming back. He teased, Did she throw up in the toilet? She went to look for Jiangyi. She's having a date with him at this hour. No. Lin Jiao picked up a piece of apple and put it in her mouth. Jiangyi is in the hospital. What's going on? Gastric hemorrhage. That's not lethal. Chuyeju was relieved to hear that he was not involved in a car accident. He put his arm around Xia Nanrue's waist and teased, Speaking of which, they are progressing too slowly. Pei Yulan is not as good as you. Xinyu looked at him as if he was an idiot. However, Chuyeju, who was drunk, thought that he was praising him. What can I do? We like each other. Xinyu was speechless. It was more like she liked his money. Sigh, I want to have a girlfriend too. Ju Yinshan, who had just broken up with his ex, felt restless when he saw Chuyeju having a beauty in his arm. Young Master Ju, can't you take a break? I've already taken a break for a week. Is 1 week long? Xinyu crossed his legs. Then what about my 28 years of break? You haven't been in a relationship before. You don't know what it feels like. What does it feel like to be rolling on the bed with someone else? Ju Yinshan chuckled. You can say that. I think you can potentially have a kidney issue. Xinyu glanced at his waist and suggested, Why don't you come for a checkup tomorrow? Get lost. I'm serious. It won't hurt to check. Lin Jiao initially did not want to participate in this topic, but out of worry, she asked, Brother Yinshan, did you do a checkup this year? Not yet. Then find time to go to the hospital. Ju Yinshin could not bring himself to say no to her kind-hearted advice. After making an appointment with Shen Yi, who was especially concerned about him, he turned to look at Chu Yeju. Yeju, it's time for you to check your kidney too. Chu Yeju burped. He looked at all the men in the room and paused for 2 seconds before asking, why don't we go together? Sure, I'll make an appointment for you guys. Shen Yi took out his phone and prepared to send a WeChat message to his colleagues. As he typed, he said, actually, women need to pay attention to their kidneys too. What are the symptoms of kidney failure? Xia Nanrue looked up, her eyes filled with curiosity. Insomnia, emotional instability, endocrine imbalance, swelling, and skin color. I've been having a little insomnia recently. Insomnia is not necessarily related to kidney problems. Shen Yi took the cigarette from Page Ai. You can do a checkup first. Okay. Xia Nanrue had this plan. She leaned on Chu Yeju's shoulder like a little kitten. Yeju, you have to be by my side. Otherwise, I'll feel afraid. Of course I will. Chu Yeju's gaze was especially gentle. When they looked at each other affectionately, the atmosphere became especially hard to tolerate for others. Ju Yinshin quickly changed seats. He sat between Page Ai and Shen Yi and said with a sigh, I think he's doomed. He's just enjoying the novelty for now. Shen Yi looked away from them. A relationship that is based on material exchanges can't last long. You're being too absolute. Ju Yinshin played a song so that Xia Nanrue would not hear it. They like each other now, so this relationship can still develop. Like each other. Is there a problem? That's a big problem. Shen Yi watched Lin Jiao approach and did not use Page Ai as an example. She doesn't like Chu Yeju at all. Okay. How can you tell? I just can. Ju Yinshin was not in a hurry to refute. He glanced at Xia Nanrue and could clearly see the undiluted joy in her eyes. You've never been in a relationship before. You don't understand. Ask Lin Jiao if you don't believe me. Lin Jiao, who had received multiple gazes at the same time, said firmly, she doesn't like him. How do you define like? Giving without asking anything in return. That sounds silly. Ju Yinshin was probably used to this kind of relationship based on material exchanges and did not think there was a problem. I think it's normal. How is that normal? Don't bother talking to him. Shen Yi glanced at Ju Yinshin in disdain. He treats love as business. You can't persuade him. Lin Jiao did not want to waste her breath either. She tugged at Page Ai's sleeve twice. When he looked over, she pointed at the watch on his wrist. Let's go home first, okay? Chapter 74, Giving without asking anything in return too. Alright, Page Ai stood up and bid the rest of them good night. He slowed down to walk shoulder to shoulder with her as they walked down the spiral staircase. When they got into the back seat, he raised the partition to separate the designated driver from them. How are things going between you and the guy Pei Yulan introduced to you? Not that smooth. What does he do for a living? I'm not sure. Lin Jiao had yet to ask. She opened her chat history with Yang Jingshan and handed it to him. Our conversations are all very boring. Page Ai swiped the screen lightly and the chat history reached the top. He looked at the daily exchange of greetings and indeed felt it boring. But he was also relieved. Aren't you planning to meet him? Not really. What if he comes to find you? Lin Jiao put her phone back. We've only known each other for a few days. He probably won't act so rashly. She was so rational that Page Ai knew that nothing was going to happen between her and Yang Jingshan. He changed the topic and mentioned the visa application when he arrived at Mingxin Mansion. Bring the documents tomorrow. Don't forget it. Okay. Lin Jiao closed the car door. As soon as she got home, she started looking for documents. After making sure that she did not miss anything, she put them into her bag. Perhaps because she was too excited about this trip, she lay in bed and read the guide for a long time before falling asleep at 2 o'clock. After working for the entire morning, before she could take a break, she was asked to go to the resting area by Pei Yulan. Jiao Jiao. Pei Yulan took out the milk tea and desserts from the takeout bag and placed them in front of her. Yes, I have something to ask of you. Hearing that, Lin Jiao's sleepiness instantly dissipated. What is it? Jian Yi is in a little trouble. I want you to help him get 2 shooting opportunities from Brother Yinshin. Lin Jiao was speechless. Jiao Jiao, help me, can you? Pei Yulan scooped up a spoonful of cake and fed it to her. I can't. Lin Jiao pushed her hand away, not in the mood to eat. She frowned and looked at Pei Yulin. Are you planning to use resources and money to exchange for love like Chuyoju? No. Pei Yulin told her what happened. She tightened her grip on the spoon. His not Xia Nan Rue. He didn't ask me for anything. I did it willingly. Lin Jiao opened the wrapper of the straw. She stuck it into the cup and said calmly, Yulin, I don't think it's good to do things for him so early in the relationship. Pei Yulin didn't mind. I have to do things for him anyway. Why does it matter if I do it sooner or later? It's not a matter of when. Lin Jiao did not look at her determined eyes. If you helped him get through this time, what about next time? As long as he gets a shooting opportunity within the time frame he agreed with his company, he won't have to worry about losing his job. What do you expect of a company that can come up with such an unfair agreement? Pei Yulin pondered for a moment. I'll discuss this with his agent in 2 days. If it's necessary, I'll persuade him to terminate the contract with his company. Doesn't it cost money to terminate the contract? If he can find a better company, they will probably be willing to pay the termination fee for him. You're too naive. Lin Jiao rubbed her eyebrows. She used the workplace as an example. The prerequisite for someone to hire you is that you have something that they value and that you can bring in money for them. Pei Yulin understood what she meant. She said very seriously, Jiang Yu is very talented. He's not inferior to other actors. Lin Jiao did not want to rain on her parade again. Or rather, no matter how much she rained on her parade, she wouldn't be discouraged from what she was determined to do. Lin Jiao brought the conversation back to the topic. If you didn't end up being together, would you regret your decision today? No, Pei Yulin did not hesitate. She could tell that Lin Jiao was about to agree. She held her arm and shook it. Jiao, help me this time. Lin Jiao pushed Pei Yulin's hand away and picked up the spoon to feed herself a piece of cake. Only this once. The worry on Pei Yulin's face gradually disappeared. She whispered a lot of good words into Lin Jiao's ear to lay the foundation for the last sentence. Jiao, don't tell uncle. You can hide it from him for a while, but not forever. In any case, keep it a secret for now. For the sake of Pei Yulin's life, Lin Jiao could only help her hide it. I'll go to Brother Yinshan tomorrow. I'll tell you if I can secure some shooting opportunities for you. Okay. Did you not sleep well last night? You have dark circles under your eyes. Is it obvious? It's all right. It's not obvious from afar. Lin Jiao turned on the front camera of her phone. I'll cover it with makeup later on. Are you sleepy? Not really. Pei Yulin placed her elbow on the table. Then let me tell you how far I've progressed last night. What? I kissed him. Lin Jiao caught the joy in Pei Yulin's eyes and had a guess. When he's unconscious, he's not unconscious. He's just asleep. That makes no difference. Aren't you curious about where I kissed? Pei Yulin raised an eyebrow. However, Lin Jiao was not fooled this time. She smiled faintly at her. Where else do you dare to kiss other than his face? I dare to kiss many places, such as, here. Pei Yulin tapped her lips and moved her fingertips to her collarbone. And here. Lin Jiao raised an eyebrow. I have a way to get you what you want. What way? Put an extra pillow under your head when you sleep tonight. What can an extra pillow do? Pei Yulin, who was curious and puzzled, leaned forward against the edge of the table. It does a lot. Lin Jiao deliberately paused. Seeing that Pei Yulin was eager for an answer, she said, that way, it's easier to dream. 75 worried that he would not cherish the opportunity won. There was laughter and chatter in the resting area. The warm sun cast in from the window onto their faces. Pei Yulin left before the lunch break ended. After saying goodbye to her, Lin Jiao returned to her desk and arranged a time to meet Ju Yinshan at Star River Entertainment the next day. Hello, who are you looking for? The receptionist at the front desk stopped her in time. Ju Yinshan, do you have an appointment? Lin Jiao shook her head. I'll get him to talk to you. She dialed Ju Yinshan's number and handed the phone to the receptionist. At his request, the receptionist sent her to the elevator and pressed the floor for her. A ding sounded as the elevator arrived. Ju Yinshan, who was leaning against the wall, took a step forward when he saw Lin Jiao. Let's go eat first. He reached out to block the elevator door from closing and pulled her into the elevator. I specially asked the cafeteria to prepare your favorite dishes. You didn't change chefs, did you? No. That's good. Lin Jiao liked the dishes cooked by those chefs. She had not had them for a long time and missed them. It was mealtime. Actors or employees were sitting at the dining table, chatting and laughing. When they saw Ju Yunshin showing up with an unfamiliar woman in the dining area, they couldn't help but gossip. Who is that woman? I don't know. She's probably new here. Not bad. She hooked up with him as soon as she came. Yu Xuan's tone was filled with jealousy. Are you envious of her? What's there to be envious of? She raised her chin proudly. I hate gold diggers. Du Wei, who was sitting at the front table, sneered. She had no intention of arguing with Yu Xuan. Instead, she called out to Lin Jiao when she passed by. Jiao Jiao. Lin Jiao stopped in her tracks when she heard her name. Seeing that Du Wei seemed to want to make small talk, she handed the plate to Ju Yunshin. Brother Yunshin, find a seat and wait for me. Don't talk too long. I know. She smiled and walked over. Du Wei handed the cup of fruit tea to her. Jiao Jiao, are you angry with me? For what? I didn't take good care of him. I'm sorry to have disappointed you. Lin Jiao patted the back of her hand. Don't blame yourself. He's already so old and can take care of himself. Du Wei suddenly sighed. Your brother and I are not fated to be together. It's fine. Lin Jiao glanced in Ju Yunshin's direction. You'll meet someone better. Du Wei suppressed her sadness. She ignored the curious gazes that were on the two of them. Jiao Jiao, although I broke up with your brother, it doesn't affect us being friends, right? If you need my help, just tell me. The moment she said your brother, the expressions of the people who were eavesdropping changed. All right. Lin Jiao was afraid that the dishes would turn cold if they continued chatting, so she ended the topic first. Sister Wei, I'll go and eat first. Du Wei agreed with a nod. She watched Lin Jiao leave. When she turned around, she realized that the others were all staring at her. She pretended to be puzzled and asked, What's wrong? Sister Wei, is she CEO Ju's biological sister? Someone couldn't help but ask. Du Wei had no intention of revealing Lin Jiao's identity. She asked in surprise, You haven't seen her before? No. Someone even said that she's a gold digger. She looked back at Yu Xuan. What a joke. That's right. People with dirty minds always think poorly of others. Yu Xuan, who was mocked, had no appetite to eat anymore. She threw her chopsticks on the table and left the cafeteria with her assistant. Sister Xuan, don't lower yourself to their level. The assistant looked at her with trepidation, afraid that she would flare up at her. They are not qualified. Yu Xuan's face darkened. She took 2 steps before stopping. Stay here. When his sister leaves, help me get her contact number. Why do you want her contact number? Don't ask what you shouldn't ask. The assistant chose to shut up. She waited at the entrance of the cafeteria for a long time, only to find that Lin Jiao had left the cafeteria through another exit. Helpless, she could only go to the lobby and continue waiting. Lin Jiao, who did not know that she was being targeted, followed Ju Yunshin into the office and started talking. She finished telling him the entire story briefly before asking, Brother Yunshin, do you have a suitable shooting opportunity for him? What are his requirements for roles? I'm not sure. I guess any roles that you can find. 76 worried that he would not cherish the opportunity to. Ju Yunshin asked his secretary to send the scripts in. These are all major productions. No matter which character he plays, he will have a very high chance of making himself known. These are not suitable. Then what kind do you want? Just an ordinary one. Lin Jiao pushed the scripts back. He's still a C-list actor now. These aren't for him. Ju Yunshin asked his secretary to change again. While Lin Jiao was reading the new batch of scripts, he slowly lit a cigarette. These are the worst productions I have. Are you sure you want it? Positive. Lin Jiao selected 2 that she would be interested in watching. She picked up the glass and took 2 sips of lemon tea, asking, What's the next step? When he chooses a role, we'll sign the contract. Doesn't he have to go through an audition? No need. Ju Yunshin crossed his legs and puffed out smoke. I'll just send him into the production team. That's too easy for him. Are you afraid he won't cherish the opportunity? I'm also afraid he'll get too comfortable. Lin Jiao did not plan to do what Pei Yulin said. I think it's better to test him before giving him a role that he can take on. Ju Yunshin understood her concerns. He took a photo of the script and sent it to his secretary. Then I'll leave 2 audition slots for him. Whether he can pass or not will depend on him. All right. Lin Jiao put down the glass. After getting a rough understanding of the entertainment industry, She picked up the script and prepared to leave. Brother Yunshin, don't tell uncle. I won't. Ju Yunshin sent her to the elevator. Be careful on the way. Tell me when you arrive. Lin Jiao nodded. As soon as she stepped out of the elevator, the assistant, who had been waiting for her, ran over. Miss, can I add you on WeChat? She showed Lin Jiao her work pass. Why? There is something I have to tell you. Lin Jiao looked at her suspiciously. Who asked you to approach me? A female actor. What is she up to? I'm not sure. The assistant hurriedly took out her phone, afraid that Lin Jiao would leave. Add me and I'll help you ask. Lin Jiao was speechless. She rejected gently. I'm sorry, I don't like adding strangers. Then can I leave your photo number? I'm afraid not. The assistant caught up with her and nagged in her ear like a bee. Miss, can you do me this favor? Please. What will happen to you if I don't? I'll be reproached. Lin Jiao could not bear to see someone getting into trouble because of her. She read out a string of numbers, thinking that she would decide what to do after the female actor explained her intentions. Thank you. The assistant was so grateful that she wanted to bow to her. Miss, you're really kind. You're welcome. Lin Jiao smiled faintly. On the way back, she called Pei Yulin. I got him a shooting opportunity. Jian Yi, you got a job. Yang Chaifeng walked into the ward and handed the script to him excitedly. 2 scripts? Yes, you can try both. Jian Yi, who once had a hard time finding even one shooting opportunity, held the script tightly in disbelief. The frustration he felt was gradually replaced by joy. He flipped to the first page with trembling fingers. When he saw the names of the director and screenwriter, he was puzzled. How did you secure this opportunity for me? From a friend. Which friend? You won't know him even if I tell you. Yang Chaifeng raised his chin at the script. Hurry up and read it. The audition is next Monday. Jian Yi took out the second script. He stared at the director's name and had an answer. It's from Pei Yulin, right? Yang Chaifeng could not bring himself to lie to him. He put down his briefcase and sat on the sofa. Just as he was about to talk to him about the pros and cons, the script was thrown at him and landed at his feet. Did you ask for my opinion? Jian Yi's hoarse voice was mixed with emotions that even he could not tell. He questioned Yang Chaifeng with bloodshot eyes. I said I don't want to use her. Why are you still doing this? Yang Chaifeng picked up the scripts and patted the dust off it. He did not care about being shouted at by Jian Yi and said calmly, I only asked her for 2 audition chances. Whether or not you can get selected is not decided yet. So, it's not a big deal. You are going too far to say we are using her. Not a big deal. Jian Yi sneered. He felt like he was being strangled. It was hard to breathe. I'm not the one who owes her a favor. Of course you don't think it's a big deal. You can return the favor. Yang Chaifeng looked squarely into his eyes. But if you lose this opportunity, you are done for. It's not the deadline yet, is it? Will you only compromise when you get slapped in the face by the brutal reality? Jian Yi, you have no choice. These words were like a punch to Jian Yi's heart. He covered his pale face as tears streamed down. He hated himself for being incompetent and for needing the help of others to get a job. He also hated himself for not having the gut to just quit. She's coming to see you after work. Yang Chaifeng placed the script by the bed. Don't think too much about it. It's best to let nature take its course. Jian Yi did not respond. Just like when he was young, he huddled against the wall with his arms clasping around his knees, like an injured puppy silently licking his wounds. With the last bit of evening glow gone, the entire ward was shrouded in darkness. Pei Yulin, who came to visit, pushed the door open and entered, bringing him the light he needed and yearned for the most. She stood by the bed and called out softly, Jian Yi. Light started to gather up in his dim eyes. I thought you were asleep. No, hearing the sound of plastic bags being opened, Jian Yi sat up on the bed. He looked at the food on the table and felt a lump in his throat. Why are you so good to me? 77 Crying for him 1. These words stunned Pei Yulin. She was hesitant about whether to tell him about her feelings or not. In panic, she threw the question back. What do you think? Jian Yi looked into her eyes. He tried to find the emotion she wanted to express and asked with uncertainty, because you like me? With her thought being seen through, Pei Yulin had no intention of hiding anything now. Yes. She gripped the corner of her shirt nervously, but her eyes were firm. I fell in love with you the first time we met. Jian Yi's heart skipped a beat. This was the first time he had encountered such a passionate confession. Without knowing how to respond, he chose to lower his head and remain silent. Pei Yulin was not surprised by his reaction. She handed him the chopsticks and asked casually, "Jian Yi, do you only treat me as a friend?" "Yes," he replied bluntly. From the beginning, he had never thought of asking her for anything in the name of love and never had any intention of lying to her simply because she helped him this time. "Then is it possible for you to like me? I can't give you an accurate answer about what is yet to happen." He was afraid that she would get her hopes up and then see her hopes dashed. Pei Yulin roughly understood what he meant. In any case, pursuing him was a long journey, so she could only take it slowly. "Eat first. It won't taste good when it gets cold." "Okay." Jian Yi took the chopsticks from her. He picked up a piece of steamed pumpkin and savored the sweet fragrance. His mood seemed to have been elevated and he felt much more relaxed. "Does your stomach still hurt?" "It doesn't hurt anymore. Don't drink like that in the future." Pei Yulin poured some soup into a plastic bowl. "Health comes first. I don't usually drink. This is an exception. It's better not to do it again." Jian Yi smiled. "I know." This time, he also understood that people who did not want to give him a chance would never give it to him. No matter how much he did or how sincere he was, they would still treat him as a servant who could be summoned at will. Pei Yulin smiled. "That's for the best." She kept putting food into Jian Yi's bowl. In order to liven up the atmosphere, she even told him some interesting things that happened in the PR department to put a smile on his face. "Thank you for helping me get the shooting opportunity." When he was clearing the table, he thanked her all of a sudden, causing Pei Yulin to freeze. "Brother Chaifeng told you." "I guessed it. Don't put too much pressure on yourself." She threw the takeout box into the trash can. "I didn't spend any money. I just asked a friend to help me." "Ju Yinshen, right? You know him. He's very famous in the industry." Jian Yi unscrewed the lid of the thermos. "I don't know him. I've only seen him a few times." "He's famous because of the scandals, right?" "Not entirely." He took 2 sips of water to moisten his throat. Star River is considered the leading company in the entertainment industry, so naturally he's always in the spotlight. "Why didn't you enter Star River back then?" "When I entered the entertainment industry, I didn't know enough about the companies and signed the contract without giving it a second thought." "No wonder." Pei Yulin pulled out a chair. "At the mention of this," she said bluntly, "I think your company is run by a bunch of frauds. Have you ever thought of changing companies?" "I have." Jian Yi had saved up for almost 2 years just to have enough money to terminate the contract. "I'll talk to them at the end of this year." Seeing that he had everything planned, Pei Yulin did not plan to help him anymore. She looked at the scripts beside her. "Which role are you going to audition for?" "I haven't read them yet." "Then you have to hurry." "I will." Jian Yi put the cup back. He caught her stealing glances and felt a little uncomfortable. "Where's the ski resort you mentioned last time?" "In Lin City." Pei Yulin had been waiting for his answer. Because of this matter that had yet to be decided, she even rejected going to Paris with Lin Jiao. Unlike before, she did not hold back from expressing herself. "If you are available, I'll buy the tickets in advance." Jian Yi did not agree immediately. He still wanted to think about it. "Can I give you an answer after the audition results are out?" "Sure." Pei Yulin respected his opinion. She looked at the clock by the wall and guessed that he still had to read the script, so she decided to say goodbye. "I'll go home first. I'll see you tomorrow." "Aren't you busy?" "Not really." Jian Yi looked into her almond-shaped eyes and swallowed the words that were stuck in his throat. "Then be careful on the way home. Tell me when you get home." 78 Crying for him too. "All right." Pei Yulin closed the door. On the way home, she couldn't help but call Lin Jiao. Jiao, I just told him about my feelings." Lin Jiao pressed the pause button on the television. She repeated what Pei Yulin said twice to make sure she had heard correctly before asking, "What did he say?" "He said he still treats me as a friend." Pei Yulin repeated the conversation she had with Jian Yi. She turned the steering wheel to the right and sighed. "Although I like his honesty, I'm still a little disappointed." "Disappointment is only temporary." Lin Jiao removed the facial mask from her face and wiped her fingertips. "You haven't known each other for long. It's normal that he isn't tempted." "Then when will he be tempted?" "I'm not sure." She didn't know enough about men. "But you have to be prepared that he may never be tempted." I don't want to be prepared for this. Yulin, love is mutual. If you are constantly thinking about being reciprocated, I'm afraid it'll be even harder for him to fall for you. Pei Yulin took a deep breath. She looked at the couples on the sidewalk and packed up again. Jiao Jiao, I've decided to chase him for a year. If I still can't make him love me, I'll give up. A year? Do you think it's too short? No, Lin Jiao just couldn't believe her ears. Lin Jiao nibbled on the apple in her hand and gave her an idea. Ask Qian Yu. She's very good at dealing with men. Does her way work for me? Works or not, you'll only find out after giving it a try. Sure. Pei Yulin drove the car into the courtyard. She turned off the engine and parked the car. She tapped on the keyboard twice. I'll ask her in person when she gets back to Lin City. She won't be back until the end of next month. It's fine. I'm not in a hurry. Alright. Lin Jiao hung up. She opened the WeChat message from Yang Jingshan and replied with a good night emoji before continuing to play the costume drama that she had yet to finish watching. Perhaps the storyline of this episode was more tragic. After she fell asleep, she had another dream. The scene in her dream was still set in an ancient city. She sat in a pavilion filled with lotus flowers and was so focused on embroidering that she did not even notice a person approaching. Madam, a deep voice sounded. She looked up, and the smile on her lips disappeared when she saw him in silver armor. Why are armored? There are enemies on the border. Emperor has entrusted me with the task of going to the border to clean the enemies. He put his arm around her waist and said guiltily, I don't know when I'll be able to see you again. You must take good care of yourself. Husband, can you not go? Her eyes were red and wet with tears. We've only been married for less than 3 months. I don't want to be separated from you. The imperial edict has been issued. He wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes. Even though he had expected this scene, when she really cried, his heart still ached. Then I'll go to the border with you. Madam, don't be willful. He could not possibly defy the emperor's order. She knew this. However, she couldn't come to terms with reality. Wait for me to come back. He leaned over and kissed her forehead. When he heard the drumming outside the mansion, he pulled away from her. She watched him leave in a daze. She waited from day to night and from spring to winter. She thought that waiting day after day, year after year, would bring about the result she was looking forward to. However, the bad news from the border shattered her fantasy and completely dragged her into a swamp she could not escape from. The day the corpse was brought back to the capital, she asked someone to carry his corpse back to her bedroom and pushed a chair to block the door, isolating her from the outside world. Husband. She sat on the bed and stroked his face. Her voice was no longer filled with joy, but sorrow. She smiled and cried, I'll come to keep you company. The room was so silent that even the tiniest sound seemed to echo. No longer able to get a response from him, she put on the hairpin he had crafted for her and hugged his waist tightly. A porcelain bottle fell to the ground when she turned around. The brown liquid flowed towards the table with the bottle. The rolling bottle knocked back and forth against the corner of the table, making a despairing sound. Soon, everything in the mansion was on fire. Long after Lin Jiao woke up from the tragic dream, she still couldn't calm herself down. When she got into the car with swollen eyes, Pei Jai frowned. He asked softly, Why are you crying? I had a dream. What did you dream about that made you cry like this? You died in battle. Lin Jiao did not tell him about their relationship in the dream and only summarized it in one sentence. She took out an air cushion from her bag and patted it against her eyes. I'll never watch a costume drama again. Pei Jai smiled gently. He patted her head and said, Dreams are fake. Don't get too hung up on it. I know. Lin Jiao sniffed. She took the steamed dumplings from him and chatted with him all the way to the company. Look at my face. Does it look normal now? Pei Jai touched her eyelids with his fingertips. It's still a little swollen. He swiped the screen of his phone and said calmly, I'll get Question Xiao to send 2 bottles of ice water down. You can apply it on your face. Seeing that there was enough time, Lin Jiao did not refuse. She adjusted the height of the seat and waited for Question Xiao to bring the ice water over. She leaned back and applied the bottle to her eyes for 10 minutes. Uncle, it's not obvious now, right? Not particularly. That's good. Pei Jai unbuckled her seatbelt. They took the elevator up together. After separating, Question Xiao couldn't help but ask, Boss, did you make her cry? Pei Jai smiled faintly, sort of. 79. What's important is that I was in her dream. How can you still smile? From his tone, Pei-Jai knew that he had misunderstood. He glanced at Question Xiao and said unhurriedly, to be precise, I made her cry in her dream. What did you do in her dream? It doesn't matter what I did. There was an undisguised smile on his face. What matters is that I was in her dream. Question Xiao finally understood. He followed Pei-Jai into the CEO's office and said excitedly, Boss, I think you can prepare to tell her your feelings. Pei-Jai pulled out his chair and pondered. He did think about that, but the time wasn't right yet. I'll find another chance after we get back from Paris. That'll work too. Have you found an interpreter? I have. Question Xiao took out a cigarette box from his pocket and handed Pei-Jai a cigarette. That foreigner who investigated Su Tian. He knows Chinese. Yes. Speaking of this, Question Xiao was furious. He kept talking to me in English before, so I thought he couldn't speak Chinese. But it turns out that he's quite fluent in it. Pei-Jai struck a match and lowered his head to light the cigarette. Which country is he really from? Israel. He used to live in Spain. No. Question Xiao crossed his legs and blew out a mouthful of smoke leisurely. He runs around the world. Pei-Jai roughly knew what kind of a guy the interpreter was. He turned on the computer and his gaze landed on the bottom right corner. I'm going back to the old mansion tonight. You'll be in charge of sending her back. Question Xiao replied, have you told her about it? I have. Pei-Jai asked him to make a cup of coffee. After taking 2 sips, he focused on work. There was still some time before the holidays. He had to deal with the remaining work before that, including the progress of the new products next season. Only when it was time to get off work did he stop. He and Question Xiao went downstairs on time. After Lin Jiao got into the car with Question Xiao, Pei-Jai stepped on the accelerator and drove away in another direction. The Pei family's old mansion was not far from the old town. Pei-Jai greeted the guard and parked the car in front of the Pei family's house. After getting out of the car, he walked into the living room along a path filled with fragrant flowers. Dad. Pei-Jai changed into slippers and walked up to Pei-Jin, who was playing chess. Are you waiting for me to play Go again? Pei-Jin adjusted his reading glasses. He was almost 70 years old, but after dyeing his white hair black, he didn't strike people as someone in his 70s. Who else do you think I'm waiting for? He pushed the box containing the white pieces forward and urged, hurry up. Let's play a round before going to eat. Pei-Jai smiled and said, you're really addicted. Some time ago, Pei-Jin went fishing with the old master of the Chu family every day and wouldn't come back unless he caught a bucket of fish. At this moment, he became addicted to playing Go. He was probably about to reach the point where he would stay up all night playing Go. What are you talking about? I'm not addicted. Pei-Jin placed a piece on the chessboard. If old Chu wasn't out of town, I wouldn't play it with you. Pei-Jai did not refute. You're right. He looked around the living room. Our eldest brother and the others still in Bin City? Yes. Pei-Jin leaned forward with his elbows on his knees. In the will her father drafted, your sister-in-law is given one more house than her sister. They are quarreling over that now. She won't be back anytime soon. Didn't her father just pass away? So what? Do you think greedy people will care about that? Pei-Jai picked up a piece and said with a smile, I guess they are giving elder brother a headache. If he can't handle this matter well this time, he'll have more headache in the future. I don't think there will be a next time. Perhaps. Pei-Jin gestured for Pei-Jai to place his piece. As they played, Pei-Jai suddenly remembered something. I met someone a while ago. Who? Lin Kanglu. Partar. A black piece fell from Pei-Jin's hand. He ignored the chessboard that was messed up and asked anxiously, how do you know him? Pei-Jai talked about what happened in the countryside. How long has it been since you last saw him? 15 years. Pei-Jin remembered it clearly. He asked about Lin Kanglu's current situation and was only relieved after confirming that he was still healthy. Send me his address. Address? Pei-Jai did not take note of the route back then. He paused for a moment before saying, let me ask Yinshan for you. Forget it. Pei-Jin thought that with Lin Kanglu's temper, they would probably be chased out if they went over uninvited. He picked up his teacup and took 2 sips. Find time to ask Jiao Jiao to come to our house. All right. Pei-Jai arranged the chessboard. When he talked about Lin Jiao, his eyes softened. We're going overseas at the end of the month. We'll come back after November. Business trip? No, we're going on a trip. Pei-jun did not think too much about it. You have time to travel but you don't have time to date. I'll be dating someone soon. With whom? You'll know when the time comes. Pei-jai was in no hurry to give him a surprise. Pei-jun did not expect much. He focused his attention on the chessboard and won a few rounds in a row before being called to the dining room by the chef. How's Yulan doing at your place? Not too bad. Pei-jai had asked the head of the PR department about Pei Yulan's performance, and mediocrity was the word he got. He took the wine glass from Pei-jun and said, she went to the hospital to visit a friend. She won't be back until later. Pei-jun took a sip of white wine and picked up 2 peanuts with his chopsticks to eat. Is she in a relationship? No, they are not together yet. Pei-jun did not want to ask anything more. He pushed the dishes that Pei-jai liked to him and finished the meal with him amidst laughter and chatter. Are you going back tonight? No. Then let's play a few more rounds. Pei-jai smiled and sat back down with him. At 8:30, they heard the sound of high heels coming from outside. When Pei Yulan walked to the living room and met Pei-jai's gaze, her back tensed. She sat down beside Pei-jun. Grandpa, who won between you and uncle? Both are winning. Pei-jun lost almost as many times as Pei-jai. He propped himself up on his knees and took off his reading glasses to rub his sore eyes. When will that kid be discharged? The day after tomorrow. Any progress? Pei Yulan was stunned. Yes. Seeing that he seemed to know about this, she did not hide it from him. We progressed a lot. For example, we have more topics to talk about than before. Pei-jun snorted, apparently displeased. You call this a progress? 80 going to Paris. Pei Yulan said seriously, he rarely talked to me about himself before. Now that he opened himself up to me, isn't that progress? How useless. Pei-jun glanced at her and bragged, back then, I only took 2 months to win your grandmother's heart. Pei Yulan leaned forward. How? She did not have a deep impression of her grandmother, who had long passed away, nor had she heard anything about their romantic stories. Seeing that her curiosity was written all over her face, Pei-jun slowly said, other than delivering food and helping her out, every time I went to look for her, I always picked a few wild flowers by the roadside to make her happy. That's all. Life was hard back then. Pei-jai said, sending flowers was already considered a very romantic act. Pei Yulan thought about it and agreed. She looked at Pei-jun again. Did you confess to grandma back then? No. Pei-jun lifted the lid of the teacup and blew away the tea leaves on the edge of the cup. I only asked her if she wanted to live with me. She agreed directly. What makes you think you'd be here if she rejected me? Pei Yulan thought of a possibility. I think grandma was already in love with you. Otherwise, she wouldn't say yes so readily. That makes sense. Pei-jun thought of her shy expression and a trace of nostalgia flashed across his eyes. He told many stories about the past and occasionally let out a hearty laugh, causing the birds outside the courtyard to chirp. When night fell, the lights in the living room were turned off one by one. With the sound of the door closing, the entire house fell silent, leaving only the bright moon hanging high in the sky. Pei-jai, who was leaning against the bed, opened WeChat. His fingertips looked even fairer against the screen. Did you sleep? The night owl replied quickly, not yet. Are you watching a drama again? Nod.jpg, Lin Jiao took a photo of the drama she was watching. It's almost over. Pei-jai clicked on the photo. After seeing the costumes of the actors in the show, a faint smile flashed across his eyes. Are you really not going to watch costume dramas again? Never. While paying attention to the plot, she typed on the keyboard, are you home? I'll stay at the old mansion tonight. Pei-jai took a photo and sent it to her. Lin Jiao stared at the left hand on the bedsheets. Under the dim light, veins were bulging under his skin, making him look indescribably sexy. Uncle, your hands are so pretty. Perhaps it was because she was especially attracted to pretty hands, she couldn't help but praise him. Pei-jai raised his hand and observed it for a long time, but he did not find anything pretty about it. He subconsciously typed, as long as you like it. Before he sent it, he realized that it wasn't appropriate, so instead, he said, it's just alright. Perhaps he felt that this reply was too short, so he sent another emoji and said, rest early. I'll pick you up at 8 o'clock tomorrow. Alright, good night. Not long after receiving his reply, Lin Jiao turned off the iPad and the night light. She muttered "don't dream" 3 times before falling asleep. Perhaps it was because she didn't watch drama. She didn't dream that night. After a good night's sleep, she got up earlier to dress up and went downstairs before Pei-Jai arrived. Ginkgo leaves that had been completely dyed yellow by the autumn filled the streets of Lin City. The wheels that rolled over the fallen leaves also swept up the dust below the building for the last time at the end of September. "Jiao Jiao, open the door." A deep voice came from the other end of the line. Lin Jiao put down the clothes in her hand and ran to the entrance. When the door opened, followed by dazzling lights, the man smiled. He changed into slippers. "Are you done packing?" "Soon." Afraid that they would be late, Lin Jiao ran back. "Uncle, help me pack the cosmetics on the table." Pei-Jai nodded and followed her in. He walked to the dressing table and, at her instruction, put the bottles into her makeup bag. "What else do you have to put in there?" "That's all." Lin Jiao stared at the box. After thinking for a moment, she opened the closet and took out a few small clothes from the drawer. Pei-Jai saw everything she did. He cleared his throat and looked away from the lace underwear. He slowly opened her bag to check if she had put in all the necessary cards. "Where's your ID card?" "In my bag." Lin Jiao stood up and handed him her identity card. "Uncle, help me keep it." She was forgetful and would occasionally lose things. When she went to Thailand with Pei Yulan last year, she lost her ID card once. She really did not want to panic anymore. "All right." Pei-Jai took a photo of her passport, ID card, and bank card. He zipped up the heavy suitcase and waited for her to put on her coat before leaving. It took about an hour to get to the airport from Mingxin Mansion. It was 11 o'clock in the evening when they arrived at the airport. There was still half an hour before boarding. After checking in, they walked along the boarding bridge and entered the first-class cabin. Under the guidance of the stewardess, they found their seats. After the plane took off, Pei-Jai adjusted the height of her seat. "Are you sleepy?" "I'm not sleepy." She was actually a little excited. Lin Jiao closed the window beside her and picked up the iPad to find a good show. "Uncle, do you want to watch it?" "Face slapping." "No face slapping this time. We're watching a Korean drama." Pei-Jai took the earphone from her. He listened to the opening song and changed to a more comfortable position to watch it. "What are the previous episodes about?" "The secretary who has worked for the CEO for 9 years is going to resign. Then, the CEO will try his best to make her stay. He likes the secretary." Lin Jiao nodded. The secretary is tempted too. Seeing that she was watching with relish and would occasionally smile, a thought suddenly struck Pei-Jai. He turned to look at Question Xiao, who was playing games, and thought to himself that Kushao had so much workload every day and really needed someone to help him. Question Xiao felt a chill run down his spine and subconsciously looked up. He met Pei-Jai's gaze and asked in confusion, "Boss, is there anything else you want me to do?" "No, nothing." "Then you've been working too hard recently. Rest early." Question Xiao hung up the phone. Just as he was about to have a heart-to-heart conversation with him, Pei-Jai put a finger to his lips, signaling him to keep quiet. Question Xiao swallowed the words that were at the tip of his tongue and mouthed good night before covering himself with the blanket and gradually falling asleep. This night was especially long. When the plane entered French airspace, it was already noon, but due to the time difference, France was still early in the morning. Lin Jiao, who had slept for 8 hours, touched her slightly dry face. She yawned, her beautiful eyes filled with tears. "Uncle, pass me my bag." 81 Habit is a scary thing. "What do you want?" "Facial mask." Pei-Jai opened her shoulder bag and took out a facial mask and mirror. He then asked the stewardess to bring 2 glasses of fruit juice. Seeing that her hands were covered in cream, he took out a wet tissue and gently wiped it for her. It was said that habit was a scary thing. After interacting with him for so long, Lin Jiao got used to him touching her. She leaned back. "Uncle, call me in 15 minutes. Perhaps it was inconvenient to open her mouth, but her voice became softer. "Okay." Pei-Jai glanced at her. He leaned over slightly and brushed back a few strands of her hair that were covered by a mask. He slowly tucked it behind her ear. They were close. Lin Jiao could even feel his breath on her neck. She looked at him, and a feeling was growing in her heart, but before she could grab it, her thoughts were interrupted by an announcement. The stewardess informed the passengers that they would land in 20 minutes. She told them to adjust their seats and open the porthole. "Jiao Jiao, put on your seatbelt first. Pei Jai pulled the seatbelt out for her. Lin Jiao opened the porthole. She looked out of the window. Her excitement was ignited again upon seeing the lights of the city. When she got out of the plane, she was in high spirits. The terminal at Charles de Gaulle was complicated. They pushed their suitcases for a while before leaving through Gate 11. The driver who came to pick them up was a foreigner who lied to question Xiao that he did not know Chinese. "Hello, you idiot." Ven All patted question Xiao's shoulder and greeted him with a smile in lousy Chinese. "What did you say?" "I said you idiot." Question Xiao finally understood him this time. "You're idiot." He elbowed him and quickly stuffed his luggage into the trunk. Ven All greeted Pei Jai and Lin Jiao and opened the door to the back seat for them. After getting into the car, he drove towards the city center. "Uncle, where's the hotel you booked?" Lin Jiao unscrewed the lid of the lotion and patted it on her face. "The Champs-Élysées." "How far is it from here?" 4 to 5 minutes. Ven All, who understood this question, took the initiative to answer. 70 minutes at peak hours. "Is there anything delicious nearby?" "Yes, of course. Green clams from La Sanque, macarons from Laderie and Pierre Herme are delicious." Just listening to it made Lin Jiao salivate. She looked sideways at Pei Jai. "Uncle, let's go buy macarons first thing in the morning." "I'll listen to you." Pei Jai's eyes were filled with love. He placed the makeup bag between his knees so that whatever she needed, he could take it out immediately. During this process, he even learned a lot about cosmetics. Not long after she finished putting on her makeup, Ven All drove into the Champs-Élysées and braked in front of the hotel. He helped carry the luggage and followed them to the front desk to settle the paperwork. He then asked question Xiao, "Have you changed the currency?" "I have. Just give them €2 as a tip." Question Xiao searched in his bag for a while but did not find the €2. "The smallest denomination I have here is €10. Wait." Ven All gave €2 to the receptionist for them. When they were going upstairs, he used the coins he had to exchange for a €20 with question Xiao. "When you tip, use coins. How much is appropriate? 2 or 3 euros?" Question Xiao calculated how much 3 euros was worth in CNY. "The tip is enough for me to buy a few pancakes." 82. A gift from her could make him wild with joy. "Yes. You take the left room and I'll take the right." Lin Jiao ran back and forth twice before finally unpacking all her clothes. She sat on the sofa in the living room with Pei Jai and waited for the long night to end. "Uncle, is Ven All a local?" "No." Pei Jai crossed his legs and told her about Ven All. Lin Jiao crossed her legs too. "He's quite outstanding. He knows a lot of languages." "Indeed." Pei Jai played with the cigarette box. After getting her approval, he lit a cigarette. "How many languages do you know?" "2. English and Russian." "Russian? Did your grandfather teach you that?" "Yes." Lin Jiao picked up 2 throw pillows and placed one behind each of their backs. "He's been there before." "Then he must have gone there with my father and the others." "The others?" "Including old Master Chu." Pei Jai adjusted his sitting posture and said, "They taught me and Chu Yoju Russian too." "No wonder." Lin Jiao seemed to know why he did not speak another language. "Did they stop you from learning French and German?" "Yes." Pei Jai looked at her and they tacitly stopped talking about this topic. He swiped open the screen of his phone. "It's only 6 o'clock. Do you want to sleep a little longer?" "I can't sleep anymore." "Do you want me to watch a drama with you?" Lin Jiao nodded and leaned over to get the remote control. She turned off the light above her head and played the unfinished Korean drama on the screen. When the first ray of sunlight poured down from the sky, the white veil was also covered with a faint golden hue. The shops downstairs opened one after another. The sirens of Saks and the cars started a new chapter in this warm morning. After taking a shower, they walked to the next door and pressed the doorbell to wake up question Xiao. "Boss, are we going to eat maca now?" "It's called macaroon. I got it wrong." Question Xiao touched the tip of his nose awkwardly. Led by Ven All, they walked down the street on the left to a macaroon shop. "This thing is too sweet." After taking a bite, Lin Jiao also had enough of it. She pushed the box forward and gestured for question Xiao to try another one. "The grey one tastes like caviar. You should like it." Question Xiao took a bite. He could not find any beautiful adjectives to describe it. He could only make an analogy. "This is not bad. It tastes somewhat like the pie I have in my hometown." Page Ai, who was not used to eating something too sweet, picked up a piece and brought it to his mouth to taste it. He looked at Lin Jiao, who was wiping her fingertips. Aren't you going to eat? I'm full. Lin Jiao picked up her bag and looked at the shop opposite. Uncle, let's go to that shop to look at suits. Okay. Page Ai stood up. He held Lin Jiao's wrist, acting like he was afraid she would get lost. Who are you buying a suit for? For you. Lin Jiao looked up at him, her smile dazzling his eyes. Page Ai gulped. Why? Do I need a reason to give you a gift? I'm just a little surprised. You won't be surprised once you get used to me sending you gifts. Lin Jiao stepped on the zebra crossing and quickened her pace towards the suit shop. She pushed open the glass door and asked Ven Al to translate for her. He asked if you wanted a vest. Yes. Choose the style first. Ven Al pointed to the row of ready-to-wear clothes on the right, translating every word the shop assistant said. Lin Jiao chose a black suit and a dark grey vest. When Page Ai was getting his body measured, she went to choose a tie. She asked Ven Al, which one do you think is better? This is good. Ven Al held up a checkered tie. This will look good on him. He might not like it, but you will like it. He put it on himself and showed her. You can pull like this and touch his abs. Lin Jiao was speechless. Why would she touch his abs? She picked 2 ties according to her preference and walked to the fitting mirror where Page Ai was. Does it fit? It is a little tight on the shoulder. How about the arm? It's all right. If not for the fact that it was uncomfortable, Page Ai would not have taken it off. I'll get them to tailor it. He spoke to the shop assistant in English and walked to the cashier to write down the address. Uncle, here. Lin Jiao handed him the tie and vest and smiled sweetly. Page Ai felt a warmth in his heart. Thank you. When he walked out of the shop, he held that slender hand again. Every step he took was filled with joy. They shopped until noon when they went to Le Cinq to eat. The decoration of Le Cinq was like a palace, giving off a luxurious and elegant feeling. Surrounded by piano music and the faint fragrance of flowers, they entered and sat by the window. As the bread, appetizers, and hors d'oeuvre were served one after another, Xiao started to get tired. He asked in confusion, Boss, do you often eat this long? No. Page Ai remembered that she said she hated waiting. He put down his knife and fork and looked sideways gently. Jiao, let's eat at another restaurant. No need. Lin Jiao still had some patience left. She met his gaze and said with a smile, we'll only come once anyway. Let's leave after eating the main course. Okay. Page Ai reminded Ven Al to choose a restaurant where they didn't have to wait for dishes to be served next time. Ven Al nodded. No problem. Seeing that they were not willing to wait, Xiao finally said, French people are really free. They are actually willing to spend a couple hours on a meal. Ven Al said with a chuckle, they can even eat until midnight. Won't their stomachs explode? I've never heard of such a thing happening. His overly serious look amused Lin Jiao. Try it next time. She forked up the salmon that had just been served and chewed it slowly. Ven Al shook his head. He swallowed the food in his mouth. If I have this much time, I'll spend it on playing and making money. It's not worth spending it on a meal. Xiao clicked his tongue and tempted him with money. I'll pay you 50 euros to eat until midnight. How about that? No. 100 euros? No, Ven Al said adamantly. If you give me 1,000 euros, I'll consider it. In your dream. Xiao rolled his eyes at him. He finished the main course and went to pay the bill at Page Ai's instruction. When he got the bill, he was shocked. What a coincidence. How much? 1,000 euros. I guessed it. Ven Al smiled and put his hand on his shoulder. You have an ugly expression on your face. You look like an idiot. 83 She had never kissed. Hearing this, Xiao started bickering with him again. They bickered all the way to the door and only stopped when they saw passers-by looking at them with strange gazes. Boss, where are we going next? The Eiffel Tower. Page Ai held Lin Jiao's hand and looked at the building in the square. Let's look around before going to the Seine to catch a boat. All right. Xiao pulled Ven Al and quickened the pace to keep a distance from Page Ai and Lin Jiao. Lin Jiao looked around at the shops. Occasionally, when she saw some new and interesting stores, she would pull Page Ai into shop. Uncle, which color looks good? She tried on the sapphire and burgundy berets and asked him with difficulty. They both look good on you. Page Ai pushed aside the hair at her temple. He picked up another purple one and put it on her head, studying it carefully. Your skin is fair, so all the colors will look good on you. The more you say that, the more conflicted I feel. Lin Jiao looked at herself in the mirror, unable to decide. At this moment, Pei Jai walked to the cashier and bought all three. He stood behind her with the bag and brushed his right hand across her shoulder. Now, you won't feel conflicted. Lin Jiao suddenly smiled. She followed him out and gradually got used to his hand gently placed on her wrist. When they arrived at Champ de Mars, the tower built with simple structure came into sight. The Eiffel Tower was built on the 26th of January 1887. The tour guide, Venol, stammered about the history of the tower. After a brief introduction, he found a spot facing the tower. Come, I'll help you take 2 photos. Xiao sensibly stepped aside. He tilted his head to look at the two of them on the screen. With the warm sun casting its ray of lights on their side profiles and a genuine smile on their faces, they looked like a couple in love, envied by everyone who passed by. Venol felt the same with Xiao. If not for the fact that he knew they were not a couple, he would definitely make them kiss with their backs facing the tower to create the atmosphere he wanted. Done. He walked forward to show them the photos. Let's take a few photos together. Lin Jiao asked the blonde auntie passing by to help her capture this beautiful moment. They continued along the path and walked to the edge of the Seine, mesmerized by the fragrance and music. I suddenly thought of a song. Xiao looked at sparkling water on the river. He hummed it out. Coffee on the left bank of the Seine. I'll taste your beauty in 1 cup. A mouth with lipstick marks. Lin Jiao pointed at the lipstick marks on the edge of the milk teacup, feeling that it was especially fitting. However, she was not drinking coffee. Pei Jai stared at her, smile and said in a gentle voice, "You said that you're a little difficult to woo and wanted me to give up." Lin Jiao didn't capture the emotions in his eyes. She subconsciously continued with the lyrics, "You don't have to give me an expensive gift. Just the fallen leaves will do. Your eyes are saying that you are willing." Xiao dragged out the last word, thinking that he had sung it perfectly. As he flicked his tongue, he raised his chin in Venol's direction. "Have you heard this song? What's the name of the song?" "Confession Balloon." No, feeling that this song wasn't too bad, Venol said, "Will you teach me how to sing tonight?" "No problem." Xiao was extremely confident. He started humming again, looking like he was a singer in a concert with thousands of fans down the stage. His facial and eye expressions were exaggerated. "Uncle." Lin Jiao tugged at Pei Jai's sleeve. When he lowered his head, she said, "Brother Question is so funny. He's always been like this. Why didn't I notice it before? You haven't spent enough time with him." Pei Jai rubbed the top of her head and led her onto the cruise ship. They walked to the stern and sat down at a long table. They ordered some food and wine and admired the scenery on the shore. "Close your eyes, babe," a magnetic male voice said from the front table. A blue-eyed man with chestnut hair looked at the girl in his arms affectionately. "Why?" "You know why." Ignoring the gazes of others, he pinched her chin and covered her lips with his. The affection they displayed in public was like a scorching fire that burned the people sitting nearby. Lin Jiao bit the straw and blushed. Not long after she looked away, she couldn't help but look at them again. The more she looked at them, the more she felt that they were a good match and that they were in deep love. Seeing that her ears and face were red, Venol, who had yet to grasp the meaning of euphemism in Chinese, asked bluntly, "Have you ever kissed anyone?" "No." "Are you happy?" "I am." This answer stunned Pei Jai for a moment before joy washed over him. He suppressed his excitement and pretended to be calm as he took 2 sips of ice cream. "Me too." "Unbelievable. What's there to be surprised about? My first kiss was only taken last year." "You have a girlfriend?" Venol really could not imagine Xiao in a relationship. Lin Jiao was also very curious. "I used to have, but I don't anymore." Xiao's tone was calm and composed. "Why did you break up?" "She thinks I'm poor." This reason was beyond Lin Jiao's expectations. She asked, "How much do you earn every month?" 50,000 yuan without the bonus. Pei Jai estimated and answered for Xiao. "His annual income is about 1 million yuan. You call that poor?" In her eyes, only billionaires are not poor. Xiao took out a few cigarettes from his cigarette box and handed them to them. "Fortunately, we separated early. Otherwise, I wouldn't get over it so quickly." "That's true." Lin Jiao sucked out the toppings at the bottom of the milk teacup. As she chewed the toppings, she saw that the couple at the table on the left started to kiss again. She sighed and said, "They're too good at expressing their love. I am good at it too." Then all raised his chin. He talked about his girlfriend. "I kiss her every day and say I love you." "How mushy. Didn't you ever say I love you?" "No." Xiao could not bring himself to say it. "I only told her that I like her, but not love." When you truly fall in love with someone, you want to say I love you and kiss her at any time. Then all seemed to be showing off to them. Kiss feels sweeter than eating candy. Peijai, who did not like sweetness, was intrigued. He rubbed the glass with his fingers and looked at the red lips on Lin Jiao again. He had to find a chance to see how sweet they were. "Cut it out. Hurry up and introduce this place to us." Xiao pointed at the Statue of Liberty opposite. 84 Don't do anything you will regret. Under his urging, Ven all got serious with being a guide again and introduced the scenery and buildings along the way. He would occasionally tell them some interesting things that had happened recently in a humorous way. After the four of them finished sightseeing, it was already evening. They returned to the Champs-Élysées to admire the night landscape. "Uncle, I can't walk anymore." Lin Jiao had not been sightseeing like this for a long time. Her feet and calves were sore. "Come on, I'll give you a piggyback." "No need. Help me over and sit for a while. We're almost at the hotel." Peijai wanted her to go back and soak her feet in a hot bath. Seeing that he was already squatting down in front of her, Lin Jiao could only get on his neck. She leaned on his shoulder and felt the sense of security he gave her. "Let's drive tomorrow." "Okay." Peijai could not bear to tire her out. He asked Xiao to buy some snacks and water from a nearby convenience store just in case she felt hungry at night. "Boss, what time do we set out tomorrow?" Xiao opened the door for them and placed the bag of food on the coffee table in the living room. 9 o'clock. "All right, rest early." Peijai nodded and squatted down again. After Xiao left, he locked the door and went into the bathroom to get a basin of hot water, in which he also added a bit of rose essential oil. "Uncle, help me get some makeup remover." Lin Jiao had been wearing makeup all day and felt uncomfortable. "Right away." Peijai brought out the basin and went back to get her makeup remover. He wet the cotton pads one by one and handed them to her. "Does your foot still hurt?" "Much better." Lin Jiao removed the mascara and eyeshadow and handed the stained cotton back to Peijai to get clean ones from him. After repeating this a few times, her skin finally felt like it could breathe. "I'll go and take a shower first." Peijai took off his windbreaker and turned on the television for her. "Don't forget to take your pajamas." "I know." Lin Jiao looked away when she heard the door close. She looked at her phone and saw that it was 3 in the afternoon in China, just the right time to call Pei Yulin. "Yulin, are you there?" "Yes." A few days after Jiangyi passed the audition, he agreed to go skiing with her in Lin City. Pei Yulin was excited for a long time because of this. She glanced at Jiangyi, who was in the driver's seat. "We're on our way to the hotel. What about you?" "I'm at the hotel too." "What time is it in Paris?" 10 o'clock in the evening. Lin Jiao could hear the excitement in her voice and asked in a low voice, "Did you make any progress?" "Not at the moment." "Then make sure you don't do anything that you'll regret." "I understand." Pei Yulin chatted with her until Jiangyi stepped on the brakes. As soon as Pei Yulin hung up, Peijai came out of the bathroom with a wet face. He did not bother drying his hair and bent down to check the temperature of the basin that Lin Jiao was soaking her feet in. "The water is already cold. Why don't you change it?" He held her ankle like he was treating something fragile. Lin Jiao lifted her feet cooperatively. "I was calling Yulin and didn't notice." "Was the conversation so engaging that you forgot everything else?" "I was talking to her about Jiangyi." Peijai poured the water in the basin into the toilet bowl. When he came out again, he picked up the towel and rubbed his wet hair. He sat beside her. "How are things between them now?" "No progress yet." Lin Jiao's gaze landed on his bathrobe, which was slightly open, and was tempted to touch his abs. Peijai caught her gaze. Jiao, where are you looking?" Lin Jiao's heart skipped a beat, as if she had been spotted by a teacher playing with her phone in the classroom. She pretended to be calm. "It's wet there." Perhaps because she wanted to prove herself right, she took out 2 tissues and wiped his collarbone. "Are there any other places?" Peijai leaned against the sofa, his chest muscles revealing as if he was seducing her. "Yes." Lin Jiao wiped the water droplets that were non-existent with a tissue. Through the thin tissue, she could feel the warmth of his body. When her hand accidentally touched his skin, she retracted her hand immediately as if she got an electric shock. Pei Jai narrowed his eyes. Is it all dry? He suppressed the darkness in his eyes to avoid scaring her. Yes. Lin Jiao took a deep breath. She threw away the crumpled tissue and rushed to the bathroom. I'll go and remove my makeup. Pei Jai looked at the makeup remover on the coffee table and smiled happily. He slowly dried his hair and walked into the bedroom on the right to find her pajamas. After about 40 minutes, a kitten-like voice entered his ears. Uncle, I forgot to take my pajamas. It's at the door. So quick. I put it there for you 40 minutes ago. Lin Jiao was touched by his thoughtfulness again. She raised one snow-white leg and stepped out of the bathtub. She wrapped herself in a towel and went to the door to take her clothes. Seeing that he even put her underwear there, her cheeks were as red as a ripe apple. Jiao Jiao, can I come in? A moment later, he asked gently. Sure. Pei Jai pushed the door open and entered. He stood in front of the sink and glanced at the underwear she was washing while squeezing toothpaste. Why didn't you use hot water? Hot water will make it shrink. Lin Jiao stood on her tiptoes to hang the hanger on the clothesline beside her. She took the toothbrush from him and finished brushing her teeth with him. Uncle, I'm going back to my room. Pei Jai nodded. Good night. He turned to the left when her door was closed. The hazy moonlight and starlight overlapped, emitting a bright and gentle light that shone on the bed, accompanying them to sleep. When the sky lit up, causing the moon to retreat with the stars, the earth was painted a golden hue. The doorbell rang at 10. Boss, are you ready? Questioned Xiao leaned against the door, having no intention of entering. Yes. Pei Jai took out his room card. He put his arm around Lin Jiao and left the hotel. Let's go to the Musée d'Orsay first. You can arrange the rest of the itinerary. Then all stepped on the accelerator. Okay. The Musée d'Orsay is on the left bank of the Seine, across the river from the Louvre and the Tuileries Gardens. The museum was renovated from an abandoned train station. The entire building looked old-fashioned. Because there were many Impressionist paintings collected in the museum, it was called the Palace of the Impressionists. Go upstairs first. Van All had been here many times and was extremely familiar with the displays in the museum. He led them to the elevator from the right. The lower floors are filled with sculptures. Let's start from the upper floors. Which floor is Monet's work on? 5th floor. His and Van Gogh's work is the treasure of Orsay. It's easy to find. 85. Admiring the paintings. Lin Jiao looked around expectantly. When she saw Monet's painting, The Woman with an Umbrella, she was indescribably happy and couldn't stop herself from smelling. The woman in the painting was standing in the grass with an umbrella, her scarf and white dress fluttering in the wind. Although the figure was blurry, one could still feel the beauty of the painting. Uncle, do you know who she is? Lin Jiao asked Pei Jai with a smile. Monet's wife, Camille. No, the one with Camille in it is in Washington. Pei Jai recalled the painting from his memory and indeed found something different from the one in front of him. He asked in confusion, then who is she? The daughter of Monet's second wife. Not his biological daughter, no. Suzanne is the child of Monet's wife and brother. Pei Jai could not comment on their complicated relationship. He looked at the water lotus not far away. After she finished appreciating the woman with the umbrella, he led her over. While they were discussing, Xiao, who had no clue whatsoever about arts, slowed down. He walked over to Van Gogh's self-portrait and handed the phone to Van All. Help me take a photo. Seeing that Xiao only wanted to take photos of Van Gogh's paintings from the beginning to the end, Van All said curiously, don't you want to look at the works of Renaud and Degas? No. Xiao only knew Van Gogh. He posted the photos he had just taken on WeChat and wrote, Van Gogh is irreplaceable in my heart. Which painting do you like best? The one with a villa. Van All was confused for a long time. He leaned over and stared at Xiao's phone. He couldn't help but punch him. Idiot. This is a church. Xiao smiled awkwardly. He turned off the screen and said seriously, is church not a house? I think you're an idiot. Churches are different from houses. Different in what way? Aren't they all made of granite? You're just quibbling. They discussed the topic of houses and churches for a long time. 2 hours later, they were still talking about it. Aren't you thirsty? When Lin Jiao was led out of the museum by Pei Jai, she looked back. A little. Xiao swallowed his saliva. I was too busy quibbling with him to even look at the sculptures downstairs. Then why don't you go in and take a look? No need. He couldn't understand the scriptures anyway. Where are we going next? Church of the Sacred Heart. Then all found a parking spot and got into the driver's seat. There's a restaurant called Le Coq Rico nearby that's not bad. What's their signature dish? Roast chicken. Lin Jiao's appetite was aroused. She looked out the window at the traffic and got out of the car with them to walk to Le Coq Rico at the entrance of an alley. While waiting for food, they chatted about their upcoming plans and cut down the places they did not have to go to under Ven All's suggestion. I'll book a ticket to Disneyland first. Xiao opened the ticketing app. After paying, he asked, Boss, when are we going back? 3 o'clock on the 6th. We got time then. Yes. Pei Jai rolled up his sleeves and wiped the juice that Lin Jiao accidentally spilled on the table. We can rest for a day when we get back. Lin Jiao drank the rest of the juice. When she smiled, the corners of her eyes curled up slightly like a hook. She rested her chin on her palm and stroked her skin with her jade-like fingertips. I'll have to start working for President Pei again in a few days. You don't want to work? I do, but I want a salary raise more. Me too. Xiao's eyes lit up when he heard the salary raise. Boss, can you give us a raise when we get back? All right, Pei Jai agreed readily. He looked at the roasted chicken on the table. As the waiter cut the chicken into pieces, he asked Lin Jiao, what's your salary now? 5,000. That low? Lin Jiao's expression did not change. I just passed the probation period at the end of last month. I don't have much bonus yet. There were too many departments in Xingheng Corp, so Pei Jai could not always pay attention to the salaries of his employees. He looked at Xiao, who said, most employees of the planning department earn about 8,000 to 15,000 yuan a month. What about the team leader? Team leader is between 15 and 20,000. Pei Jai picked up a piece of chicken and placed it on her plate. He then asked her about her career plan. Do you want to stay in the planning department? At the moment, yes. Lin Jiao tasted the crispy meat on the outside and tender on the inside. I'll think about other things when I get promoted to team leader. Okay. Pei Jai knew that she wanted to learn something from her job. He suppressed his urge to promote her to be his secretary. With your ability, you can even be promoted to supervisor. I think so too, Xiao agreed. As time passed, the golden sun hanging in the sky fell from the west and alternated with the bright moon before rising from the east. The car carrying the four of them drove through the streets of Paris and headed east against the sun. It stopped outside the gate of the Disney. Paris Disney was divided into two parks, Disney Studios and Disneyland. The former was suitable for exciting and adventurous activities, while the latter was suitable for taking photos and watching fireworks at night. Do you want to play this? Ven All turned to ask them, pointing at an old house. What's that? A haunted house. Driven by curiosity, Lin Jiao agreed. She followed them into the haunted house set up in the hotel and was led by the staff to watch a video in the hall. The theme of the haunted house was that on the night of the 31st of October, the hotel was struck by lightning, causing an elevator filled with passengers to be transported to the underworld. Just looking at the scene flashing in the video, Lin Jiao felt an indescribable nervousness. She glanced at the spiderweb above her head and leaned against Pei Jai. Uncle, I think it's better if you hold my hand. I've been holding your hand, haven't I? Pei Jai looked at her slender wrist. This kind of hand-holding doesn't work. She pursed her lips, her gaze never leaving his face. It's too easy to get pushed away. 86 scared into hiding in his arms. Pei Jai glanced at the very few tourists and did not expose her. Then how should we hold hands? Lin Jiao stuck her left hand into his palm and said with a smile, this way, we won't get pushed away. If not for her lousy excuse, Pei Jai would have been fooled by her innocent eyes. He felt her warmth spreading out across his body and his fingertips felt like they had been electrocuted. It's time to enter the elevator. Lin Jiao felt her scalp tingle from the cold wind. She didn't even have time to think about why he was standing there in a daze. Pei Jai tightened his grip on her hand. He walked to the 3 rows of seats in the elevator and was about to give her a suggestion when he saw her sit beside Xiao in the first row. Why don't you sit in the back? The back row is too dark. In comparison, Facing those strange things was much better than letting her imagination run wild. "See you." The staff standing at the door waved at them mechanically and smiled strangely. "Damn," Xiao was spooked. As the elevator door slowly closed, he grabbed Venol's arm. "Have you tried this before?" "I have." "What's upstairs?" "Everything you can imagine." In order to give them a perfect experience, Wenoli had no intention of revealing anything. There was a rattle of boards. Lin Jiao was so scared that her palms were sweating. She could not stand this oppressive atmosphere. When the elevator continued to rise, she hid in Page Ai's arms. "Uncle, the sudden fall of the elevator made the unprepared tourists scream. Page Ai quickly grabbed the wooden railing and pulled her into his arms. He whispered into her ear, "It's fine, don't be afraid." Lin Jiao was overwhelmed by a sense of weightlessness. Her mind was buzzing and she did not hear him clearly. She hugged his waist, unwilling to let go no matter what. As the elevator stopped falling and rose again, her heart skipped a beat. "Uncle, will it fall again?" "I think so." As soon as Page Ai finished speaking, she held him tighter. He lowered his eyes and looked at that face that was frightened pale. He patted her back gently. Before he could say anything to put her at ease, he heard a creaking sound. In less than 2 seconds, the elevator fell again, followed by incessant screams from the participants, among whom Xiao was the loudest. When they returned to the first floor and left the small and claustrophobic environment, he said in a hoarse voice, "No, my legs are numb." Venol held him and asked, "Is it that scary?" "It is." Xiao scolded him angrily with trembling legs. "Didn't you say it was a haunted house? Why is there a jumper? Don't you find it exciting?" "Exciting my ass. I don't want to play anymore." "Coward." When Venol scolded him, Page Ai had already squatted down. He carried the frightened Lin Jiao and walked out of the hotel. Jiao, you're strangling me." Even though his neck was uncomfortable, his voice was still gentle. Lin Jiao came back to her senses and let go of him. "I didn't mean to." She leaned on Page Ai's shoulder and looked back with lingering fear. "Are you still scared?" "I'm not scared now." Page Ai carried her to an ice cream shop. He bent his knees to put her down and bought a few bottles of drinks to sit with them. "What are we going to play next?" "There's a roller coaster over there." Afraid that they wouldn't dare, Venol started to make things up again. "It's a child's toy, not scary at all." "Are you serious?" "Serious." He pointed at the children in front of him with a serious expression. "They're all heading there for the roller coaster." Xiao was skeptical. He could not understand the words on the sign, so he could only ask Page Ai, "Boss, what does it say?" "Rock and roll roller coaster." "That's all." "Yeah." Page Ai took 2 sips of water. Seeing that Lin Jiao was more accepting of roller coasters than the haunted house, he held her hand and went to line up. This time, he tried to take the initiative to hold her hand. He sat on the roller coaster, fastened his seatbelt, and reached out his left hand to gently hold hers. "This wind is quite comfortable." Xiao, who was sitting in the front seat, smiled as he welcomed the breeze. Venol held his arm and raised it. Seeing that Xiao still did not know what was coming, he tried his best to hold back his laughter. "It'll be more comfortable going downhill." "What downhill?" "Look ahead." Xiao's face froze for half a second. The moment the roller coaster dived down, his throat seemed to be stuck. Even his screams were intermittent. Lin Jiao, who was also screaming, straightened her back and looked in Page Ai's direction, as if she could only feel safe by looking at him. She called him uncle over and over again. Page Ai's body was so soft that even all he could hear now was her whispers. After trying a few rides in a row, the desire he had been suppressing deep down in his heart almost burst out. Fortunately, Disneyland did not have any thrilling rides. Otherwise, he would have covered her mouth with his and stopped her from shouting, "Uncle, help me take a photo." Lin Jiao stood at a spot where there were fewer tourists and had her back facing the pink Sleeping Beauty castle. This time, Page Ai found a right angle. He half-squatted and put her upper body and the castle on the screen. He kept pressing the camera button to take more shots for her to choose from. After becoming more skilled, he took the initiative to choose a spot for her and took nearly 50 photos with different backgrounds. "Do you want to see the 7 dwarfs?" Page Ai stopped in front of Snow White's park. "Yes." "Then let's go over and line up." When Lin Jiao was queuing up with him, she asked, "Where are brother and the others?" They went to Pinocchio Park. The Pinocchio from the Adventures of Pinocchio. Yes. Page pinched her fake rabbit ears and said, "Let's buy 2 more of this when we go back." "Why are you buying so many?" "So that you can wear it in the future." Lin Jiao looked up at him. "I can't wear this. People will laugh at me." With her slightly charming eyes and innocent eyes combined, she looked especially beautiful. The moment Page met her eyes, he suddenly had a despicable thought. He wanted to see her cry. He wanted to hear her beg for mercy. 87 He only wanted to be her knight. Page let out a breath and said with a mysterious smile, "Wear it at home." Without giving her a chance to ask further, he held her hand and walked from the castle into the path filled with flowers. In the dense forest, a faint sound came from a brown courtyard surrounded by flowers. The wooden window was pushed open by a snow-white hand. The princess, who was leaning against the window sill, looked in the direction the sun was shining. Lin Jiao was amazed by her beauty. She waited for the tourists in front to finish taking photos with the princess before taking out her phone from her bag. "Uncle, stand on her left. I don't wanna take a photo. Just one." She tugged at his sleeve and walked towards the window. "You've never taken a photo with a princess." Page could only listen to her. He looked at the camera expressionlessly and smiled faintly at her signal. "You look like a prince." Lin Jiao raised her phone and showed him the photo. "You look good with her too." Page stared at her. "I'm not her prince. He only wanted to be her knight." "I said like." She looked at the 7 dwarfs carrying hoes and sickles, then stuffed her phone into his hand and asked him to take a photo of her. After touring the entire park, they rode the carousel and jet coaster nearby. They waited until it was dark before meeting Question Shao to eat ice cream and enjoy the fireworks. On the way back to the hotel, Lin Jiao was so tired that she fell asleep. She lay on Page lap, her slender hand still in his, as if she wanted to hold his hand until the end of time. He stroked her long hair and carried her all the way back to the room when Ven All parked the car. "Boss, I'll just put things on the table." Question Shao yawned and put down 2 shopping bags. Page replied, "Rest early." When the door closed, he walked into the bedroom with the makeup remover and wiped the cotton swab on her eye like she had done before. "It's so cold." Lin Jiao frowned. She muttered and lifted up her sweater without giving him a chance to react and took out something that was making her unable to breathe. Page was caught off guard by the white lacy bras. With trembling fingers, he tucked her under a blanket. His racing heartbeat could be heard in the quiet room. He took a deep breath and tried to stay calm. However, Lin Jiao, who was lying on the bed, kicked the blanket away and did not even give him a chance to calm down. When he saw her figure again, Page's remaining rationality was like a string that was about to break. He covered her with the blanket again and pressed his hands against her side. "Jiao Jiao, don't move." "Tight. Where is it?" Lin Jiao repeated the word tight in a daze. Her lips moved, as if she was tempting him to lower his head and stop her mumbling. Even a gentleman could not stand such temptation, not to mention Page, who did not want to be a gentleman anymore. He leaned over slightly. When he felt the softness that he had been thinking about day and night, his dark eyes darkened. "Jiao Jiao." After not getting a response for a long time, he quietly left the bedroom with a satisfied smile. Charles de Gaulle Airport was packed. Then all pushed their luggage and sent them to the door of the VIP waiting room. "Remember to call me the next time you come." "Sure." Question Shao put his arm around his shoulder. Although they often bickered with each other, they had built a friendship after spending 6 days together. He patted Ven All's back and smiled sincerely. "If you have the chance to come to Lin City, I'll definitely show you around." "No problem." Ven All leaned over to hug Page. When it came to Lin Jiao, he chose to shake hands with her. He said meaningfully, "I wish you happiness." Lin Jiao was slightly stunned, but she did not think too much about it. "Thank you." She looked up and met a pair of smiling eyes. "You have to be happy too." "Of course." Then all turned to leave. Page held Lin Jiao's hand and walked into the waiting hall. They did not notice that someone was secretly taking photos of them in the corner. Chen Yongjun stared at the photo for a long time. He hesitated for a moment before making a call. "Brother Quan, what are you doing now?" There was a 7-hour time difference between China and Paris. Jiu Quan's nightlife had just begun. He pushed open the door of the private room and found a quiet place to chat with his old mate. I'm drinking with He Chi and the others. How have you been? Pretty good. Chen Yongjun chatted with him for a while before changing the topic. I think you are cheated on. That won't happen. Really? I saw it with my own eyes. Ji Yuquan suspected that he had seen the wrong person. He was quite calm. Where did you see it? De Gaulle Airport. Paris? Yes. Chen Yongjun described the scene just now. She was pulled into the lounge by that man. She's probably returning to the country today. Ji Yuquan paused in the middle of lighting a cigarette. Only then did he realize that they were not talking about the same person. Are you talking about Jiao Jiao? Who else? I broke up with her. The moment he mentioned the words broke up, his tone changed. You didn't know? When did this happen? Chen Yongjun widened his eyes in surprise. July. No wonder. I even took a photo of them. Ji Yuquan frowned. Send it to me, right away. Chen Yongjun tapped on the screen and sent it to him on WeChat. Are you guys free tomorrow night? Do you want to come out for a gathering? I think so. Then I'll talk to you tomorrow afternoon. Okay. Ji Yuquan hung up first. He zoomed in on the photo and stared at the hand holding her hand for a long time. An indescribable frustration welled up in his heart, making him sit alone in the corner and drink in silence. Brother Quan, what's wrong? He put down the cards and walked over when he noticed something was wrong with Ji Yuquan. Nothing. Did you quarrel with Su Tian? Ji Yuquan shook his head. I'm just a little thirsty. He rubbed his eyebrows and tried to play dice to divert his attention. He played dice with him. How many glasses for each round you lose? 88. Ji Yuquan called her Jiao Jiao when he was drunk. 2 glasses. Even if Ji Yuquan won, he still drank, as if he was determined to get stoned tonight. After Songjin finished singing a few songs with the pretty chicks, he collapsed on the sofa. Are you two competing in drinking? Why did you drink so much? Brother Quan wants to drink. Chi's face was all red from the effects of the wine. He kicked away the empty wine bottle on the table. He was so tired that he just wanted to lie down. Help me get a room. It's only 11 o'clock and you're already sleeping. I'm too sleepy. Songjin found 2 friends and asked them to carry him to the hotel next door to prevent him from catching a cold. He sat beside Ji Yuquan and patted him on the shoulder. Are you still in the mood to drink? Ji Yuquan glanced at him and finished the wine in his glass. He leaned back and looked at the colorful lights on the ceiling, his thoughts chaotic. The voices around him were like mosquitoes buzzing in his ears, making him dizzy. In just a moment, he had the urge to leave. I'll go back first. Can you go back alone? I'll get Su Tian to pick you up. No need. He stood up and slowly put on his jacket before walking out. Songjin followed worriedly. Holding Ji Yuquan's arm, he walked to the door of Bo Yu Club and called for a designated driver. Tell me when you get home. Yeah. Ji Yuquan rubbed his eyebrows. He opened the back window to get some air, but he only felt drunker. When he returned to Lufu Bay, his eyes were totally unfocused. Why did you drink so much? Su Tian, who had received Songjin's call, waited for him at the door. She raised his right arm and placed it on her shoulder. She hugged his waist and walked upstairs. I didn't drink too much. Ji Yuquan walked into the bedroom before remembering to answer her question. The smell of alcohol on him made Su Tian blush. She looked up at him and deliberately tripped over the moment he fell onto the bed. Quan, she called out to him softly. Ji Yuquan opened his eyes with difficulty. He looked at her for a long time, then subconsciously tightened his grip on her shoulder. Do you want to kiss me? Su Tian raised her chin and rubbed it against his ear. Her charming voice made Ji Yuquan, who was not in his right mind, fall for her. He turned his head and kissed her red lips. The ambiguous atmosphere was about to induce Ji Yuquan to do something when she suddenly pushed him away. Give me a minute. Su Tian returned to her room and found a red ink that had not been used yet. She placed the ink bottle on the bedside table and held his hand close to her back. Quan, can you help me unbutton it? Ji Yuquan narrowed his eyes, exhausted. He lowered his hand to touch his dry throat and kissed her lips again. Jiao Jiao, get me a glass of water. What did you call me? Su Tian's mind went blank. She straightened up and asked again while staring at his face, afraid that she would miss a word. Jiao Jiao. Ji Yuquan held her hand and pulled her into his arms. He stroked her cheek gently. Be good. Don't throw a tantrum. Su Tian was trembling with anger. Even though she could not see the emotions in his eyes, She could clearly feel his feelings at this moment. She got out of bed with red eyes. Unable to accept being treated as someone else, she took the bottle of red ink and slammed the door. Jiao Jiao, he went on muttering. I'm not her. Sutian roared at the white wall that isolated them. She swept away the bottles on the dressing table in a fit of anger. She only calmed down when the glass shards hit her ankle and cut her skin. After a long time, she went downstairs to pour a glass of warm water and pushed open the door next door. Quan, I brought you water. Jiu Quan was about to fall asleep. He was helped up and leaned against the bed to drink half a glass of water. Jiao Jiao, good night. He looked at her again and closed his eyes to fall asleep. Sutian tightened her grip on the glass. She suddenly laughed, the ruthlessness in her eyes terrifying under the night light. Jiao Jiao, it's time I settle the scores with you. She put down the glass and said to herself. At noon on the day of work, Pei Yulan carried the thermos to the planning department. She sent Lin Jiao a WeChat message and walked straight to the resting area. Looking out the window and facing the warm sun, she revealed a happy smile. What are you smiling foolishly at? Lin Jiao happened to catch the smile on her face when she came over. This is called a sweet smile, okay. How sweet. Especially sweet. Pei Yulan opened one of the thermos containers and pushed it in front of her. We hugged many times when we were skiing. Isn't that normal? Lin Jiao scooped up a spoonful of rice. Wrestlers hug each other too when they are wrestling. But we're not wrestlers. Pei Yulan recalled the scene and smiled even more brightly. Other than hugging, they even held hands. Lin Jiao smiled and teased. Didn't you find a chance to kiss him secretly? I did. How you failed? Pei Yulan nodded. That's my only regret. If she had kissed him, she would probably be jumping around joyfully. Anyway, if you plan to chase him for a year, you'll definitely get a chance to get what you want. I should be able to get it this week. Are you guys going out to play again? Lin Jiao clicked on the message that popped up on the screen. When she saw that it was from Yang Jingshan, she lost interest. She replied I'm eating curtly before checking if Pei Jai had replied to her. Seeing that he still hadn't replied to her message, she was silent for 2 seconds before turning off the screen. He's going to join the film crew the day after tomorrow. Pei Yulan said, I plan to kiss him when I go visit him. Aren't you afraid of scaring him away? Don't foreigners always kiss each other on the cheek when they meet? At the mention of foreigners, Lin Jiao recalled Ven All's expression when he found out that she had never kissed anyone. She suddenly asked, what does it feel like to kiss? It depends on who you kiss. Pei Yulan took 2 sips of pork trotter soup. When I was in a relationship with my ex-boyfriend, I found it very strange when he leaned towards me. Then why did you kiss him? I wanted to try that feeling. She couldn't help but frown. Maybe I don't like him, so I can't stand it after trying it once. Lin Jiao asked, I heard from others that kissing is sweeter than eating candy. Is that so? I've never tried it before. I'm not sure. The more Pei Yulan looked at her, the more she felt that something was not right. She looked puzzled. Why do you want to kiss after coming back? Did Yang Jingshan say something to you? No. Lin Jiao was calm when she heard her mention Yang Jingshan. I'm just curious. 89 Determined to confess. Pei Yulan looked at that pair of innocent eyes and did not think too much about it. I'm curious too. You can try it soon. It's hard to say. She really had no confidence in securing a kiss with him. Let me ask Qian Yu first. Lin Jiao did not stop her. Yulan, did you miss me? Yes. Pei Yulan replied quickly. She turned up the volume and moved the chair to Lin Jiao's side, asking bluntly, what does it feel like to kiss? You're horny? What do you say? I've been single for months. Jiao Jiao wants to know what it feels like. Tell us about it. Lin Jiao was speechless. Before she could explain, Qian Yu said with laughter, Jiao Jiao, have you found a new lover? No. Then do you have a crush on someone? Lin Jiao hesitated for some reason. No. The fact that Lin Jiao took a short pause made Qian Yu realize that there was definitely something unusual going on, but she did not ask further because she could not see her expression. She replied, kissing feels like an electric shock. It makes your entire body numb and your legs go weak. And then you wanted to do something special. Pei Yulan was inexplicably excited. Will the feeling be the same no matter who we kiss? No. Qian Yu put down the pen in her hand. You only feel this way when you kiss the person you like. How many times have you had this feeling? I can't remember. Pei Yulan cried with envy. Do you kiss your other half every day? I'm single now. You broke up again. Isn't it normal to break up? Qian Yu heard someone knocking on the door and did not want to talk anymore. She walked over. I'll talk to you when I get back. I have work to do now. When's your flight? 20th. Alright. Pei Yulan hung up. She talked to Lin Jiao in detail about the feeling of their legs going weak when kissing. Lin Jiao blushed the more she heard it. I'm going back to rest. She ended the topic first. Pei Yulan yawned and nodded. When she said goodbye to her at the elevator, she asked, Jiao Jiao, are we still having pork trotter soup tomorrow? I don't want to drink it anymore. Then let's eat outside? Okay. Lin Jiao walked to her desk. She wrapped herself in an afternoon blanket and leaned against the pillow. Just as she set the alarm, a WeChat message popped up. Pei Jiao Jiao, I was discussing a project with my partner just now and forgot to bring my phone. Lin Jiao had expected this. It's fine. She rested her chin on the pillow and typed. What do you plan to eat? I don't know yet. Pei Jiao took 2 sips of water. I'll get question Shao to go downstairs and buy something. Then don't drink coffee. Rest after eating. Are you taking an afternoon nap? That's right. After receiving his reply, Lin Jiao sent another message. I'll tell you when I wake up. Cutecat.jpg. Pei Jiao wanted to laugh when he saw that emoji. He leaned against the seat and looked at the chat history a few times. At this moment, his desire to confess to her became even stronger. Boss, meal is here. Question Shao came in with 2 bags and felt a chill run down his spine when Pei Jiao shot him a look. He asked carefully, is there anything you want me to do? Yes. Pei Jiao pushed aside the plastic bag. He couldn't stop smiling. I plan to confess this Saturday. Help me book a suitable venue first. Really? Of course. Question Shao grinned. I'll go handle it immediately. He took 2 steps before stopping. Do you want roses? How many do you want? 99. Isn't that too few? In movies, when rich people confess, they always have an ocean of roses. That's in movies. If he bought so many flowers, he would probably be taught a lesson by Lin Jiao for being unnecessarily extravagant. Question Shao asked again. How many flowers per bouquet? 99. Pei Jiao tore open the wrapper of the disposable chopsticks. And prepare some candles and balloons. Anything else? That's all for now. Alright. Question Shao quickly went to do it. Before he got off work, he booked the venue and asked, Boss, who do you want to inform? Ju Yunshan and the others, including Miss Pei. Of course. Pei Jiao put on his jacket and went downstairs to meet his sweetheart. Lin Jiao, who was 5 minutes slower than him, jogged from the elevator to the Mercedes. She told him the good news immediately. The proposal I submitted last month has been chosen. Awesome. Pei Jiao rubbed the top of her head. Get in first. He opened the passenger door, waited for her to get in before walking around to the driver's seat. Are you involved in the new project for next season? Yes. Then I'll wait for your good news. Lin Jiao nodded confidently and leaned back. She could easily reach out to fasten the seatbelt, but she got used to waiting for him to do it for her. Uncle, where are we eating tonight? What do you want to eat? Home-cooked food. Pei Jiao was silent for a moment. Alright. He helped her put on her seatbelt and stepped on the accelerator. I'll make it for you. Lin Jiao smiled sweetly. She took out her phone and looked at the string of unfamiliar numbers. Who is this? Hello, my name is Yuxuan. Yuxuan didn't want to appear too eager, so she waited for a couple of days before deciding to make this call. She knew that Lin Jiao did not remember her, so she reminded her, we met at Star River. Lin Jiao thought of that innocent assistant. She did not know what Yuxuan was up to, but she was still polite. What do you want? Nothing. Yuxuan guessed that people like Lin Jiao did not like to beat around the bush and said directly, I just want to be friends with you. Because of Ju Yunshan. Part of it is because of him. Lin Jiao roughly understood. Her tone changed slightly. I'm sorry, but I won't interfere in his relationship. You're mistaken. Yuxuan seemed to have a passionate crush on Ju Yunshan. At the mention of his name, she was both happy and sad. She sobbed, I just want to spend more time with him. Even if he doesn't choose me in the end, it's worth it. Lin Jiao felt a headache coming on. Don't cry. I'm sorry. Yuxuan cried even harder. Can you help me? How can I help you? Next time you come to Star River, can you invite me to eat with you? This is all I ask for. I'll think about it. Lin Jiao hung up after making up an excuse. She took a deep breath. As she waited for the light to turn green, her frown was gently smoothed away by a hand. Don't frown. When Pei-Jai looked at her, his gaze was so gentle that it could wipe away all her frustration. Lin Jiao felt a little better. She asked, "Did you hear everything?" 90. He intruded on her dream again. I didn't hear it clearly. Pei-Jai only knew that the person who called her was crying. Is she Yinshan's suitor? Yes. Lin Jiao summarized the conversation. She looked at his side profile. Do you think she really likes brother Yinshan, or does she want to use him to climb up the social ladder? That depends. Pei-Jai did not want to generalize people. You'll only know when you see her. That's true. It was indeed impossible to judge a person's feelings and thoughts with just a few words. Lin Jiao waited for the car to stop at the entrance of the market and followed him in to buy groceries. The mottled light cast by the tree shadows elongated as they walked. When the afterglow and moonlight changed shifts, a cold light shone on their smiles through the curtains. Jiao Jiao, are you free on Saturday? Pei-Jai asked her before leaving. I am. Then do you want to come? With brother Yinshan and the others? Lin Jiao sent him to the entrance and looked up into his eyes. Yes. Pei-Jai suddenly felt a little nervous. He looked away, placed his palm on the doorknob, and pressed it down. I'll get going first. Lin Jiao watched him leave. She went into the bathroom to wash up. After receiving his WeChat message, saying that he had arrived home, she hugged the blanket and fell asleep. Perhaps because it had been too long since she last dreamed, the dream she had that night was wilder than previous ones. Jiao Jiao. The man in the CEO's office saw her walking over and reached out to pull her into his arms. He rubbed her waist, his eyes dark and slightly devilish. Do you miss me? Yes. She grabbed his collar and pulled him forward, kissing him on the chin. Her teasing action made him want to seal her lips and taste her body, a taste even sweeter than candy spread in her mouth. She collapsed into his arms and fumbled for the buttons of his shirt with her fingertips. Don't be naughty. He seemed to have seen through her intentions and raised his chin at the door. Say that again. Let's continue when we get back home. Be good. She did not want to be good. She put one hand on his neck and whispered into his ear, Do you not love me anymore? Why would I not love you? Then why did you push me away? He held the hand that was groping all over his body, his eyes even darker than before. He said in a voice deeper than the ocean, Be good. No, she was still causing trouble like a brat who would not stop until she was tortured. He couldn't control himself anymore. He swept everything on the desk to the floor and lifted her up on it. What followed that was non-stop passionate kissing. She held the tie she had given him as a gift and gradually felt her body go numb and her legs go weak. Hubby. A strong sense of joy overwhelmed her. However, Lin Jiao was woken up by her own voice. She took a few deep breaths and hammered the bed in embarrassment. Dirty-minded, she scolded herself as she rolled on the bed, no longer sleepy. It was not until the alarm rang at 8 that she left the terrifying bed with dark circles under her eyes. When she got into the car, Pei-Jai reached out to touch her eyes. He raised an eyebrow and smiled. Dreamt again? As soon as his voice entered her ears, Lin Jiao remembered the vivid dream again. No. Seeing that she was avoiding eye contact and blushing, Pei-Jai was stunned. He observed her expression and concluded that the dream this time was related to him. However, he could not guess what he had done to her in the dream. Stop looking at me. Hurry up and drive. Lin Jiao glared at him and lowered her head to eat the breakfast he had bought. Pei-Jai wanted to laugh but did not. He stepped on the accelerator as he was told. In order not to make her feel uncomfortable, he changed the topic. My dad wants us to go to his place. What's wrong? He probably wants to ask about your grandfather. Lin Jiao puffed up her cheeks. What about specifically? I'm not sure. He waited for the light to turn green and steered left. I heard him say they haven't seen each other in 15 years. That long? Yes, I think there's a story. Lin Jiao pondered for a moment. Then go over this weekend. She was quite interested in hearing their story. All right. Pei-Jai drove the car into the parking lot. They chatted all the way to the elevator. When the door opened, they tacitly stopped talking. Before leaving, Lin Jiao exchanged glances with him and walked slowly towards the planning department. She sat at her desk to complete the new proposal. When it was almost noon, a WeChat message popped up. Yang Jingshun, I happen to be near Xingheng Corporation. Shall we eat together? /picture. Seeing that he had sent a photo of the lounge in Xingheng, Lin Jiao did not even have the chance to refuse. She sent Pei Yulin a WeChat message and went downstairs to see him. Lin Jiao. A clear voice came from the right. She turned around and saw a handsome man in a black coat running in her direction. Yang Jingshun looked very good. With his outgoing personality and mature temperament, it was easy for others to like him. He smiled and looked at her face, a look of surprise flashing across his face. There's a Japanese restaurant nearby. Let's go over and try it. You made a reservation? Yes. Why did he have to ask her if he already made a reservation? Lin Jiao had no choice but to follow him. She rarely spoke to strangers, but Yang Jingshun knew how to find a topic to talk about. Have you been working at Xingheng for a long time? Less than 3 months. How do you feel? Not bad. Lin Jiao did not want to keep answering. She asked him, how many years have you been abroad? About 4 years. Are you used to living there? Not really. Yang Jingshun put his hands in his pockets and kept a distance from her. I missed home a lot. It's normal to miss home. Lin Jiao listened to him talk about life abroad as she walked towards the Japanese restaurant. Fortunately, the journey was not long. Otherwise, she would be bored to death. Take a look at the menu. After Yang Jingshun sat down opposite her, he handed her one of the menus. Lin Jiao was not interested in Japanese cuisine. However, she had no choice but to turn to the first page and slowly read on. I want. Help us get 2 bottles of soda. Yang Jingshun looked up at the waiter. Also foie gras caviar, salmon sashimi, sea urchin, and salt-roasted ox tongue. Lin Jiao silently closed the menu. She picked up the glass by the table and took 2 sips of lemonade water. Lin Jiao, what else do you want to eat? Nothing. Serve these first. Yang Jingshun handed the menu to the waiter and asked, have you been to this restaurant before? Lin Jiao shook her head. This is the first time. 91 Promise me we won't become strangers. Thought of asking for my opinion from the beginning, including this meeting. Facing such a love rival, Pei Jai couldn't be bothered to be jealous. He said calmly, given his personality, he's not suitable for you. I think so too. Are you still hungry? I'll order takeout for you. I'm not hungry now. Lin Jiao took off her high heels and changed into the slippers he had prepared for her. I'll go in and sleep for a while. Pei Jai followed her into the lounge. He covered her with the blanket and placed the thermos on the round table beside her so that she could drink when she woke up. Should I call you 5 minutes before lunch break finishes? 3 minutes. Lin Jiao wanted to stick to the bed. She wrapped herself in the blanket and turned over lazily. See you later, uncle. See you. Pei Jai closed the door. He returned to his desk and ordered 2 boxes of desserts for her. When she woke up, the takeout had just arrived. Lin Jiao ran downstairs with the boxes. From then on, she would go to his lounge to sleep at noon every day for an entire week. On Friday, when Pei Jai drove her home, he was already nervous. He glanced at her and tightened and relaxed his grip on the steering wheel. Jiao, I can't pick you up tomorrow. Are you still going to the gathering in the evening? Of course. How could he confess if he didn't go? Lin Jiao did not catch the emotions in his eyes. As usual, she stood outside the door and smiled at him. See you tomorrow, Jiao. Pei Jai stopped her before she could turn around. He thought for a moment and mustered up the courage to say, no matter what happens, promise me we won't become strangers, okay? What's going on? Lin Jiao bent down and looked at him suspiciously. Nothing. Pei Jai was not sure if she would accept his feelings and was eager to leave a way out. He met her gaze. Answer me first. I promise. Under his expectant gaze, Lin Jiao said word by word, no matter what happens, we won't become strangers. Remember this. Pei Jai gulped. You can't lie to me. I won't. You can't go back on your word. Lin Jiao did not know why he was so strange, but she still replied seriously, I won't go back on my word. Pei Jai heaved a sigh of relief after getting her promise. Jiao, I'm leaving. Okay. Lin Jiao looked in the direction where the car disappeared. She walked along the stone path to the building. Before she could enter, she was stopped by a female voice. Miss Lin. Su Tian looked at that beautiful face and felt consumed by jealousy. She clenched her fists and smiled innocently. Do you have time to talk to me? I don't have time. Then I'll keep coming until you have time. How does that sound? Lin Jiao did not expect her to be so persistent. She rubbed the strap of her handbag and said calmly, "What do you want to say? It might not be convenient to talk here." Su Tian raised her chin at the residents coming in and out. "Can we please find somewhere else?" Lin Jiao followed her to a nearby cafe. She sat at the square table and casually looked at the furnishings in the private room, looking like she didn't intend to speak first. She had the patience to wait, but Su Tian did not. "Miss Lin." She looked into Lin Jiao's eyes and pretended to be friendly. "You've broken up with Quan for a while, right?" 92 An accident, trying to cover it up. "Why?" Lin Jiao picked up the coffee pot. She poured herself a cup of coffee. "Are you still angry about the fact that I'm his ex? You're overthinking it. Then what's the point of coming to find me? I want to compensate you." Su Tian took out a check worth 2 million from her bag and pushed it in front of her. She put on a condescending attitude. "It's been really hard on you taking care of Quan for me over the years. I should be the one saying that." Lin Jiao laughed instead of flaring up. "After all, when I was in love with him, you couldn't do anything. If I came back earlier, you would have broken up long ago. Do you really think he loves you?" "Indeed, he doesn't love me, but he always gave me much more than 2 million to spend." These words angered Su Tian so much that she clenched her fists. She knew that Ji Yuquan had given her a few cards before, but she did not know there was so much in the cards. So what? After taking a few breaths, she calmed herself. "I'm different from you. I don't love his money but him. You don't have to emphasize it to me." Lin Jiao raised an eyebrow. "It's not my concern what the truth is. If it's not your concern, why do you keep showing up?" "Miss Su, I made myself clear from the beginning. Are you sure you're not the one who keeps showing up? Do I have to? Don't forget, I'm Quan's girlfriend, not you. What does it have to do with me whether you are his girlfriend or not? I don't like him. It won't change a thing even if you tell me." Su Tian looked at her overly calm expression and realized that she had been led by the nose. She did not like this feeling and did not intend to talk nonsense with her anymore. "Take the check and disappear from our sight in the future." Lin Jiao opened her wallet unhurriedly. "I should be the one saying that." She took out a dozen 100 CYN and placed them on the table. "You." Su Tian saw He Chi through the slightly open door and quickly restrained her ferocious expression. She stood up and walked to Lin Jiao's side, her voice suddenly choked up. "Miss Lin, do you have to humiliate me with money? I wouldn't dare." Lin Jiao was not interested in watching her put on a show. She picked up the bag and was about to leave. Su Tian grabbed her wrist without warning. "I know you hate me." She was about to cry. "But Quan is my everything. Can you not snatch him away? You really should see a psychiatrist." Lin Jiao glanced at her red eyes impatiently. Just as she was about to push Su Tian's hand away, Su Tian fell onto the cushion beside her on her own accord. A series of sobs and cries sounded at the same time. He Chi ran forward angrily. When that face he was disgusted with the most turned around, he gave Lin Jiao an all-out push. Bang! Caught off guard, Lin Jiao fell backwards. Before she could find a foothold, the back of her head hit the corner of the table. She fell against the wall, her trembling eyelids gradually drooping. In a few seconds, she lost consciousness. Blood. Su Tian stared at the wall that was stained with a few drops of blood and was so frightened that her voice was trembling. She grabbed He Chi, who was still in a daze. "Why did you push her? What if she dies?" He Chi panicked. He walked over in a hurry to check her breathing. Only when he found that Lin Jiao was still breathing did he feel relieved. Not dead. Still breathing. Then hurry up and send her to the hospital. Su Tian did not want anything to happen to Lin Jiao, nor could she bear the consequences. "I'll get someone to do it." He Chi called the driver who was waiting outside. He held Su Tian's shoulders and made up his mind to protect her. "This has nothing to do with you. If the police come looking for you, push the blame to me. Don't say anything stupid, okay?" Su Tian's eyes flickered. She threw herself into his arms in fear. "But there are surveillance cameras here. I'm so afraid." "I'll handle the cameras." With her in his arms, He Chi could no longer resist the urge to hug back. "Don't worry, you got me." "Thank you," Su Tian said softly. She watched as the driver carried Lin Jiao out of the cafe, then followed He Chi to deal with the surveillance cameras. They did not feel guilty or worried. All they could think about was how to escape unscathed and how to perfectly cover up this accident. Tongji Hospital. Please make way. A few nurses pushed the gurney towards the emergency department. The anxious voice attracted Shenyi, who had just finished an operation and was about to go home to sleep. He looked to his right. When he accidentally caught sight of that familiar face, his mind went blank for a second. What's wrong with the patient? Shenyi put the car keys back in his pocket and followed them. Bleeding from the back of the head caused her to faint. What's her heart rate? One of the nurses looked down at the heart rate monitor the patient was wearing. 87. Shenyi heaved a sigh of relief. He exchanged a few words with the doctor on duty and called Peijai and Juyinshin. Peijai was the first to rush to the hospital, still wearing a pair of slippers. How is she? He panted, his grip on Shenyi's arm tightening. Still in the middle of having the wound sutured, Shenyi dragged him to a chair and helped him sit down. He told him in an easy-to-understand way, "She didn't bleed much. There's no need for a craniotomy." "What about other places?" "At the moment, we only found bruises on her elbow and right shoulder. She must have been injured when she fainted." "Okay." Peijai's hands were still trembling. He looked at the door of the emergency department without blinking. His heart felt like it was being strangled by a rope, making it difficult for him to even breathe. Shenyi was also paying attention to the door. When he saw the nurse pushing the gurney out, he transferred her to the inpatient ward with Peijai. "Don't worry." He put his hand on Peijai's shoulder. "In half an hour, she'll be able to." A loud bang interrupted him. Juyinshin knocked open the door. He wiped the sweat off his forehead and looked at the pale Lin Jiao. "What happened?" Shenyi repeated her condition. He pulled out a chair and sat down. "I'm not sure how she fainted and injured the back of her head. The person who sent her here has already left." "Male or female?" "I heard from the nurse that it's a middle-aged man." "A middle-aged man? Could he be her neighbor?" "No." Peijai wet a cotton swab and gently wiped her lips. "Her neighbors are an old couple in their 70s. Could he be their son?" Jiao didn't go home at all." "How can you tell?" Juyinshin took the towel from Shenyi and wiped his face. "She didn't change into pajamas, and her bag is still with her too." Peijai threw her bag to Juyinshin with a cold expression. "Check her phone records." Juyinshin searched for the phone. He checked all the phone records but found nothing. "Let's check the surveillance cameras." 93 mistook him as her lover in this life. Shenyi followed him to the surveillance room. Peijai, who was staying in the ward, held her fair right hand and stood by her side like a guardian. The anesthetic wore off half an hour later. Lin Jiao, who had woken up slowly, teared up when she saw the anxious face. She sobbed, "Uncle, I'm here." Peijai leaned over in a panic. He wiped away the tears that fell from the corners of her eyes and said in a low voice, "It's safe now. Don't cry, okay?" Lin Jiao couldn't stop crying. She placed her hand on his wrist and tried to hide in his arms like a fragile kitten. "Hug me." "What? Hug?" A trace of confusion flashed across Peijai's eyes. He adjusted the height of the bed and sat back down. Jiao, are you feeling unwell?" "No." Lin Jiao touched the gauze on her head and leaned into his arms. She looked up at him, her eyes filled with love after crying. Peijai looked at her silently. He frowned, unable to ignore the strange feeling in his heart. Jiao, what did you?" A soft lips pressed against his, catching him off guard. Lin Jiao pressed her lips against his, her eyes smiling as if she was excited to kiss him. Her action really frightened Peijai. He gripped the railing of the bed tightly. Before he could regain his senses and retreat, he heard a gasp. "What the f***ck?" Shenyi, who never cursed, couldn't help but curse. Not to mention Juyinshin, who was beside him. "President Pei, you hid it quite well." His gaze shifted between Lin Jin and Peijai. "It hasn't been long, but you've already developed to this extent." "Not like that." Peijai tried to stabilize his breathing. He glanced at Lin Jiao, whose ears were red, and pointed at his temple, hinting at something. After all, they had been brothers for many years. After getting the hint, their expressions suddenly became serious. "I'm going to call the doctor." Shenyi immediately turned around, but Juyinshin was still rooted to the ground. He looked at Lin Jiao up and down like he was looking at an ape in a zoo until the doctor arrived. The head of the psychiatry department, who was called back to the hospital on his way home, appeared with a pen and paper. "For the sake of confidentiality," he said, "wait outside." I'll talk to her first. Can I sit in? Shin Yu was worried but also curious about this case. Thinking that he had studied psychology before, the director did not intend to stop him. Then keep quiet. Shin Yu knew the rules. Okay. He pushed the shoulders of the two people beside him and closed the door without saying a word. Page Ai, who was pulled to the end of the corridor by Ju Yinshin, sat on the chair and smoked with mixed feelings. He looked at the crescent moon, the emotions in his eyes hidden by the billowing smoke. Do you think she mistook me as Ji Yu Quan? Ju Yinshin really could not answer this question. He placed his left hand on Page Ai's shoulder. Didn't the doctor say that she will return to normal after the blood clot in her brain disappears? Page Ai understood what he meant. I don't want to be like this. The smile on his lips became more like a sad one. I don't want her to mistake me as Ji Yu Quan. It was unbearable even if it was only for a minute or a second. Ju Yinshin sighed. Don't be too pessimistic. Let's wait for the results. Page Ai remained silent. He counted the time in his heart, as if he was waiting for the impending death. When he heard the sound of footsteps, his feet were already surrounded by cigarette butts, and even his throat was hoarse from nicotine. President Pei, congratulations. Seeing his dejected expression, Shin Yi didn't want to tease him. He sat between the two of them. You don't even have to confess. You can start dating immediately. Page Ai's back tensed. What do you mean? The reason her memory is confused is that she confused dreams with reality. Dreams? That's right. Shin Yu chuckled. In her memory, you're her husband in her previous life and her lover in this life. After hearing him talk about the content of her dreams, Page Ai felt even more complicated and was unable to calm down. He thought of her red eyes that day and did not know whether to be happy or worried. Can I tell her the truth? You can't. Shin Yu continued. Lin Jiao doesn't feel safe now. If you break her mental state rashly, she'll easily develop self-doubt, panic, and depression, and perhaps something even worse. Ju Yinshin looked at Page Ai anxiously. Isn't this what you want all along? Just treat it as fostering a relationship with her. I think so too, Shin Yi agreed. He knew that Page Ai was not ready and tried to persuade him. Lin Jiao must have you in her heart. Don't feel too pressured. What makes you so sure? Just the fact that she didn't dream of us becoming her husband explains everything, doesn't it? Page Ai was speechless. He actually couldn't refute that. Page Ai leaned back in his chair, his heart racing. How long will it take for her to recover? I can't say for sure. Then does she still recognize the people around her? She might not recognize those whom she isn't familiar with. Shin Yu blew out a puff of smoke and told him a few things to take note of. You should go in to keep her company. After all, you are her husband from her previous life. Page Ai's heart skipped a beat. He stood up and walked to the door of the ward. Before placing his hand on the doorknob, he took deep breaths to calm himself down. Uncle, I want to eat cake. When he sat down, Lin Jiao leaned into his arms like before. What flavor? Masha. Page Ai put his arm around her as he ordered cakes on the app. He showed her the screen and asked gently, what else do you want? Watermelon milkshake. Lin Jiao stared at his handsome face. After he was done ordering, she grabbed his collar and pulled him down. She kissed the side of his face. A reward. She might as well kill him. Page Ai tried his best to stop his beating heart from jumping out of his chest. In order to prevent her from kissing him now and then, he stroked her long hair and coaxed, Jiao Jiao, it's not good to do this in the hospital. There's no one else here. But there are surveillance cameras, he pointed at the vent and said in all seriousness. Lin Jiao was about to look in the direction he was pointing when he grabbed her chin. Does your head still hurt? It doesn't hurt. Then sleep for a while. Page Ai carefully helped her lie down. I'll wake you up when the takeout arrives. Come up on the bed with me, I'm not sleepy. Lin Jiao insisted on him sleeping with her. She slowly turned over and rested her head on his arm in satisfaction. Uncle, can I make a request? 94 I want to live with him. Things were different now. Page Ai did not dare to agree to her request rashly. Tell me about it first. Lin Jiao leaned against his chest. I want to move in with you after I get discharged. They had only spent a short time together in her previous life. Now that they had met again, she only wanted to make up for all the regrets she had in the past. Jiao Jiao, we can only live together when we get married. Then let's get married. Page Ai felt like his brain was being struck by a wooden stick, causing him to lose the ability to think. If she said that while she was in her right mind, he would definitely go home immediately to get all the paperwork done. However, she was not. Pei-Jai sighed helplessly. Let's get married when you turn 25, okay? Why? It's not good to get married too early. But, she married him as soon as she reached a marriageable age in her previous life, so she did not think that age was an issue. But what? She pursed her lips. But I don't want to wait too long. Pei-Jai was the same. He stretched his stiff legs out of the blanket and flexed his knees before talking to her. Jiao Jiao. He looked sideways at her. I haven't had enough alone time with you yet. I don't want to have children too early. We can choose not to have children for now. Still no. I have no self-control. Lin Jiao was in a dilemma. She thought for a long time but could not think of a solution. It was not until Shenyi appeared that her worries were swept away. Are you two going to sleep? Shenyi looked at Pei-Jai, who was frozen on the bed like a mummy, and coughed to hide his smile. Ju Yinshan was also trying his best to fight back the urge to laugh out loud. He walked to the bed and patted the leg that was hanging outside. President Pei, isn't your leg cold? Not really. Pei-Jai glared at him. He sat up, holding the railing, and was about to ask about the surveillance cameras when the person in his arms beat him to it. Shenyi, I have something to ask you. Ask away. Lin Jiao asked, how can I avoid getting pregnant? Fit. Ju Yinshan spat out a mouthful of water. He grabbed his collar and coughed a few times. When he felt better, he put down the cup and said in disbelief, did I hear it wrong? No. Lin Jiao lifted the wet blanket and did not blame him. Brother Yinshan, drink slowly next time. Don't choke. Ju Yinshan only heard the word no. He looked at the expressionless Pei-Jai. Why are you suddenly talking about having children? This topic just came up. Lin Jiao looked at Shenyi, waiting for his answer. Shenyi replied from the doctor's perspective, there's something called condom. Don't you know? He doesn't want to use it. Pei-Jai fell back on the bed, speechless. President Pei, do you want to give sterilization a try? Shenyi leaned against the wall and suggested seriously. Sterilization? Is surgery needed for that? Right, that won't do. Lin Jiao could not bear to let him suffer. She was silent for a moment. Is there any other way? Under someone's warning gaze, Shenyi stopped teasing. The best way is to use condom. Let's talk about this later. Pei-Jai pulled her into his arms so that she could not ask again. He adjusted the pillow behind his waist and asked, did you find him? No news yet. Ju Yinshan and Shenyi sat down on the sofa. He thought about it again and asked Lin Jiao in an extremely tactful manner, Jiao Jiao, why didn't you go back home after work today? I did. Then how did you injure your head? Lin Jiao frowned, trying to find important information from that blurry memory. But somehow, the more she thought about it, the more her head hurt. It's fine if you can't remember. Pei-Jai caressed her eyebrows to soothe her. He handed the phone to her and changed the topic. See where the takeout is. Okay. Lin Jiao lit up the screen. While she was doing that, Pei-Jai called them to the balcony to discuss this matter. Ju Yinshan asked, when do you plan to tell Pei Yulin about her condition? Tomorrow. All right. He stretched his neck. Spend more time with her. We'll go back first. Pei-Jai sent them off. He picked up the takeout on the nurse's desk and returned to the ward. Jiao Jiao, eat first. Lin Jiao returned the phone to him. She scooped a spoonful of cake and fed it to him. Try it. A sweet but not greasy smell filled the air. Pei-Jai swallowed it and felt that it was sweet from his throat to his heart. He put the straw into the milk teacup and handed it to her. I'm going out to buy makeup remover for you. Then come back quickly, okay? Lin Jiao finished the cake and milk tea and stared at the door fixedly, expecting someone's return. When he returned, she leaned back and waited for him to remove her makeup. It's time to sleep. Pei-Jai washed her up and leaned over to turn off the light. Seeing that he was about to walk to the sofa, Lin Jiao grabbed the corner of his shirt and pulled him back. This bed is not small. Let's sleep together. I'm afraid I'll accidentally touch your wound. It's okay. Pei-Jai could not refuse anymore. He took off his shoes and socks and lay under the blanket with her, using his thin arms as a pillow. Jiao Jiao, good night. What about a good night kiss? Lin Jiao slowed down and looked up. The gentle moonlight shone on her expectant eyes, making his heart melt. He planted a kiss on her forehead. Be good and sleep. Don't forget to kiss me tomorrow morning. I won't. After getting his promise, Lin Jiao closed her eyes happily and fell asleep in peace. Pei Jai sighed slightly and gradually tightened his grip on her waist. Surrounded by her sweet smell, he fell asleep with her. "Boss, I brought the chicken soup." Xiao came to the hospital early in the morning with a thermos. He asked about Lin Jiao first to make sure that she was fine. "I made this morning. It's enough for the two of you." "Thank you." Pei Jai was very sincere. After helping Lin Jiao clean her face, he turned around and walked into the washroom to wash up, leaving Xiao staring at her. Xiao could see the sweetness in her eyes and suddenly had a guess. "Miss Lin, what did boss say to you just now?" Under his gossipy gaze, Lin Jiao said slowly, "He didn't say anything. He just kissed me." Xiao's eyes widened. "Kiss?" 95 Enjoy the alone time with her. "Yeah." Lin Jiao picked up the spoon and scooped the soup, savoring the fragrance of the chicken. She praised, "The soup is good." Xiao was still in a daze. He placed his hands on the railing at the end of the bed and asked with uncertainty, "Can I change the way I address you?" "How do you want to address me?" "Lady boss. Isn't this how you always address me?" The more Lin Jiao looked at him, the more confused she was. Xiao was dumbfounded. After Pei Jai finished washing up, he quickly pulled him to the balcony. "Boss, there's something wrong with Miss Lin's head. Her memory is just all jumbled up." "How did it happen?" asked Shen Yi. Pei Jai did not have time to explain. Before turning around, he reminded, "Be careful with what you say and do in front of her. She is unstable." "All right." Xiao nodded. Not long after he found Shen Yi, Pei Yulan and Chu Yeju came over with the same confusion. After they heard the whole story, they fell into a deep and long silence. No one knew what to say. "Uncle, come out for a moment." When Pei Yulan pushed open the door, her eyes were still red. "What happened? You know Jiao's condition, right?" "Yeah." Pei Jai leaned against the wall and waited for his niece to continue. "Can you please help her?" "How do you want me to help?" As soon as Pei Yulan looked into her eyes, she became timid, but for Lin Jiao, she still mustered up her courage to face him head-on. She said seriously, "You are very important to Jiao now. If you don't pretend to be her boyfriend, she'll definitely break down. And then, I know you don't like her, and it's not fair to you, but she—" "Who said I don't like her?" Pei Jai smiled mischievously. He flicked her forehead twice, his tone filled with warning. "I will pretend you didn't introduce a boyfriend to Jiao, but if you do that again, don't blame me for being rude." At this moment, Pei Yulan felt like she had been struck by lightning. She was stunned for a moment before muttering, "Uncle likes Jiao." Chu Yeju nodded. Brother Pei liked her before she got together with Ji Yu Quan. "Why didn't you say so earlier?" If she knew, she would have set them up long ago instead of letting that bastard Ji Yu Quan break Lin Jiao's heart. He hid it too well. Chu Yeju played with the lighter and yawned. "I only found out 2 years ago." Sigh. Pei Yulan felt sorry for Pei Jai when she thought of how he had been having a crush on Lin Jiao for so many years. "Why are you sighing?" "I'm just touched," she said seriously. "Our Pei family is really too affectionate." "Are you affectionate?" "Not only am I affectionate, but also my affection lasts the longest." "Oh." Chu Yeju replied curtly. He put the lighter back in his pocket and held her arm to pull her up from the chair. "Go in and see your aunt." Pei Yulan liked this idea. "Auntie." As soon as she entered, she pounced on the bed and hugged Lin Jiao. "I want a Chanel." "Can I?" "Which one?" "The black tote bag." Pei Yulan opened the official website for her to see. Just as Lin Jiao was about to place the order, Pei Jai took her phone and punched in his credit card. After paying, he returned it to her and said lovingly, "Use this card when you buy things in the future." "Okay." Lin Jiao smiled faintly. She returned to the official website and bought 2 scarves for Pei Yulan. "This is especially suitable for you." Pei Yulan pointed at a choker decorated with diamonds. "It's too shiny. You can match it with a dress." She showed the photo to Pei Jai. "Uncle, what do you think?" "Not bad." As soon as he said that it was not bad, Lin Jiao stopped hesitating. She placed the order and began chit-chatting with Pei Yulan. At this moment, Ju Yinshan rushed to the hospital with a dark expression and called them to the balcony. He said coldly, "The person who sent Lin Jiao to the hospital went abroad. So far, we only found out that his employer is called He Chi." "He Chi?" Chu Yeju paused in the middle of lighting a cigarette. That name rings a bell. Song Jun's friend. The one who was beaten up in Boyu Club. Yes. Shen Yi frowned at Pei Jai. Do you think this has anything to do with Ji Yu Quan? I'm not sure. Pei Jai pondered for a moment. But I don't think it's likely. Then we'll investigate He Chi and the surveillance cameras near Mingshin Mansion. After hearing this conversation, Question Xiao went to investigate without needing Pei Jai to remind him. After he left, Ju Yinshan finally figured out the relationship between that group of people. If Ji Yu Quan was really the one who did it, I'll definitely kill him. To begin with, Ji Yu Quan was a scumbag, and now he even resorted to violence. Did he really think Lin Jiao was alone and easy to bully? Count me in. Chu Yeju became especially excited when he heard about seeking justice for Lin Jiao. He stepped on the cigarette butt under his foot. They really don't know what's good for them. How long has it been since the last beating? They are itching for some punches again. Calm down. Shen Yi stopped him from brandishing his fists. We'll discuss it when Question Xiao finds out. How long will it take him to find out? 2 days at most. Pei Jai was very confident in Question Xiao's ability. Otherwise, he would not have kept him around. He thought of the scene he saw in Boyu Club last time and a trace of disgust flashed across his eyes. Don't worry, the person who injured Jiao Jiao will not escape unscathed. Ju Yinshan gradually calmed down. He stubbed out the cigarette between his fingers and looked back. Is her wound inflamed? No. How long before she can remove the stitches? In 5 days. After telling him about her condition, Shen Yi was called away by a nurse. He was busy seeing the patients, and the other 3 had their own things to do. In just a moment, the ward was deserted. Pei Jai was left alone to accompany Lin Jiao. He was lying on the bed watching a drama with Lin Jiao in his arms. Just as he saw the male and female leads kissing, she turned to look at him. He reminded her, there are surveillance cameras. Lin Jiao pulled the blanket over their heads. They can't see us now. She pressed her lips against his chin in the dim light to find the spot where his lips were. The moment their lips touched, Pei Jai's body tensed, followed by an indescribable numbness. Even if it was just a light kiss, it still caused his desire to grow crazily. Hearing his rapid breathing, Lin Jiao thought that he was stifled and quickly lifted the blanket to bring in some air. She looked up. Are you all right? I guess so. Pei Jai let out a long breath. He pressed the play button on the iPad. Just as he thought that there would be no intimate scene, the male and female leads fell onto the sofa again. Without waiting for her to speak first this time, he said, Jiao Jiao, I want to. You want to? Lin Jiao grabbed his collar. She looked at the buttons. But you're not wearing a tie. I have nothing to pull. 96 Tracking down He Chi. No. Pei Jai held the hand on his collar, feeling both helpless and amused. Jiao Jiao, I want to watch a sci-fi movie. Don't you like this drama? I didn't watch the previous episodes, so I'm confused. Lin Jiao did not insist. She opened the list for him and, at his signal, played a sci-fi movie. Uncle, when can I be discharged? Before the movie started, she lay on his chest and played with his fingertips. Friday. Pei Jai carefully brushed aside the hair on her shoulder. You can be discharged after the stitches are removed. Did you help me apply for leave? Tomorrow. Yes. Lin Jiao focused on the iPad, her eyes reflecting the scenes that flashed past. She lay on the bed with him for a long time and watched movie after movie. Question Xiao knocked on the door the next evening. He took out a USB flash drive and went to Shen Yi's office to borrow a laptop. The person who went out with Miss Lin is Su Tian. On the footage, the two of them could clearly be seen standing downstairs and having a few minutes of conversation. Although they could not hear anything, they could tell that there was hostility between the two of them. Pei Jai frowned. Did she hurt Lin Jiao? No. Question Xiao clicked on the image of the front door of the cafe and the back alley. Not long after He Chi entered, Miss Lin was carried out. It should be him who did it. What about the camera footage in the cafe? They've already deleted it in advance. They are pretty fast. Pei Jai sneered. As he rubbed the fountain pen on the table, he asked Shen Yi, how serious is Jiao Jiao's injury? Minor injury. Shen Yi crossed his arms. If we call the police, he'll be locked up for 15 days at most. That's too easy on him. Indeed. We have to settle this privately. Leave He Chi to Yinshan. Pei Jai knew that Ju Yinshan was angry, so he decided to give him a chance to vent his anger. After Ju Yinshan was done venting his anger, it would be his turn to do so. Shen Yi nodded. How about Su Tian? He remembered that she had come to do a checkup. Her medical record can be used against her. We can't give it to Ji Yuquan yet. Pei Jai guessed what he meant and reminded him, don't forget that Jiao Jiao must avoid extreme ups and downs of emotion at this moment. That's true. With Ji Yuquan's personality, he would most likely come to find Lin Jiao after ditching Su Tian. At that time, Lin Jiao would definitely suffer. Pei Jai thought for a moment and said to Question Shao, choose someone from the information and tell him Su Tian's location. Question Shao nodded, got it. What do you mean? I don't understand. Shen Yi was curious. After he finished reading the information, he regretted it so much that he wanted to wash his eyes. It's too scary. I can't find an adjective to describe it. Me too at first. Question Shao crossed his legs and swayed his feet, asking him for some advice. Which one do you think is suitable? About the same. What if you had to choose one? Shen Yi guessed that he was conflicted, so he gave him an idea. Find out who's in the country first. All right. Question Shao pulled out the USB flash drive. He walked to the window and called Ven Al to ask him to keep an eye on this matter. At the same time, Ju Yinshan sent a few people to capture He Qi. As night fell, a few silver lights flashed across the dark clouds in the sky, indicating that this night was not going to be peaceful. In the underground boxing arena in the city center, He Qi, who was stuffed in a brown sack, was thrown to the floor without any strength to struggle. The light above his head poured down at him. He subconsciously narrowed his eyes and sized up his surroundings through the layers of blurry light. Send him up. The man with the crew cut glanced at him indifferently and lowered his head to wipe the back of his hand. He Qi was so frightened that his face was pale, but the tape around his mouth made him unable to utter a sound. He could only let them push him into the boxing ring. The group of burly men who were watching the beating felt bored and wanted to spice things up. Brother Dao, untie him first. They shouted at the boxer opposite He Qi. Remove the tape too. Let us hear him beg. That's right. I was about to fall asleep. Hearing the suggestions, Brother Dao removed the tape that was covered in saliva disdainfully and untied his hands. He Qi, who could finally speak, turned to glare at the man on the sofa and threatened, I advise you to let me go. What if I don't? Unless you kill me now, I'll definitely flatten this lousy place. You're that confident? The man with the crew cut laughed. He raised his chin at the boxer. If you can beat him, I'll do you the favor of flattening this lousy place. Do you think I'll be ordered around by you? Who do you think you? Before He Qi could finish speaking, he received a heavy punch on the face. His anger rose. Without waiting for the other party to attack again, he kicked his abdomen. Brother Dao hammered at his knee. He glanced at the place where He Qi wanted to launch a sneak attack. I didn't expect you to like this place. He Qi, who had never been humiliated like this, pounced on him crazily. However, he was not trained, and his punches felt like air on Brother Dao. Are you done? Brother Dao looked at him disdainfully. When He Qi stood up again, he stopped teasing him and punched him again and again without holding back. Gradually, the smell of blood and sweat mixed together and brushed past the audience below. He Qi, who had been beaten unconscious a few times, lost his will completely. He even started begging. Unfortunately, no one cared about it. He could only endure the pain that was sweeping through his body. He could only watch as countless unfamiliar faces took turns throwing punches at him. Boss. After Brother Dao left the boxing ring again, he found the man with the crew cut. It's Friday. He's still alive. He's alive, but he's no different from dead. How tragic. The man with the crew cut shook his head. He called Ju Yinshan and, at his instruction, asked someone to send He Qi to Tongji Hospital. Shen Yi, who received a new patient, went to the hospital to welcome this big client. He followed the nurse to the emergency room and said seriously, he's seriously injured. Let's do a thorough checkup first. Thorough checkup? Does that include andrology? Of course it does. All right. The nurse glanced down and saw that there was nothing intact on He Qi, so she didn't object. Shen Yi caught her gaze and wanted to laugh. He covered his mouth and coughed. Send him to the ward on the top floor after the treatment. 97 Trying to win his kiss. The nurse closed the curtain. After taking some photos of him, Shen Yi went to find Pei Jai. He leaned against the wall. I think he's in an especially bad mental state. He's probably traumatized by that group of beatboxers. Pei Jai's reaction was calm after looking at the photos. Perfect. He put the makeup remover and toiletries in the bag. You can rip him off. That's true. Where are you going tonight? Home, of course. Aren't you afraid that Lin Jiao will kick up a fuss? I am. Pei Jai looked out. But I'm more afraid that she will do something to challenge my self-control. In the hospital, he could still use the surveillance cameras as an excuse. If he brought her home, he would probably fall prey to her. Let her kiss you won't hurt. Shen Yu slowly washed his hands slowly. Why are you acting like a chaste man now? I'm just being responsible for her. Pei Jai turned around and left the washroom. He walked to Lin Jiao's side, picked up the shoelace on the ground, and helped her tie it. Shen Yi, we'll leave first. Shen Yu replied, be careful on the way. He watched the two figures walk away and head to the other direction to complete his mission. The sound of the ambulance gradually disappeared when the Mercedes-Benz drove out of the parking lot. Lin Jiao, who was sitting in the passenger seat, opened the window to enjoy the breeze that carried the fragrance of flowers. When she turned around, her eyes were still shining brightly. Uncle, yes, I want to go home with you. When he met her gaze, Pei Jai's heart skipped a beat. Not tonight. Why? I plan to go back to the old mansion. He had already thought of an excuse, but he still felt bad about lying to her. Lin Jiao lowered her eyes in disappointment. She rubbed her hands. After a long silence, she asked, what about tomorrow? I'll be there tomorrow too. The day after tomorrow? Pei Jai did not answer. He rubbed the top of her head. Jiao Jiao, I'll tell you when I've decided. Okay, then don't make me wait too long. I won't. After receiving his affirmative answer, Lin Jiao, who had always believed in him, did not harp on this topic. She turned to face him and looked at his side profile longingly. I have to go out tomorrow and can't see you. With whom? Qian Yu, and Yulin. Pei Jai was searching in his memory about this unfamiliar name. He turned the steering wheel and asked with uncertainty, is Qian Yu the one who studies medicine? That's right. Haven't you seen her before? I don't think so. When the car stopped outside the building, Lin Jiao opened her arms and waited for him to come over to hug her. I'll let you two meet when we have the chance. Okay. Pei Jai put his arm around her waist. He looked down into her eyes and said, reluctant to let her go, remember to send me the location when you go out tomorrow. Kiss me first. Lin Jiao tapped her lips, trying her best to trick him into kissing her. If I don't kiss you, I might forget. Pei Jai did not know what to do with her. He gulped and tilted his head to cover her red lips for a good 5 seconds. Be good, he repeated what he just said, his voice inexplicably hoarse. You have to remember. Got it. Lin Jiao got out of the car. She stepped into the elevator and went home before the sunset. The next night, she went to the bar street near the CBD. Business on Bar Street was still booming. Every weekend, there were several times more customers than usual. The bars they passed by were filled with lively laughter. Jiao Jiao, over here. Pei Yulin leaned against the window on the second floor and waved at her. Lin Jiao looked up and walked up the creaking wooden stairs. Is Qian Yu not here yet? She took off her beige coat and sat down beside Pei Yulin. In no time, Pei Yulin gave her a glass of 3 drunken immortals. She looked at Lin Jiao from the side and saw that her eyes were filled with sweet smiles. She couldn't help but be curious. How far have you and uncle progressed? Only kissing at the moment. Kissing, Lin Jiao nodded. But strangely, I didn't get the feeling Qian Yu described. Did you do it wrong? What did I do wrong? Tell me how you kissed each other first. Pei Yulin's eyes were filled with gossip. Lin Jiao said seriously, our lips touched. Isn't that how you're supposed to kiss? No, only then did Pei Yulin realize that Lin Jiao had a wrong definition of kissing. She found a hot French kiss dynamic photo from an American drama on the internet and explained to her with extreme patience, this is called kissing. Lin Jiao seemed to have learned it. She looked at the photo 3 times and asked, what should I do if he doesn't want to? You have to ask Qian Yu about this. What do you want to ask me? A charming voice was heard. Qian Yu placed a red deal on the table and sat down opposite her. She got the looks from her mother. At first glance, it was easy to mistake her for a European. Pei Yulin handed the phone to her. Jiao Jiao wants to ask you what if the person she wants to kiss doesn't open his mouth like this. If it were anyone else, they would probably be embarrassed to hear such a blunt question the first thing upon their arrival. However, Qian Yu was very calm the entire time. She quietly sized up Lin Jiao. Seeing that her current state was completely different from when she was with Ji Yuquan, Qian Yu was very sure that her feelings for Pei Jai were not simply due to a confused memory. Jiao Jiao, what is his sign? She started to put on airs of a love mentor. Scorpio. Then you just have to seduce him. How? Lin Jiao leaned forward, her eyes filled with desire for knowledge. Wear sexy pajamas and sit on his lap. He definitely won't be able to resist. What if he can resist? Very unlikely. Qian Yu paused for a few seconds. If he really can, kiss him from the back of his neck to the corner of his mouth. In the following few minutes, Lin Jiao and Pei Yulan learned a lot of useful knowledge. After taking note of it, she said, what if he doesn't want to live with me? It's very simple. Pei Yulan thought of a solution without thinking. She swirled her wine glass. I have a spare key to his house. I'll bring it to you tomorrow. Is that a good idea? Definitely not. Qian Yu spoke before Pei Yulan could. This won't solve the problem. 98 Pretending to be drunk. Lin Jiao thought so too. She picked up the wine glass and tasted the fruit fragrance that entered her nose. Is there any other way? Qian Yu gave her 2 ideas. One of the most common ideas was to pretend to be drunk so that she could get what she wanted tonight. Give the key to Yulan for safekeeping, right away. Lin Jiao stuffed the door key into Pei Yulan's bag. After her problem was solved, it was Pei Yulan's turn to ask, what about me? I haven't kissed him yet. Didn't you kiss him when you went to visit him on the shooting side? I didn't get the chance. No hurry. Qian Yu made a perfect plan based on her situation. She took out an air cushion to touch up her makeup. That's about it. Next time, I'll have to ask you something in return. Pei Yulan understood what she meant. We don't have to wait for next time. I'll introduce one to you now. Really? Absolutely. She swiped open her phone and scrolled through her WeChat list. What type of men do you like as of now? Gentle and mature. I think Shinyi is not bad. Lin Jiao immediately thought of him. And he's a doctor too. He's a good match for you. Shinyi from Tongji Hospital. You saw him. Qian Yu pursed her lips. I met him this morning when I went to sign the contract. Are you going to work at Tongji from now on? That's right. What a coincidence. Pei Yulan retracted her hand from the list and looked at her suggestively. Why don't you two try to develop a relationship? Forget it. She said without thinking. It's especially awkward to remain colleagues after breaking up. You're already thinking about breaking up before you even start dating. I like to plan things ahead of time. Pei Yulan clicked her tongue and said, if you have feelings for him, you can give it a try. But I don't. Then I'll find someone else for you. Lin Jiao listened carefully to the male candidates and occasionally gave suggestions. Unfortunately, Qian Yu did not like any of them. I only have so many single and unmarried male friends. Pei Yulan shrugged and looked at Lin Jiao. Jiao Jiao, do you have any? I do, but I don't think he's compatible. Who? Brother Yinshan. What makes you think he's not compatible? Qian Yu's curiosity was piqued. He changes his girlfriends very often. Does he cheat? No. Does he hit women? No. Lin Jiao listed his advantages. He's very filial and kind. He never loses his temper for no reason. From what you said, other than changing girlfriends frequently, he's good in all aspects. Right. Let me see the photo first. Qian Yu put out her hands. If he's my type, it doesn't matter how often he changes girlfriends. Lin Jiao found a photo for her to look at. When a familiar face entered Qian Yu's eyes, she couldn't help but exclaim, it's him. She stood up excitedly. Jiao Jiao, are you sure he's single? Positive. Lin Jiao was puzzled. What's wrong? He fits my criteria for a partner. Because of this photo? No. Qian Yu told them about how Yinshan helped her find her stolen phone in Lin City one evening in July. She took a sip of wine to calm herself down. I wanted to ask him for his contact number, but his girlfriend was present too, so you fell in love with him at first sight. You could say that. It's the same between me and Jiang Yi. Pei Yulan was even more excited than her when she heard of a similar encounter. Lin Jiao, who was sandwiched in the middle, covered her ears when the other two screamed. Jiao Jiao, are you close to him? He's my brother. Cousin? No. She briefly explained her relationship with Zhu Yinshan and asked, are you really planning to develop a relationship with him? Qian Yu replied firmly, I won't leave after coming back this time anyway. Fine, what kind of expression is that? She held Lin Jiao's arm. Don't you want me to be your sister-in-law? Lin Jiao shook her head. I'm afraid you'll get hurt. Although Qian Yu had more romantic experiences than them, if she really fell in love with someone, she would do anything. As for Zhu Yinshan, he did not even know what love was. Don't worry, Qian Yu leaned on her shoulder, feeling a warmth in her heart. I will walk away if I must. Seeing that she was determined, Lin Jiao did not stop her. She opened the calendar. It's uncle's birthday on the 5th of next month. I'll introduce him to you then. He won't fall in love during this period, will he? I don't think so. Tell him first. Qian Yu was worried that she would be disappointed and quickly asked her to send a WeChat message. Not long after, Zhu Yinshan called. Jiao Jiao, why do you want to introduce a girl to me all of a sudden? Can't I? Of course you can. With the cigarette in his mouth, he listened carefully to the song on the other end of the phone. Where are you guys now? Shall I come over and play? Lin Jiao glanced at Qian Yu. We're leaving soon. All right. Zhu Yinshan collapsed on the bed and did not force her. Tell me when you get home. Okay. Lin Jiao hung up. Just as she was about to ask Qian Yu, Pei Yulan asked first, why don't you want to see him tonight? I didn't dress up today. Qian Yu looked down at the dress she was wearing and pointed at the tip of her nose. There's another pimple here. Your pimple isn't obvious. It's all the same. She cared about her image. I don't want him to see any flaws in me. Lin Jiao chuckled. I understand. People who fell in love all wanted to show their best side to their loved ones, and she was no exception. Come, cheers. Seeing that there was still so much wine left to drink, Pei Yulan immediately raised her glass. The atmosphere was still lively. After 3 rounds of drinking, all of them were red in the face. Seeing that it was almost midnight, Qian Yu took the phone from Lin Jiao and called Pei Jai. She told him about the location of the bar. Done. How soon will he be here? About 15 minutes. Then should I hide? Pei Yulan put down her cup, worried that she would be scolded later. No need. Lin Jiao held the mirror as Qian Yu helped her touch up her makeup. Just pretend to be asleep. Pei Yulan crossed her arms and lay down. She looked at Qian Yu again before closing her eyes. Don't let him send me back. Qian Yu blinked. Okay. 99 Little Liar. Pei Jai arrived on time to pick up Lin Jiao. He found Lin Jiao and strode over to pull her into his arms. How much did she drink? Not much. About 10 glasses. Qian Yu watched them and felt that they were a good match. She tapped her fingers on the table. When she caught the anxiety in his eyes, she raised her chin slightly to the right. Take Lin Jiao back first. Pei Jai turned to look at Pei Yulan. Before he could speak, Qian Yu said, leave Yulan to me. Okay. He picked up Lin Jiao and looked at Qian Yu. Thank you. His eyes were unreadable, making Qian Yu feel that their plan had been seen through. She calmed herself down. It's fine. When the footsteps were gone, Pei Yulan, who was pretending to be asleep, opened one eye. Did he notice it? I can't say for sure. Was my acting bad? Not really. Qian Yu suspected that she was overthinking and did not dwell on it. Do you still want to drink? I can't drink anymore. Pei Yulan put on her coat and followed her downstairs. She pushed open the door of the bar, thinking that she would not be discovered by Pei Jai who had just driven off. She even stood on her tiptoes and looked to the left and right. Little did she know that Pei Jai saw her sneaky actions through the rearview mirror. He sneered and drove towards Mingxin Mansion. He stopped at the building and looked for Lin Jiao's door key. Hearing the noise, Lin Jiao grabbed her seatbelt guiltily and closed her eyes even more tightly. She waited for a long time but did not see him continue driving. Her heart was in her mouth, but she was afraid of being discovered and did not dare to move. Finally, Pei Jai took out his house key and waved it in her ear. In an instant, the girl who pretended to be drunk opened her eyes. Realizing that she had been deceived, Lin Jiao panicked. She suppressed the emotions in her eyes and looked over in a daze. Were you calling me just now? Are you a little liar? No. Then I wasn't calling you. Pei Jai leaned over and wrapped his arms around her waist. He touched her flushed cheek gently. Jiao Jiao, where's your key? What key? Door key. I'm so sleepy. Lin Jiao didn't understand him. She reached out to hug his neck and said coquettishly, I feel uncomfortable all over my body. Then what should we do? It's time to sleep. Pei Jai chuckled. He turned around and drove towards the red maple forest. After finding a parking spot, he carried her all the way to the 19th floor in the elevator. When the door opened, the sleepy Lin Jiao narrowed her eyes and looked around. The living room was mainly grayish-white. The furnishings were simple, but they looked organized. The floor-to-ceiling window facing the entrance had a wide view. Not only could one see the city and the CBD, but one could also see the starry night. "I'll go run you a bath." Pei-Jai took out the pair of cat slippers he had prepared and placed them in front of her before entering the bathroom. Lying on the sofa, all Lin Jiao could think of was the goal she set out to achieve. She ran through the knowledge that Qian Yu had taught her. When he came with the bathrobe, she had already decided on plan A. "Slow down." Pei-Jai watched as the figure flashed past his eyes. Lin Jiao closed the door. "Wait for me in the room." He did not plan to sleep in the same room as her. He pushed open the door to the second bedroom and tidied it up. 20 minutes later, the sound of running water stopped. Pei-Jai, who was scrolling through his WeChat messages, heard footsteps approaching. Before he could look up, half of the lights in the living room were turned off. "Jiao Jiao, why did you turn off the lights? It's too bright." Lin Jiao sat on his lap. She wrapped her arms around his neck and pressed her lips against his skin. Pei-Jai, whose body tensed up, did not move. He felt the itch running from his right neck to his Adam's apple. Subconsciously, he pushed her away. "Stop it." He held her shoulder, his gaze dark like the cloud before rain. Lin Jiao refused to stop. She stared at his thin lips and grabbed his collar. Unless she achieved her goal, she didn't seem like she was gonna back down at all. Pei-Jai, who had never encountered such a situation, slowly fell into the trap. When he tasted the sweetness, his eyes darkened. This feeling was extremely addictive. In the past, she never experienced it, so she didn't care what it felt like. Now, when their lips touched, all she could think about was having their lips glued together forever. "Pata." The remote control that fell to the ground broke the silence. She calmed her breathing. "I dropped the remote control." "Oh." Pei-Jai gulped. He picked up the remote control and carried her to the side uncomfortably. "Jiao Jiao, go to sleep first." His hoarse voice brushed past Lin Jiao's ear, making her feel numb. She wrapped her arms around his waist. "Together." "I'll wait a little while." "Waiting for what?" Pei-Jai could not answer this question. He asked Lin Jiao to bring the cigarettes to him and slowly lit one, trying to use nicotine to suppress the desire. The smoke rose up, making only his side profile visible. Seeing that he had finished smoking, Lin Jiao raised her chin and kissed his earlobe. "Do you still want to wait?" 101st meeting with her parents. Pei-Jai stared at her face. "No, I've waited long enough." He hid the love that was overflowing and making him unable to think straight. If he continued to wait, he felt like he was going to die. Lin Jiao lay on his shoulder and let him carry her into the master bedroom on the right side of the corridor. She lifted the blanket and got in. Seeing that he was about to leave, she called out to him, "Don't you want to sleep with me?" "I do. I'm just going to take a shower." "Then don't take too long." Pei-Jai did not answer. He pushed open the bathroom door. While washing his body with shower gel, he was immersed in the hot air coming out of the shower. The moment he went into bed, Lin Jiao, who was so tired that she could not open her eyes, subconsciously snuggled into his arms. She murmured, "Good night kiss." Pei-Jai reached out his right hand and wrapped it around the back of her neck. He kissed the top of her head. When he felt sleepy and tired, he fell asleep with her. Nights that weren't spent alone always made people feel at ease. Buzz, buzz. The sun shone through the window and onto the phone. Pei-Jai, who was not awake enough, narrowed his eyes at the caller ID and pressed the answer button. He cleared his throat. "Dad." When a deep male voice entered his ears, Lin Hongyuan was shocked and almost lost his grip on his phone. After confirming that the number was correct, he asked in a questioning tone, "Who are you? What's your relationship with my daughter?" Pei-Jai suddenly sat up straight. He took out his phone and looked at it again. Nervousness and frustration overwhelmed him, making him frown. "Hello, uncle. I'm Jiao Jiao's." He looked at Lin Jiao and said firmly, "Boyfriend." "When did this happen?" "This month." Lin Hongyuan thought that it was difficult to get a full picture of the situation over the phone, so he ordered, "Come back for lunch today." "All right." Pei-Jai could only agree. He quietly left the room. While going to the fitting room to change, He asked Question Xiao to prepare gifts as soon as possible. After packing up, it was 10 o'clock. Lin Jiao woke up when he returned to the bedroom. Her gaze wandered from his carefully styled hair to his suit. Are you going out for business? No, Page I told her what happened. He put on his watch and his well-defined hand landed on his collar. Just as he was about to button up his tie was grabbed. The feeling of being strangled made him lean over and close the distance between them. Lin Jiao locked her arms around neck and climbed onto his body. Page I held the back of her head, his thick eyelashes casting a shadow on her cheek. I forgot to brush my teeth. Lin Jiao pursed her lips and lowered her head in embarrassment. Her face gradually turned red like a blooming flower in spring, making him unable to take his eyes off her. I forgot too. Page I rubbed her skin, his eyes filled with love. Will it change your opinion about me? How is that possible? As if to prove it, Lin Jiao raised her chin and kissed him again. It was only when her shoulder was grabbed by his hands that she retreated and said seriously, I really don't mind. Page I chuckled. I believe you. He carried her to the bathroom and took out the toothbrush he had bought for her earlier. The fragrance of mint spread in the air. Two overlapping figures were playing in front of the mirror. The laughter that spread to the bedroom was swept up by the breeze and gradually slipped out of the glass window. A BMW drove through the greenery and into the European-style villa near the fountain garden. Lin Honyuan pushed open the door. Hearing the noise, his wife, Fang Lu, came out from the kitchen. I thought it was Jiao Jiao. She handed the crab to the nanny and wiped her hands dry. Did you go out just to buy these? Isn't it enough? Lin Honyuan opened the bag and placed 2 bottles of wine and 3 cigarette boxes on the coffee table. I'm afraid her boyfriend won't like white wine. He should be grateful that there's wine to drink. Fang Lu said with a smile, you're already putting on airs before you even become a father-in-law. Aren't you afraid of scaring him away? There's still someone else if he's scared away. Lin Honyuan crossed his legs and raised his chin. My daughter has a house full of suitors. The more he talked like that, the more Fang Lu knew that he was the happiest of them all. She did not argue with him. I'll go up and call Yan Wen. Is she still asleep? I think so. Lin Honyuan nodded softly. He shook open the newspaper. He wanted to browse through news like he usually did, but he kept glancing at the door from the corner of his eye, unable to calm down. When the doorbell rang, he jumped up from his seat like he was sitting on pins and needles. Dad, Auntie Fang. Lin Jiao smiled and held Page Ai's arm as they walked in. Be it the color of their clothes or their looks, they would strike everyone as compatible. Fang Lu tugged at Lin Honyuan, who was in a daze. He went up and took the pile of gift boxes from Page Ai. Why did you buy so many things? Page Ai said gently, I didn't know what you two liked, so I bought some. Don't spend so much money next time. Fang Lu asked them to sit down, feeling inexplicably nervous. When the hot tea was placed on the coffee table, Lin Honyuan, who had been absent-minded, finally came back to his senses. He sized up the young man opposite him and asked, What's your name? Page Ai. The one from Xingheng Corp. Yes. Page Ai sat up straight. Seeing that his body was tense, Lin Jiao held his hand and gestured for him to calm down. She looked at Lin Honyuan. Dad, do you have any business with Xingheng? Lin Honyuan suppressed the shock in his heart. I do. He picked up his teacup and took 2 sips. I signed an advertisement contract with them early this year. Are you in the training industry? Real estate? Page Ai searched his memory. He thought of the names of Lin Jiao's parents she had told him before coming and was almost certain. Is Honyuan Real Estate your company? I changed the name. Lin Honyuan leaned back. He relaxed and leaned against the soft cushion Fang Lu placed behind his back. It's called Honyuan now. Lin Jiao was puzzled. Why did you change the name? 101 Why do I smell jealousy? Fang Lu placed the fruit plate on the coffee table. He consulted with a master who said that changing the name to Honyuan will help the company develop better. Is it effective? I think so. What do you mean you think so? Lin Honyuan took off the Bodai bracelet on his wrist and played with it. I've already signed 2 big orders recently. Apparently, the master you found is not some kind of charlatan. Lin Jiao held the silver fork. She forked up a piece of apple and curiously asked, Are all the businessmen interested in feng shui and fortune reading? Not necessarily. Lin Honyuan raised his chin in Page Ai's direction and said with a smile, Young people like them probably won't care. Pei Jai indeed couldn't be bothered with that kind of superstitious thing at all. However, knowing that Lin Hongyuan was into feng shui, he planned to talk about it to get closer to him. Their laughter drifted to the second floor, attracting Fan Yanwen, who had just come out of the bedroom. She leaned against the spiral staircase and looked down. When that elegant man entered her vision, her heart suddenly skipped a beat. Driven by excitement, she quickly rushed downstairs. When she approached the sofa where he was, her hands were sweating. "This is my sister's daughter, Fan Yanwen." Fan Lu introduced her to them immediately. Fan Yanwen took her mother's surname. Her mother had married overseas last month. Because Fan Yanwen had to finish her studies, she could only stay with the Fan family for the time being. "Hello." Lin Jiao smiled. Seeing Lin Jiao sitting side by side with the man, Fan Yanwen's mind buzzed as she subconsciously thought of a possibility. Fan Lu, who was ignored by Fan Yanwen, felt a little embarrassed. She pulled Fan Yanwen and said again, "This is Jiao Jiao's boyfriend, Pei Jai." As expected, the answer shattered all her expectations and hope. After saying hello with a smile, she followed them to the dining room to eat. "This wine is not bad. Try it." Lin Hongyuan unscrewed the lid of the white wine and poured Pei Jai a glass. Pei Jai took the glass and clinked glasses with him before savoring the wine. The white wine was not as spicy. When he swallowed it, he did not feel a burning sensation in his throat. He picked up a few stir-fried prawns with garlic and slowly peeled them. "If you like white wine, I'll bring it to you next time. I don't want anything with a high alcohol content. Will 43 to 53 be alright?" "That's about the range. If it's over 53, I'm afraid I can't even take a sip. I can't drink wines with high alcohol content either. We're not socializing outside." Fan Lu picked up some food for them. "There's no need to buy strong wines." "That's true." Pei Jai placed the peeled prawns in Lin Jiao's bowl and stared at her side profile. He leaned over and asked, "Do you want to eat crabs?" "No." Lin Jiao put down her chopsticks and took out 2 tissues to wipe his greasy fingertips. When Fan Yanwen saw their sweet interaction, she felt inexplicably annoyed. Perhaps out of jealousy, she broke the silence. "Sister Jiao, when did you start working?" "From July. How do you feel?" "Not bad." Lin Jiao looked up at her and asked casually, "Which year are you in?" Fan Yanwen did not pay attention to Lin Jiao's appearance before. Now that she looked at her face, she felt overwhelmed by a sense of inferiority. She gripped her chopsticks tightly. "3rd year. Are you preparing to take the postgraduate entrance examination?" "Not really. I want to intern first. Getting some internship experience is not bad." Lin Jiao chewed on the prawn. The satisfied look on her face made Fan Yanwen feel even more annoyed. Fan Yanwen pursed her lips and asked, "How long have you been with Brother Pei?" "More than 2 months. Why did he tell me you two got together this month?" Hearing Lin Jiao's answer, Lin Hongyuan looked at Pei Jai. Pei Jai said calmly, "You might have heard wrongly." He did not look like he was lying, so Lin Hongyuan did not think much of it. "How did you two meet?" Lin Jiao said, "His Yulin's uncle." Afraid that he wouldn't remember her, she explained, "The one in the same dormitory as me. The one who once came to our house." "Right." Lin Hongyuan had an impression of Pei Yulin now. He swallowed the food in his mouth and clinked glasses with Pei Jai again. "How old are you?" "Almost 30. Your parents are not nagging at you to get married?" "They are." Pei Jai understood what he meant. He held Lin Jiao's hand that was on the table. "Jiao Jiao is still young. I want to think about marriage after she turns 25. "I see." Lin Hongyuan nodded in satisfaction. He picked up the porcelain bowl and took 2 mouthfuls of rice. From time to time, he would chat with him, making the atmosphere even more harmonious. Only Fan Yanwen could not blend in with them. She kept stealing glances at Pei Jai. To avoid being discovered, she had no choice but to talk to Lin Jiao. "Sister Jiao." When they returned to the living room, she took out her phone from her pocket. "Can we add each other on WeChat?" Lin Jiao did not refuse. She scanned the QR code. Before she could send a friend request, Fan Yanwen leaned forward. "Brother Pei, can I add you too?" She stretched out her right hand, her voice charming and sweet. Pei Jai felt his scalp tingle when he heard her call him brother. "I'm sorry, my friend list is full." If not for the fact that she had a relationship with the Fang family, he would not even be bothered to find an excuse. "That's unfortunate." After being rejected, Fan Yanwen retracted her hand. She accepted Lin Jiao's friend request and asked when the fan couple was not around, "Then do you have other social media apps?" "No. Brother Pei, you're so old-fashioned." Pei Jai took a deep breath to stop himself from flaring up. "Jiao Jiao." He lowered his head and kissed Lin Jiao's cheek, his expression completely different from before. "Can we have a walk outside?" "Okay." Lin Jiao held his hand. She said to Lin Hongyuan and walked out of the front yard along the stone path. Pei Jai sat down on the bench by the fountain. Perhaps because she could feel what was on his mind, before he could mention the annoying girl in the room, Lin Jiao, who was nestled in his arms, spoke. "Uncle, do you hate her?" "I do. Because she called you brother." She wrapped her arms around his thin waist and raised an eyebrow. "Partly. What about the rest?" "She has designs on me." Pei Jai had seen too many similar women like that and could guess at a glance what they were thinking. He stroked her long hair. "Don't interact with her in the future. You can't befriend someone like her." "I know." She had no intention of making friends with Fan Yanwen. Lin Jiao soothed his frown and brushed her warm fingertips across his face. "Have you always been so popular with women? Are you jealous?" "No." Pei Jai pinched her cheek. "Why do I smell jealousy?" 102 Can you like me a little more? There's something wrong with your nose. Lin Jiao refused to admit that she was jealous and didn't allow him to mention it. Looking at that sulky face, Pei Jai chuckled. He asked, "Do you remember what day we were officially together?" "The 12th of August. Have you forgotten?" "No. I just want to reminisce." Seeing that he was immersed in his memories, Lin Jiao remembered how sweet they were at that time. "Even if you didn't tell me your feelings, I would have done so sooner or later." Pei Jai looked into her eyes. Sometimes, he could not tell if her memories were mixed up or if she was really in love with him. He pressed his forehead against hers, his voice like a cello being played by the moonlight. "Jiao Jiao, can you like me a little more?" He did not expect her to like him as much as he liked her. He only hoped that she would not leave him easily. Of course. Lin Jiao acutely sensed his uneasiness and tightened her grip on him. She lifted her chin to kiss his eyelashes. "I'll like you more every day than the day before." "What if you can't?" "Impossible." Pei Jai raised an eyebrow. "Are you that sure?" He looked at her face under the sun and occasionally touched it with his fingertips. Tickled by his caressing, Lin Jiao tilted her head. "Unless you flirt with someone behind my back, I can definitely do it." "Who can I flirt with?" "Those women." Pei Jai lifted her up on his knees and moved his palm down from the back of her head. "I don't want any other women." "What if they pester you?" "They can't. I won't give anyone a chance." The words "I won't give anyone a chance" won Lin Jiao's heart more than all the sweet nothings. She smiled in satisfaction and returned to the Fang family villa with him. "Jiao Jiao, try this." Fan Lu heard their voices and brought out the freshly baked cake. While handing Lin Jiao a spoon, she did not forget to give one to Fan Yanwen. Unfortunately, Fan Yanwen did not appreciate it at all. "I'm very full." "Forget it." Perhaps it was because she was in a bad mood, but she didn't even want to look at the cake. Fan Lu caught the frustration in her eyes. "Yanwen, what's wrong with you today?" Ever since she came downstairs, she seemed to have changed into a different person and become strange. Fan Yanwen found an excuse. "I'm on period." "Do you feel uncomfortable?" "Not really." Afraid that she would feel uncomfortable later, Fan Lu stood up and said, "I'll go make you a cup of brown sugar ginger tea." "Okay," Fan Yanwen replied casually. She opened Lin Jiao's moments again and asked in confusion, "Sister Jiao, why are your moments hidden? What's wrong? I want to see your photo." Lin Jiao fed Pei Jai a spoonful of cake and said calmly, "I rarely take selfies." "What about him?" "Very little, too." "Then do you have photos with you two in it?" Fan Yanwen's gaze stopped on his face. "Yeah, send me a few." She had already thought of what software to use to separate them from the photos. "I'm afraid I can't." Lin Jiao pursed her lips and said in a low voice, "The photos we took are too personal to share." Fan Yanwen understood what she meant. She dug her nails into her palms, disgust growing in her heart. "Are you living together? Is that strange? It doesn't seem right to live together before marriage." "It's not up to you to judge if it's good or not." Pei Jai looked at her coldly. A strong pressure came at Fan Yanwen. The moment she met his eyes, she felt a chill run down her spine. She couldn't figure out why his attitude could switch so quickly and utterly between her and Lin Jiao, but he didn't seem to give her a chance to continue exploring him anymore. What are you talking about? Lin Hongyuan walked to the living room in a pair of dark blue pajamas after taking a nap. We were talking about why you haven't woken up yet. Did I sleep long? Lin Jiao pushed the cake and teacup to him without even looking at Fang Yanwen. It's been almost 2 hours. I'll get sleepy easily when I drink. Lin Hongyuan played with the bow tie bracelet. When he fully woke up, he called Lin Jiao to take a walk in the courtyard. Jiao, how has your grandfather been recently? Pretty good. Is he still objecting to coming back to the city? I didn't ask about that. Lin Jiao sat on the swing with him and swayed forth and back. She turned to look at him. Do you miss him? Yes. Lin Hongyuan lowered his voice. If one did not listen carefully, they would not be able to hear him. He lowered his head and lit a cigarette. He looked at the flowers, his eyes sad, and said like a child, I want to give him a birthday party. It's still far from December. Not really. 2 months will pass in a flash. Lin Jiao could tell what he was thinking. She asked softly, do you want me to help you with that? Lin Hongyuan was silent for a long time. The white smoke coming out of his mouth covered his expression. He sighed and said, your grandfather is getting old. I'm afraid if I lose this chance, I might never get it again. You, what? I'm fine. Lin Jiao swallowed the words in her throat. She held his hand and said, I'll try my best to get you to meet him before December. Are you confident? Don't you have faith in me? I do. He was just not confident that the old man would come. Seeing that the worry on his face was still there, Lin Jiao pulled the swing rope and swung it forward. When Lin Hongyuan, who suddenly lost gravity, heard the creaking sound, he stopped letting his mind wander about. Oh no. Smelling something burning, he quickly patted the sparks off his pajamas. My clothes are burnt. I'm not the one who asked you to smoke. Stop it now. Don't you know you can stop it by placing your foot on the ground? Lin Hongyuan was speechless. Hearing the commotion outside the door, Fang Lu quickly went out to take a look and brought the father and daughter back to the living room with a smile. The harmonious atmosphere lasted until evening. The sound of bidding farewell was blown away by the wind. The black Mercedes parked outside the villa also drove off to the red maple forest before nightfall. Lin Jiao walked into his house again. She collapsed on the sofa and looked at Pei Jai, who was standing beside the central air conditioner. Uncle, does your father want me to go and see him in the old mansion? Yes, he said it before November. Do you know what it's about? Pei Jai repeated what his father said to him at that time. He turned up the AC in the room and slowly loosened the tie around his neck. When do you plan to go back with me? Next week. Lin Jiao kicked away her slippers. She hugged the pillow and thought of Lin Kangla's relationship with Pei Jin. Her eyes lit up. Your father should know a lot. After all, they used to be comrades for 15 years. Pei Jai threw the tie aside and poured her a glass of juice. He walked to her side and are you 103 asking her to write a letter of guarantee. Okay. Lin Jiao took 2 sips of juice. She grabbed his tie and looked up at him. Uncle, can you help me move my things over tomorrow? I can't. Why? Pei Jai looked away. I told you before that we can only live together before marriage. Then I'll sleep in the guest room. How about that? Jiao, it's not about where you sleep. He held her hand tightly. Let's talk about it in the future, okay? Lin Jiao really did not understand. I just want to spend more time with you. Is it that difficult? It's not difficult. I'll be with you every day. Other than weekends and weekdays, you can only spend less than 4 hours with me a day. That includes dinner and the journey to and from the company. For the rest of the time, we can't see each other at all. Pei Jai knew that arguing with her wasn't gonna get them anywhere. He leaned over and kissed her cheek, trying to calm her down. I promise I'll spend more time with you from today onwards. I'll agree to anything you want to do. Is that okay? Lin Jiao almost lost her composure when she met those gentle eyes. She wrapped her arms around his neck and kissed him again and again. Her voice was extremely soft. Then let me move in. This time, it was Pei Jai's turn to compromise. While he still had a trace of rationality, he tilted his head to avoid her kissing. Jiao, give me time to think about it. How long do you have to think about it? 5 months. Lin Jiao broke free from his grip and walked to the coffee table in her slippers, preparing to resort to plan B. Seeing that she was walking towards the entrance with her bag in hand, Pei Jai quickly stopped her. Where are you going? Find someone else. Who is the someone else? Someone who's willing to live together with me. Before Lin Jiao could touch the door handle, he carried her back to the living room. Pei Jai held her hands and locked them behind the back of her head. His eyes were unfathomable and his voice sounded like it was forced out of his throat. Say that again. I said I'll find. A strong kiss landed on her lips before she could finish. Lin Jiao, who was held in place, couldn't move. She narrowed her eyes and subconsciously held his hand. When Pei Jai's anger was appeased, the woman in his arms had a pink blush on her face and looked extremely pitiful. He asked in a hoarse voice, "Are you still going to do that?" "No, I won't find anyone else. Write me a letter of guarantee." Lin Jiao thought that she had heard wrongly. When he placed the pen and paper in front of her, she was sure he was not joking. "How do I write this?" Pei Jai decided to solve all the problems at once. "First, write that you will not find anyone else." Lin Jiao picked up the pen and wrote, "I promise not to find another man other than Pei Jai." She looked up. "What about the second one?" "Promise to go back home on Tuesday, Thursday, and Saturday every week. Can I live with you on Monday, Wednesday, Friday, and Sunday then?" "Only Monday, Wednesday, and Friday." Under her excited gaze, Pei Jai smiled. "As for Sunday, it depends." Lin Jiao was afraid that he would suddenly go back on his word, so she quickly wrote the second condition. She shifted her seat. "And then, promise me you'll only kiss me once before going to bed." "I object." "Your objection is invalid." Pei Jai did not want to go too far before she recovered. After urging Lin Jiao to finish writing, he pinched her chin and gave her a kiss as a reward. "It's time to press your fingerprint. Do you have an ink pad?" "I think so." Lin Jiao waited for him to come back with the ink pad and pressed her thumbprint on the signature without hesitation. She took the tissue from him and wiped the red mark on her finger. "Do you want to take a look?" Pei Jai read from beginning to end. As if he had thought of something, he put the letter back down. He said gently, "Add one more." "Add what?" "I promise to be responsible for Pei Jai." "Do I need to promise that?" She was not someone who would abandon someone she loved. "You do." Lin Jiao listened to him. She added the fourth one and drew a little heart at the end. She looked up and asked him, "Do you keep it?" "Yes." Pei Jai locked the letter in the safe in the study and found time to frame it. He carried Lin Jiao to the sofa. When he picked up the remote control, he glanced at the bag on the coffee table. "How many clothes did you bring?" "2. Dresses?" "No." Lin Jiao leaned over to pick up the bag and opened it for him. "I only have a change of underwear." Pei Jai retracted his gaze. He shook off the image that appeared in his mind and refused to be controlled by desire. "Can you still wear it after leaving it there for so long?" "Yes." Lin Jiao leaned on his chest. "Aunt Fan disinfected it for me when I left." "How?" "There's a machine that specializes in disinfection." Pei Jai found the machine she was talking about online and placed an order on the one with the best performance. Afraid that he might not be fully prepared, he handed the phone to her and let her choose the necessities. Done. Lin Jiao was very fast. In less than 20 minutes, she even bought a pair of couples' pajamas. She tightened the blanket around their waists. "I want to watch a costume drama." "Didn't you say you'd never watch that again?" "When did I say that?" "Last time." Seeing that she really did not remember, Pei Jai did not deliberately help her retrieve that memory. He turned on the screen. "Which one do you want to watch?" 104. Congratulate on your joining the film crew. Getting in a wrong sedan chair. Which episode? First. Lin Jiao stared at the LCD screen. This show was very popular before. "I haven't seen it yet." Pei Jai played it without looking at the introduction. He pressed against the top of her head and watched the crippled prince give up on himself. Perhaps it was because he was too bored. He leaned against the soft pillow and fell asleep. Lin Jiao turned to look at him and picked up her phone to check the message from Pei Yulan. "Good news. I kissed him. Back to an hour ago." Pei Yulan carried the thermos to the filming site. Under the guidance of the staff, she found Jian Yi's lounge and knocked gently on the door. "Please come in." Jian Yi, who was reading the script, sat casually on the sofa without looking up. He was wearing a white coat, and his long hair hung on both sides of his shoulders. When he looked down, one could vaguely see the scars on his handsome face. "Did you just finish filming a fight scene?" Pei Yulan put down the thermos and stared at the wound on his cheek. Hearing a familiar voice, Jian Yi, who was immersed in the script, returned to reality and looked up at the pair of concerned eyes. Yes. He walked to the water dispenser and filled a cup for her. 2 more tonight. This drama was about the male protagonist becoming the disciple of a revered master and his journey to become one, as well as the interesting things that happened in the palace. The role Jian-Yi took on had much more fighting scenes than other roles. Pei Yulan took the cup from him and asked, "How long will it take?" "Probably until 4 or 5. Then you won't be able to sleep." "I can sleep tomorrow morning." Jian-Yi was quite used to staying up for shooting. He looked at the thermos. "What is this?" "Bone soup." Before Pei Yulan left, she specially asked the chef to make it. "Eat it when you're hungry tonight." Every thoughtful action of hers left a mark on the wall that Jian-Yi had built in his heart. He met her gaze. "Thank you." Pei Yulan's heart ached when she saw the scar on his face move every time he smiled. She carefully touched his cheek. "Will it be dangerous during filming?" "No. The production team did a good job in ensuring safety." Jian-Yi felt a little ill at ease when she touched him, but he did not shun away from her. Pei Yulan was relieved. She casually glanced at his lips and moved closer to him. "Do you have a kissing scene with the female protagonist?" "No." "Then what interaction do you have?" "Hugging and holding hands." Jian-Yi drank half a glass of water. "There are very few romantic scenes in this drama. Our interactions only happen towards the end." "Is she pretty?" "Not bad." Seeing that there was no emotion in his eyes, Pei Yulan was no longer worried about them falling in love. She chatted with him about the story of the drama and planned to pave the way for her next move. "Jian-Yi, I have a gift for you." "Why do you want to give me a gift?" "To congratulate you on your joining the film crew." She rubbed the paper cup, and before she could make the move, her heart suddenly beat faster. "There's no need." Jian-Yi smiled, his voice as gentle as ever. "You've already done a lot for me. It's different this time." "Different in what way?" Pei Yulan took a deep breath. She leaned towards him, not expecting him to suddenly turn around. The kiss that should have landed on the side of his face landed on his lips, catching both of them off guard. The sound of her heartbeat was magnified several times and was audible in this quiet room. Jian-Yi did not expect her to kiss him. He stared at her face in front of him. The tips of his ears were extremely hot, like they were on fire. "You," he gulped. Before he could ask, she held the bag beside her and blushed like a freshly cooked tomato. "This is my gift." "Bye." Jian-Yi opened his mouth slightly, his eyes still wide open in shock. "Thank you." In order to hide his embarrassment, he picked up the script and turned the pages calmly. "Be careful on the way." "I will." Pei Yulan felt like she was stepping on clouds with every step she took. She got into the car parked at the side of the road and screamed excitedly like a groundhog. After shouting until her throat was dry, she clicked on the group chat excitedly to share her joy with her besties. "Ling Jiao, where did you kiss him?" "Qian Yu, I guess face." "No." Pei Yulan kept typing on the keyboard. As she stomped her feet, she told them what happened. "His lips are so kissable." "Qian Yu, then go back again." Pei Yulan, "He's not prepared yet. I don't want to scare him." Shy.jpg. "Are you talking about this kind of preparation?" Qian Yu sent a few suggestive gifs in a row, successfully changing the topic. Pajamas on the second gif. Salivating.jpg. "I think all of us need one of those." "Sure, I'll find out where to buy later." "Where's Jiao Jiao?" "Probably being kissed." Smirking emoji. After coming back from the washroom, Ling Jiao started reading the chat. The more she read, the hotter her face became. She clicked on a spanking gif and was about to add it to her collection when she heard a deep voice. "I see. You are into this kind of thing." Pei Jai wrapped his arm around her waist from behind and looked at the screen. "No," she closed the chat. "I just find it interesting and want to save it." Pei Jai had reason to suspect that there were many more interesting things like that in her phone. He whispered into her ear, "Jiao Jiao, I want to see your sticker collection." "Can I?" Ling Jiao, who could not stand being whispered, agreed. She looked down and opened it. Most of them are emoticons. There are very few gifs. As soon as she finished speaking, Pei Jai's fingertips lingered on a few eye-catching stickers. When he zoomed in on it and saw what it was about, he looked up and stared at her meaningfully. "Uncle, let me explain." Lin Jiao did not expect her to have these stickers on her phone. She tugged at his sleeve and said nervously, "I accidentally saved some, but I only sent them to my besties." Pei-Jai closed the collection page. He held her loose collar and asked with an unreadable expression, "Is that all you have?" "That's all." She usually got all her stickers and gifts from Qian Yu. 105 Pretend it didn't happen. He kissed her neck. "Turn around." "Why?" "So that I can kiss you." Lin Jiao's heart melted when she heard that. She leaned against his chest and let him touch her affectionately under the dim moonlight. When the passionate kiss ended, she heard her heart beating in her ears, and she was filled with indescribable joy. "It's time to take a shower." Pei-Jai looked up at the clock on the wall and turned off the television. "I'll reply to them first. Then I'll go run a bath." "Okay." Lin Jiao chatted with her besties for a while. She took out the underwear from the bag and walked to the sink. "Uncle, where's the laundry detergent?" "The balcony." Pei-Jai mopped the floor as he replied. He pointed at the blue tub on the shelf. "Put the clothes in there. I'll wash them later." Lin Jiao said softly, "Help me close the door." Seeing that she had taken off her sweater, Pei-Jai strode out of the master bedroom and closed the door. He walked to the window to smoke and reply to the missed call. "Boss." Without waiting for him to speak, Question Xiao took the initiative to report. Then all only found out that one person has plans to return to the country. "When?" "At the end of next month." "It's fine." Pei-Jai was not in a hurry. He tapped the ashtray twice. "Have you settled the assets under He-Chi's name?" "Pretty much." "How did his parents react?" "No reaction so far." Question Xiao paused for a moment before continuing. "His father has 2 illegitimate children outside. He probably won't help him. Then get them to find something for He-Chi to do." "No problem." Pei-Jai stubbed out the cigarette between his fingers. The smoke around him was blown away by the warm wind when he turned around. At the same time, He-Chi, who was lying in the VIP ward, stared at the person he had been dreaming about and had no clue as to what was in store for him. He held the hand placed on the edge of the bed. "Tian, what brought you here?" Su Tian did not withdraw her hand. "I was doing hair with a friend nearby and happened to pass by." "Where's Brother Quan?" "He's out socializing." "Does he know you're here?" He-Chi played with her fingertips, as if they were priceless gold. Ever since the hug that day, his desire had grown stronger, and even his actions were bolder than before. "I haven't told him yet." Su Tian moved the chair closer to him and asked in a low voice, "Have you found out anything about Lin Jiao?" "She was discharged from the hospital a long time ago." "Did the police come to see you?" He-Chi sneered. "Do you think she dares to call the police?" He took one more bold move to link his fingers with hers, enjoying the excitement that it brought. "I mean, what if?" "There's no what if. If she's going to call the police, she'd have done that long ago." Su Tian was still afraid that the police would suddenly come looking for her. She looked up at him with her soft eyes. "Will you protect me?" "I will. No matter what happens." Su Tian's loving gaze made He-Chi feel consumed by an urge to make her his woman. He gestured for her to sit on the bed. When he smelt the perfume on her body, he pulled her into his arms. "He-Chi!" Su Tian exclaimed. He-Chi was so out of his mind that even her struggle looked cute to him. "Just call me Chi. Let go of me first." "I can't." He-Chi pinched her chin and looked at her juicy lips. Sensing what he wanted to do, Su Tian pushed his shoulder with a red face. "He-Chi, don't be like this." "Like what?" "You, MMPH." He-Chi finally had a taste of what he had been longing for. He held the back of her head and went from probing to kissing passionately, wanting more and more. The unexpected kiss lasted a long time. Su Tian, whose eyes welled up with tears, quickly turned around. She sniffed. "You're too much." "I'm sorry." He-Chi kissed away the tear and tightened his grip on her. "I couldn't help it. We'll both die if Quan finds out." "He doesn't know anyway." Su Tian couldn't help but sob. "Whether he knows it or not, it's wrong for you to kiss me." "Then do you like me kissing you?" "I don't like it." "Really?" He-Chi scratched her chin, his eyes looking like they wanted to wrap her up tightly. "I don't believe what you said." Su Tian did not reply. She got out of bed and took out the mirror from her bag to touch up her lipstick, refusing to let him come any closer. "Tian." He-Chi held her hand and said, "I won't do this to you anymore, okay? Don't be angry. I can pretend that nothing happened just now, but there won't be a next time, understand?" "Understood." His eyes were filled with love and obedience. She sat back on the bed and placed her fingertips on the wounds on his arm. "Did you find out about the group of people who kidnapped you to the boxing arena?" No, a trace of ruthlessness flashed across He-chi's eyes. My father is still investigating. Who do you think did it? I can't say for sure. Don't worry, we'll get to the bottom of it eventually. Considering that he was still useful to her, Sutian gave him a hug. Her warmth provided him more comfort and relief than anything could bring. He-chi was even more eager to have her. I'll be discharged next Saturday. Are you free? I think so. Then I'll wait for you. Okay. Sutian left quickly. She took a taxi back to Liufu Bay and changed out of her disinfectant-stained clothes. She sat in the living room and waited for Ji Yuquan to return. At 1 in the morning, footsteps sounded. Before Ji Yuquan could get close to the door of the villa, he vomited in the courtyard. His drunken state gave Sutian a chance. Quan, let me help you upstairs. She restrained the joy in her eyes and brought him back to his room. She found red ink and placed it on the bedside table. After kicking off her slippers, she fed him a few mouthfuls of water. Turn off the lights. Ji Yuquan narrowed his eyes, clearly not used to the dazzling light coming from above. You haven't taken off your clothes yet. No need. Seeing that he wanted to lie back, Sutian quickly hugged his arm and took nearly 10 minutes to help him take his clothes off. She left a night lamp and stared at the face that fascinated her. Quan, who am I? Who? I'm asking you who I am. Ji Yuquan frowned and glanced at her. Perhaps because he was slow to react, he did not give her an answer for a long time. Sutian repeated the question a few times before finally getting an answer. Sutian. The smell of alcohol on his breath made her heart race and she couldn't help but laugh. Ji Yuquan ignored her strange behavior. As soon as he closed his eyes, he felt a warmth on his lips. Quan. In order to carve a stronger memory in his brain, Sutian deliberately whispered into his ear. What? Are you playing dumb? Ji Yuquan did not understand at all. 106 Setting a wedding date. A square bottle smashed into the trees outside the window, leaving remnants of the red ink on the branches. Ji Yuquan slept until noon. He opened his eyes as the phone rang. After talking to his secretary, he found a figure next to him who was not supposed to be there. Vague memories flashed through his mind the next second. He leaned against the bed and stared at the face in a daze. Quan, Sutian, who woke up later, sheepishly grabbed a piece of blanket and leaned into his arms. Her sexy morning voice brought Ji Yuquan back to his senses. He held her waist and looked at the marks on her neck. He felt guilty. I'm sorry, I drank too much last night. I'm not blaming you. She buried her head in his neck. Can you rub my waist? It's a little sore. Other than your waist, where else do you feel uncomfortable? That's all. Ji Yuquan suddenly thought of something very important and stopped rubbing her waist. He thought for a moment and asked gently, do you want a child? At the mention of children, Sutian's heart tightened. She knew that the possibility was slim, but she still refused to let go of the last chance. Yes. Then let's get married at the end of the year. At the end of this year? Yes. Ji Yuquan took on the responsibility and promised without hesitation. Seeing her look of disbelief, he smiled and kissed her cheek. Will you marry me? Yes. When Sutian replied, her eyes were red from tears. She hugged his waist tightly and enjoyed the feeling of being loved. Quan, marrying you is my biggest dream. Don't cry. Ji Yuquan's heart ached. Tian, when do you think is a good day to get married? Sutian pondered for a moment. How about Christmas? Sure. Then when are you going to bring me to see your parents? They'll only be back next month. Ji Yuquan caressed her waist. I'll make arrangements for you to meet as soon as possible. That's great. Sutian smiled sweetly. She climbed onto his body to kiss him and push him down on the bed. Amidst the happy moans and laughter, the hidden crisis would surface and destroy her dream bit by bit. A rainy day made people sleepy. A gust of cold wind blew into the planning department from the glass window. Lin Jiao closed the window and walked into the resting area. She yawned and opened the thermos on the table. After sniffing the fragrant pork trotter soup, she asked the one sitting opposite her seriously, Yulin, aren't you sick of it yet? I'm sick of it. Pei Yulin, who had been eating it on and off for a few months, was almost disgusted. She sighed. For the sake of becoming more charming, I have no choice. Have you noticed any change lately? Yes. What about you? Yes. Lin Jiao scooped up a spoonful of pork belly and chewed it carefully. I think we don't have to eat anymore. Then we'll stop for a while. How long is a while? 2 or 3 months. Pei Yulan picked up the soup. It's easy to gain weight during the winter. We can continue after spring. All right. Lin Jiao finished her lunch in a state of drowsiness. Yulan, did you bring my key? I did. Pei Yulan took out the key from her pocket. She leaned forward, eager to gossip. Did you try the thing on the GIF with him? Which GIF? Which one did you try? Not a single one. Lin Jiao wiped her lips. He refused to shower with me. You don't have to shower together. When the time comes, put those pajamas on. It'll definitely be especially effective. When will the pajamas arrive? The day after tomorrow. Hearing that it was Wednesday, Lin Jiao nodded in satisfaction. She picked up the plate filled with bone dregs and looked around for the trash can. Yulan, is there a trash can behind your seat? No. Then I'll go to the safe passage to take a look. And this. Pei Yulan grabbed the tissue on the table and followed her. The moment the door to the safe passage was pushed open, a cold wind swept over. They shivered and were about to open the trash can in the corner when their attention was attracted by the sobbing downstairs. Pei Yulan stood on her tiptoes and looked down. She pointed at the man and asked Lin Jiao in a low voice, "Have you seen him before?" "I did this morning." "Who is him?" "Pan Jun, the manager of the planning department." Lin Jiao tightened her jacket and stood next to Lin Jiao. "Isn't your manager called Wu something?" "Wu Zhuwen is the assistant manager." "I see." Pei Yulan leaned forward, trying to see the woman sitting on the steps. The woman was still sobbing with her back hunched, looking extremely sad. She looked up. "Did you really mention it to her?" "Really?" Pan Jun squatted in front of her, his eyes honest. "I made myself very clear to her." "Why didn't she agree then?" "She didn't say why." "Then what are you going to do?" She was so choked up that she could not speak clearly. "Continue to put it off until our child is born." "Lan, calm down." Pan Jun patted her back to calm her down and stop her from crying. "How can I calm down? When my pregnancy becomes visible 2 months later, how can I answer when people ask me who the father of my child is? I won't make you wait that long." "How can you guarantee that?" Zhao Lan was afraid that the child would not be able to take it if she cried too hard, so she gradually stopped sobbing. Pan Jun kissed her forehead. "I'll file a lawsuit in court this month. What if the verdict doesn't allow for divorce? If that's the case, I'll think of another way. If I had to, I would just give her half of the assets. That way, she'll definitely agree." Zhao Lan took a deep breath. "Then why don't you just give it to her? It won't be good to either of you if this matter goes to court. If I bring this up now, she'll only ask for more than half of the assets. It'll be easier to negotiate through legal procedures. I don't mind you giving her a little more." "I mind." Pan Jun placed his hand on her belly and stroked it gently. "There are many things that a child needs money for." Seeing that he was determined, Zhao Lan did not stop him. She leaned on his shoulder. "Brother Jun, the child and I will wait for you. Don't disappoint us, okay?" Pan Jun replied affectionately, "No matter how difficult it is, nothing can stop me from being with you." Looking at her stomach, he continued, "When you come out, Daddy will buy you all the toys in this world." 107 Emotional breakdown. He doesn't understand yet. I have to say it even if he doesn't understand. Zhao Lan burst out laughing. She cupped his cheeks and kissed his lips. "Let's go home together after work. I'll cook tonight. With me around, do you need to cook? Then I'll wait to eat." "Of course." Pan Jun picked her up. "There's still an hour and a half. Shall I take an afternoon nap with you?" "Where?" "In my office." Hearing the sound of footsteps approaching, Lin Jiao quickly pulled Pei Yulan back to the resting area. 2 colleagues were also there making tea, so it was not convenient for them to talk. They looked at each other and sat there like they were on pins and needles. After their colleagues left, Pei Yulan, who was about to be suffocated, quickly said, "Jiao Jiao, that was Zhao Lan, right? It sounds like her." "That's ridiculous. The 2 of them look like they have nothing to do with each other. But who would have thought that they have such a relationship in private?" Lin Jiao did not expect this either. She recalled their interaction and a trace of disgust flashed across her eyes. He even cheated on his wife and got someone pregnant. How disgusting. "That's right." Pei Yulan pursed her lips. "Pan Jun is just like that bastard." "Who's that bastard?" "Ji Yuquan." Hearing this name, Lin Jiao's mind buzzed, and countless memories that she had put on the back of her mind came up again. She frowned, and her face turned pale. Even her hand that was holding the cup was trembling. Jiao Jiao, Pa. The glass she swung off the table sent shards flying. Pei Yulin was so scared that her heart tightened. She quickly walked to her side and grabbed her shoulder. Jiao Jiao, are you feeling unwell? Lin Jiao came back to her senses and grabbed Pei Yulin, holding her tighter and tighter like she was clenching at the last straw. I didn't. She pursed her lips and burst into tears. Yulin, I didn't cheat on Pei Jai. Pei Yulin was completely puzzled. She hurriedly took out a tissue and wiped the tears from the corners of Lin Jiao's eyes. Jiao Jiao, did you get confused? I'm not. Then why did you say that? Lin Jiao, whose mind was in a mess, did not say anything. She pushed Pei Yulin's hand away and rushed upstairs, but she stopped at the door of the CEO's office. The courage she could not muster and the fear of being given up were like dark clouds hanging over her head, making it difficult for her to breathe. Until the door opened to reveal dazzling light, and she was pulled into a warm embrace. Pei Jai carried her to the sofa. He stared at her tearful face and coaxed her patiently until she stopped crying. Jiao Jiao, why are you crying? I used to. Used to what? Lin Jiao looked up at him and buried her head in his chest again, muttering, I've been in a relationship with someone else. I know. Pei Jai held her cold hand and roughly guessed why she broke down. What happened in the past stays in the past. But I feel terrible. I don't care what happened between you and someone else. As long as you belong to me now, that's enough. Lin Jiao sniffed. As if wanting to see his expression, she met his smiling gaze. Do you really not mind? I don't mind. You won't be angry with me either. Pei Jai kissed her eyes. I won't. 108 To grow old together. After receiving his affirmative answer, Lin Jiao was finally able to pull herself together. The voice that came out of her mouth was hoarse and serious. I didn't do that kind of thing with him. What kind of thing? That kind. Pei Jai chuckled. He pinched her cheek, but before he could speak, he heard her say, You can take me to do a checkup if you don't believe me. I believe you. Afraid that she would do something stupid, he spoke confidently. Only then did Lin Jiao stop dwelling on that. She hugged his neck and watched him take off her shoes and socks. Her heart warmed. I was afraid you would break up with me just now. Impossible. Pei Jai placed the socks on the other side of the sofa and covered her with a blanket. He leaned back. Only you can dump me. I won't dump you either. Then we're left with one option. To grow old together. Seeing him nod, Lin Jiao smiled brightly. She adjusted her posture. No matter how soft the pillow was, she only liked leaning against Pei Jai. I still have to wait 8 months to be 25 years old. Can't wait any more. A little. Pei Jai did not want to wait either, but what he wanted more was for her to recover. Let's go to the hospital for a checkup next month. My head doesn't hurt anymore. You have to go even if it doesn't hurt. Lin Jiao touched the back of her head and did not refuse. She looked at the glass window and felt sleepy again. I'll sleep for a while. You want to sleep here? Yes. She couldn't be bothered to take off her clothes again. Pei Jai went to the lounge to bring out the blanket and waited for her to take off her coat and lie down before tucking her in. The alarm rang 3 minutes early. Lin Jiao, who hadn't had enough sleep, yawned and only managed to think when Pei Jai brought her a glass of warm water. She stood on tiptoe and kissed him. I'm going back. Pei Jai was caught off guard. He sent her to the door of the CEO's office and followed her with his eyes. Slow down. Don't rush. The employees who were about to get back to work were struck dumb when they heard that. They looked at Lin Jiao who ran past them and wanted to gossip, but they did not dare to. They could only discuss in the department's group chat. Who has insider information? Is she President Pei's girlfriend? I'm not sure, but it's very likely. Didn't you notice that she comes up every afternoon? And assistant question never stops her. Looks like I'll have to call her Mrs. Pei. So which department is Mrs. Pei in? Lin Jiao, who did not know that their relationship had been exposed, rushed back to the planning department to carry out a new round of work. She focused on typing on the keyboard and continued to edit the proposal that she had not finished in the morning before sending it to Wu Xiuwen as soon as possible. Wu Xiuwen called her into the office 20 minutes later. He took out 2 resumes. 2 new employees will come to report tomorrow. You and Zheng Yi will be in charge of each. Can I choose? You can discuss this with him. All right. Lin Jiao listened carefully to the advice he gave on her proposal. After that, she returned to her desk with a new mission. She showed the 2 resumes to Zheng Yi and pointed at the short-haired girl. "Brother Zheng, can I choose her?" Zheng Yi read the resumes from beginning to end. He raised his chin at the boy. "She's not as experienced as he is. It might be more tiring for you to teach her." 109 I want to get back what I felt at that time. It's fine. I just have to put in more effort. All right then. He sent her a document. "Just explain these to her." "Of course, you can add in some details." Lin Jiao nodded. "Thank you." She finished reading the instruction word for word. After her new colleague came to report the next day, Lin Jiao brought her to sit at the desk beside her. The first impression that Meng 11, the new employee, gave people was that she was a rich young lady who had grown up with a silver spoon in her mouth. She put down her latest LV Bagatelle handbag and looked around. "Senior, what do I do next?" "Read the documents first." Lin Jiao took out the documents she read on her first day of working here and piled them in front of her. "This many? More is yet to come." Meng 11 asked with uncertainty. "Do I have to finish all of these today? Before Monday? And after that, make a proposal according to the project?" After Lin Jiao finished explaining the assessment process, she emphasized what she needed to pay attention to. Just listening to it gave Meng 11 a headache. She leaned on the table and opened the first company introduction document. Halfway through, she leaned over and asked her, "Have you seen Xingheng's CEO? What about him? I heard he's very good-looking." "That is true." Lin Jiao continued to work undistracted with a calm expression. Lin Jiao obviously had no intention of gossiping, so Meng 11 could only stop and focus on the boring documents. After the morning passed, she followed Lin Jiao to the cafeteria. "Senior, do you usually eat at the company?" "Very rarely. I only come here about once a week." "Is the food here not delicious?" "No." Lin Jiao picked up the plate and picked up her favorite dishes. "I came to spend time with my friend." Her face looked radiant when the sun shone on it, looking like a blooming rose. Attracted by such an unreal beauty, Meng 11 couldn't help but lean over to take a closer look at Lin Jiao's face. "Have you ever been a beauty doctor?" "No." "No hyaluronic acid either?" "Yes." Lin Jiao held the soup and found an empty seat by the window. "None of my friends have done it." Meng 11 found it hard to believe. She could understand that some people were unwilling to admit that they had done some job on their faces, so she stopped asking. "What skincare products do you use?" "Different brands for face cream and essence." "Such as?" Lin Jiao sent her a screenshot of the purchase order. She turned off the screen and ate 2 mouthfuls of rice. Then, she heard another vibration on her phone. As soon as she picked it up, Lan Ying's voice was heard. "Jiao Jiao, are you free to come for dinner tonight?" "What time?" 7. She paused for a moment. "Pick Jing up after work." "I don't have time." "Okay." Lin Jiao spat out the bone residue and took 2 sips of soup. "Send me the address of the restaurant. Jing knows the location. Get him to bring you there." "Can he find it?" "I believe so." Lan Ying had asked Xu Jing to memorize the location last night. Thinking of something, she suddenly giggled. "All right, I'll see you tonight. Bye." Lin Jiao waited for her to hang up. She picked up a piece of tender braised pork and narrowed her eyes in satisfaction as she chewed it slowly. Seeing that she enjoyed the pork so much, Meng 11 was tempted and picked up a piece. However, she spat it out in less than 2 seconds. "This braised pork is too greasy. How can you even swallow it?" "Is it? It's especially greasy." "I almost vomited." Lin Jiao felt it was all right. "Then try something else." She glanced at the plate in front of Meng Qian. "The pork ribs are not bad. Try it." "I think it has a weird smell." "How about tomato scrambled eggs?" "The eggs smell like they've gone bad for weeks." In the end, Meng 11 did not even touch the rice. Lin Jiao, who was not affected by her, finished the lunch in a good mood. She separated from Meng 11 at the entrance of the cafeteria and went upstairs to look for Pei Jai. When she appeared, the employees, who had been tortured by curiosity for a long time, all looked over. One of the male colleagues went forward to express his concern. "Mrs. Pei, have you eaten?" "I have." "Do you like the food in the cafeteria?" "Very much." Lin Jiao smiled and did not correct the way he addressed her. She walked into the CEO's office under countless surprised gazes and closed the door to block out their whispers. Hearing the noise, Pei Jai put down his coffee cup. He reached out to hug the little girl in his arms and tapped the tip of her nose with his fingertip. Are you tired from teaching the new colleague? I'm not. Lin Jiao moved her butt. She still needs to read a bunch of documents. Her constant squirm made Peijai very uncomfortable. He held her waist tightly to keep her in place and said, Jiao Jiao, I can't have dinner with you tonight. Are you busy tonight? My brother asked me to help him negotiate a deal. Then you're not allowed to drink. Lin Jiao looked up and gently tugged at the tie. I promise you I won't. He didn't dare disobey her. Peijai kissed her forehead gently. I told Question Shao to send you home. No need. Lin Jiao explained her plan for the night. She rubbed his collar button. I'll call you after the dinner is over. Okay. Seeing that she had unbuttoned one of the buttons, Peijai quickly held her hand. Stop being naughty. The familiar tone reminded Lin Jiao of something. She wrapped her arms around his neck, wanting to get back the feeling she had back then. Carry me to the table. Why? Just do it. Peijai had a bad feeling, but under that expectant gaze, he still chose to do as she said. He moved his coffee cup away. And, kiss me. Lin Jiao leaned back and took the initiative to kiss him when he leaned over. Before Peijai could understand what was going on, the buttons on his shirt were pulled open again. He stared at that beautiful face, his deep eyes looking like they were about to devour her alive. Jiao Jiao. He looked away to regain his rationality. I didn't lock the door. Then go lock it. Do I have to lock it? He really couldn't figure out what she was up to, and he was afraid that things would go out of hands. Are you trying to reject me again? No, but it's not really appropriate to do it here. Lin Jiao sat up straight. She turned around and glanced at him, not asking him to lock the door again. Then you have to kiss me like this next time. He did not dare to agree. Did you hear me? I heard you, Peijai replied with resignation. Without bothering to straighten his collar and tie, he carried her into the lounge. Sleep first. I still have work to do. No more afternoon kisses. Peijai chuckled and left a gentle kiss on her forehead. Lin Jiao, who had received a kiss, buried her head in the pillow and closed her eyes in satisfaction. With disheveled clothes, Peijai was sitting at his desk and drinking coffee in silence, his body unable to calm down just yet. 110 Meeting Peijai on a blind date. Linksy Kindergarten. Rows of children carried their bags and followed the teacher to the door, waiting for their parents to pick them up. When the children from the junior class to the senior class were picked up, the children from the preschool also appeared behind the gate. Xujing, who saw his sister, stood on his tiptoes and waved at her, his eyes filled with joy. He was wearing an embroidered black and white baseball jacket with khaki pants, looking like a young hipster. Lin Jiao held his hand and said goodbye to the teacher. When they had gone to a distance, she lowered her head and praised him. Jing is especially handsome today. Han said the same. Is she a good friend of yours? She used to be, but not anymore. Xujing stood by the road with her and waited obediently for the traffic light to turn green. Why? I rejected her when she confessed to me today. She said that she would never be my friend again. Lin Jiao held his hand and crossed the road, paying attention to the cars around them. Did you make her cry? No, she's very strong. Then do you still want to be friends with her? Xujing shook his head and nodded. He thought for a moment. I'll make up with her when she falls in love with another classmate. What if she only likes you? Impossible. She has crushes on a lot of people. Lin Jiao chuckled. She did not ask any more questions. She hailed a taxi and asked him to tell the driver the address. Sister. He lifted his head up and stared at her lips that weren't red enough. Do you want to put on some lipstick? I already did. Then apply more makeup. Lin Jiao, who thought that her makeup was smudged, took out a mirror from her bag to take a look. It's already enough. I don't wanna scare people with heavy makeup. No, you won't. Xujing pushed aside the long hair on her shoulder and insisted that she apply some more makeup. Lin Jiao had no choice but to go through the motion. She turned around. Is this enough? Yes, Xujing replied seriously. He leaned against the car window to look at the view flashing past outside. The taxi stopped at the entrance of an alley in the old city. The mottled walls and the not-so-flat road added a different feeling to the alley. The sound of pedestrians talking and laughing, the bell of bicycles, and the sound of vendors selling goods entered their ears. It was inexplicably lively. Jing, are we dining at a special restaurant tonight? Lin Jiao held his hand and walked into the alley. That's right. What's the restaurant called? Valley House. Xu Jing led her to the restaurant and politely told the waiter the private room number. When they were following the waiter into the restaurant, he reminded Lin Jiao like an adult, "Sister, you have to watch your expression. How? Smile more. Don't pull a long face." The more Lin Jiao listened, the stranger she felt. Just as she was about to ask him, the waiter in front pushed open a door. What immediately came into view was a screen embroidered with beautiful mountains and rivers. A man's figure was reflected on the screen. He was sitting sideways, and one could vaguely see his well-defined outline. "Hello." Xu Jing walked to the screen. He recited the lines he'd committed to memory. "Xu Taiyou is my son. He asked me to bring my sister over for a blind date." "He's your son?" "Yusayuro no, I'm his son." Lin Jiao, whose mind was buzzing, finally came back to her senses when she heard the man chuckle. She leaned closer to the screen to take a look. Both her intuition and that voice of the man reminded her of someone. She asked tentatively, "Uncle?" "Yes." Pei Jai reached out a hand and waited for her soft palm to be placed on it. Xu Jing, who ran past the screen, was puzzled when he saw Pei Jai. "Big brother, why are you here? On a blind date with your sister?" "Dad didn't even tell me about this. I just found out too." Pei Jai and Lin Jiao exchanged a look and both of them understood what was going on. He picked up Xu Jing and placed him on the child's seat. He poured him a glass of warm water. "Where are your parents?" "At home." "Aren't they coming over?" "No." Xu Jing held the cup with both hands. "Dad said that having me around to keep an eye on you, it's enough." Lin Jiao rubbed his chubby face, feeling angry and amused at the same time. "When did you learn to lie to me?" "I didn't lie to you," he said in all seriousness. "I told you last time that I would ask Dad to introduce a boyfriend to you." When Mom was hospitalized." Lin Jiao retracted her hand and asked, "Then why didn't you tell me on our way here?" "I wanted to give you a surprise." Xu Jing looked at Pei Jai. "Dad said that he's a good man." "What else did he say?" "He's a good match for you." "That's true." Pei Jai smiled and raised an eyebrow. He handed the tablet to Lin Jiao and said to Xu Jing while she was ordering dishes, "I'm already with your sister." Really?" Xu Jing grinned happily until his eyes narrowed into a line. His gaze wandered between the two of them. "Brother-in-law, when did you get together with my sister?" Pei Jai was delighted to be called brother-in-law. "August." He remembered the time Lin Jiao told him. "I forgot to tell you before." Xu Jing did not mind that he wasn't informed. He only wished his sister wouldn't die in loneliness. He asked many questions in a row and memorized all the answers so that when he went back home, he could report to his parents. "Let's eat first." Lin Jiao scooped a spoonful of his favorite golden corn into his bowl. "I have one more question." "Ask away." "Will you two get married?" Xu Jing held the spoon, as if he wouldn't eat unless he got an answer. "Yes," Pei Jai replied firmly. He scooped a bowl of soup for the two of them. "When the time comes, I'll make you a ring bearer, okay? I want to be a flower girl." The flower girl is for girls. Only then did Xu Jing understand the difference between the two. He lowered his head and ate sweet corn as he thought about the scene of him being the ring bearer. Lin Jiao and Pei Jai were both amused by the serious look on Xu Jing's face. When night fell, Pei Zicheng, who was worried that something would go wrong, couldn't help but call Pei Jai. He cleared his throat lightly. "Did you see her?" "I did." "How's that?" "How's what?" Pei Jai looked at the hand that was holding the tissue and wiping the corner of his lips. Pei Zicheng could not tell if Pei Jai was happy or angry just by his voice. He couldn't be bothered to beat around the bush anymore. "Do you have any feelings for her?" "Yes, Beauty Euro." "But what but? You're almost 30 years old, and you still have the cheek to be picky. If you have a feeling for her, hurry up and grab the chance, understand?" Pei Jai could imagine how anxious he was, but he deliberately paused and said with a smile, "We've already been together for a while." 111 Unexpected gift. There was a long silence on the other end of the line. As if he thought he heard it wrong, Pei Zicheng asked again suspiciously, "Are you already together?" "We are." "You're not lying to me?" "Ask Pei Yulin if you don't believe me." Pei Jai leaned back in his chair and drank the lemon water. "Does she know that girl?" "You know him too." Hearing Lin Jiao's name, Pei Zicheng froze for a long time. When he heard that Xu Taiyou wanted to introduce his daughter to Pei Jai last night, he nodded and agreed without even asking for her basic information. "Who knew?" Bring Jiao Jiao back for a meal this week. Pei Zicheng took a deep breath to calm himself down. Okay. Pei Jai hung up. He went to pay the bill with Lin Jiao and hand in hand, they left the restaurant with Xu Jing. The lights in the alley were as warm as the sun. The two white cats played on the roof, occasionally letting out meows. Xu Jing squeezed between them. He looked up at the cat eyes that glowed green in the night. Why are they meowing? They might not be feeling well. Do they need to be hospitalized? No need. Lin Jiao made it up. They can heal themselves. They'll be fine in 2 days. How do they heal themselves? When the new season comes, they will recover. Seeing that Lin Jiao was deep in thought, Pei Jai helped her answer. He pointed at the alley exit. Do you remember my car? Xu Jing looked at the cars parked opposite. I do. He followed them across the road and walked to the Mercedes first. He turned around with a grin. Lin Jiao praised him and sat in the back seat with him. Jing, do you want to go home or go to my place? She half opened the window to let air in. To your house. Xu Jing looked at the window of a doll shop and suddenly thought of something. He leaned forward and said to Pei Jai more tactfully, brother-in-law, the doll shop opposite doesn't have Boonie Bears. Pei Jai thought for a moment and understood. He stepped on the accelerator and looked at the young face in the rearview mirror. I have it at home. Can I give it to you later? Okay. Xu Jing's eyes lit up. Lin Jiao asked, Uncle, when did you buy him a doll? Around the end of July. It's not a doll. It's a figurine. Xu Jing corrected her. Pei Jai told Lin Jiao about watching Boonie Bears with Xu Jing last time. They chatted happily along the way until they reached the parking lot of the red maple forest. Pei Jai opened the car door. I'll go up and get it first. Xu Jing, who received instructions from Lin Jiao, quickly got out of the car. He ran up to Pei Jai and grabbed the corner of his shirt tightly with his right hand. Brother-in-law, it's so stuffy in the car. Do you want to go up and rest for a while? Yes. Pei Jai led them back to the 19th floor. He found the figurine on the shelf in the study and handed it to Xu Jing. Take a look. Do you like it? Xu Jing exclaimed when he saw the figurines as if he had seen a treasure. He reached out and carefully took them out of the wooden box. I like it very, very much. Pei Jai rubbed the top of his head. While Xu Jing was playing with the figurines, he went to the kitchen to wash a bowl of grapes and bring it out. He peeled the sweet and juicy grapes and fed them to Lin Jiao, making her lips sparkle with water and tempting. 112 Acting together. He looked down. Is it sweet? Sweet. Let me try. Lin Jiao was about to peel one for him when she received a passionate kiss. With her lips sealed, she could not make a sound. She could only pull the blanket over their heads to avoid being seen by Xu Jing. 2 breaths intertwined in the small space. Pei Jai savored the sweet fragrance and rubbed her waist through the knitted sweater, immersed in the moment. Sister? A childish voice sounded. Xu Jing approached the corner and stared at the dark brown blanket. Are you guys playing a game? Lin Jiao pushed Pei Jai out to let him answer the question. I'm feeding your sister grapes. Why do you have to cover your head when you eat grapes? It's sweeter this way. Pei Jai recalled the sweetness that almost intoxicated him. He placed the pillow on Xu Jing's head and slowly peeled the grape skin. Try it. Perhaps it was a psychological effect, but when Xu Jing chewed, he felt that it was much sweeter than ordinary grapes. He wiped the juice from the corner of his mouth and gently pulled open the blanket on Lin Jiao's head. Sister, do you want to eat the grapes I feed you? Lin Jiao nodded cooperatively. When he fed her, she raised her chin in Pei Jai's direction and mouthed the words again. Having received the message, Xu Jing pounced on Pei Jai. Brother-in-law, I want to sleep here tonight. Can I? What about your sister? She'll be here too. Pei Jai pretended not to know what they were up to and said with a straight face, your sister might not want to. Why? She promised to go back home every Tuesday. He looked at the calendar. Today is Tuesday. Lin Jiao quickly stopped Xu Jing. Jing, forget it. She took a step back. I'll take you back. Don't trouble him. Xu Jing was about to nod when he saw her winking at him. He sat down on the carpet and straightened his neck. I'm not going back. Then you stay here. I'll go back. No, be good. In order to avoid being seen through by Pei Jai, Lin Jiao coaxed genuinely. I'll buy you candy, okay? No. Xu Jing refused firmly. He put down the figurines and moved his butt to Pei Jai's feet to hug his leg. Brother-in-law, I want to sleep with you. Page I held back his laughter and looked at him for a few seconds. He opened a shopping app and typed in the words child's toothbrush before saying, "Pick one yourself." He let go of his leg and clicked on the snack section after choosing a toothbrush. "Can I buy candy?" "Ask your sister. You can only buy one lollipop." Lin Jiao shook off her slippers and picked up the remote control. She found the costume drama that she did not finish watching last time and moved to Page I's side. "Uncle, I want to drink juice." "Right away." Page I walked to the counter and took out 2 boxes of apple juice. He put the straws in them one by one. When the opening song sounded, he hugged Lin Jiao and lay back. The sound of Xu Jing playing with the figurines and the sound of the drama filled the room, but they seemed to be in perfect harmony. However, the good time was short-lived. As soon as the clock pointed to 11, the lights in the living room and corridor went out one after another. After Xu Jing fell asleep, Page I got out of bed and went around to the other side, hugging his beloved girl. He lowered his head and kissed her forehead. With his back facing the moonlight, he accompanied her to sleep. 113. You want a chance? Shameless. Early morning after the rain. After a short stop at the entrance of Linksy Kindergarten, a Mercedes-Benz drove to Xingheng's parking lot. After reaching the top floor, Page I made himself a cup of coffee as usual and sat at his desk to work. "Boss?" Xiao knocked on the door. He reported what he discovered last night. "The employees on this floor know about your relationship with Miss Lin. Do you need me to remind them? Do people on other floors know too?" "Not yet." Page I took a sip of coffee. He looked up. "She has a few proposals to make recently. Don't let anyone disturb her." Xiao understood immediately. "Sure." He went outside to have a meeting with the employees and reminded them not to spread rumors. Assistant: "Someone is looking for President Pei downstairs." The female employee who received the call from the front desk stopped him in time. "Who is it?" "She said she's President Pei's sister." Xiao was confused. He walked into the CEO's office with a document to sign and explained about this mysterious sister. "Is her surname Fang?" "I don't know. She didn't say." Page I was silent for a moment. "Ask her to come up." He pointed at the sofa beside him. "Sit there and record the conversation for me." Xiao sat down and called the front desk. He casually lit a cigarette and asked out of curiosity, "Boss, who's this Miss Fang?" "Someone from the Lin family. Miss Lin's sister. Her stepmother's niece." At the mention of her, Page I revealed undisguised disgust. Looking at his expression, Xiao knew roughly what it was about. Hearing the approaching footsteps, he looked at the door and sized up the figure that had barged in. She was probably in her early 20s and was considered delicate-looking, but there was nothing special about her that would attract people. "Brother Pei." Fan Yanwen ignored the person on the sofa and ran towards the desk. Ever since her encounter with him that day, she couldn't shake him off her mind no matter what. Even though she had been treated coldly by him, she still wanted to give it a try to win his heart. Page I said coldly, "I don't have a sister." At this moment, he was as cold as a glacier, nothing like the way he was when he was with Lin Jiao. However, his indifference did not make Fan Yanwen give up. "Have you had breakfast?" Cut to the chase. "Don't be so harsh on me." She pulled out a chair and sat down. "I know a few good restaurants nearby. Shall we go and eat together?" "I'm busy." "You don't even have 15 minutes. Don't you understand human language?" Page I threw the folder on the table and lost his patience. When a terrifying gaze shot at her, Fan Yanwen took a deep breath and suppressed her fear. She clenched her fists to mentally prepare herself before slowly saying, "Can you give me a chance to chase you? You don't know that I have a girlfriend. It's not like I can control myself if I like someone. Whether you have a girlfriend or not, I still want to try." Page I chuckled. He looked straight at her with a deep gaze. "What's the difference between you and an animal if you can't even control something so basic as your emotion?" Being compared to an animal, no matter how strong-willed Fan Yanwen was, she couldn't help but cry. She suddenly jumped up from her seat. "Don't you think it's too much to say that about me? Your behavior is even worse. If I'm shameless simply because I like you, then doesn't that make Lin Jiao shameless too?" Page I's face darkened. He placed his hands on the table. Perhaps because he was too angry, the veins on the back of his hands bulged. "Say that again." 114. He felt disgusted just looking at her. Fan Yanwen felt an unbearable pressure coming on. Frightened, she stopped crying and leaned against the seat, not daring to take another look at him. She was truly afraid. She was so afraid that she wished she could take back what she just said. Are you even worthy of being compared to her? Pei-Jai looked at her disdainfully. His aura was sharp and oppressive. I find it disgusting to look at someone like you. For a moment, Fan Yanwen felt like she was in a world of ice and snow and couldn't help but shiver. She couldn't care less about the humiliation he gave her. Out of fear, she subconsciously apologized. I am sorry. Pei-Jai pointed at the door. Get lost. After she fled, he sat back in his chair and rubbed his eyebrows, still in a fit of anger. Boss, have some water. Shao walked to the water dispenser to get a glass of warm water. Shao understood what it felt like to be angry but couldn't vent the anger. However, he still reminded him, it's best if you let the Lin family take care of this matter. Pei-Jai knew that, but he did not intend to let her off. He lit a cigarette and calmly listed a few possibilities in his mind. Edit the recording. How do you want me to edit it? Ditch the latter half of it. Alright. Shao edited quickly. The moment he finished editing, the audio was forwarded to Lin Hongyuan's WeChat. After listening to the recording, Lin Hongyuan's blood pressure rose. He stopped what he was doing and drove home. He gritted his teeth and said to Fang Lu, hurry up and call her back. Fang Lu was equally angry if not more after listening to the recording. She opened her contact list with trembling fingers. Just as she dialed the number, Fan Yanwen returned. Where did you go? Shopping. She changed into slippers and looked no different from usual. What's wrong? Is Xinheng a good place for shopping? What are you talking about? I don't understand. Fan Lu pointed at her. Is that what your mother taught you? Seducing your cousin-in-law? How shameless are you? Fan Yanwen's face turned pale. She had thought about the consequences if they found out, but she was still indignant. What cousin-in-law? Is Lin Jiao your biological daughter? You can seduce her boyfriend just because she's not my biological daughter. Do you have any shame? Fan Yanwen, who had been insulted over and over, glared at her with hatred. Still furious, Fan Lu continued, I let you stay here out of kindness, and this is how you repay me. Even if you are not ashamed of yourself, I'm ashamed of myself. Fan Yanwen roared, when you seduced Lin Hongyuan to become his mistress, where was your sense of shame? Pa. Fan Lu slapped her. She held back the tears in her eyes and looked at Fan Yanwen as if she was looking at an ingrate. Do you think I'm like you, that I'm proud of ruining someone's relationship? Fan Yanwen, you're simply evil. Did I touch a raw nerve? Fan Yanwen pushed aside the hair covering her eyes and covered her burning cheek. She glared back at Fan Lu fiercely. You have the cheek to be a mistress but you don't have the face to admit it. What *tch? Lin Hongyuan, who was so angry that his chest was heaving, slapped her again with even more force than Fang Lu. He said with a dark expression, your mother didn't teach you well, and we have no obligation to teach you either. Pack your things and get lost. Do you think I want to stay here? Fan Yanwen kicked the coffee table and turned around to go upstairs. She swallowed the blood in her mouth and knocked open the door of the second bedroom. 115 Threatening the Lin family. Fan Yanwen said that she did not want to stay here. However, when she put the luxury items and jewelry on the bed, she started to regret it. Her family was not as well off as the Lin family. Once she left, it meant that everything she had now no longer belonged to her. After struggling for a long time, Fan Yanwen decided to call her mother and went downstairs to apologize under her mother's suggestion. She disguised herself as a good girl. Aunt, I was too impulsive just now. I'm sorry, no need. Fan Lu put away the antihypertensive pill. Hurt inflicted by words wouldn't heal that easily. She could not forgive her, let alone pretend it didn't happen. However, Fan Yanwen did not understand. She knelt down and said with tears in her eyes, I swear I'll never go to look for my cousin-in-law again. Fan Lu stood up and moved to the other side. You don't even have a cousin. How can you have a cousin-in-law? Can you forgive me for my words of anger and my ignorance? You're already an adult. Didn't anyone teach you to be responsible for your words and actions? The sarcasm in her eyes made Fan Yanwen clench her fists. Aunt, I really know my mistake. Fan Lu waved her hand. You can leave. You promised to take good care of me before, but now you're going back on your word. You don't have the ability to take care of yourself. Fan Yanwen was speechless. She stared at the phone on the coffee table and said, "How are you going to tell my mother about it? Are you threatening me?" "No, I'm just asking." Fan Lu was so angry that she laughed. She was not in the mood to waste her breath. She called the nanny in the kitchen and asked her to go upstairs to help Fan Yanwen pack up. Fan Yanwen, who was thinking hard about a solution, only came back to her senses when she saw the suitcase being carried down. She stared at the suitcase for a long time, knowing that there was no turning back. "I can leave." She stood up with a righteous expression. "But, give me 2 million first." Lin Hongyuan drank half a glass of water and took a deep breath to adjust his emotions to prevent his blood pressure from rising again. He took out his phone. "I'll get the police to give it to you. How many years of sentence do you get for racketeering?" Fan Lu asked him, looking like she was genuinely curious. "Over 10 years if it's serious. Then I'll go check the surveillance cameras." After she rushed upstairs, Lin Hongyuan called the police and turned on the speaker as he explained the situation. Hearing the police's voice, Fan Yanwen did not dare to make a fuss anymore and scurried away with her suitcase. She returned to the old residential building. As she walked in the stairwell filled with debris and trash, her clean shoes were gradually covered in dust. The aunties sitting in the corridor were chatting. Their saliva seemed to be spraying on her, making her feel disgusted. "Hey, isn't this Yanwen? Didn't you say some time ago that you would never come back to this lousy place again? What brought you here today? She is probably chased out by that family. She deserves it." The mocking laughter that rang out in her ears was like a silver needle covered in poison that pierced Fan Yanwen's heart. She opened the door silently and smashed the items in the bedroom to vent her anger. The mess on the ground showed how mad she was. She hugged her knees and sat on the sofa, looking at the setting sun in the west. She was like a numb puppet who could not even cry. Was she wrong? She was indeed wrong. She was wrong because she did not have a powerful background. Even being born into this family was wrong. Knock, knock. A knock on the door interrupted Fan Yanwen's thoughts. She walked to the door barefooted and turned the doorknob. "Who are you all? Let's talk inside." Lu Chaoan knocked into her shoulder and walked to the living room with her sisters. She crossed her arms and sat on the chair. "Fan Yanwen, did you confess to my man? Who? Still playing fool?" Fan Yanwen subconsciously thought of a male classmate who was in contact with her. "You're thinking too much. I'm not interested in your boyfriend. You're not interested in him but you still seduced him. Stop slandering me." "Slandering?" Lu Chaoan sneered. When she thought of the anonymous recording, she was so angry that she kicked Fan Yanwen's leg. "You even had a phone sex with him and now you're still accusing me of slandering you. What's wrong with you?" Fan Yanwen patted the dust off her pants. "I just chatted with him for a while." "What do you mean a phone sex? Who would have thought that someone like you is actually a lying by *ch? We really just chatted for a while. I didn't know he had a girlfriend. If you don't believe me, ask him." Bolsh *t. Lu Chaoan moved closer to her. "My boyfriend's WeChat moments are filled with my photos. Why are you still pretending you didn't know? He must have hidden the photos from me." Fan Yanwen took a few steps back. "If you want to blame someone, blame him. Why are you looking for me? Fan Yanwen, do you have a sense of shame? We heard how Chaoan's boyfriend rejected you with our ears." "That's right. And yet you still pretend you are the most innocent in the world. Aren't you just trying to ruin Chaoan's relationship and take advantage of it? What a big plan you are working on." Lu Chaoan's female friends spoke one after another, making the atmosphere tense. Realizing that she was in trouble, Fan Yanwen held her clothes tightly to hide the panic in her eyes. "Sister Chaoan," she lowered her voice. "Nothing happened between me and him. Do you hope something happened?" "No, how can I seduce someone who has a girlfriend? There must be a misunderstanding." Lu Chaoan preferred to believe the evidence. She grabbed Fan Yanwen's collar and slapped her face. "Fan Yanwen, do you really think I'm a fool? I said I didn't do it." "Well then, I didn't slap you either." "You." Just as Fan Yanwen finished saying a word, the girls standing at the back made a move. Furious shouts and slaps sounded at the same time. "I dare you try again." Lu Chaoan took the tissue from her female friends and looked at Fan Yanwen's bruised face. This time, Fan Yanwen did not refute. She knew that no matter what she said, she would not be able to clear her name. I wouldn't dare." Who else did you seduce other than my boyfriend? No one. You'd better not lie. Lu Chaoan crushed up the tissue and threw it at her face. Before she left, she smiled at Fan Yanwen and said, "By the way, the person who made a speech at the playground last week is my uncle." "What do you mean? Don't you like to seduce office workers? Then I'll introduce one to you. Isn't that what you want?" Fan Yanwen's heart skipped a beat. She looked at Lu Chaoan's back in a daze and was gradually overwhelmed by regret. 116 Afraid that he would be too tired and want to be kissed again. After the bright moon crept up to the sky, the city was covered in a thin mysterious veil. The black car, surrounded by neon lights, drove towards the red maple forest. When Lin Jiao followed him to get the parcels, she finally remembered the pajamas she had forgotten to pick up for 2 days. "I got a parcel too." Pei Jai took the parcel from the post officer and asked curiously, "What is this?" "Clothes." Lin Jiao's expression did not change, but in her mind, she was already picturing the scene. After arriving at the 19th floor with him, she immediately said, "Uncle, I'll take a shower first." "You can't take a shower right after dinner. How long do I have to wait?" "At 8. Pei Jai closed the shoe cabinet. He walked to the living room to find scissors. "I'll open it." Lin Jiao grabbed her parcel tightly, afraid that he would find out what was inside. Pei Jai did not think too much about it. He cleaned the disinfection machine and tried it using the underwear hanging on the balcony to make sure that it was working before putting it in the bathroom. "Jiao Jiao, are you done opening the parcel?" He leaned against the door frame and asked. "Yep." "Then bring it over and let me wash it." "No need." Lin Jiao rejected quickly. She pulled off the tag and wrapped the dress in her bathrobe, not even having time to look at it. "I haven't decided if I want to return it." "If you can't make up your mind, you don't have to return it. I'll see in a few days." Pei Jai agreed and hugged her to the sofa. He handed her the remote control. "I told my dad that we'll go back for lunch tomorrow. When do you want to set out?" "At 10. Lin Jiao looked up. "Sure." Pei Jai caressed her smooth face. "What do you want to eat tomorrow morning?" The calluses on his fingers brushed against her skin, giving her an itch. Not only did she not dodge, but she also rubbed her face against his palm affectionately. "I don't want you to make breakfast. Let's eat outside. Do you want me to sleep a bit more?" "Yeah." Pei Jai let out a chuckle. He lifted her chin, his breath hot and heavy. "You want to be kissed again?" Lin Jiao closed her eyes before he leaned over and planted a kiss on her lips. That look of infatuation on her face made Pei Jai want to stop time from flowing. He savored the sweetness that belonged to him. His heart felt like it was stuffed with cotton. "Good girl." He restrained the darkness in his eyes and ended the intimacy with a light kiss on her forehead. Lin Jiao, who was leaning on his shoulder, was still trying to calm down. She wrapped her arms around his neck and said, her lips still wet from sparkling saliva, "You can't kiss me for too long next time. You don't like it?" "No." Pei Jai looked at her and roughly understood. He brushed aside the hair on the side of her face and tapped her lips casually. "I'll try my best." Lin Jiao looked away from his face and stood up to take 2 sips of water. She stared at the clock. "It's 8 o'clock. Are you feeling unwell?" "No, not at all." Pei Jai played with her fingertips. "Then why do you want to take a shower so badly?" "I want to spend time with you after showering." "Is that so?" "That's right." Lin Jiao pretended to be calm, not wanting to reveal anything in front of him. 117 Surprise him and write a guarantee. Pei Jai did not stop her. He picked up the remote control and changed the channel, not knowing what kind of torture he would have to endure later. A moment later, the sound of running water could be heard. The steam that rose added a glow to Lin Jiao's face, and even her eyes looked misty. She washed the foam off her collarbone, wrapped herself in a towel, and walked to the sink. She took out the nightgown hidden in the bathrobe and put it on. The wine-red color of the nightgown made her already fair skin look even fairer and more charming. She took out a tissue to wipe the mirror. When she saw the design of the nightgown, her cheeks turned red. Perhaps because she was too shy, she put on a bathrobe and waited for the steam to dissipate before mustering up her courage to push open the door. "Jiao Jiao, why aren't you coming over?" Pei Jai looked at the figure standing beside the floor lamp in confusion. "I want to sleep." "Then why don't you go back to your room?" "Okay." Lin Jiao took a step to the right and said to him, "Go take a shower." After she disappeared from his sight, Pei-Jai suppressed a sense of bad feeling and walked into the bathroom. He took a shower in 20 minutes, turned off the chandelier and television in the living room, and slowly walked back to the master bedroom. Jiao Jiao? Pei-Jai, who did not see anyone on the bed, pushed open the bathroom door and looked around. I'm here. Lin Jiao poked her head out from behind the curtains. She rubbed her hands against each other, her eyelashes fluttering as he approached. You want to play hide and seek with me? Pei-Jai rubbed the top of her head, a smile flashing across his eyes. He lowered his hand to hold her hand, but before he could touch her arm, she dodged. Lin Jiao pursed her lips. Close your eyes. And then, give me your hand. Pei-Jai obediently reached out his hand. He was dragged forward and sat by the bay window at her signal. Can I open my eyes now? Wait a minute. Lin Jiao took deep breaths. Wrapping her arms around his neck, she leaned over and kissed him on the neck. Hug me first. Pei-Jai hugged her. He rubbed the silky fabric and had an ominous feeling. Jiao Jiao, what surprise do you have in store for me? Me, what? The surprise is me. Lin Jiao's heart was racing, and she tightened her grip on his neck. Pei-Jai opened his eyes without asking. When he saw the so-called surprise, his body instantly tensed up, and he seemed to have fallen into a trance. His reaction made Lin Jiao nervous. She leaned closer to him, her voice so soft that he could barely hear it. Don't you like it? Pei-Jai suddenly came back to his senses. He dodged her kiss and ripped the curtains off to wrap her up. Perhaps because he was too anxious and did not control his strength, the curtains were pulled down by him and covered their heads. All the light was instantly blocked. Two heartbeats of different frequencies created an ambiguous vibe in the dark and quiet environment. Pei-Jai, who had gone completely crazy, hurriedly pushed away the curtains and placed her on the bed. I'll deal with you later. With that, he stormed out of the bedroom. She didn't have time to do anything. Lin Jiao kicked away the curtains and got into bed. She looked at the night lamp that was emitting a warm light and thought of a way to torture him. 40 minutes later, Pei-Jai appeared again. He placed the letter of guarantee on the bedside table and said in a hoarse voice, add another one. 118. Keep it for the future. Lin Jiao stood up subconsciously. Just as the blanket slid down to her collarbone, Pei-Jai pressed her back down and stopped her from moving. Puzzled, she asked, add what? Promise not to wear a dress like that. Can't I just wear it for you to see? No. Pei-Jai thought for a moment and changed his mind. I can wear it next year, but not now. Why? It's been getting cold recently. It's easy to catch a cold. There's air conditioning indoors. Lin Jiao pointed at the AC behind him and said seriously, besides, my health is always good. No matter how good your health is, everyone catches a cold. Pei-Jai kissed her forehead. His gaze was so gentle that it could make people compromise. He combed up her long hair that was scattered on the pillow. If you catch a cold, my heart will ache. Under his coaxing, Lin Jiao picked up the letter of guarantee and wrote down the 5th clause as well as the time on which it was written. She turned over and handed it to him. Done. Change your clothes first. Pei-Jai placed the pajamas by the bed and went to the study room. When he returned, Lin Jiao had already changed. Uncle. She pushed aside the hair on her cheek and said gently, hang the curtains. Okay. Pei-Jai stuffed the sexy nightgown to the bottom of the closet, thinking that he would let her wear it in the future. Jiao Jiao, do you want milk? Not really. Then I'll turn off the lights. Lin Jiao shook her head. I'm not sleepy yet. Seeing that she had turned on the projector, Pei-Jai lifted the blanket beside him and got into bed to hug her. He curled his knuckles and pinched her face. Who told me she wanted to sleep just now? Not anymore. You little liar. Lin Jiao bit the back of his hand. She glared at him, her gaze like a small hook that tickled his heart. Say that again. I won't say that again. Pei-Jai did not dare to provoke her. He shifted his gaze to the projection screen and watched the prince lecture the servants. He hasn't married yet? No, I think he'll get married on the 20th episode. How many episodes are there in this drama? 56. Lin Jiao lay comfortably on his chest. He's going to be crippled soon. Wasn't he in a wheelchair in the first episode? He faked it. Pei-Jai pushed her away and rushed to get some snacks before the show started. He fed her a plum and asked her to spit it out the pit. It's so sour. Lin Jiao took a tissue from the side and wiped his palm. Then I'll buy plums from another brand next time. He rarely ate snacks and wasn't familiar enough with brands. Pei-jai put the plums aside. What else do you want to eat? Dried strawberries. Lin Jiao enjoyed being fed by him. After tasting the sweetness of the strawberries, she discussed the plot with him. Who do you think caused him to die? Emperor. Why? Emperors are usually paranoid. Pei-jai took 2 sips of water. That makes sense. Lin Jiao agreed with Pei-jai. She continued watching. When the episode was over, she subconsciously reached out to grab the remote control. Jiao Jiao. Pei-jai raised his chin at the clock to remind her of the time. It's time to sleep. It's not even midnight yet. You want to watch for another 15 minutes? 20. Lin Jiao held his arm. I want to finish watching the part where he rejects Miss Guan. The moment her soft voice entered his ear, Pei-jai couldn't help but press the remote control. The scene that appeared again made Lin Jiao happy. Reward. She kissed him on the lips and turned around to watch the show. Pei-jai, who was enchanted by the little fox, was immersed in the strawberry-flavored kiss. He couldn't even remember how many times he had made compromises. 119 Jiao Jiao called Pei-jin dad. It was a sunny day. In the alleyway surrounded by tiled walls, many old people came out for a walk with teacups. Their laughter did not ease Lin Jiao's nervousness. Instead, it made it worse. She held Pei-jai's arm and followed him into the house calmly, but she was actually panicking. Dad, we're back. Pei-jai placed the gifts she had bought in advance on the tea table. Pei-jin looked up when he heard the voice. He was about to speak when he was interrupted by a gentle voice. Lin Jiao blurted out, Dad. This form of address frightened Pei-jin. Suspecting he'd heard wrong, he tilted his head to the side and put his ear forward. What did you call me? Lin Jiao raised her voice and said again. Seeing that he was silent for a long time, she secretly tugged at Pei-jai's sleeve. What happened to him? Was I too loud? No, Pei-jai whispered into her ear. He's probably just stunned. Pei-jin was indeed stunned. He put the chess piece between his fingers into the chess box and took a sip of tea. Sit down. Let's talk. Didn't brother tell you? Tell me what? About me being with Jiao Jiao. Pei-jai picked up the teapot and poured tea into 2 porcelain cups. Say that again. I'm with Jiao Jiao. At this moment, Pei-jin's mood was like a lake that had been thrown a stone, causing ripples. He let out a breath. How long ago? Mid-August. Why didn't you tell me last time? Pei-jai guessed that he was referring to the day before November. He picked up his teacup. At that time, my relationship with Jiao Jiao was still ambiguous, so I didn't mention it to you. Pei-jin snorted. You hid it quite well. He looked sideways at Lin Jiao. Jiao Jiao, why do you like this brat? Lin Jiao listed a bunch of reasons why she liked Pei-jai. He's also very good to me. Her overflowing happiness infected Pei-jin. He could tell that they cherished this relationship, so he stopped asking about it. Jiao Jiao, play 2 rounds with me. Okay. Lin Jiao sat opposite him. As she picked up a black piece, Pei-jai went to the kitchen to bring out a plate of fruits. He looked at the chessboard in silence. Occasionally, he would fork a piece of fruit for her and teach her what moves to make. Pei Zisheng, who had returned from jogging, saw the 3 of them gathered together and went over to take a look. He pointed at the bottom right corner. Jiao Jiao, stop him there. A mature male voice sounded in her ear, making Lin Jiao look up subconsciously. Pei Zicheng looked very similar to Pei-jai. However, his temperament was much gentler than Pei-jai's. He had a sense of maturity that came from a good accumulation of experiences in life. Brother, Lin Jiao called out with a smile. Then she picked up a chess piece and placed it on the chessboard. Pei-jai handed him a cigarette and sat down on the other side with Pei Zicheng. Where's sister-in-law? She went to the market with Auntie Luo. Have you taken care of the matter in Bin City? Yes. Pei Zicheng lit the cigarette. Your sister-in-law doesn't want to have anything to do with her from now on. Pei-jai raised an eyebrow. What happened? 120 Feel free to smash his glass. She called your sister-in-law by *ch in front of the neighbors and even smashed the things in the morning hall. She's really out of her mind for money. Not only is she crazy, but she can even use her life as a bargaining chip. Pei Zicheng recounted the scene. He tapped his cigarette twice. If the police didn't come in time, I'm afraid she would have jumped. Pei-jai could not understand the mentality of people who threaten to kill themselves just to achieve a certain goal. He heard footsteps outside the door and stopped discussing this topic. Sister-in-law is back. Where's the ashtray? Over there with Dad. Pei Zicheng hurriedly stubbed out his cigarette. He picked up his teacup and took 2 sips, trying to cover the smell in his mouth. Come over and smell if my clothes reeked of nicotine. I'm sure they are. Then I'll go up and change. Pei Jai shook his head and laughed. He blew out a last puff of smoke and helped Bai Ying pour a cup of tea. Sister-in-law, did you buy a lot? Not a lot. Bai Ying came over after changing into a pair of slippers. She was wearing a checkered Chanel jacket and black wide-legged pants, looking quite smart. She walked to the sofa with a gentle smile on her face. Jiao Jiao, who won between you and Dad? Dad won more. Lin Jiao was not good at chess. If not for the spectators giving her guidance, she probably would not have won a single round. Bai Ying took the snacks from Auntie Luo and asked Lin Jiao, Jiao Jiao, do you want to have pork trotter soup for lunch? Lin Jiao quickly shook her head. Not really. Thinking of the effect of the pork trotter soup, Pei Jai subconsciously moved his eyes down below her neck and then quickly looked away. He suddenly thought of something. Where's Pei Yulin? She went on a trip with Jiang Yi. Where? Xiangnan Mountain. Bai Ying forked a piece of apple. There's a hot spring resort there. You can bring Jiao Jiao there next time. Okay. Pei Jai remembered it. He played with the lighter in his hand and chatted with them from time to time, making the atmosphere more lively. At lunchtime, a strong fragrance filled the hall. Pei Jin, whose appetite was aroused by the fragrance, immediately brought them to the dining room. He looked at the bottle of white wine on the table and thought of that stubborn old man. Jiao Jiao, how's old Lin? Not bad. When did he move to the countryside? A long time ago. Lin Jiao recalled. Probably when I was in high school. Dad, when Pei Zisheng was peeling prawns for his wife, he looked up and asked, do you know Jiao Jiao's grandfather? Her grandfather is Lin Kanglu. Lin Kang, you mean Uncle Lin? Who else could it be? When Pei Jin first found out about this, he was even more surprised than Pei Zisheng. He picked up a piece of pork rib and placed it in Lin Jiao's bowl. After some thought, he said, Jiao Jiao, are you free tomorrow? I am. Then bring me and old Chu over to see your grandfather. Okay. Lin Jiao thought that saying too much at the dining table wasn't appropriate, so she didn't ask the many questions she had. She ate the oyster that Pei Jai put into her bowl and looked at Pei Zicheng, whose hands were covered in oil. Brother, why aren't you wearing gloves? I would have forgotten if you didn't tell me. Pei Zicheng took out a wet tissue to wipe his hand. He unscrewed the cap of the white wine and a funny image appeared in his mind. Dad, you should change the way you address Uncle Lin in the future. What do you mean? According to seniority, you should call your daughter-in-law's grandfather uncle, right? Impossible. Pei Jin's expression was extremely interesting. He took the half glass of wine from Pei Zicheng and downed it in one go. If I call him uncle, I will be made a laughingstock among my friends. But according to, I don't care about seniority. Pei Zicheng tried his best to hold back his laughter. If you don't, Uncle Lin might kick up a fuss. Let him be. What kind of fuss can he kick up? Pei Jin said in a huff, his nostrils flaring. Do you think I'm afraid of him? What if he objects to Jiao Jiao marrying Pei Jai because of that? He won't. He was like an old child. If he dares, I'll fight him to the death. Are you going to fight him with a walking stick? Pei Zisheng, are you itching for a beating? Seeing that he was about to grab his walking stick, Pei Zicheng, who did not want to be hit, quickly snatched the walking stick and shut up. He elbowed Bai Ying, who glared at him and picked up the food with chopsticks. Dad, try this base. Pei Jin snorted and let him go. After having lunch with the children, he walked to the window with his walking stick and shouted at the next door. Old Chu, come and play chess. Wait a minute. Are you constipated again? After a few seconds of silence, someone scolded, Pei Jin, you old fool, I'm having lunch. Pei Jin, who was scolded, laughed instead of getting angry. He leaned out of the window, afraid that the others in the neighborhood could not hear him. You're only eating now? Is your child starving you or what? Cut that crap. I saw it all last night. An old man in his 70s, who had also stuck his head out, grabbed a handful of stones from a flower pot and threw them at the person next door. He pointed at Pei Jin, who was smiling like a blooming flower. Shut up. I don't have time to fool around with you. Pei Jin, who was almost hit, stared at the glass. He tapped the ground twice with his walking stick and said in a louder voice, try hitting me again. Do you think I don't dare? With that, he threw another piece of stone. Pei Jin was completely enraged. Pei Zisheng, get me a slingshot. He turned to shout into the living room, looking like he wanted to fight with the person next door. Pei Zisheng was speechless. He closed the window as usual and dragged Pei Jin back to the living room to prevent the quarrel from escalating. Uncle, Lin Jiao, who was amused, lowered her voice and asked the person beside her, do they do this often? Almost every day. Pei Jai was used to it. He raised his chin at the window and said calmly, they've smashed 4 or 5 windows. Always with stones? Not necessarily, it depends on their mood. Lin Jiao looked at the wooden slingshot that Pei Jin had found in the cabinet. Out of curiosity, she played with it. She looked up. Did you make this? Of course. Pei Jin threw a stone up and nimbly caught it. Do you want to try? I can't control my strength. It's fine. Feel free to smash his glass. Forget it. She put down the slingshot. Afraid that he could not hear her, she raised her voice slightly. I have something to ask you. What is it? My father cut ties with my grandpa when I was very young. Do you know why? Pei Jin raised an eyebrow. No one told you. No. Lin Jiao peeled the peanut shells and placed the nuts on the plate. My mother doesn't let me ask either. 121 Understanding the reason. I know. Pei Zicheng put away his chess piece and dragged the stool to their side. He summarized it in a few words. In order to invest, your father sold the antiques at home without telling Uncle Lin. What antiques? I heard they were some kind of porcelain. Lin Jiao frowned. She recalled the frequent quarrels between her parents during her poor childhood and felt that something was wrong. Where is the money he got from selling antiques? I lost it all. Pei Jin suppressed the emotions in his eyes. He blew away the tea leaves on the edge of the cup. First time he invested, old Lin took half of his savings to help him, but he lost everything. Lin Jiao guessed boldly. Grandpa refused to help him the second time, so he sold the antiques. Right. Did he get the antiques back in the end? Pei Jin nodded. At the thought of what Lin Kangla had suffered, Lin Jiao was angry with her father. I didn't know he was such a scumbag. It's all in the past. Pei Jin patted her shoulder comfortingly and said gently, he's not as frivolous as before. Have you seen him in the past few years? No, I heard it from your brother. Lin Jiao replied, my father talked to me last time. He said he wants to fulfill his filial responsibility to grandpa. He never went back to visit your grandpa. He did, but grandpa refused to see him. Old Lin is as stubborn as ever. Pei Jin curled his lips at the thought of his stubborn look. I'll have a good chat with him tomorrow. Can you persuade him? Of course. As long as he found where old Lin lived, he was confident to persuade him. Pei Zisheng saw through his thoughts at a glance. Are you planning to stay at Uncle Lin's house uninvited? What do you mean uninvited? Pei Jin picked up a peanut and threw it at his son. The air in the countryside is good. Can't I stay there for a few more days? Pei Jai smiled. I'm afraid you won't stay there for long. And why is that? He lives in a very remote place. He usually has to grow and pick the vegetables himself. Can you walk in the muddy field with your walking stick? You're underestimating me. Pei Jin threw his walking stick to the side and stood up agilely. He slapped his thigh. I'm not a cripple. Are you pretending to be a cripple all these years? A teasing voice attracted everyone's attention. Chu Kui walked leisurely towards the living room. He was about the same height as Pei Jin and looked energetic, nothing like an old man in his 70s. I'm not crippled to begin with. Pei Jin moved to the right and sat in front of the white chess piece, waiting for him to come over. Then why do you use a walking stick all day? It's nothing to do with you whether I use it or not. Hurry up and come over. Just as Chukui was about to scold him, he saw Lin Jiao from the corner of his eye and smiled. Jiao Jiao, you're here. His expression changed especially quickly, and the gentleness he revealed was a stark contrast to before. Uncle Chu. Lin Jiao placed the peeled peanuts on the small table by the chessboard. Have some? Sure. Chukui took 2 to try. When he picked up the black piece under Pei Jin's nagging, he suddenly realized something. What did you call me, Uncle Chu? Are you in a relationship with Pei Jai? They've been together for a few months. Pei Jin swallowed a mouthful of tea. Is your son, Chu Yeju, dating anyone? Chu Kui placed a piece on the chessboard. Yes. With whom? I didn't ask. I can't be bothered with him. Is Yeju at home? Pei Jai held Lin Jiao's hand that he had not touched all morning and rubbed it gently. Yes. Then we'll go over to see him. 122 He is being tortured at all times. Lin Jiao followed him. She walked next door under the sun and sat in the garden with Chu Yeju. Did you not sleep well last night? She stared at the dark circles under his eyes with concern. Yes. Chu Yeju poured the coffee into 3 cups. I quarreled with her. Why? I was playing games with brother Yinshan and forgot to reply to her message. You didn't apologize. I did, but she insisted that I didn't like her anymore. Pei Jai swirled his coffee cup. Then do you still like her? I do, but I'm starting to get tired. It hasn't been that long and you're already tired. It's not a matter of time. Chu Yeju handed him a cigarette. Her emotions are fluctuating all the time, and I feel tortured. Give me an example. She wanted me to buy her a bag last Thursday. When I said I was busy, she immediately fell out with me. After that, I bought it and sent it over to her, but she didn't want it. Did she take it eventually? After I begged her and said a lot of nice things, she took it. Lin Jiao paused in the middle of stirring her cup. She restrained the sympathy that flashed across her eyes and advised him tactfully, you two are not compatible. I think so too. Chu Yeju sighed. He threw the phone on the table. I'll talk to her when her agent sends me a message. What does it have to do with her agent? Every time she blocked me, her agent would secretly send me the location and ask me to go over and coax her. Pei Jai frowned when he heard that. When he saw Chu Yeju's foolish look, he knew that he had treated the agent as a good person. If you want to break up, make up your mind and do it. Don't drag it on. The thing is that I can't find her now. Ask Yinshan. Chu Yeju called Ju Yinshan. After knowing that she had gone to Bin City to film, he rubbed the hair on his forehead dejectedly. Brother Pei, can I borrow your phone? Use Jiao's phone. Pei Jai did not want other women to keep his contact number. Lin Jiao pressed the dial button. Seeing that he had turned on the speaker, she leaned forward and listened to their conversation. Nan Rui, it's me. What do you want? Xia Nan Rui sounded impatient, but she did not hang up immediately. Let's break up. Chu Yeju, say that again. Chu Yeju repeated his words. His indifferent attitude made Xia Nan Rui panic. Her tone softened. Is it because of what happened last night? Yes, but no. Chu Yeju said calmly, I have a job too, and I need to socialize. I really can't do what you want me to do. She always made him embarrassed. Even if he did nothing wrong, he still had to beg her. Did I ask for too much? Xia Nan Rui choked. If you don't like me anymore, just say it. Don't make excuses. I don't like you anymore. Are you satisfied now? Do you have to do this? I sacrificed so much for you, but in the end, you still want to dump me. What did you sacrifice? I rejected 2 dating variety shows and 5 men who wanted to date me. The meeting with my fans has also been rescheduled because of you. Can't you see it? Are you blind? Chu Yeju was silent. Sensing that he was starting to waver, Pei Jai knocked on the table twice to remind him. I'll call you tonight. Chu Yeju hung up. Brother Pei. He stared at Pei Jai, eager for an answer. Is what she said true? 123 Choosing to break up. Pei Jai did not expect him to be so stupid. He lit the cigarette. Don't you have a brain to think? Lin Jiao secretly pinched him. A tickling sensation came from his waist. He coughed twice and said, ask Yinshan for confirmation. Chu Yeju called again. While waiting for the call to be answered, he asked them, if she didn't lie to me, what should I do? Beg her to come back to you. Beg again. You're used to it anyway. Pei Jai blew out a puff of smoke, not wanting to discuss this anymore. He clicked on the photo sent by Question Xiao and showed it to them. Let's go to Luying for 2 days next Friday. Isn't your birthday on Saturday? We'll spend my birthday over there. The environment looks good. Lin Jiao looked at the photos over and over. Tell them about it first. Alright. Pei Jai opened their WeChat group. After sending the address, Ju Yinshan, who had gone to check, called Chu Yeju back. Xia Nan Rui did reject a variety show, but the reason is that she has a conflict with one of the guests. She told me she rejected too. No, Ju Yinshan seemed to have just woken up and his voice was still a little hoarse. As far as I can find, there is only one. What about the fan meeting? I'm not sure. He yawned. I think it was cancelled because of her schedule. Chu Yeju was extremely disappointed. Got it. Hearing the dispirited tone in his voice, Ju Yinshan asked in a low voice, did you break up with her? Not yet, but soon. Then talk to her first. If you can't settle it, tell me. Yes. Chu Yeju took a deep breath. He picked up Lin Jiao's phone again and, in a matter of announcement, told Xia Nanrui that they were completely done for. No matter how she cried or explained, his heart never softened. He even ended the call first. He deleted her contact information and drank half a cup of coffee in one go before letting out a long sigh. She's calling again. Lin Jiao looked at the number that popped up on the screen. Ignore her. Chu Yeju played with the lighter with a cold expression. Just block her. Have you ever brought her back? No, she can't find me here. Lin Jiao hung up without hesitation. She picked up her coffee cup and clinked it with his. After comforting him for a long time, she said, I'll introduce you to someone better next time. Do you have anyone suitable around you? Not at the moment. Then I'll wait. Chu Yeju adjusted his emotions quickly and was not as angry as before. While Pei Jai was in the washroom, he leaned over and asked Lin Jiao, did you prepare a birthday gift for Brother Pei? Absolutely. What is it? A pair of rings. Lin Jiao opened the order and showed it to him. It's a new arrival. Isn't this series a wedding ring? Unmarried people can wear it too. Chu Yeju could not refute that. He looked away and muttered to himself, what should I give him then? He doesn't lack anything. Lin Jiao checked the logistics and turned off the screen. Chu Yeju, who was still thinking hard, was suddenly struck by an idea. I got it. He let out a laugh. I know what to give him. What? I'll show you when I bought it. When Pei Jai returned, Chu Yeju was still smiling. Pei Jai took the tissue from Lin Jiao and wiped the water off his fingertips. What are you talking about? I just watched a funny video. Show me. I accidentally swiped it. Chu Yeju was afraid that he would notice something, so he lowered his head and scrolled through the video app. 124 Meeting after so many years. Pei Jai remembered what he came for and said, come with us to the countryside tomorrow. Are we going fishing? No, he explained it briefly and did not mention anything about farm work. Remember to wear sportswear and no watch. Why can't I wear a watch? It's not easy to walk there. If you accidentally fall, you'll break it. Chu Yeju believed him. The next morning, he changed into sportswear and drove out the city with the two old men. The quiet mountain path was unique. The warm sun shone through the lush trees. When the breeze brushed past their faces, they felt relaxed. Park here. Pei Jai pointed at the muddy road. He picked up the gift box and waited for Chu Yeju to stop before opening the trunk. The road ahead is too narrow. We can only walk. For how long? About 10 minutes. Chu Kui looked at the mud road ahead. He pointed at the courtyard that was surrounded by fences. Is that old Lin's house? Yes. Lin Jiao helped Pei Jin as they walked on. She paid attention to the road under her feet, afraid that he would accidentally trip. There's a river behind the courtyard where we can fish. Chu Yeju suddenly stopped in his tracks. He went back to get the fishing rod from the trunk and ran to catch up with them, his eyes fixed on the trumpet flowers on the fence. You'd better not pick it. Seeing him reach out a hand, Pei Jai reminded him in time, if you pick it, you'll be beaten up. I wasn't going to. Put your hand back down before you say that. Chu Kui glared at him and walked into the courtyard first. He shouted into the house, Old Lin. This sonorous voice startled Lin Kanglu, who was sitting in the living room reading the newspaper. He looked at the two old men through the window. Just as the corners of his mouth curled into a nostalgic smile, he cleared his throat to suppress it. You old thing, are you deaf? Come out quickly. Chu Kui pulled Pei Jin to sit at the table in the courtyard. His ears are not working well. Lin Kanglu smacked the newspaper on the table. He walked out. Who let you in? Pei Jin pointed at the open door. The door is wide open, so we let ourselves in. Stop arguing. Chu Kui waved his hand and interrupted them. I'm dying of thirst. Get us a cup of tea first. You deserve to die of thirst. Lin Kanglu glared at him and turned to enter the house. Hearing the sound he made in the kitchen, Pei Jin stretched out his neck and shouted, I want to drink pure. I don't have that. Then black tea will do just fine. I'm already being merciful enough to give you something to drink. Do you think you get to choose? Although Lin Kanglu said that, he still brought out a pot of pure tea. He gestured for the juniors to sit down. I don't have time to entertain the two of you. Hurry up and leave after drinking it. I heard the sound of chicken. Chu Kui did not answer him at all. He looked at Chu Yeju and said, Go to the backyard and catch one. I've never caught one. It's very easy to catch. Pei-jin called out to Pei-jai. Go with Pei-jai and choose a fat one to stew. Lin Canlu slapped the table. Did I agree? As long as Jiao Jiao agrees, your opinion is insignificant. Chu Kui smiled amiably at Lin Jiao. Right? 125 Talking about the past. Lin Jiao replied with a smile. What else do you want to eat? Carrot stewed pork ribs and stir-fried yams. Chu Kui glanced at Pei-jin. Give him braised pork too. Do you think this place is a restaurant? Old Chu and I came all the way here. Don't you think it's only appropriate to treat us to a big meal? Shameless. Lin Canlu cursed angrily, but he did not stop the juniors who were walking towards the kitchen. Pei-jin knocked him with his walking stick. He raised his chin at the house beside him. Aren't you going to bring us in for a tour? Can you even walk? Why can't I? He's pretending to be a cripple. Ignore him. Chu Kui picked up his teacup and stood up at the same time as them. Chu, who came out after inspecting the kitchen, realized that the old men were gone. He said excitedly, let's go and see the chickens. You want to catch it? A little. I never tried it. He was willing to try anything that he had never done. Pei-jai held Lin Jiao's hand and walked in front. He found the chicken coop in the backyard and pulled open the fence to let him in. I'll give you a chance to show off. Which one? Catch whichever one you like. Chu looked around and finally chose a lucky chicken. He avoided the chicken poop and moved to the right. Just as he stretched out his claws, the red-haired chicken flapped its wings and flew away. He went back and forth a few times but did not even manage to touch a feather on the chicken. You have to sneak up to it. Looking at his clumsy movement, Lin Jiao was anxious. She lowered her voice to avoid scaring the chickens. Catch it when it's not paying attention. Chu did as she said. He bent down and slowly walked forward. After getting closer, he suddenly pounced on it. Then, he tripped over a stone. Lin Jiao held her breath, afraid that he would fall on the chicken poop. Fortunately, Chu reacted quickly and stabilized himself in time. Holy crap, that was close. Chu panted. Pei-jai held back his laughter. He thought of how miserable he was the first time he was catching a chicken and decided not to continue watching the show. Let me help you. I have to catch it this time. Chu clenched his fists and swore. I'll feed it, and you tried to sneak up to its back. Sure. Pei-jai sprinkled grains on the ground and led the chicken to a corner where it was not easy to escape before giving Chu a look. They cooperated well and caught the struggling chicken quickly. Do you have a knife? Chu lowered his head to look at his clothes that were covered in dust and wanted to retaliate. The knife is in the kitchen. I'm going to kill this little bastard. By the time Pei-jai and Lin Jiao returned to the kitchen, the chicken was already dead. Lin Jiao quickly took a basin to keep the blood. It's still moving. Then I'll give it another slash. Point the knife at its neck. Chu slashed down. He looked at the chicken neck to make sure it was dead before putting down the knife. What do we do next? Plucking the feather. Lin Jiao told him the steps. After Pei-jai finished boiling the water, she placed the chicken in the pot and boiled it for 2 minutes before teaching him how to pluck. After Lin Jiao was done giving a demonstration, Chu gave it a try. He sat alone on the wooden stool and plucked the feather one by one. Brother Pei, have you ever killed a chicken before? I have. Here as well? Yes. Pei-jai put on an apron. He placed the fish on the chopping board and knocked it out with the back of the knife before scraping off the scales. I caught it with Yinshan last time. He must be very skilled, right? Indeed. Lin Jiao walked behind Pei-jai and helped him tie the apron. She picked up the basin filled with veggies and walked to the sink to wash it. Chu leaned over to wash his hands. Who's going to cook? Do you know how to cook? I know. Your showtime then. Lin Jiao thought for a moment and handed him a plate filled with yams and fungus. Chu rolled up his sleeves. In just a moment, a wisp of smoke spread out, and the entire house was filled with the fragrance of fresh food. Seeing that he was stir-frying the yams skillfully, Lin Jiao was slightly relieved and poured the chicken into another pot. In no time, one dish after another was placed on the table in the living room. Do you have wine? Chu Kui wanted to drink. Lin Canlu turned around and walked to the wine jar. Kids, do you want to drink too? What's the alcohol content? 50 or 60? Chu went over with 2 glasses. He sniffed the wine that was filled with herbal fragrance. As soon as he took a sip, he frowned at the spiciness. Brother Pei, try it. You have to savor this wine slowly. Chukui picked up his glass and wanted to laugh when he saw his grimace face. It's spicy even if I drink it slowly, then drink white wine. Lin Kanlu poured him a glass. He told them to eat first and then picked up his glass. Don't drink too much. You still have to go back tonight. Go back to where? Peijin picked up a peanut. Old Chu and I are staying for the night. There's no room for the two of you. Then we'll stay in your room. In your dreams. Yeju, stay here tonight too. Chukui made up his mind. You have nothing to do anyway. Drive us back tomorrow. Yeju did not dare to refuse even if he had something to do. He put down his glass in a daze and tugged at Peijai. Let's go out and take a walk to sober up. Go and water the fields on the way. Close the door. Okay. Lin Jiao guessed that they had something to talk about, so she closed the door. After the footsteps were gradually disappearing, the room fell into a short silence. The sound of bowls and chopsticks colliding lingered in the quiet room. Chukui, who could not stand this atmosphere, picked up his glass and clinked it with theirs. He took 2 sips of wine. I heard from old Pei that Jiao Jiao asked him about you and Hong Yuan yesterday. Lin Kanlu chewed on a peanut with his left cheek and looked at Peijin. What did you tell her? I told her the truth. Peijin paused for a moment. But I didn't mention who those 2 items belong to. Why didn't you mention it? What's the point? I'm not like you. I don't want to bring up something that happened 15 years ago. 15 years ago, in order to support Lin Kanlu's work, he and Chukui each took out a family heirloom and gave it to Lin Kanlu to repair. They did not expect Lin Hongyuan to be so stupid as to sell the items behind their backs. Neither did they expect that a few harsh words from Chukui's wife would make Lin Kanlu avoid them for 15 years out of guilt. Old Lin. Chukui placed his hand on his shoulder. You know what my wife is like. She didn't say that on purpose. I don't blame her. Lin Kanlu sighed. I was stubborn in the past and was impulsive. 126 Work crisis. It's all in the past. Peijin could not stand him sighing. They had been acquainted for so many years and knew each other well. He poured some wine into Lin Kanlu's glass. Drink this glass and we'll forget about you not keeping in touch with us for so long. Cheers! Lin Kanlu smiled and finished his glass of wine. He grabbed a handful of peanuts and ate it to suppress the spiciness in his throat. Do you two want to eat something else? I can't eat anymore. I think another bag of peanuts will come in handy. Seeing him put the peanuts on the plate, Peijin exchanged glances with Chukui. When do you plan to meet Hongyuan? I don't plan to. Are you still angry with him? Lin Kanlu said nothing. He thought of Lin Hongyuan, whom he had given a cold shoulder time and time again, and his heart did not soften at all. Old Lin, he's your son after all. Chukui saw through his emotions and quickly said, no grudge between a father and a son is too big to be resolved. Peijin chimed in, we can understand how you feel. But who hasn't made mistakes when they were young? You're already so old. Do you still want to hide in this village for the rest of your life? Hongyuan has been married for so long, but you haven't even seen his wife. If word gets out, how do you expect people to think about her? That's right, you're being unreasonable. If not for Lin Kanlu waving his hand to interrupt them, they would have continued. All right, he wiped the corner of his mouth. I'll think about it. Give me some time. Feeling that there was a chance, Peijin and Chukui sensibly changed the topic to talk about his birthday instead. The laughter they let out was accompanied by a breeze that brushed past the ears of the 3 people in the courtyard. Chuyeju, who was leaning against the chair, had a blade of foxtail grass in his mouth. What are they talking about? Do you want to go in and listen? Forget it. I don't want to move. Lin Jiao looked at his flushed face. Do you want some hangover soup? I'll cook it for you. No need. He folded his hands behind his head. I just get flushed easily, but I'm actually not drunk. Is your heart beating fast? Not at all. That's good. Lin Jiao was relieved. She yawned and leaned into Peijai's arms, the pleasant afternoon sun shining on her face through the leaves. Uncle, I'll sleep for a while. You'll catch a cold if you sleep here. But I want to bask in the sun. Peijai went into the bedroom to find 2 blankets. He first threw one to Chuyeju before carrying her to lie on the other recliner. When should I call you? In 40 minutes. Then I'll set an alarm. Yes. Lin Jiao leaned against his chest. She listened to his heartbeat and closed her eyes, slowly drifting into an undisturbed slumber. The sound of insects and birds chirping lingered in her ears. The birds resting on the branches flapped their wings, casting a shadow over the sleeping face. The golden egg hanging in the sky gradually fell from the west as time passed, leaving only some afterglow to illuminate the mountains. The Mercedes-Benz parked by the field drove along the mountain path towards the bustling city as night fell. Monday's bustle began with the morning meeting. The employees sitting around the conference room listened to Pan Jun in front of the projector and pointed out a series of questions. He looked at the employees and then at Lin Jiao. "There's a big problem with the proposal you handed in last week." "In what way?" "Your writing is too ponderous and easy to get tired of. There isn't enough content for the clients to see." "I don't think I have the problem you're talking about." Lin Jiao put down her fountain pen and retorted humbly. She met Pan Jun's gaze. "The clients we're dealing with this time are different. All the important details must be included." Pan Jun caught the gazes that others threw at him, and for the first time, he felt challenged. He said calmly, "It's indeed necessary, but you included way beyond that is needed." "Have you really seen my proposal?" "I've seen every single one of the proposals you guys submitted seriously. There's no need to doubt that." Lin Jiao wanted to laugh. She said calmly, "According to the procedure, the proposal I submitted will only be handed to you after Manager Wu approves it, right?" Pan Jun understood what she meant. He glanced at Wu Zuwen beside him. "Your proposal this time will not be used. But there's nothing wrong with it at all. It's good for young people to be confident, but from a professional point of view, you still need to improve and learn." Lin Jiao frowned. She sensed a deep meaning to his words and had a bad feeling. "What do you mean?" "From now on, learn from your colleagues for a period of time. You don't have to write anything for the time being." Pan Jun's words made the meeting room fall silent. The surrounding employees felt that it was unfair, but most of them had no intention of standing up for Lin Jiao. Only Wu Zuwen and Zheng Yi stood up. The former said in an impartial manner, "Lin has always been outstanding at her job. I don't think she needs to learn." The latter said likewise, "I've seen her proposal too. I really didn't find anything wrong with it." Pan Jun's expression turned even uglier. He put down the documents in his hand impatiently and placed his hands on the table. "I asked her to learn for her own good, not to harm her. I'm sorry, but I can't accept your good intentions." "You, Pan Jun," a sharp female voice sounded. A plump middle-aged woman pushed open the door of the conference room and glared at him angrily. She took out a stack of photos from her bag and threw them on the conference table for all the employees to see. "Is this why you insist on divorcing me? What nonsense are you talking about? The evidence is here, but you still refuse to admit it." Pan Jun hurriedly grabbed the photos, his eyes filled with panic. "Don't frame me with said photos. Isn't she in your company? Ask her to come out and confront me. Do you dare? Get out of here." That says it all. She crossed her arms. "Let me tell you, Pan Jun, just wait and see how I ruin your life." Pan Jun was afraid that the matter would blow up, so he dragged her to the office next door and slammed the door. After they left, the remaining employees picked up the photos. When they saw who the homewrecker was, they couldn't help but exclaim, "It's actually Zhao Lan. Oh my gosh, how did these two get together? I never saw them talk with each other. They hid it well. I'm afraid he's finished this time." After watching the good show, Wu Zuwen put away the photos and ended the morning meeting early. He called out to Lin Jiao, "Lin Jiao, everyone knows how good you are at your job. Don't take what he said to heart." "I know." Lin Jiao's anger dissipated when his wife appeared. She guessed what would happen to Pan Jun and said with a smile, "You're more suitable to manage the planning department than him."